Chapter 104. Fortunately, after participating for the first time, Summer River Sonata purposefully wrote down the process of all the games and the placement rooms and locations of the corresponding props so that they could save a lot of unnecessary time. This is the same mode as playing games, but speed running, because they are in a hurry to get a refund, so they try to shorten the clearance time to the extreme. Whether it's cool or not is another matter, at least there is a chance to get a refund. We probably have to walk for about 10 minutes to get to the first level. If you feel tired during this period, you must tell me, don't force yourself, Xia Chuanqin reminded. If I remember correctly, the first formal game I encountered was the emotional test game starring the silly octopus leader. It's not a complicated thing. Just take it and act in a play. The main thing is that this empty road ahead is difficult to walk. The unmanned environment throughout the whole process will bring a very depressing atmosphere. And Ing Lily is originally a person who is afraid of such things, so Xia Chuanqin thought of telling her in advance so that she could be mentally prepared. Well, I got it, Ing Lily nodded lightly. But in fact, I already wanted to pout my mouth. What? Although she doesn't exercise or go out much, she can't even walk for 10 minutes, right? Qin is too underestimated. Little golden retriever decided to perform well this time. She has also grown. Qin, are we on the wrong road? Why haven't we arrived after walking for so long? At first, she didn't care very much. She thought that as long as she was accompanied by the other party, she would be happy even if she just took a walk. As a result, along the way, looking at the unchanging dark environment, she couldn't help but start muttering in her heart. It's been so long, why can't I see a single person around me? It's not that she suspects that Xia Chuanqin is trying to do something wrong, but rather that she now even hopes that he will plot something, preferably the kind that completely exposes her little thoughts like before. In short, she is very nervous. She is originally a person who is prone to wild thoughts. In addition, although she doesn't want to admit it, she does have a little bit of fear of ghosts, so along the way, listening to the deep and penetrating crows that came from time to time, the hairs on her whole body stood up. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the warm sense of security that had been coming from the palm of the other person's hand, she would have covered her ears and ran back with tears in her eyes, just like the last time. This is a test of courage, I might as well not participate. But even so, the oppressive feeling brought to her by the dim environment around her was real, and in order to guard against the sudden shocking scenes. She had been holding her nerves tense all the time, and she was really about to endure it at this moment. She didn't even have time to think wildly. After hearing Ing Lily's question, Xia Chuanqin turned around and comforted her softly. It's really this road, we didn't go wrong. After all, this was not his first time, so he was naturally confident. Ing Lily didn't speak, but her expression was still a little hesitant. It should be there in a few more minutes, seeing her like this, Xia Chuanqin added. Originally, they could have arrived faster, but in order to take care of the housemaid's physical strength, and because he also needed to buffer himself, he simply replaced the rush with a walk, so it took a long time. As a result, I didn't expect that I couldn't even persevere in walking. You really deserve it, Ing Lily. Xia Chuanqin sighed inwardly. He thought that Ing Lily was a little tired from walking, but she was too embarrassed to mention it directly, so she hesitated and euphemistically went around in circles. After all, she has a previous record, and Xia Chuanqin firmly believes in this. As for the possibility of being afraid of ghosts or something, he didn't think about it. In his opinion, although Ing Lily is indeed afraid of ghosts and monsters, hasn't she completely seen it yet? Moreover, because of the preconceived impression, he felt that the difficulty of this test of courage was not in the so-called enduring shock, but in the alternative, solving puzzles. So he didn't attribute Ing Lily's abnormal situation to this aspect at all, but thought that she wanted to remind him in disguise that it's time to take a break. So Xia Chuanqin said very considerately, I think we can take a rest, even if your body is not tired, you should pay attention to your mental state, right? He even gave a perfect reason very considerately. And everything was as he expected. Ing Lily nodded and agreed without much hesitation, which also made Xia Chuanqin secretly nod his head. Thinking that he really understood Ing Lily more and more, he could completely guess her thoughts even if she just made an expression. It can only be said that no one understands Ing Lily better than him. Finding a pile of rocks that was fairly clean, Xia Chuanqin carefully moved over with Ying Lily, and then settled her down. He himself was going to check the surroundings to see if there were any snakes or something. Although these areas have been cleaned manually, he still has to take some measures just in case. But who would have thought that as soon as he let go, Ying Lily suddenly grabbed his hand again, holding on to him tightly. "Don't leave me alone," little golden retriever looked aggrieved. "Ah." Xia Chuanqin was stunned, and then quickly comforted her. "I'm not going to leave you, I just want to check the surroundings. Then I want to go too." But it will be very tiring," Xia Chuanqin euphemistically advised. He was thinking of slightly expanding the scope of inspection in a visible place, because he didn't know how long they would rest. But if he took the housemaid to inspect all the surroundings, it would be better to just go to the first level together. "I'm not tired." Ying Lily shook her head. Seeing her so stubborn, Xia Chuanqin had no choice but to agree to stay. But it's definitely not okay to ignore it completely. He can only pay more attention to the surrounding movements when he rests later. As for Ying Lily on the side, she didn't think so much. She just watched Xia Chuanqin sit down on the side according to her wishes, and her mood visibly calmed down. Not only that, in order to pursue a stronger sense of security, her body involuntarily leaned towards Xia Chuanqin, until the two arms were almost intertwined before she was willing to stop. Xia Chuanqin looked at her suspiciously, but didn't say anything. Ying Lily was even more happy to see this. She was even worried that her subconscious behavior of seeking warmth would cause Qin's disgust, but when she found that the other party had actually defaulted to it, she was immediately overjoyed. To be reasonable, she was indeed a little nervous and uneasy at first. But now that the two of them were closer together, the good smell from the other person gradually enveloped her completely, so those very appropriate things in her mind popped up again. What night, no man's land, small woods, a man and a woman alone, keywords can't be stopped. Then, thinking about what happened before they entered the venue, wow. Ying Lily, move out. Never be a stupid loser who can only cry and complain about the boy she likes running away. Thinking like this, little golden retriever boldly stretched out another hand, pulling on the other person's sleeve, and formed a siege with her other hand, hugging Xia Chuanqin's arm. "Nice Ying Lily." Little golden retriever secretly rejoiced. It can be said that although this is only a small step in her real life, it is a big step in her strategy plan. It can also be said that she has taken a solid step. In this case, even Qin can understand her feelings a little bit, right? Goo. Little golden retriever swallowed nervously. As for Xia Chuanqin, no feeling, really no feeling. After all, not everyone is as talented as Xia Zhiqiu Shiryu. Although there is definitely no problem compared to Hui Yi and Xuejinai, but there is no feeling. Xia Chuanqin has always been pragmatic. Love read, also love. JPG. Although it was nominally for rest, only Ying Lily really relaxed. Not only that, she even had time to start thinking about the future. This idiot's thinking is so divergent. If Xia Chuanqin doesn't say something to attract her attention at this moment, she probably even thought of what the names of the two's great-grandchildren would be. "Have you rested, Ying Lily?" Xia Chuanqin couldn't help but ask. He was almost unable to sit still. Although he has always had the task of inspecting the surroundings, the actual operation is just to look around with his eyes, which doesn't take much effort at all. He only needs to pay attention to things that move. In addition, Ying Lily has been silent and hasn't talked to him, so he is really bored at the moment. And he can't help but start thinking about the plan for the future, but the more he thinks about it, the more he feels that sitting like this is not a solution. Can't let time be wasted in vain, right? Then it will be difficult to deal with Xinzhou. So he spoke to Ying Lily in a slightly urging tone. Actually, there will be no such thing as walking so much in the subsequent play content, so you don't have to worry. Seeing that the other party seemed a little embarrassed, Xia Chuanqin added in a timely manner. Ying Lily had to nod lightly. "I see, then let's go." She has never been interested in the game content of the test of courage. The reason why she invited Xia Chuanqin was for that plan, the heart-pounding battle. She learned this from the omnipotent netizens. It seems to be based on some suspension bridge effect. Because she encounters a situation that makes her heart beat faster, when another person is present. She will mistake this situation for being moved by the other person. She thinks this method is quite reasonable, and she happened to encounter a test of courage, so she came to invite the other party as soon as possible. But now it seems that it doesn't matter if there is this test of courage. Anyway, her purpose is just to find a reason to stay with Chin. And then use her charm full of girlish power to attract the other party. And this goal has now been achieved, so it doesn't matter whether she participates in it next. Even after careful consideration, it can be said that this test of courage is completely providing negative effects. Because she suddenly remembered that when they went to the haunted house to play before, Chin always showed that he was not afraid at all, and he could even find her who was lost in that maze-like ghost gathering place. Doesn't this make her look very inferior in comparison? After all, being afraid of something is a physiological subconscious reaction, and she can't control it at all, and if she is underestimated or even disliked by Chin because of this, then it will be putting the cart before the horse. After figuring this out, Lily decisively said, "My foot seems to be injured just now, and I can't walk a bit." As soon as she thought that she was telling a lie with her eyes open for some ulterior purpose, little golden retriever couldn't stop blushing. Fortunately, it was dark enough this day, so that the people next to her didn't see anything. "Ah. Your foot is also injured." "Also?" Lily frowned, very concerned about what he said. "Are there other people, like me?" "Yes," Xia Chuanqin nodded. He definitely couldn't understand the subtext behind Lily's words, and he didn't think there was anything to hide, so he went on to explain. "It's about a friend of mine, who also suffered a foot injury some time ago, so I was a little surprised just now." "I see," Lily nodded thoughtfully. With a girl's intuition, she felt that there must be something tricky here. After all, she herself was telling a kind lie, claiming that her foot was injured, so she might as well be in the same situation as a friend in the other party's mouth, and it must be a girl, otherwise, why would she use such a despicable means to win Chin's sympathy? A complete lowly woman. It was just a matter of a sentence or two, but she had already made up the entire plot in her mind. But as soon as she thought that she was the one who was with Chin at this moment, she couldn't help but feel proud. Fortunately, she was smart and knew to invite Chin in advance, otherwise, she didn't know which cat was stealing fish next to him, and if something that shouldn't have happened because of this, she wouldn't be able to cry. Cough cough, in short, if my foot is injured, I definitely won't be able to continue participating in the test of courage, right? So, you wouldn't want me to carry you to participate, would you? Xia Chuanqin's face turned pale for a moment. He is not a Superman with cheats, he is just an ordinary high school student who is at most a little bit trained. Carrying a girl to participate in an ultra-long distance race is already the limit. And if he continues, he will really hang up. Ah. Is that okay? After all, this was a perfectly legitimate opportunity for closeness, and even brought it up himself. She really just wanted to agree without a second thought. At worst, she could just close her eyes the whole time he was carrying her, and just smelling his scent would be fine, right? However, considering how almost fell at the entrance, clearly because he was overworked due to his student council duties, she definitely couldn't selfishly ask for such an excessive favor, even if himself had suggested it. He could choose to disregard his own well-being, but she couldn't just stand by and watch him do that. Because love is mutual. Only when both people are considerate of each other can the relationship last. Although she might not have been like this before, she definitely wanted to become this kind of person from now on. Starting now would be just right. "Let's not," Arari said, shaking her head, responding with considerable care. "Wouldn't that make you tired? And you finally managed to take time off from your student council work, so you should relax, don't always push yourself like that. Besides for me, just being with you walking and talking is enough, it doesn't really matter whether we participate in the test of courage or not." She still had some hidden thoughts, and you could even say she was making a huge sacrifice in the past. Even if she did something, she wouldn't want to say it or show it because she was embarrassed. But after experiencing so much, she completely understood that if she didn't convey her feelings in a way that the other person could understand, one day the two of them would have conflicts due to various misunderstandings, or even miss each other because of it, and she had already lost the most important person because of that, so she would never repeat the same mistake. Even if she felt embarrassed, even if she couldn't say it, she would try her best to say it, just like she had vowed before. This time, she wanted to change, and she would never just talk about it again. Chapter 105. Phew, that's good. Hearing Erori's words, Xia Chuanzu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something more, he suddenly heard a faint noise behind him. The two exchanged a glance, and then unanimously chose to stand up, facing the direction from which the sound came. The sound of rustling and rustling grass entered their ears from time to time. As the sound grew louder, an unknown creature quietly approached. "You get behind me, walk slowly, don't rush, then move a little further away, but don't run around," Xia Chuanzu whispered, then picked up a wooden stick that was still handy as a weapon. He originally wanted to quickly run away with Erori, taking advantage of the fact that this unknown creature had not yet appeared. But considering that Erori had a foot injury, and he didn't know if there were other similar creatures around, he chose to wait and see. Perhaps they were making a fuss, but after all, this was considered a deep mountain forest, and it was possible for all kinds of strange creatures to appear. He had to be on high alert to deal with the crisis in front of him. Erori also knew the seriousness of the matter, and didn't dare to speak or make noise, just nodded silently and did as she was told. The two of them were like this, one in front and one behind, slowly retreating while waiting to see the true face of this sudden uninvited guest. Without letting them wait long, the creature in the darkness quickly revealed its true colors. A cat, at least it looked like a cat, with 4 feet on the ground and bright eyes, which made it particularly noticeable in this dim environment. "What, it's just a stray cat," Erori immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then moved her steps to come closer. "Wait, you can't go over yet," Xia Chuanzu quickly reached out to stop her. "It looks not very friendly." In their eyes, the suddenly appearing, stray cat, immediately became alert after discovering the two of them. Its tail swayed unnaturally, its entire body arched forward slightly, and its eyes stared at them intently. Xia Chuanzu frowned, then took a few steps back with Erori. For this kind of creature that excels in speed, it's better to keep a little distance. And he was already able to determine that this was definitely not a stray cat, but a very pure wild cat. Although both are existences without owners, the former would never be so wary of humans. Even if they don't want to be contacted at the moment, they won't make such a defensive action. But the latter is different. They are almost completely nocturnal creatures, and they hold at least a vigilant attitude towards humans, just like now. This should be a wild cat, and a very aggressive one. I just don't know what kind it is. Erori, pay attention to your surroundings and see if there are any others. I have to keep an eye on it now, Xia Chuanzu reminded. Unlike the silly Erori who seemed to want to get close, Xia Chuanzu was very nervous at the moment. Logically speaking, wild cats usually act in groups. Although he hasn't seen any other individuals yet, it's always good to be careful. Especially since he is currently in a state of having consumed a lot of physical strength, it is questionable whether he can handle this beast that he has never faced before in a 1v1 situation, let alone Erori, who looks even more weak. Behind him it can only be said that sometimes 11 does not necessarily 2, and may even be U003C1. Fortunately, Erori wasn't really that stupid. After hearing his very serious words, she also began to get nervous, but she still carefully helped Xia Chuanzu to be wary of the surrounding areas. "I didn't see any other wild cats here." After carefully observing her surrounding and confirming that there was nothing unusual, Erori turned back and said to Xia Chuanzu in a low voice, "So what should we do now?" Hearing Erori's reply, Xia Chuanzu obviously breathed a sigh of relief, but the actual crisis was still not resolved, and he still had to be on high alert. "In short, let's stall for time first. It's best to stall until it leaves on its own." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Erori nodded obediently, then she moved a little closer, making a look of wanting to advance and retreat with Xia Chuanzu. She originally didn't intend to do any extra actions to cause trouble, but after getting closer and seeing Xia Chuanzu's body tensed and his arms trembling slightly, she couldn't help but hold his hand, wanting to convey some sense of security. Xia Chuanzu naturally felt what happened, and subconsciously wanted to remind her to hide behind him, but in the end he just gently pulled her back a little. "You also pay attention to yourself." "Okay," Erori nodded obediently. Unlike the love is in the air scene here, the lone wild cat on the other side looked obviously jealous at the moment. Its expression suddenly became much more anxious, and it made low growls from time to time. Its actions also changed from the initial vigilant posture to a posture ready to attack. Of course, it may not be out of jealousy, but simply because the actions of the two people were too obvious, which led it to believe that the two were discussing tactics, so it couldn't sit still and prepared to take the initiative to attack. Xia Chuanzu immediately felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and immediately raised the wooden stick in his hand, trying to make a gesture of driving it away. Perhaps it was because his physical functions were working due to facing danger, but while waving the stick, he suddenly recalled a trivia he had seen somewhere: when facing an attack from wild animals, try to stretch your hands to the maximum to make yourself look tall and ferocious, and at the same time try to make a fierce expression on your face. At that time, he felt that it was better to honestly pick up a wooden stick or something to fight for a chance, but now that he was in the situation, he felt that this might be a very useful method. So he immediately executed it. Oh whoa! He definitely didn't learn it well, but he was better off with his voice being loud enough. So sure enough, the wild cat looked obviously frightened, retreated a few steps slightly, and at the same time no longer maintained a posture ready to attack, and began to wander around, but even so, it still had no intention of retreating. And Xia Chuanzu naturally couldn't be stupid enough to think that this was the time to retreat. Whether it was running away with his back exposed or walking backwards on this uneven grass, it would be a very stupid decision, so he still maintained a menacing posture. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. In the end, the size advantage of being human played a role in front of this small creature. After pacing back and forth and observing the two for a long time, this wild cat finally chose to avoid the battle, jumped back into the bushes it came from, and disappeared after a while. But even so, Xia Chuanzu didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that the other party would use some tactics to pretend to retreat, and then suddenly jump out from somewhere when they relaxed their vigilance, so he still held Eri in place and waited for a while, and finally confirmed that there was really no more movement before pulling Eri slowly back to the original stone road. Phew! Xia Chuanzu breathed a sigh of relief, and the always tense nerves were finally able to relax. I didn't expect to actually encounter wild animals, or that kind of ferocious wild cat. After randomly finding a stone slab and sitting down, Xia Chuanzu complained. Although he hadn't actually consumed any physical strength just now, the mental pressure was real. At this moment, the mental energy consumed was completely no less than completing a full marathon. So why did we suddenly encounter a wild cat? Could it be that the roadside inspection here is not being done at all? What the hell is the school doing? Although he also understood that this was because they were too far away from the main road here, and that they shouldn't have climbed over the fence and gone so deep into the forest, Xia Chuanzu still wanted to complain, otherwise he would always feel very depressed. However, Eri, who was squatting next to him, didn't seem so unhappy. On the contrary, she even felt that what happened tonight could become a beautiful memory for her whole life. Even now, watching the other party still showing a state that was inconsistent with his usual stable image, Eri was not disappointed, but even curved her eyebrows. Her Chuanzu is really so handsome even when he's complaining. The most important thing is Chuanzu, even if he is nervous and scared, he will protect her behind him. Idiot, I really like you the most. After complaining fiercely, the depression in Xia Chuanzu's heart was finally vented. Honestly, he originally thought that Eri would say something, but she didn't say a word until he completely calmed down, so Xia Chuanzu thought that she was still in shock and hadn't recovered. Eri, are you okay? Are you alright? Me? I'm okay. So this absent-minded look confirmed Xia Chuanzu's guess about her condition. You don't look okay at all. Xia Chuanzu frowned, then shook his head and said seriously. Otherwise I'll take you to the infirmary. At least you have to have a place to recover. Although they are now far away from the previous no man's land, the surrounding scenery is too similar, and the same unchanged weeds will inevitably bring Eri the same tension as before. Of course, his main idea is the scene just now was a bit too stimulating for him, and even now his heartbeat hasn't completely calmed down. And his mind will subconsciously flash the scene just now from time to time, especially the last pounce that the wild cat tried before retreating. It was like an oil painting printed in his mind and couldn't be dispelled. And this also means that Eri, who is timid and has a more careful heart, will naturally find it difficult to relax from the encounter just now. So Xia Chuanzu was very worried, afraid that she would suffer from PTSD or something, so he wanted to do his best to help her calm down. Eri, you don't have to be so nervous all the time, that wild cat will definitely not attack us again, Xia Chuanzu comforted softly. After all, people have been walking here all the time, and the strong popularity is enough to dispel the wild cat, let alone there has always been animal repellent spray around, so don't worry. I told you, you don't have to, and I am not worried about that kind of thing at all, Erori retorted softly. She finally managed to have a private date, so how could she waste time in the infirmary? It won't trigger any plot that will increase her favorability. Erori thought about it carefully again, and felt that she should give up. Compared with the courage test that might cause the suspension bridge effect and the infirmary where a lucky pervert incident might break out, it might be more suitable for her to hook her arms with each other, walk and talk. After all, a lot of things have happened to them in the past few days, but even so. She vaguely felt that this was of no help to improve her love status in the other party's heart, and even felt that if she continued like this, she would one day be reduced to a pet type character with no chance of winning. Isn't that the same as a blonde loser? So she had to think of better ways to show her charm, to attract Chuanzu, to express her feelings to him, and if all the methods were used and he still couldn't understand, then she could only rush up like a suicide truck. But doing so would mean there was no way out. If she was rejected, she would really never be able to stay by Chuanzu's side. So I have to work harder, Erori muttered to herself. What? Xia Chuanzu turned his head and asked. His nerves were still in a highly concentrated state, so naturally he didn't miss the movement made by Erori, but the sound was too light to be heard clearly. It's nothing, Erori shook her head, then cheered up again, took the initiative to hook Xia Chuanzu's arm and walked forward. Let's go back the same way from here, it's not too far from the entrance. Slow. Xia Chuanzu originally wanted to remind her, but found that Erori was walking very happily, not at all like she had a foot injury. What's wrong? Erori turned her head to look at him. Your foot, is it okay? Xia Chuanzu pointed his finger, then looked at her very suspiciously. Erori also immediately reacted. But it's too late to pretend now, it will only deepen suspicion, so she can only find a reasonable reason. Actually, I don't know what's going on, my foot suddenly doesn't hurt anymore, aha. Xia Chuanzu didn't know what to say, he could only keep muttering in his heart, as expected of Erori, she is too easy to see through. He even suspected that even if there hadn't been the incident just now, this golden retriever might have exposed the fact that she wasn't injured at all at some point because she was so carried away. As for why she lied, it's easy to guess it's simply because she's timid and afraid of haunted houses, so she didn't dare continue playing. But she's too proud to expose this in front of him, so she pretended that her foot was injured and reluctantly chose to give up. The evidence is that this little blonde has shown a fearful attitude all the way. However, what puzzled Natsukawa Snowball was that she was very brave when she encountered that wild cat. And even put on a look of advancing and retreating with him, perhaps it was because she was too far away, or because she was nearsighted and couldn't see its ferocious state clearly. But in any case, her intention still made Natsukawa Snowball very grateful, and even added a lot of courage at the time. Since your foot is fine, where do you want to go next? Natsukawa Snowball glanced at the blonde, watching her eyes wander, not daring to look at him, and chuckled. I mean, after leaving the venue, is there any place you want to go to? Erori swallowed, becoming a little hesitant. She was originally ready to explain it again, but the other party didn't ask, could it be that Snowball has already guessed it? So she turned her head to look at him, but found that the other party was also staring at her gently, with that kind of unbeatable smile on his face. What are you smiling so stupidly for? Erori's eyes became erratic again, but this time it was because she was shy. It was obviously a stupid smile that she used to see often, but now when she sees it, it makes her feel so excited that she can't help herself. What's wrong? Idiot. Don't come so close now. But you're still holding my hand. One thing is one thing. In short, don't come any closer. She really is afraid that she will not be able to help herself because of this. They didn't encounter anyone on the way back, presumably because the thoughtful partners had already set off. Chapter 106. For Erori, this was actually a good thing, because it meant she could stick to Xia Chuanzu's side without restraint, and without worrying about creating scandals for him. Although, deep down, she was actually quite looking forward to a scandal. Why don't we go for a walk by the lake? It'll be nice and cool in the evening. By the lake? Xia Chuanzu asked, puzzled. It's the place where you chased after me the other day. Oh, that place, Xia Chuanzu recalled, and then nodded. He didn't really care where they went. I remember there being a bench there, right? We can sit down and rest if we get tired. Couldn't he think of something a little more romantic? Erori pouted. But she also understood that it was impossible to make him romantic again, and she even had to worry about whether that romance would be applied to someone else in the future. After leaving the venue, they ran into quite a few people along the way, mostly in pairs, sticking together in various inconspicuous corners and whispering sweet nothings. Some were even afraid that the other person couldn't hear them clearly, and even stuck their tongues into each other's mouths, hoping to convey their feelings in this way. The two of them subconsciously looked at each other, and then looked away at the same time. This is really a race against time, Xia Chuanzu thought. As the student council president and the main organizer of this event, he naturally knew some things. But even though he had arranged for discipline committee members to patrol everywhere, and had clearly written a punishment for being caught in the announcements, some people still couldn't help but express their love. Did they think it was more exciting this way? Xia Chuanzu had reason to suspect whether the student council had also become part of their play. As for Erori, she thought about it more simply. If so also wanted to, should she decline first and then accept, or be reserved and remain silent? So she couldn't help but swallow. As if to avoid suspicion, the two of them didn't say anything after that, but the surrounding atmosphere remained unchanged, and they even encountered more and more couples as they walked, and the atmosphere became more and more intense. So Xia Chuanzu decisively made a decision: take the small path. He definitely couldn't manage so many people on the main road, he could only leave it to the discipline committee. But he wanted to avoid being disturbed, but he couldn't just walk with his eyes closed, right? So he simply turned a blind eye and found a secluded path. But what he didn't expect was that just as the two of them were passing a corner, they suddenly heard a rustling sound beside them, so he subconsciously glanced over there, and the next second he ran into a scene of people expressing their love. To be honest, he was dumbfounded at the time, and subconsciously stopped, thinking that someone was really so bold, but then the voice coming from in front of him made him realize that something was wrong. Although he had promptly said, "Don't turn around," Erori still saw the scene of the two people fighting in confusion. So, as he expected, teacher Kashiwagi Eri, who was very knowledgeable in theory, completely froze just by seeing the preparatory actions of others. Her eyes kept circling, her face was terribly red, and she instantly transformed into a steam princess. Xia Chuanzu quickly tugged at her clothes, but the other party didn't respond at all. Seeing this situation, he had no choice but to take responsibility and take her away. As the two left the scene, Erori finally slowly came back to her senses, but she didn't dare to look up at people, she only dared to look down at her toes, following Xia Chuanzu step by step. Before long, the two finally reached their destination. Everyone is really enthusiastic," Xia Chuanzu said with a flickering gaze. If it was just him alone, he definitely wouldn't be so embarrassed, mainly because he was worried about Erori's mental state, so he took the initiative to speak to ease the atmosphere. Erori's reply was muffled, but at least there was a response. Cough cough. Anyway, let's sit down for a while, we've been walking for so long, we should take a rest, Xia Chuanzu suggested. Then, seeing Erori gently nod her head, he pulled her to sit on the bench. This was the third time the two of them had come here. Because the location was remote enough, no one usually came, so it became a place where the two could date with peace of mind. The previous two times were because there was something going on, so they didn't feel anything at all, and they could always get the conversation back on track. But this time the two of them just wanted to take a walk and cool off, but after experiencing what happened just now, they didn't feel like it at all. Especially Erori, who still had all sorts of messy things in her mind at the moment, and couldn't relax at all. Xia Chuanzu was a little better, and quickly returned to his normal state of mind, but he was no longer the same as before who would try to please girls, so he didn't take the initiative to start a topic. So there was another long silence. In the end, Xia Chuanzu felt that the atmosphere was really not right, and worried that it would drag on for a long time before he took the initiative to speak. Is Erori's recent study situation okay? Erori raised her head and gave him a strange look, thinking, do you really want to talk about these things at this time? Well, so. Seeing her looking indifferent, Xia Chuanzu raised his eyebrows, feeling that he had asked the right question. Don't say I didn't remind you, the midterm test is in a few days, even if you fail one subject, you have to come to tutoring on the weekend, Xia Chuanzu reminded, especially emphasizing the word 1. He wasn't worried about anyone around him, only Erori. It's not that her grades are bad, on the contrary, Erori's grades in all subjects are pretty good, only English which can be described as a mess. But the key is that this girl is clearly a British-Japanese mixed race, which is very puzzling. Ah, this probably not, Erori stammered. She also knew her situation, she was clearly a second-year high school student, but her English level was only at the level of a junior high school student, but she just couldn't learn it. What could she do if she was born with bad English? In the past, she completely relied on luck to take the exam, but later she met Xia Chuanzu, and after his tutoring, she never failed again, until after she rejected his confession and returned to her original state. That's right. She can ask him to tutor her again. Just like before. The more Erori thought about it, the more she felt that this method was good. Not only could it solve her crisis of failing, but it could also occupy Zou's time. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Moreover, today is different from the past, she doesn't need to always divide her attention to guard against the other party. She can completely devote herself to tutoring, and even be bolder. Seduce. No, it should be said to lure not either in shortest into common for something pleasant to happen in a small room with a single man and a single woman. At least she herself has drawn such and such plots. Erori thought happily. Then what should I do? Erori put on a weak look. You also know, my English has always been bad. She already had an idea in her mind, but rashly proposing it might be rejected, so naturally she had to pretend to be pitiful first. If I have to go to school every day to participate in tutoring, I won't have any time left to complete the manuscript. Saying this, Erori turned to look at Xia Chuanzu, saying pitifully. Zou, you won't just stand by and watch, right? Xia Chuanzu sighed, not knowing what to say. Even if you say that, I can't take the exam for you, right? Of course, it's not that he doesn't care about her at all, but he hopes to use a stern tone to remind her to remember. Can't you put the manuscript aside for a while? Find a reason to take a break from publishing. However, Erori shook her head decisively. No, this work is for the upcoming comic exhibition. To be honest, I have used almost all my free time on it, but the progress is just barely enough to meet the deadline. In order to catch up with the progress, she also brought her drawing board and other things to this forest school activity, but the school's time arrangement was also very tight. And when she was in the dormitory, she didn't dare to take it out because she was afraid of being discovered by her roommates, which resulted in a lot of time being wasted in vain. Hearing her say this, Xia Chuanzu frowned and thought. The best way is definitely to weigh both sides and choose one, but Erori obviously doesn't want to give up participating in the upcoming comic exhibition, but she can't give up studying hard. And honestly go to tutoring after failing, because this will waste a lot of her time, and she still won't be able to catch up with the progress of the manuscript, so she has to want both. After thinking for a long time, Xia Chuanzu still couldn't think of a good way, and finally sighed and said, Hey, I guess this is the only way. Of course, there is no problem in helping to tutor her homework, but he still hopes that Erori can develop a good habit of being conscious, and can't always rely on him to help her every time she takes an exam, right? Temporary cramming is only a last resort. Right after the forest school is the weekend, I'll give you a crash course these 2 days, you have to be mentally prepared. Xia Chuanzu put on a very serious expression. Oh, Erori shrank her head, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. She was quite happy at first, Zou agreed without her even taking the initiative, but seeing the other party's appearance, she realized that things might not be as she thought. She can only hope that Zou can be merciful. When is the comic exhibition? Xia Chuanzu asked again. The weekend after next, it will be held in Akihabara. Xia Chuanzu nodded. No wonder Erori didn't want to give up, probably also wanting to take this opportunity to make teacher Kashiwagi Eri's reputation even higher. Can you make it in time for the deadline? Should be no problem, right? Erori hesitated a little. If Zou helps her tutor, there will definitely be no problem with the midterm test. But after spending the good time on the weekend, she doesn't know if she can catch up with the subsequent comic exhibition. Maybe something else will happen in the middle. Seeing her looking unconfident, Xia Chuanzu said helplessly. Forget it, I'll help with the manuscript as well. Of course, he is not a good person, but based on past experience, if he doesn't help, Erori might not be able to handle it. Maybe she will stay up all night to rush the manuscript, complete the plan at the expense of ruining her body, and then get a fever or get sick because of it, which is really worrying. If he didn't know it from the beginning, it would be fine, but since he knew it, he definitely couldn't sit idly by. You can leave the coloring part to me, although I can only do this. Xia Chuanzu paused, and then said in a warning tone. Of course, this doesn't mean you can be lazy. If you drag it to the deadline again for some strange reason, I will never stay up all night with you again. Yes, 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 I know, Erori nodded frantically, her whole heart filled with happy emotions. She really didn't expect Zhou to be so considerate, and even willing to help with the manuscript. Thank you, Zhou. Erori looked at him with a smile in her eyes. The best thanks you can give me is to not get carried away. Xia Chuanzu glanced at her lightly, saying helplessly. He is still too kind-hearted, and can't bear to see his friends get into trouble. What, it's rare for me to thank you, Erori pouted, feeling underestimated. But she doesn't hate this kind of interaction, it has a fresh feeling. As the worries were resolved, the two chatted casually about what happened in their daily lives for a while, and then Xia Chuanzu said goodbye to Erori on the pretext that the student council still had affairs to deal with. His next action was naturally to go to his appointment with Shina Mahiru, but unexpectedly, he ran into a student council handyman who was in a hurry on the way there. A student is missing in the venue? Xia Chuanzu repeated the other party's words with a frown. Yes, President. How do you know? How do you determine that they are missing and not sneaking off somewhere else? Similar things have happened in previous years, but in the end it was confirmed that it was just a false alarm, a misunderstanding caused by someone leaving the venue without registering, so Xia Chuanzu wanted to ask clearly first. It's true, President, their partner came to tell us, and we checked, there is no record of this person leaving on the registration list. And the dormitory also found that no one has returned, and the people who went into the venue to search said that they couldn't find their partner. This take me to see the other party's partner. I want to understand the whole story first. Xia Chuanzu then felt the seriousness of the matter. If someone is really missing, even if they find the other party after dawn tomorrow, they will suffer mental trauma for spending a night alone in the deep forest. And even think of the worst, if they accidentally encounter a highly aggressive creature like the wild cat before, it would be really troublesome. This way, President, follow me. Xia Chuanzu nodded and followed. Due to the urgency of the situation, the two simply ran to get there, and arrived at their destination in no time. This is the missing classmate's partner. Following the direction the member beside him pointed, Snowball Natsukawa was surprised to find a familiar face. Megumi Kato. Kato. The always calm and collected saintly classmate now wore an extremely serious expression. Chapter 107. Summer River, the one who disappeared, is Yukino Shida. Upon learning the news of Yukino Shida's disappearance, Xia Chuanzu was stunned for a moment, followed by disbelief. Yukino Shida disappeared. Logically speaking, these two words should never be put together, but the person who told him the news was Kat Megumi, so Xia Chuanzu had to believe it. But just in case, he still asked, Yukino Shida, do you mean Yukino Shida Yukino? Yes. He received such a reply. Come to think of it, where else in Zayazuyuan is there a second Yukino Shida? So Xia Chuanzu panicked a little and subconsciously grabbed Kat Megumi's wrist. People are always like this. The impact of unfortunate things happening to people who are not related to you is naturally different from those happening to people around you. Indeed, he and Yukino Shida may not even be considered friends now, but after hearing the news, he couldn't help but worry about her. When did it happen? Xia Chuanzu's tone inevitably became a little anxious. About 20 minutes ago, on the road from the second level to the third level, feeling the force coming from her wrist, Kat Megumi frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, just put her other hand on it to try to convey strength. Xia Chuanzu had been tense all the time. Feeling the other party's movements, he immediately reacted and let go of his hand. Sorry, I'm a little anxious. Kat Megumi just shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Did she say anything before she disappeared? Or did she do anything? No, Kat Megumi shook her head, but immediately added softly. After we completed the second challenge, we went to the restroom, and after I came out, Yukino Shida asked me to go ahead and wait for her, but I waited for a long time and didn't see her coming. Then I went back to look for her, but I couldn't find her. Xia Chuanzu frowned. He could roughly guess what Yukino Shida was thinking. She definitely didn't like participating in this kind of activity, especially the kind where she had to team up with others. But that's why she couldn't choose to give up, otherwise it might harm others. This guy always hated causing trouble to others. So in order to end this kind of activity as soon as possible, this guy must desperately solve the puzzles. Striving to clear the level as quickly as possible to end the battle, so she asked Kat to go to the next level to wait for her in advance, probably just to save some time. But why did she disappear? Although that guy does have hidden idiot attributes, she just needs to follow the paved stone road. Right? Especially since there are many direction signs along the way, it's impossible for her to get lost in the forest, right? Xia Chuanzu had an increasing headache. But there's no time to think too much now. Now that he has asked clearly about the situation, he must take immediate measures. So he opened his mouth to the student council handyman who had been waiting aside. Have you arranged for someone to search? Yes, the man nodded and said. The vice president arranged it. She also asked me to find the president to explain this matter. Okay, I understand, thank you for your hard work. Xia Chuanzu nodded and thanked him. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Kagaya had made arrangements, but after thinking about it carefully, he was still not at ease, worrying that the few people on standby in the student council would not be enough. Like this, please work harder and find the disciplinary committee to allocate half of their manpower. Not only should you search the surrounding area of the missing student, but also the areas along the middle of other levels. Ah. But the patrolman like this. What patrol? Is discipline more important than human life? Go and spread the word, hurry up. Xia Chuanzu looked around again and found that there were still 2 students responsible for checking in, so he simply said to the 2 of them, don't just stand there, find some flashlights and come with me to find someone. He couldn't tell whether the other party was a volunteer or a member of the student council, but he couldn't care so much at this time, and decisively took out the majesty of the student council president to requisition the 2 of them. Seeing that they obediently followed, Xia Chuanzu turned his head and said to Kat Megumi, who was beside him. Kat, I'll leave the work here to you. If someone comes over to check in, please work hard. If other people ask about the people on duty here, tell them that the student council president has requisitioned them. Yes, I understand. Kat Megumi nodded slightly and agreed. Xia Chuanzu's brows relaxed a little. He was still very relieved about Kat and believed that she could handle this job. Not long after, the previous 2 returned, with 3 flashlights in their hands. Xia Chuanzu took it and was about to set off with the 2 of them, but he heard a voice coming from behind. Xia Chuanzu. He turned his head and looked at Kat Megumi, who had just spoken, with a slightly puzzled expression, but saw the other party's red lips slightly open. Please, you must find Yukino Shida. Xia Chuanzu was startled, but then he reacted and responded to her with a smile. Don't worry, leave it to me. He didn't expect that Kat would become friends with Yukino Shida. Because he was in a hurry to find someone, Xia Chuanzu didn't spend much effort and took the 2 volunteers to the destination, the place where Yukino Shida disappeared. Then he ordered the 2 to set off one after another, looking for people along the stone road, and if necessary, they could go a little deeper on both sides, but they must not cross the fence. He himself went to look for the surrounding wooden houses first. There were temporary toilets built there. According to Kat's testimony, Yukino Shida disappeared here, so he wanted to investigate the surrounding situation first. Such facilities are built between each level to provide convenience for people with emergencies, and it is completely okay to change clothes or something. Of course, Xia Chuanzu didn't have to open every door and flip through it. He just searched a little, and after confirming that there was no one in the house, he searched around. Of course, he didn't have a dog's nose, so he couldn't find people by smell. He just wanted to check the footprints around to see if he could find any clues. Fortunately, his luck worked today, and he actually found a clue. Towards the depths of the dense forest, there was a neat footprint that was obviously left by someone. The size and shape were exactly the same, obviously left by the same person. Xia Chuanzu frowned, subconsciously feeling that it shouldn't be Yukino Shida's footprint. She shouldn't be the kind of person who would break the rules. She had clearly issued a notice not to go to places that haven't been developed. But he couldn't ignore this clue at this moment. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to search along this footprint. Even if the person he found wasn't Yukino Shida, he might be able to find something. Because of his previous experience with wild cats, he was very careful in this exploration, constantly looking around, until he came to the border, a place sealed with a fence. Just when he was hesitating whether to go back and gather people, he found an object flashing with faint light on the grass next to a fence. He walked over and picked it up, and his eyes immediately became serious, a panda doll pendant. It was what he once gave to Yukino Shida. It is now early May, and the climate has gradually warmed up, but at this moment, Xia Chuanzu only feels cold in his heart. Maybe a lost pendant can't explain too much, but combined with Yukino Shida's disappearance, it's clearly something she left behind, otherwise things would be too coincidental, right? According to the footprints, she was not kidnapped, she came here of her own will, but she is not a person who likes to break the rules, and her curiosity is not so strong that she would want to start a solo adventure. It is precisely because he understands her personality that Xia Chuanzu can't understand what happened. It's impossible for her to be really attracted by something and climb over the fence, right? But as things stand, it is meaningless to analyze the route by exploring her motives. It is better to simply take action directly. So that the probability of searching for her will be greater. Of course, the most important thing is another thing, worrying about her encountering wild animals. Like the fierce wild cat before, it is already very threatening, let alone creatures like poisonous snakes. Even if Yukino Shida is good at Aikido, she can't deal with this kind of creature that doesn't have a human shape, right? Thinking of this, Xia Chuanzu simply took action. After putting the panda pendant he picked up into his pocket, Xia Chuanzu climbed over the fence and continued searching. He wanted to follow the footprints to find people again, but he didn't expect that after walking a few steps, the entire footprint became chaotic, not only facing all directions, but also mixed together to form an X shape. Xia Chuanzu was even more puzzled, but he was more certain about the guess that Yukino Shida might be lost. After thinking carefully, Xia Chuanzu looked around and soon found a stone pile of moderate height. So he walked over, turned on the flashlight mode of his mobile phone and turned the volume to the maximum, while looping the recording he had recorded and fixed it on the top of the stone pier with the back facing up. After that, he felt it was not safe enough, so he found two smaller stones and placed them on both sides of the flashlight to clamp it in place. After doing all this, he picked up the flashlight again, turned the brightness to the maximum, and continued searching according to his footsteps. These footprints are too chaotic, it is too difficult to simulate the other party's actions, so he decided to use the exhaustive method. Taking the footsteps he came from as the center, and searching one by one in all directions. If he is lucky, he should be able to find the other party in 10 minutes. Considering that Yukino Shida may also be moving around in a random way, in order to avoid missing it, he left his mobile phone behind. He thought that after hearing the sound, she would definitely understand what he meant. Not only that, if other search team members find this place later, they can also provide some help. After making all these preparations, Xia Chuanzu turned back to confirm the center point. Then carefully observed it, found a single-threaded trace that looked the clearest from the messy footprints, and he stepped on the footprints one step at a time and followed up. Next, it's up to fate. Xia Chuanzu silently prayed in his heart, praying that he could hit the jackpot. However, luck did not stand on his side at all. He stepped on the footprints all the way, but finally returned to the starting point. It shouldn't be like this, Xia Chuanzu frowned and muttered to himself. If she was really lost, it would be impossible to walk back so accurately, and even start off in a completely opposite direction. In his opinion, if a person is lost, even if he is flustered and does not pay attention to the traces of his coming, he cannot walk two completely opposite roads. One on the left and one on the right, even completely in a straight line. This does not look like he is looking for an exit at all, but like he is using the elimination method, searching for something along the way. Thinking of this, Xia Chuanzu finally had an answer in his heart, so he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. This idiot. After having an idea in his mind, he simply returned to the previous starting point and observed the footprints in all directions again. Fortunately, it didn't rain or wind during this period, and these traces were well preserved. He quickly found a footprint that obviously had a smaller distance between steps, and then walked along the footprints without hesitation. This time he didn't make a mistake, and he didn't even need to shout out. He soon found a petite figure, leaning against a tree and sitting on the grass with his knees in his arms. Yukino Shida. Xia Chuanzu said, then tilted the flashlight slightly, not shining it directly on the other party. Xia Chuanzu. The figure raised his head, as if showing an unbelievable expression. I finally found you, Xia Chuanzu breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing a familiar cold voice, the stone in his heart finally fell completely. Why are you sitting here? Are you injured somewhere? After confirming the other party's identity, Xia Chuanzu ran over in a hurry, and then turned the brightness of the flashlight to the lowest, and then squatted down beside her and began to check. Yukino Shida. Yukino's face did have a puzzled expression, but at this moment, after seeing him, she added some other emotions, but she didn't have time to think too much. Seeing Xia Chuanzu squatting down, she subconsciously covered her leg and ankle and retorted. It's nothing, I'm fine. Why are you still pretending at this time? Xia Chuanzu glared at her fiercely, and said a little angrily. If you are really okay, why are you sitting in this kind of place alone? Why don't you just walk back? Is it fun to let others think you are lost and missing? Seeing the other party's unfriendly tone, Yukino Shida's already bad mood worsened, and she retorted. Anyway, I don't need you to worry, I can walk myself. Then she placed her hands on the ground, looking like she was about to get up, but with just a slight movement, she suddenly felt a sharp pain. Ugh. So, Natsukawa Snowball instantly understood that she was being stubborn again. Then, disregarding her objections, he rolled up her trouser leg to inspect it. Under the flashlight's beam, her ankle was already swollen quite badly, and even without comparing it to the surrounding fair skin, it was clear that she was in a state of severe sprain. Is this what you call being okay? Natsukawa Snowball glanced at her coldly. This girl really doesn't know how to take care of her own body. This was clearly caused by overuse of her foot. It's likely that the sprain wasn't this serious when it first happened. Seeing that she couldn't argue, Yukino Shida simply turned her head away, not saying a word. What about other places? Are there any other injuries? No, Yukino Shida shook her head slightly. That's good then, Natsukawa Snowball nodded slightly. Since there were no other injuries, she probably hadn't encountered any wild animals. As for anything else, he was too lazy to ask further. Then, he reached out his hands, wanting to help her up. Bear with it a little, I'll go slowly. Yukino Shida seemed to understand his intentions, and she didn't refuse. Instead, she cooperated extremely well, grabbing his hands and struggling to stand up. After helping Yukino Shida up completely, Natsukawa Snowball first let her lean against a tree, then squatted down with his back to her. Get on, I'll carry you back. Yukino Shida seemed a little hesitant. Seeing that there was no movement behind him, Natsukawa Snowball pretended to be angry and said, Are you still worrying about nonsense at a time like this? Chapter 108. I didn't care, Yukino Shida immediately retorted. Snowball's summer doesn't believe her, and keeps urging, then hurry up, the test of courage is almost over if you keep dawdling. Seeing that the other party was so persistent, Yukino had no choice but to obey. As the Ice Queen leaned over, Xia Chuanzu clearly felt a warm and soft touch, and sighed in his heart, even the most aloof girl has a warm body. It was almost the same as the touch Kagaya gave him, the only difference was that Yukino Shida didn't lean on him completely, she simply grabbed his shoulders with both hands, while Kagaya leaned completely on him in order to hold hands with him. Therefore, it is indeed difficult to compare the differences between the two in certain areas. Because the other party was injured, fearing that she would pull on the wound when she exerted force, Xia Chuanzu simply put his hand around her back to support her body. Your hand. Yukino Shida seemed a little unable to accept it. Don't be verbose. This is to prevent you from falling. I really don't know what's wrong with you, why did you come here for no reason? Of course he had resentment, after all, he could have fulfilled his promise with Mahiru, but now he has to carry this idiot back, which is really frustrating. However, as he spoke, he suddenly remembered something, so he freed one hand and took out the panda pendant he had found earlier from his pocket. Hey, did you drop this? Yukino Shida showed an incredible expression, but then changed to a complex look. How did you find it? It's over there by the fence, I spotted it at a glance. Yukino Shida. No wonder she searched for a long time inside but couldn't find it. But then she discovered another important thing, could it be that, he discovered her thoughts. This, panda, I like it very much, I'm glad you helped me find it back. Of course I know, Xia Chuanzu said casually, after all, this was what he sent based on her preferences. Yukino Shida fell silent. But in the end, she leaned down and whispered, thank you. Hey, you're only honest at times like this, Xia Chuanzu complained again. Yukino Shida suddenly felt that this guy was so annoying. So hateful. So she gently hammered his back with her head and whispered, idiot. What? Xia Chuanzu couldn't hear clearly, but he always felt it wasn't a good word. It's nothing, A muffled voice still came from behind. Xia Chuanzu shrugged and didn't say anything else. Now that the person has been found, it is reasonable to inform the other search volunteers, so as not to waste their time and manpower. Therefore, Xia Chuanzu went to find Kagaya first. She had been sitting in the headquarters after finishing the game, giving orders, which was much more dedicated than him, the student council president who ran away to be lazy. "Student Sigagong, are you inside?" Xia Chuanzu knocked on the door and said. "Please come in." Hearing this, Xia Chuanzu decisively pushed the door open. Even the temporarily requisitioned student council headquarters has a reception room, but in order to save time, he didn't put down Yukino Shida Yukino, and directly carried her in to find Sigagong Kagaya. She was sitting at her desk, processing the opinions of the players while issuing instructions to the search personnel arranged through the walkie-talkie. Originally, when he learned about Sigagong Kagaya's condition from the student council handyman, he was a little puzzled. Thinking why Kagaya didn't go to rest after being injured herself and ran to the office. As a result, after seeing it with his own eyes, he had to admire her, and he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. There are many student council members in the second grade, but at this moment, she is the only one who still cares about the work, which shows that this family student council will be scattered without Kagaya. So he couldn't help but dislike a certain pink octopus head who only caused trouble. And someone was sneezing wildly somewhere because of this. Achoo! Senior Qianhua, do you have a cold? It shouldn't be, I always feel like someone is thinking of me. Oh well, it's your turn to play. Single 6. King Bomb. Thank you for your hard work, you are still busy with the student council at this time. Xia Chuanzu did not mention finding someone first, but first affirmed and comforted the dedicated vice president, and then slightly mentioned the person behind him. The missing classmate has been found, you can let the other members withdraw. Ah. Sigagong Kagaya originally wanted to shake her head and respond to her president's condolences, but the next second her attention was completely attracted by the girl on his back. What a beautiful person, no. The point is, why does the president have to carry her? Can't she walk by herself? President, this is... Even though she cared very much in her heart, Sigagong Kagaya still put on a very elegant and dignified appearance, and the soft inquiry seemed to be just showing a hint of curiosity about the matter. Oh, her foot seems to be sprained, it's very serious, so I carried her back, Xia Chuanzu naturally answered truthfully, there was nothing to hide. I see, Sigagong Kagaya felt relieved after hearing this. Although she still cared about her president's close contact with an unfamiliar beautiful girl, she also understood that this was not the time to be jealous, so she immediately suggested. The president must be tired after carrying her for so long, right? Hurry up and put this classmate down and take a good rest, I'll find someone else to send her back. Well, she is not jealous at all, and she also knows that the president is just kind-hearted. She obviously didn't care about this matter, but seeing the person in front of her showing an eager smile to them, or rather to her, she instantly understood the mind of this woman named Sigagong Kagaya. Get down from this man's back quickly. Obviously she doesn't look anxious, but she is actually as anxious as a house cat who sees her shovel officer running to a cat cafe. So she raised her eyebrows and was about to speak. No need, I'll be responsible for sending her back, Xia Chuanzu shook his head and refused. He naturally didn't think as much as the two of them, he just subconsciously felt that it was late after all, and Yukino Shida's foot was very badly injured. And to take into account both rushing and taking care of the injured would definitely require a careful person, but as we all know, boys are not worthy of having the careful personality, and girls are naturally weak, and carrying Yukino Shida on their backs may cause her greater harm, so after thinking about it, he decided to complete the escort mission himself. This guy is very awkward, if you find someone unfamiliar to help her, she will definitely scold me secretly. Yukino Shida Yukino couldn't help but immediately retorted, don't talk nonsense here. Look, she even scolded me directly, Xia Chuanzu didn't care, but instead shrugged at Sigagong Kagaya with a helpless look, as if to say. See, I didn't say anything wrong, right? Sigagong Kagaya was speechless. To be honest, she was very unwilling, even though this was the situation explained by her president himself, but it was precisely because of this that she was even more worried. Unfamiliar people help her, but she will scold you in return. Doesn't this mean that you two are very familiar? At least the relationship is good enough to scold each other without any problems. Sigagong Kagaya doesn't know much about the level of friendship between friends, but after thinking about it, the way the president and this girl get along is probably no different from her and Qianhua, right? After all, they can insult each other, and the most important thing is, she sometimes suspects that Fujiwara Qianhua has strange quirks, such as always liking to stick to her, and saying, "I like Kagaya-chan the most." All the time, which sometimes makes people have to doubt her orientation. In short, she cares very much. She cares so much. She can't wait to replace the president and send her off in person, or follow her to supervise their relationship. But she did hurt her foot, and if she is willful at this moment and doesn't take good care of her injury, she will lose the opportunity to contact the president all the time. So Sigugong Kagaya fell into a dilemma and couldn't help but start to worry. However, time is a turbulent river, carrying anyone forward but not giving them a chance to look back. She certainly hopes to wait and see, but Xia Chuanzu has no intention of doing so at all. "I'll trouble you with the student council's affairs, I'll send her back to the dormitory first and then come over to accompany you." This, okay, Sigugong Kagaya could only reluctantly accept it. "Then President, please pay attention to safety on the road, and don't be too forceful. If you feel a little tired, you must put people down first, just in case." Xia Chuanzu was stunned, thinking that he wasn't so unbearable, right? "Didn't he carry you through the whole content before?" "I know." As for Yukino Yukino, she didn't say a word the whole time. She was too lazy to care about this superficial woman, it was meaningless, it would be better to take a few more glances at the panda doll in her arms, she would feel better. Although sending Yukino Shida back to her dormitory and entrusting the responsibility of taking care of her to her roommate is a good choice, Xia Chuanzu is worried that she may not be able to get along with ordinary roommates because of her personality. If she forces herself again because of this, it will be a waste of effort, so he simply carried her directly to the infirmary first. He is quite familiar with the road here, because he had been here with Sigugong Kagaya before, so he found it without much effort. There is still no teacher on duty in the infirmary, so Xia Chuanzu simply settled Yukino Shida on the hospital bed first, and then went to find medicine to treat the injury. He is also quite familiar with treating foot injuries. Thanks to his rich theoretical knowledge and repeated personal practice on Xia Jichio Shiyu and others, he quickly collected all the things he needed. Yukino Shida seemed to have something on her mind. After sitting on the hospital bed, she kept silent, just silently observing the panda doll pendant. Xia Chuanzu felt that she seemed a little obsessed, but after all, this is also someone else's hobby, and he couldn't say much. "Take off your socks first," Xia Chuanzu reminded. "Huh?" Yukino Shida reacted instantly, and then looked at him warily. "What are you going to do?" "Of course I'm treating your injury, what else can I do?" Xia Chuanzu looked inexplicable. The snow girl's pretty face flushed slightly, but soon recovered. "I'll do it myself." "Of course you take it off yourself, I won't do it." Xia Chuanzu curled his lips, he didn't directly do it because he was worried about being misunderstood as a pervert. But what I said was, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." She suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. How can he be so indifferent? So her expression finally became more complicated, confused, annoyed. But the most important thing is, silently, the things that she had forced herself to forget in her mind now emerged one by one, obviously still like bubbles, but now she can't break them anymore. As the action on her hands ended, a pair of ankle socks was taken off by her and placed behind her. She originally preferred stockings, but considering that there may be a need for exercise, she changed to breathable short socks early on. Then she whispered, "Thank you." Now that she has made a decision, don't hesitate or regret it. Anyway, this is also what he actively asked for, she also wants to see if he is really as indifferent as he shows. Xia Chuanzu watched her take off her socks. Of course, not staring at the other party's movements like a pervert, just occasionally glancing to see if she was done. He naturally doesn't know what Yukino Shida is thinking, but afraid to say further, even if he knew, he wouldn't care and become flustered. Because in his opinion, the relationship between the two should be that of a patient and a doctor, how could he suddenly become infatuated and start turning green? Not to mention that he is not a jailer control in the first place, the key is that he has seen the feet of many girls, and never felt that there was any problem. In short, after squatting down in front of Yukino Shida, he began to seriously treat the other party's wound wholeheartedly. After a little inspection, confirming that there were no obvious wounds, only sprains and redness and swelling caused by excessive use of the foot, Xia Chuanzu understood. He first sprayed pain-relieving spray, and then soaked the towel in cold water and applied it to the injured area to reduce subsequent bleeding and swelling. Chapter 109. Unlike Kagaya's situation, Yukino Shida's leg injury was clearly more severe, but fortunately, it hadn't been long since it happened, so with proper remedial measures, she would recover quickly. Take this pain-relieving spray back with you, and spray it whenever it hurts too much. Natsukawa Snowball handed the pain-relieving spray in his hand to her, only to find Yukino Shida looking somewhat unwilling, so he had to put on a tough attitude. I know you're good at being stubborn, but don't be stubborn right now. After all, I can't take care of you over at the dormitory anyway. There will always be a time when it comes in handy, so take it. Then he forcibly shoved it into her hands. Just as he said, after returning to the girls' dormitory, if her roommates really didn't like Yukino Shida, this girl would definitely force herself again, and then this thing would really come in handy. But I still suggest you lie down and rest obediently. Natsukawa Snowball was still a little worried and continued to nag. In your situation, cold compresses alone are definitely not enough. You also need to apply medicine, and if you're still red, swollen, and in pain tomorrow, remember to apply a hot towel before applying the medicine, as this will help you recover better. Take all these medicines back with you. Don't worry about the school, I'll report it to the teacher. You just need to return them after you've used them up. Natsukawa Snowball thought for a while, still feeling unsure. How about this? I'll also take the liberty of asking for 2 days of leave for you, so you can just rest assured, and if there's anything else then just send me a message, and I'll find a way to solve it for you. He really understood Yukino Shida as a person, which was why he considered everything so seriously. Otherwise, this girl might still go her own way. To be honest, he even considered checking up on Yukino Shida's roommates, and directly using the student council president's authority to threaten them. You're exaggerating too much. Yukino Shida frowned, somewhat displeased. It's not like I don't know these things. But if you really knew everything, you wouldn't have gotten yourself into such a state, Natsukawa Snowball unceremoniously pointed out. Anyway, at this time, he had to put on a look of, I'll be angry if you don't listen to me. Regardless of whether this Ice Queen classmate still regarded him as a friend, as long as he genuinely showed her strong goodwill, this girl would definitely not be able to resist it. Just like Uehama, no matter how much you dislike it, as long as you stick to her unreservedly, even the most aloof Ice Queen will melt. So Yukino Shida fell silent. She felt unwilling, feeling as if the other party was treating her like a child, but then she thought that being taken care of in such detail seemed like a very happy thing. At least her original less-than-pleasant mood had indeed become much more cheerful. It was late, and considering the gender-related discomfort, after sending Yukino Shida to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, he entrusted her to the female teacher on duty. This time, the female teacher didn't flirt, but earnestly took on the responsibility of a people's teacher. Opening his phone to check the time, he found that there was very little time left until the end of the test of courage, so Natsukawa Snowball sighed and finally edited a message to Shina Mahiru and sent it. Sorry, things just got resolved, but it seems like it's too late. He had sent a message to Mahiru in advance when he learned that Yukino Shida was missing, telling her what had happened. He was still thinking about the subsequent wording, but Mahiru replied in the next second. It's okay, let's participate together next time if we have the chance. Smile. So Natsukawa Snowball pursed his lips, feeling even more guilty. Sorry, I'll make it up to you later. After all, she was an angel, so he could of course guess the content of her reply, but one thing was one thing, his own attitude had to be clearly expressed. It's okay, at least I know you didn't intentionally break the appointment, it was just unavoidable, right? She even added a comforting cat face emoji. So Natsukawa Snowball also replied with a wronged cat face emoji. Then the two of them started chatting like this. Originally, Natsukawa Snowball was going back to find Shinomiya Kagaya, but while walking on the road, he suddenly ran into an unexpected person. After squinting his eyes and observing carefully, Natsukawa Snowball fell silent, and then immediately quickly edited a message on his phone and sent it. Guess who I saw? Who is it? You. Shina Mahiru suddenly realized something, then suddenly raised her head, only to see a blockhead standing not far away waving at her non-stop. Ah, she exclaimed subconsciously, but then cheerfully trotted over. Why are you here? Shina Mahiru whispered. This was the area of the girls' dormitory, and there were no other buildings around. Even if you wanted to see the scenery, you wouldn't need to wander here, right? However, she didn't suspect that he had any ulterior motives, but just felt that being seen by outsiders might cause some bad misunderstandings after all. Fortunately, she was there to cover for him, so even if he was discovered, it wouldn't be a problem. Could it be that you came to find me? The angel's eyes seemed to be shining with joy. Could be. Natsukawa Snowball winked at her, as if hinting at something. Really? Shina Mahiru was naturally a little skeptical, especially with such uncertain words. But no matter what, the joy in her heart was real. Of course, she wouldn't show it so easily on the surface. I don't believe you. Natsukawa Snowball smiled without saying a word, just quietly looking at her. Having been with her for so long, sometimes a small action could tell him what she was thinking. Want to take a little walk? Natsukawa Snowball invited. He thought that Shina Mahiru should have already returned to her dormitory, but he didn't expect that she was still outside. What else could it be other than waiting for him? Okay, the angel naturally wouldn't refuse. But let's go this way, I found a good place before. Shina Mahiru pointed in a direction and suggested. Although going anywhere was the same, the important thing was to enjoy the process, but for them, finding a secluded place to take a walk without being disturbed was the best, and it could even prevent rumors from spreading. She was always so understanding. Natsukawa Snowball certainly wouldn't have any objections. After all, he was still the weaker party in terms of the breach of promise. Despite having the idea of taking a walk in a secluded place, the two of them neither deliberately chose hidden roads nor deliberately avoided pedestrians. They simply walked towards the good place in the angel's mouth. It didn't take long to reach their destination. This was the fourth time they had come, the lakeside located not far from the cafeteria. Natsukawa Snowball. What's wrong? Seeing his expression seemed a little strange, Shina Mahiru asked with concern. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, Natsukawa Snowball shook his head. I've just been here a few times before. You've been here too. Too bad, I often come here to sit, but I've never met you even once. Natsukawa Snowball suddenly felt as if a few drops of cold sweat had been left on his forehead. But then he thought again, why should he sweat? He hadn't done anything wrong, had he? At most, it was just chatting with a girl here a few times. Well, we're together this time, aren't we? Natsukawa Snowball comforted. Then, as if to cover something up, he actually took the initiative to reach out and hold the angel's hand. The scenery here is really good, let's take a walk for a while. The angel's face was red. Natsukawa Snowball didn't dare to look at her either. Please forgive the despicable me, angel. He prayed silently in his heart. Maybe Mahiru wouldn't immediately show it even if she really noticed something, but if possible, he still wanted to provide her with a pleasant mood. He understood that even if they had more intimate contact helping her blow dry her hair, or letting her sit in his lap, the act of taking her hand so proactively would still make her feel uneasy, and in this way, she wouldn't have much space to think about other things. So he was really despicable now. However, after they really started walking, his bad intentions completely dissipated. But what followed was another kind of thought. Speaking of which, this was the fourth time he had come here, but in reality, he had never really appreciated the surrounding scenery. How should he put it? He had never been very interested in these things, and even the words to describe beautiful scenery were very poor: tall trees, pretty flowers, very green grass. That's why he wasn't interested in it. After all, he couldn't be like those romantic poets who could casually write poems and make the surrounding girls scream. But even so, when he really didn't think about anything, just calmed down and enjoyed the time with the person next to him, he couldn't help but feel a little literary talent. Ah, what a refreshing scenery. So he could say something after all, Natsukawa Snowball thought. The process of walking with Mahiru was actually very ordinary. As neighbors, their relationship was already so close that they basically stayed together at all times except for not staying overnight at each other's houses. It could be said that they were so intimate that there was almost nothing they couldn't say. However, because of the forest school these days, they hadn't been in contact for long to avoid suspicion. And now that they had the opportunity, they naturally started chattering non-stop, as if preparing to spit out all the thoughts of these days at once. But even so, the content of the discussion was just some trivial campus matters that had happened these days. Mostly the angel was talking, and Natsukawa Snowball listened carefully while occasionally replying with a few words. The atmosphere was not lively, but it was warm. That's right. I suddenly remembered something. Wow, I get angry just thinking about it. I was so scared at that time, but you actually did that kind of thing behind my back. Ah. What? There were too many things. No, he shouldn't have done anything to let her down. I'm talking about that day, that day. It was in the cafeteria and then you chased me to the girls' dormitory that day. It's all your fault, you secretly contacted Rin and the others behind my back, even though I wasn't ready yet. Natsukawa Snowball scratched his head, finally understanding what she was referring to. That day, he and Eruri were eating in the cafeteria when they happened to bump into Mahiru and her best friend trio, then they had an argument over his affairs and then it came to him. After figuring out what happened, he ran to the girls' dormitory to comfort Mahiru, and after he was done, he also came up with a way to resolve their previous conflict, using Mahiru's phone to directly send the trio a message saying, "I want to talk about reconciliation." And then left. Because there were a lot of things going on recently, he didn't remember it for a while. So it's not like I was hiding it from you, at least I told you immediately after I was done. Natsukawa Snowball tried to explain, but seeing that the angel's expression seemed even worse, he quickly remedied. Speaking of which, I haven't asked you yet, how was the result of the discussion? At this time, he definitely understood that they had already reconciled, otherwise why wouldn't she talk to him about this? Besides, everyone was a good kid after all, the kind of person who would think about their friends. He was just asking to shift the focus of the topic. Sure enough, the angel quickly affirmed this point. Of course we made up, do I even need to say it? Haha, I'm just worried about you, Natsukawa Snowball said awkwardly, but he was relieved in his heart. Really? Shina Mahiru just glanced at him lightly. But, if you were really worried, you wouldn't have only remembered to ask me now, would you? Natsukawa Snowball immediately fell silent. He felt even more uneasy in his heart, wondering why today's angel was so strong. He could of course see that Mahiru was still a little angry, perhaps angry that he acted first without saying hello, directly providing both sides with a chance for peace talks without giving them a way out. Although he considered it to be good intentions, it was undoubtedly forcing her onto the stage for Shina Mahiru. Perhaps she wasn't ready to reconcile in her heart. Seeing his cowardly and admitting appearance, Shina Mahiru suddenly laughed. Alright, stop trying to look so pitiful, I'm not blaming you. Snowball Natsukawa thought to himself that this wasn't necessarily true. Aside from when they first met, when had she ever spoken to him in such a tone? He even suspected that something else might be the reason for Mahiru's attitude. For example, perhaps someone who saw him and Kagaya participating in the test of courage happened to mention it to Mahiru. Or something else led to her finding out about it. In short, she was jealous. But Snowball Natsukawa couldn't take the initiative to coax or explain anything to her. If she didn't know about it originally, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? In any case, playing dumb was the right move at this moment. The angel was, after all, an angel, so she probably wouldn't make things too difficult for him. And the subsequent development was indeed as he had expected. Shina Mahiru had just happened to remember the incident, so she scolded him a few times, but then gently warned him. In any case, you're not allowed to do things like that again, at least you have to let me know in advance. Chapter 110. So, Natsukawa Snowball nodded repeatedly in agreement. He completely understood that the angel Sama wasn't really angry at all. She was clearly putting on an act, just to chastise him a little, so he would remember not to hide things from her in the future. She wasn't the kind of unreasonable person who couldn't be reasoned with. In short, she was expressing she wasn't a little kitten to be played with. How cute. What's with that, suddenly looking at me like that? Shina Mahiru wrinkled her pretty little nose, wondering if she wasn't being fierce enough. But what if Snowball got angry if she was any fiercer? It's nothing, it's just, Natsukawa Snowball drawled out his words, then, under her unwavering gaze, continued meaningfully. I just think Mahiru is really cute. Wow! Shina Mahiru exclaimed, her cheeks suddenly turning red. Her restless little hands waved aimlessly. The hug pillow that always protected her was still at home, so she couldn't use it to cover her face and protest. Why you, don't say such things. But I'm just telling the truth. The distance between them wasn't far, so her heart was gradually filled with the urge to initiate a headbutt. The good thing was that her flushed cheeks wouldn't be seen. But the bad thing was that they would get even closer. But this wasn't at home, and if he could still see her face, she really wouldn't know what to do. Anyway, you're just saying pretty words, I'm ignoring you, so, she resolutely turned her head and strode off in the direction she came from without looking. She didn't want to stay here any longer, she wanted to go back to her dorm room. Seeing her extremely wavering steps, Natsukawa Snowball's lips curled up slightly, and he quickly followed. That won't do, I can't let you go alone. The Angel-san still turned her head to the side, ignoring him. On the way to sending Shina Mahiru back to the girls' dormitory, they met many people who were gradually coming out of the venue, mostly in pairs, and rarely saw groups of 3 or more. The test of courage was indeed over. The message received from Kagaya also indicated this: the list of all students who participated in the game has been compiled, none missing, no omissions. The venue has also been arranged for personnel to retrieve the arranged props and other facilities, which will take approximately 20 minutes. If the president has the leisure, he can also come to the office to inspect their work. Natsukawa Snowball thought carefully for a moment, feeling that there were no problems, so he edited a message and replied. I won't go to inspect, since you have already arranged it, Kagaya, then let's do it that way, I believe in your ability. After confirming that the other party had received it, he breathed a sigh of relief, but a strong sense of shame immediately welled up in his heart. His most capable deputy was working tirelessly to complete the work, while he, the idle president, was constantly dating various girls. Let alone the originally proud Shinomiya Kagaya, even if it were anyone else, they would definitely throw a tantrum. The more Natsukawa Snowball thought about it, the more guilty he felt, but at the same time, he was secretly grateful that his deputy was Kagaya. It was really great. Because she was truly an outstanding genius. She picked up any skill very quickly. There was no need to mention her administrative abilities. Just the fact that she was still an electronic novice a few days ago. But now she could skillfully type and send messages, was enough to illustrate her learning ability. It was precisely because he understood this that Natsukawa Snowball had never underestimated her. Even when he first challenged her with preconceived notions, he had gone all out. Even playing a little trick had only issued the challenge a few days before the exam, and before that, he had already reviewed his lessons with all his might to prepare for an easy victory. But in the end, he only managed to defeat her with a slight advantage and win the top spot in the test. After that, he repeated his old trick, constantly practicing and repeatedly challenging her in various fields. Even when he encountered various failures, he was not discouraged, but transformed them into motivation for the next challenge. This was not only to attract her attention, but also to show his strengths and charm, so that he could successfully confess at the crucial moment. However, ironically, he himself gave up all his previous efforts due to excessive pressure, and even thought of resigning from the student council to leave everyone, just like he had done after each failure. It wasn't until he met Kata-san that day that he finally realized the relationship between boys and girls didn't necessarily have to be a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, it could also just be a normal good friend relationship. So, after that, he began to act willfully, no longer deliberately avoiding those former crushes, but treating them as just girls with slightly special personalities. At most, he would add a small prefix to the names of these girls, those who had once rejected his confession. But he didn't think this was anything shameful, because now that he thought about it, the feelings he had at that time might not have been genuine. Perhaps it was just because he had found emotional support in an unfamiliar world, and he couldn't help but want to rely on them and get close to them. If he had really succeeded, it might have been true pain for both parties, gradually discovering in the process of getting along that the other person was not what he had imagined. By that time, perhaps all the good feelings might have turned into fierce hatred because of the separation. That would be the greatest harm to both parties. So, he was now extremely grateful that he had been rejected all along, so that one day he could understand this truth and truly calm down and look at these girls who truly appeared in his world with genuine feelings from the bottom of his heart. Kagaya, it's so good to have you helping. Overwhelmed with emotion, he couldn't help but edit this message. Perhaps he just wanted to express his feelings, but he accidentally sent it. He thought that perhaps it would be better to delete it, but the next moment he thought, never mind, just leave it like this, Kagaya will understand what I mean anyway. He had always had complete trust in this woman who had provided more than half of the assistance in his student council career. He also had to be honest, Shinomiya Kagaya was really super useful. So, he couldn't help but send another message: you've worked hard, go back and rest early. Then he put away his phone and walked towards his dormitory, humming. He was in a good mood today, so he couldn't wait to explore the emotional status of his roommates. Those three guys, their behavior of selling him out earlier was really infuriating. He would get something out of them today no matter what. Natsukawa Snowball thought to himself. Tonight, someone was destined to have a sleepless night. Shinomiya Kagaya was naturally one of them. As early as when she received the message, "Kagaya, it's so good to have you," from Natsukawa Snowball, she was already stunned. Everything else that followed had become irrelevant. The specific manifestation was that all the subsequent coordination work was completely forgotten. She didn't even care that her maid was calling her name with a frown. Everything had become meaningless. Her mind was only thinking about one thing. Ai-chan. The president finally confessed to me. Huh. This time it was Hayasaka AI's turn to be stunned. But she just thought about it for a moment and felt that this was unrealistic. That obviously playboyish and hateful student council president, could he really do such a stupid thing? He should be able to catch this mere silly and cute young lady without using any tricks. Just like he did before. Thinking of this, Hayasaka AI suddenly realized something and quickly asked her young lady, "Kagaya-san, did Natsukawa-sama confess to you in person?" So, Shinomiya Kagaya handed over her phone, emphasizing the message sent by the other party. Look here, look here. What else could this be if not a confession? So, Hayasaka AI frowned and leaned over, and then she saw at a glance the means that she didn't even consider to be a slight trick, and then she reminded her in an earnest tone. "Miss, is there a possibility that, the president just thought you were working hard so he was comforting you?" She didn't even dare to use any overly harsh tone. But Shinomiya Kagaya, who was head over heels in love, wouldn't believe her words. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is clearly a confession, okay. Hayasaka AI. Hopeless, her young lady was really hopeless. When Natsukawa Snowball returned to his dormitory, the other three roommates had already taken showers. At this moment, they were lying on their respective beds, chatting about what happened tonight. Unsurprisingly, they were definitely talking about girls. "Why are you back so late?" Seeing him push the door open and come in, Hikigaya Hachiman stuck his head out and looked at him in confusion, but Natsukawa Snowball just waved his hand and said. "Let's not worry about that for now, anyway, don't stop, I'm also curious about what you guys did today." He casually grabbed a hug pillow, stuffed it into his arms, then sat down on the floor, clenched his fists with both hands, supported his chin, and put on a posture eager to eat melons. He had already heard their voices in the corridor. It wasn't that they were too noisy, but the entire corridor was buzzing with excited voices coming from different rooms. This also proved that the so-called test of courage was never the most interesting thing, but rather the night talk after it was the most fun moment. After all, eating melons was human nature, especially since these three were still friends who were on good terms with him, so he was naturally very curious about the love stories that happened to them. "So, the president is also very interested. I thought you would be more avoidant of this." Tanuma Tsubasa didn't expect it to develop like this, and was rather surprised. "What do you take me for? No matter what, I'm still a mentally healthy male high school student, right? People who hang out with boys but completely don't participate in discussions about girls or even avoid such topics are either extremely perverted men or people with mental problems or different orientations. Which category does he look like? I'm a serious person who likes cute girls. Don't talk nonsense. I can prove that." Hikigaya Hachiman also raised his hand and nodded repeatedly. "No, President, you misunderstood, I just thought, because the President's WOM. Cough rumors are many, so it would be more difficult for you to personally admit who is your true love, there is absolutely no other meaning." Tanuma Tsubasa quickly explained. Huh? What rumors? Speaking of which, he had only known Tanuma Tsubasa for the past few days, but because they got along well, they immediately became good friends, but at this moment, he also felt that the other party's impression of him was a bit too outrageous. Since a friend who already knew him saw him like this, what about the people who were closer to him? So, Natsukawa Snowball looked at Shirogane and Hikigaya, but found that their eyes were a little evasive. Really? Did even they think so? He felt that his head was a bit big. The people he was closest to all thought so. Wouldn't those who weren't very familiar with him be even more distorted and imagine his interpersonal relationships? The so-called dignity of the student council president was probably replaced by strange things a long time ago. Tell me the truth, anyway, you must tell the truth. And no matter what, I won't blame you, that is to say, is it, could it be that you also think I'm a scumbag or something? Then, in the next second, he saw that Hikigaya guy turned his head to the side. Shirogane had a hesitant look, only Tanuma Tsubasa inexplicably showed a very admiring expression. How could that be, President? I actually think the President is very amazing. Really, I'm not lying. Even Shinomiya-san, that proud, ice princess, can be taken down, simply a love saint. Natsukawa Snowball opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. But he suddenly realized that wasn't there still a student council member next to him? Shirogane could definitely clarify the misunderstanding for him. This is definitely slander. Right? Shirogane can definitely testify for me, right? The result was that, contrary to his expectations, Shirogane Miyuki looked a little hesitant. Probably, perhaps Shinomiya-san should just be mistaken, right? He really couldn't tell whether it was true or false. How could he pay special attention to the interactions between Natsukawa Snowball and Shinomiya Kagaya during his daily work? Although the scenes he recalled seemed to show that their interactions were indeed closer than others. This could also be attributed to the job duties of the student council president and vice president, right? Natsukawa Snowball, What do you mean probably a misunderstanding? It's simply a huge misunderstanding, okay. It was clearly because he didn't want to be seen as a detestable scumbag that he made a point of maintaining a completely devoted persona when pursuing every girl. He even did it with the mental preparation of potentially hurting other girls. But now he's being told that all of this was completely pointless. That's not how it's supposed to work. What about Hachiman Hikigaya? You should be able to see things clearly, right? He believed that with this guy's meticulous observation skills, he would definitely be able to see everything clearly and restore justice. So, under his expectant gaze, Hachiman Hikigaya hesitated slightly before speaking. That's why I said you were overdoing it, you should have restrained yourself a little, been more secretive, or something. Hikigaya Hachiman, you told us to tell the truth. You said you wouldn't get angry. You can't go back on your word. This was probably the first time he had been so assertive, and he even specifically pulled in the other two as accomplices, so he could share the responsibility. Okay, right, you're right, I'm not angry, I can't be angry, Natsukawa Snowball said, pressing a hand to his violently heaving chest, feeling waves of heartache. Chapter 11. His closest buddies had all said so, what else could he do? After standing there for a while, he finally couldn't hold back his frustration. He grabbed a bath towel and stormed out of the room. Where are you going? Don't do anything stupid. He really felt sorry for him. It was supposed to be a time to comfort him. But just as he was about to get up and check on him, the door opened again, and Snowball Natsukawa stood expressionlessly in the doorway. Bath. After saying the word slowly, he walked back into the room, grabbed his pajamas, and left again without a word. Leaving the three people in the room looking at each other. By the time Snowball Natsukawa returned to the dormitory, his anger had completely dissipated, although he wasn't really angry to begin with. He was just annoyed that all his efforts had been in vain, so he wanted to dispel the frustration in his heart by taking a bath. Of course, he still had to get the gossip, or he would have lost $1 billion. Hurry up, it's your turn. If you don't say something today, I won't let you sleep. You're being too demanding, Hachiman Hikigaya complained, but was immediately glared at by Snowball Natsukawa, who was already lying on his bed. Let's start with you, Hachiman. Huh? What's there to say about me? About you and Yui Yugahama, Snowball Natsukawa naturally didn't give him any face, and even revealed her name. Don't forget, I'm the student council president. I've handled all kinds of partner request lists. Hachiman Hikigaya couldn't hide it this time, and the other two also turned their heads to him, their eyes shining as if to say, quick, talk about you. It's not what you think. He still wanted to quibble, but the others were already sitting upright. Snowball Natsukawa quietly moved closer to him and patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. If you don't want to be mistaken for a guy who's only interested in boys or a silent pervert, you understand, right? Hachiman's eyes widened suddenly, and he struggled, but then he realized that what he said seemed to be true. After all, he had thought about Saika no. How did he know about this? Was he that obvious? In the end, he succumbed because he couldn't resist. There's nothing special, it's just she wanted to participate in the test of courage, but didn't want to go with someone she didn't know, so she asked me to help. Hachiman said sullenly, but the next second he saw the others give him a knowing look. Really? That's all? There were no other factors at all? Really? Even in this atmosphere, even when you were at the venue, nothing happened? Love topic. How could anything happen? Reality isn't a light novel. Seeing his strange appearance, Snowball Natsukawa understood this guy was definitely hiding something. But he wasn't a particularly cruel person. Knowing that he was shy, he naturally wouldn't pursue it any further, but said in a helpless tone, "Well, at your pace maybe I should remind Yokohama to be a little braver." Huh? Hachiman Hikigaya immediately turned his head and looked at him in disbelief. Could it be you? No. What are you talking about? What do you mean by remind? Don't talk nonsense. Seeing his flustered appearance, Snowball Natsukawa felt satisfied and simply ignored him. Hey, you, make yourself clear, what did you instigate her to do? Hachiman couldn't rest assured. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't interfere with other people's love preferences, it was clearly Yokohama who came to me, she wanted to ask about you, so I kindly told her some information, don't blame me for everything. Snowball Natsukawa naturally refused. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to matchmake couples. He just accidentally discovered in his daily life that these two guys really had eyes for each other, so he provided some help at the right time. Huh? But even so, you can't just tell her about me, right? After all, it's my privacy. Am I that kind of person? Snowball Natsukawa rolled his eyes at him, and then explained again. I just said a little about your hobbies, what kind of light novels you like to read, things that you can find out if you just observe a little carefully. But. Alright, Hachiman, be quiet, don't make so much noise, or the dorm manager will come and we won't be able to chat. Seeing that he had basically resigned himself to his fate, Snowball Natsukawa stopped paying attention to him, just said a light sentence, and looked at the next person. So Hachiman Hikigaya didn't yell anymore, thinking that since he had been exposed, he had to get enough gossip from the others to make it worth it. So he also turned his gaze to the next person, Miyuki Shirogane. This guy's love life is simple enough, so let's just treat it as an appetizer. The remaining heavyweight is the gossip he wants to seriously understand. On this point, Snowball Natsukawa thought exactly the same as him, and immediately said, next is Shirogane, I believe you must have prepared a story, right? Huh? Story? No, not really. As for me, everything went pretty smoothly. Oh. Tell me the details. Well, she accepted the invitation, and the date went pretty smoothly. Miyuki Shirogane tried to recall the details of what happened before. Although we encountered a lot of difficulties, we finally solved all the game's riddles, and finally got the Medal of Courage and various small accessories. That's it? That's it, Miyuki Shirogane nodded. Everyone. That doesn't sound like it went smoothly at all, does it? Hachiman Hikigaya subconsciously retorted, and the other two nodded. That's right, Shirogane, even I don't think this can be called a smooth date. The person who replied was Tsubasa Tanuma, the guy who was completely clueless about romance before the training camp started. At this time, shouldn't something unusual happen? If it's just solving puzzles, passing levels, and clearing the game, then what's the point of the test of courage? Huh? Is that so? In a sense, that's true. Everyone present, without exception, wasn't an experienced player in the field of love, but rather a novice with possibly not so rich theoretical knowledge. However, when giving advice to their friends, they transformed into love masters. At this time, there should be some special plots, right? For example, a girl who is usually dignified and generous, but runs into your arms for comfort because she is frightened or because she is afraid of ghosts, she keeps her eyes closed and doesn't dare to look around, but can only pull on your clothes or grab your arm, and then lean on you the whole time. The one who gave the opinion was still Tsubasa Tanuma, this man who was unusually active on love topics. In short, no matter what the reason, there should be an affectionate atmosphere, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be any different from a normal date, would it? His understanding wasn't unreasonable, although the details were a bit exaggerated. However, the definition of making progress should be like this. Of course, it's not to say that it must be like these, other things that can enhance the relationship between each other are also possible, like Hachiman Hikigaya actually started to help out. After all, this guy had read a lot of light novels, but he suddenly stopped talking halfway, and didn't say another word for a long time. Seeing that the others had all looked at him and were patiently waiting for the rest of the sentence, he had to bite the bullet and say, like caused by various unexpected events, and then finding that they have been holding hands all the time, and it's too late to let go when they realize this. In short, as long as it creates an enchanting atmosphere, that's enough. Snowball Natsukawa was shocked. He was happily eating the gossip, but suddenly captured a strange piece of information from Hachiman Hikigaya's words. Let me interrupt. You just said holding hands because of an accident. Don't tell me you guys weren't holding hands the whole time when you were at the venue? Huh? How is that possible? We're not elementary school students, how could we hold hands because we're afraid? Don't lump us in with you. Snowball Natsukawa, who had suddenly been attacked, felt a burst of pain, but he was obviously more concerned about another thing. If it wasn't necessary to keep holding hands the whole time when entering the venue, then why did Kagaya remind him to do so? What exactly is going on? Seeing Snowball Natsukawa's shocked expression, Hachiman Hikigaya didn't pay attention to him anymore. Of course, he didn't continue to speak either, since he had already said what he wanted to say. I see, although everyone's speeches weren't particularly long, Miyuki Shirogane felt that he had benefited a lot. In other words, as long as you create some accidents and make things less ordinary, you can make the date go more smoothly. Huh. But this way of saying it? Sorry, maybe I didn't express myself well, Miyuki Shirogane added again. In short, that's about what I mean, I already understand the true meaning of it. Thank you very much for your help. My problem has been solved. To express his gratitude, he even stood up and bowed to the others. No, it's nothing, Hachiman scratched his head embarrassedly. You're welcome, Shirogane, we're friends, Tsubasa Tanuma also spoke to comfort him. Only Snowball Natsukawa, after a long time, came back to his senses and responded in a daze, oh, it's good that it's solved. Well, let's go to the next one. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat the gossip at all, but the information he had just received was too shocking, so he subconsciously delved into it. But under the gaze of the others, he gradually recovered. Then he took a deep breath and said slowly, sorry, I was thinking about something just now and got lost in thought, I'm fine now, let's continue. The atmosphere was strong now, and everyone was involved, so he naturally couldn't be an atmosphere destroyer. He forcibly suppressed his thoughts, preparing to find the person involved later to investigate. As for me, there is actually a little progress. But I don't know if it counts. The one who spoke this time was naturally Tsubasa Tanuma. This guy didn't have the slightest hesitation or embarrassment, and even felt like he had been looking forward to it for a long time. It doesn't matter, just pick the places where you think there is progress and talk about them. It would be even better if you could add some details. The others encouraged him. According to the conclusions drawn from the last night talk, it seemed that this guy's emotional situation was the most turbulent, except for Snowball Natsukawa. Of course, and it was also the most worthy of gossip, so everyone had the same thoughts, they didn't want to miss it at all. Well, let's start with before choosing a partner. Tsubasa Tanuma paused, and then continued. This matter is a long story. In short, with your help, I also began to suspect that there might be someone among that group of girls who really likes me. So I started to take action. A few days before the test of courage, I deliberately wandered in front of their small group. And then occasionally revealed a piece of information. I don't want to be randomly partnered according to the student number. I really want to participate in the test of courage with a cute girl like that, and wait to see if anyone will invite me, because they are basically all people who study very well. And then someone invited you? Hachiman asked curiously, thinking that this guy was indeed a popular person, and it was so easy for a girl to come. No, actually no one paid attention to me at all, Tsubasa Tanuma shook his head. Okay, I misunderstood you, I'm very sorry. Hachiman's heart was filled with apology. What's wrong? Seeing Hachiman suddenly lower his head with a strange look, Tanizaki Tsubasa asked in confusion. Natsukawa Snowball just glanced at him casually and understood what he was thinking, so she immediately said, it's nothing, you can continue, don't mind him. Okay, Tanizaki Tsubasa nodded, and then continued. Although no girls paid attention to me at the time, a male classmate came to me. Latour couldn't continue to participate because he was going to volunteer with his girlfriend, and he was originally my friend, and according to the student number, he happened to be my partner for this test of courage. Then I was left out, but I didn't really care at the time. After all, the student council would help arrange me later. But this matter seemed to be known by those girls, and then one of the girls found me and said, "Anyway, you don't have a partner and you're going to be left out. Why don't you come and join us, be responsible for clearing the way and doing the hard work for us? After all, it's more convenient to have a guy to pass the checkpoints. Isn't this what I wanted at the beginning?" So I immediately agreed. Everyone. Is that even allowed? Tanizaki Tsubasa's experience is too rare, and things are so coincidental that it's like they were arranged. But whether it's a real coincidence or some other reason, exploring those girls' views on Tanizaki Tsubasa is their key mission. Then who invited you this time? Is it the same one who asked if you had a girlfriend before? His road to love can't be called bumpy, but in a sense. It's like a detective novel. The process of finding out whether there is a culprit and how many people committed the crime is very interesting, so the strategists are also racking their brains. It's another one. Tanizaki Tsubasa shook his head, but then immediately added. But the girl from before was also there, standing next to her. So everyone looked at each other, feeling a headache. Leaving aside Shirogane Miyuki, he was originally participating as a student. And it was mainly Hachiman and Natsukawa Snowball who provided advice, but even they, with their rich theories, felt that this matter was very tricky. A asked Tanizaki Tsubasa if he had a girlfriend before, but then B invited him to participate in the test of courage. Doesn't that mean they're both using each other as shields? But it's unlikely that both girls like Tanizaki Tsubasa, right? It's not that this guy isn't worthy, but they subconsciously feel that in a small group of only girls, if one person takes the lead in expressing their love for a certain guy, then the other girls, no matter what, absolutely cannot make a move on that guy, because this is a tacit rule. And if you break the rules, you will be expelled from the team. In severe cases, it may even develop into school bullying. Therefore, the possibility that both people like Tanizaki Tsubasa is ruled out. They are not covering for each other. What happened after that? Did you participate in the test of courage with one of them? Or have you participated with both of them separately? After all, he himself was going to do this at the beginning, but for various reasons, only his team with Kagaya completed the final clearance. That's not it. Tanizaki Tsubasa immediately shook his head. He clearly wanted to say something, but suddenly put on a hesitant expression. Actually, I kind of snuck in. Snuck in? Yeah, Tanizaki Tsubasa nodded slightly, affirming. Of course, it's not accurate to say I snuck in, should say I participated in it openly. Of course. This wasn't my suggestion. It was one of the girls who said it because the notice issued by the president didn't say that multiple people weren't allowed to team up, so I just joined them both to act together. By having one person invite me and the other invite her, we can achieve a 3-person group. Hachiman even turned his head and looked at Natsukawa Snowball, the student council president, with a puzzled look, as if asking with his eyes, "Is that even allowed?" Then Natsukawa Snowball had to return a look that said, "Don't ask me, how could I have guessed that there would be such an operation?" Chapter 112. But this wasn't the key point, so they didn't dwell on it. And then? The rest is pretty simple. Tadanuma Tsubasa began to reminisce again. At first, I really was just the one leading the way, like they said, with the two of them following behind me. But as we walked, the three of us started walking side by side. And then, as we walked, they would occasionally get scared and jump into my arms or grab my arm and not let go. So this happened to you, kid? No wonder you were able to give your opinion so confidently earlier. But that's not enough, is it? It's impossible to tell who it is. Did anything else happen? Yes, a lot of things happened one after another. Like people getting lost or disappearing. Oh, right, one thing that impressed me the most was when I saw a ghost ahead and subconsciously turned around to pull them away. But I accidentally fell and ended up knocking them both to the ground. The others. You sly dog. What happened then? What were their reactions? Their reactions, it seemed like there wasn't any reaction. I thought I was going to get scolded, but in the end, neither of them said anything. Well, I myself didn't know what to say. He was actually very helpless. He wanted to use this opportunity to test the waters and see who liked him or had feelings for him, but he tried for a long time and couldn't figure it out. Instead, he ended up doing a lot of bad things. Alas, he just wasn't good at this sort of thing. So Tadanuma Tsubasa looked at Natsukawa Snowball, the person he saw as a love saint, hoping he would generously give him some advice. And Natsukawa Snowball didn't disappoint, actually saying something, in my opinion, no reaction is the biggest reaction. What's the reasoning behind that? Based on my personal experience, anyway if they don't care or don't like you, they would definitely start attacking you, this silent pervert, with all sorts of tricky language, at least you definitely wouldn't escape being called a pervert. After all, this was his own experience, so he looked very confident when explaining it. But if they like you or have feelings for you, they would most likely remain silent at this time. One reason is that they are too shy to speak first, the second is that they vaguely have expectations for the situation to continue developing. Because girls are generally very reserved. Even if they really want something, they will pretend not to care for various reasons, and finally, reluctantly, accept it after being pushed around. What you need to do is learn to distinguish what they really don't care about and what they are pretending not to care about. As for this matter, it's obvious that they are pretending not to care. That's why they acted like it was nothing and didn't need to discuss it. In reality, it's because they were too shy to speak. Therefore, there are only two possibilities. 1. Both of these girls like you. But because of various reasons, they didn't show it in the group, so they could get along peacefully. 2. Only one of the girls likes you. And the other knows about it, which also shows that the girl who likes you's little secret is already known in the group, and the others are purely covering for her. Therefore, the measures you take later are very obvious. Carefully, preferably secretly, observe the daily behavior of these two girls. Once someone behaves very differently from usual, such as being easily distracted, then she is very likely to have been affected by this incident. That is to say, she is the true culprit who likes you, I mean the girl who really likes you. Natsukawa Snowball affirmed righteously. Betting on his reputation as the student council president, this reasoning will never be wrong. Okay, I will do as you say, President. Hope shone in Tadanuma Tsubasa's eyes. He had always held the senior Natsukawa Snowball in great respect, because the other party was a man who had dated all sorts of cute girls, broke up with them in the end, but still made them miss him. Among them was even Shinomiya Kagaya, who was known as the Ice Princess. How strong was that love ability? In his heart, he was like the god of conquest. In short, he trusted Natsukawa Snowball very much, especially after adopting the other party's suggestion before. He found that his luck with girls seemed to have improved, and he had become much more confident. So what are the specific measures? Should I apply to the teacher to move to the back of the classroom? It seems easier to observe there, and do I need to prepare binoculars specifically? With it, I can observe others from a super long distance without being discovered, or should I bribe the people around them? Let them provide me with information. This guy became more and more excited, and all sorts of endless ideas popped up, making everyone dumbfounded. No. Don't do that. Don't do anything deliberately. Because like this, right? Doing this might alert the enemy. So don't take any action casually, just be normal, keep a normal mind. He didn't expect the other party to be so active, and he had even thought of all sorts of ideas. The previous ones could still be implemented. But the latter ones were completely terrible ideas. If he wasn't careful, he might become a stalker, and even need to call the police. He never thought of instigating his friend and classmate to become such a person. In short, don't take any action randomly, just pay a little attention at ordinary times, Natsukawa Snowball instructed again. Yes, I understand, as if understanding the seriousness of the matter, Tadanuma Tsubasa nodded with a serious expression. Since the president said so, he would do so. Anyway, the president would never be wrong. Confirming that he had completely listened, Natsukawa Snowball breathed a sigh of relief, and the matter was considered over. Then, does anyone have anything else to add? After all, it's still early. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. President, what about your own situation? Although we probably don't need to help you with advice, on the other hand, to be honest, we are all very curious. President, who do you like the most? How long did you date her? And what caused you to break up in the end? Tadanuma Tsubasa was still the first to speak, and the other two were too shy, but they also stared at him closely, as if expressing their agreement. So Natsukawa Snowball fell silent. Who did he like the most? How long did they date? What caused them to break up? When did this happen? Why didn't he have any impression? Didn't every pursuit of his end in failure? But this, could it be? In the rumors about him, he was actually a scumbag who dated many girls and then abandoned them. What a huge misunderstanding. Even until just now, he had always thought that among the rumors about him, the most was the rumor that he had ambiguous relationships with many girls, suspected of dating. Originally, he thought that since so many rumors had been spread, it was better to prove his innocence with actions than to clarify each one. Because he couldn't possibly be dating every girl, right? No one could openly be on 2 or even multiple boats. But now he understood that in the eyes of others, his indifference was like admitting it, clearly fueling the flames of the rumors. So it had evolved into the current situation, was considered a great love saint who had dated many girlfriends and still made each one miss him after the breakup. Damn it. No wonder he always felt that Tadanuma Tsubasa had a subtle respect for him, which he previously thought was awe of his student council president status, but now he thought about it, it was clearly because he admired his love ability. No, that's not it. I think there's a huge misunderstanding here. Actually, I don't have. However, it seemed that even God was preparing to stop him from telling the truth. The door of their dormitory was pushed open. I can hear you guys arguing in the hallway. Are you going to sleep or not? The teacher checking the dorms had arrived, and it was even Natsukawa Snowball's acquaintance Hiratsuka Shizuka. Oh. So the student council president is in this room? In that case, then the crime is doubled. If I come back later and find that you haven't gone to sleep, all of you will run 20 laps on the playground downstairs. Did you all hear that? Yes, teacher. Except for Natsukawa Snowball, the others were obviously unwilling, after all. They had finished talking about their own affairs, but the most worthy gossip in their eyes had not been revealed, so how could they be satisfied? However, their thick thighs couldn't twist the superwoman known as the Iron Fist leftover woman, so they could only give up. Keep your voices down. Don't disturb others. Yes, teacher, everyone was helpless, thinking that the loudest voice was clearly yours, teacher, right? But they all nodded obediently and crawled back into their beds. That's more like it, Hiratsuka Shizuka nodded in satisfaction, then said something like, I really don't understand, why do boys of this age have so much energy to vent? Even the girls are like that. After that, the room suddenly became quiet, without a sound. But less than a few minutes later, the door of the room was opened again. Suddenly, the light from the hallway shone on the person who came, projecting a grinning devil at the entrance of the room. TCH, they're really all asleep, what a pity, I wanted to find some fun. The devil looked around and found that everyone was indeed lying peacefully on their beds, and then nodded in satisfaction and left. So the whole room fell into a long silence again, until at one moment someone's not very heavy snoring sounded. Then it became one after another. Natsukawa Snowball couldn't remember when he fell asleep, or perhaps didn't sleep at all. In his memory, he seemed to be troubled by what his friends had said in the end all night. He also understood for the first time what his true image was in front of everyone. Honestly, his thoughts were very complicated. On the one hand, he somewhat hated the him that everyone imagined. This stemmed from the value viewpoints cultivated in the last century, but in reality, in Japan. It seemed that such a person would never become an object of exclusion by everyone. On the contrary, he would be quite popular precisely because he was so excellent, he could be favored by so many, and also very excellent, girls. As for those good weird students who never communicate with people and always go alone, such people who seem to be indifferent to the world will become objects of exclusion or even bullying. They even have their own indecent title, gloomy man. But for Natsukawa Snowball, he had never felt it. No, perhaps he had such moments before, but at that time he was muddle-headed and didn't care about anything. Until he met the heroine. For the first time, his eyes could only accommodate them, and everything else seemed to be irrelevant to him. Then slowly, because of his own actions, he successfully broke away from such a role, until now. He hadn't noticed it before, just doing it, but now that he recalled it, his every pursuit wasn't all bad. At least it was as if he had obtained byproducts that were actually rewards in the process of pursuing the heroines. He made himself better and more able to adapt to society. He learned to cook, and even cooked very well. He improved his academic ability, and even got the first place in the grade. He also exercised his body and strengthened his physique, etc. Not to mention other things, such as cultivating patience and tolerant personality, which are latent things that are not easy to show. He did become better and more excellent because he met these heroines. This alone can show that effort is rewarded, but the direction of the reward may not be what he expected. Of course, from the current point of view, the point of becoming good friends is also a good result, that is, it did reward but not completely. In short, he was still very satisfied with his current situation. So he also had a second thing that required him to put in a lot of thought. His friends, specifically female friends like Mahiru and Erori, did they know that he had so many strange rumors about him? If it were ordinary people, he would believe they understood, but in the case of people like Mahiru and Erori, who were clearly involved parties, surely others wouldn't be able to ask her so openly. Were you dumped by Kakeru? Right? Of course, the specific wording wouldn't be exactly as he imagined it, since the truth was that they dumped him. If they had said it themselves, there wouldn't be such rumors now. So, since that's the case, it means they haven't received this kind of information from others. But being in this academy, news will inevitably be heard to some extent, and what he cares about is just how far that extent has gone. Is it the kind of extent that they would just laugh off, or the kind that has clearly reached the point of shaking their trust and making them suspect he has ulterior motives? And most importantly, did they know about this extent of information before he confessed to them, and did this extent influence their answers to his confession? This is the ultimate reason why he thought about it for almost an entire night, causing him to be unable to sleep. For Mahiru, this situation shouldn't exist. But for the upperclassmen and Erori later on, it's very likely to occur. Especially starting with Erori. Because she is someone who is very easily influenced by the outside world. If she rejected his confession back then because of this reason, he would be truly speechless. After all, he seems to be acting like he doesn't have that much desire now. Acting like being friends is good enough, but that's because he has been trying his best to play the role of a friend when he's with them. But if possible, how could he not hope to go further and become that boyfriend? Indeed, his so-called like in the past did have other things mixed in due to changes in the environment, but that doesn't mean those likes from earlier were fake. Especially after spending some time with them, those like emotions slowly solidified, turning into love for the person in front of him, and the emotions in his heart were no longer ethereal. So, the choice comes: should he ask Erori and the others if they rejected his confession because of the rumors, or pretend that nothing happened and continue to get along with them? The former naturally has a very low probability of getting the answer he once hoped for, but if not, wouldn't the relationship that the two of them had repaired be potentially messed up again? So you still have such thoughts about me? I'm sorry, we really aren't suitable to be friends anymore. Wouldn't everything be over if he was answered like that? This is the second time. It's the kind with absolutely no way back. He certainly doesn't want to take the risk again. After all, the previous example is right there. Of course, the most important part of the reason why he is leaning towards the second option is that he has found himself somewhat accustomed to having their figures around him during this period of time. If he suddenly starts dating someone at this time, then in order to ensure his devotion, he would naturally have to maintain a distant attitude towards everyone else like he used to, but can he really do that now? He would never have doubted himself before, but now he is clearly starting to hesitate. Since he is hesitating, it means that there is a possibility that he cannot be devoted. Even if that possibility is small, it is an undeniable gap. If external forces cause that gap to continue to widen, something might happen one day. At that time, it would be a heavy blow to the person he is dating and to everyone else. Therefore, he must, and has no choice but to be more certain of his heart. Just one night of settling down is not enough for a group of energetic high school students to escape from the afterglow of the test of courage. Even the next morning, they are looking for various opportunities to share what happened to them last night with their friends. Listen to me, actually yesterday I... Really? Are you really together? Hey, don't be so loud, I'll be embarrassed. Taking advantage of the test of courage, many people did achieve their wishes, but more students were not so lucky to get together with the people they liked, so they mostly just played the role of ordinary participants, or rather onlookers. Listen to me, actually yesterday in the venue, I saw the president and Senguji. Eh? Are you kidding me? Is it behind someone's back? Yes, and even so, they held hands the whole time, like a pair of idiot lovers. But, I clearly saw the president with a blonde girl last night. Could I have seen wrong? Eh? You saw the president too? But I clearly saw the president carrying a girl with long black hair on his back. Of course, I initially thought it was Senguji, but then I thought that Senguji always ties her hair up. So I thought that might just be a girl who got lost in the venue. Ah. But, I did see the president and Senguji. Could it be that you saw wrong? After all, Senguji also has black hair, maybe she let her hair down last night for some reason. Is there really such a possibility? Chapter 113. Eating melons is indeed human nature. Originally, it was just a private discussion among a small group, but because the information obtained was too shocking, the voices involuntarily became a little louder, which attracted many eager people around. Normally, upon seeing unfamiliar people approaching, they would definitely stop the discussion. However, because the target was always the student council president, whom everyone was very interested in, everyone surprisingly reached a consensus to continue eating melons. So, judging from this, the president went on dates with at least 3 girls yesterday. That's not right, is it? That shouldn't be possible, right? There's not enough time at all, and I think one of them was just found by the president by chance after she went missing. But you can't be sure that she has nothing to do with the president, right? You can't say it like that. Then let's say the minimum, which is 2, still acceptable. No, even if we say the minimum, it could still be 3. Because actually yesterday, I ran into Sheena and the president together. Eh? But Sheena, isn't she the blonde girl he mentioned just now? No, that's not right. I remember now. The girl I saw yesterday didn't really look like Sheena. Because her hair color was brighter, and Sheena is more petite. But the most important thing is that Sheena usually has shoulder-length hair. But the girl yesterday had pigtails. Is there a chance you saw it wrong? After all, hairstyles can be changed temporarily. Wow. Don't underestimate people, okay? Hairstyle is just one of the characteristics. The key is that I'm just nearsighted, not blind. I definitely wouldn't be mistaken. Okay. Stop arguing about that. Let me summarize first. In short, the president was suspected of dating 4, at least 3 girls last night, right? What kind of Superman is this? Satisfying 3 in one night? The president is too resilient. As expected of the strongest ex-boyfriend that girls can't forget, the president is really awesome. Students are generally quite concerned about the affairs of campus celebrities. In addition, Xia Chuanzu has long been burdened with countless scandals and rumors. Therefore, students who are interested in the topic of who his real sweetheart is have long made various predictions about what might happen in this test of courage. As a result, after collecting various information from all over, they still came to a shocking answer. Their student council president, Xia Chuanzu, actually dated 4 girls during this test of courage. Good heavens, what kind of time management master is this? If it were before, they might have thought that those scandals were just rumors, but after yesterday, most of them would have to consider the true gold content of these scandals. The most important thing is that this is just the answer that a few of them came to. If they gathered more strength, they might be able to find out more details. But after thinking about it carefully, they still felt it was better to forget it, and not to ask students from other classes to cause additional trouble. Of course, this doesn't mean that they admitted defeat. Or were afraid of being blamed or retaliated by Xia Chuanzu after making a big deal. After all, it had happened before. Someone accidentally talked about the rumors about the student council president in front of him, but he just lightly replied. The clear are clear themselves. That's why they dared to talk about this matter so openly in the classroom today, and Xia Chuanzu himself probably didn't expect that his attitude of ignoring it actually increased other people's desire for knowledge. And even if it wasn't out of respect for Xia Chuanzu, they would have sent specialists to track and report on the student council president's every move on campus, and even off campus. Speaking of which, why is the president so late today and still hasn't come to the class? Did something happen? Could it be that the teacher heard some news and caught the president to question him? Idiot. We just discussed these things, how could the teacher catch someone in advance? Then I don't know, it can't be that the president couldn't sleep because of what happened last night, and then overslept today, right? You think the president is you. To be honest. The girls should be the ones who can't sleep, right? And I have a feeling, there will definitely be a bloody storm in the days to come. When the results come out. Don't mention how many girls will be sad, and at that time. We can watch the show. Watch your big head. Of course, take advantage of the situation. You deserve to not find a girlfriend. But you haven't found one either. Seeing that the two were about to fight, several people next to them rushed over to persuade them, forget it, big brother, forget it. Different from the lively situation here, in another corner of the classroom, a certain angel who was only mentioned last was looking depressed. Why hasn't Zoe come to class yet? It's rare that I saved a good seat for him. The simple her doesn't know yet that the students in the class are betting less and less on her. After a burst of rapid alarm clock sound, Xia Chuanzu finally woke up from his sleep. Perhaps because he stayed up for too long, he slept particularly deeply this time, and also had a very long dream. In the dream, he and who? And, what did he do? He clearly just woke up, but he forgot in an instant. But he didn't really care, because it was just a dream after all. Even if he dreamed because of real things, it was just a fantasy. The important thing is how to make a decision in reality, although he still couldn't figure out what he should do. But he had been trying very hard to think of a way out, so hard that he didn't sleep all night, and stayed up until it was time for class without falling asleep. In the end, he only came back to his senses under Bikigu's surprised gaze, so he asked the other party to help him ask for a leave of absence for the morning, and that's why he had this period of time to catch up on sleep. But in death, he was forced to sleep, not only to prevent himself from being absent from the subsequent courses again, but also to calm his mood, but now that he was awake, his brain began to operate frantically again. As if he had instantly returned to the state of last night, really didn't know what to do, perhaps because he was in this mountain, no matter what he couldn't find the most suitable way, and even thought, perhaps he should try to discuss it with others. After all, brainstorming is always better. But unfortunately, he definitely can't tell too many people about these things, at most there can only be one or two knowers. And they must be people who know him well, and who can definitely keep secrets, and on this basis can also make suggestions that are helpful to him. Based on the above conditions, such people are really too difficult to find. After multiple screenings, only Bikigu Baada and Jiaring Hui may be able to take on such a role, but the former, Bikigu, is clearly an absolutely dedicated person. That guy also has his own unwavering persistence, with his half-hearted mood to face the other party who is pursuing the real thing. Maybe he won't get the answer he wants, and even may make it unpleasant, and in the end the two can't even be friends. He naturally doesn't want to add more annoying things, and he doesn't want to bear such consequences. Then in this case, the only option is Jiaring. If it's her, she should be able to understand. No, wait. Why? Xia Chuanzu suddenly became confused, feeling empty in his heart, as if something was missing. But what needs more attention is we? Why does he think Jiaring can understand him? Clearly Jiaring, as a girl, shouldn't she be the most disgusted with his wavering scumbag mood? If what he cares about is just the confusion about whether to ask the girl he once pursued why she rejected his confession, he believes Jiaring must be able to give good advice. Just like she could see through his weakness and save him from the brink of collapse, she has such observation skills, but this time the key point is no longer on that level. That is what he cares more about, but also difficult to say. As long as it is a girl will, yes, no matter who. As long as it is a girl, they will definitely reject him, a person who is wavering and can't determine whether he can be dedicated in love. Anyone who hears his thoughts, scolding him first, and then breaking up with him is completely possible. Even Saint Hui is right, it's better to say that precisely because it's her, she is most likely to scold him and be willing to help him. Correct. But he can clearly feel in his heart that his mood at this moment is very different from before, just like he could resolutely pursue someone without being courteous to others. Now he can also be very sure that he can't leave anyone alone. If he wants him to give up, unless there is one possibility. They actively choose to leave his side. And it can't be other reasons, it can only be this one reason: they have fallen in love with someone else. Then at that time he will definitely not be an untimely disturber. Yes, that's right. As long as such a result can be ushered in, then he can end their relationship only by hurting himself. Therefore, he only needs to maintain his usual way of life, maintaining a not too close or too distant attitude, until they find someone they like. After figuring out his way out, Xia Chuanzu closed his eyes again, but then suddenly opened them, and his originally confused eyes began to become firm. After catching up on sleep in the morning, his energy has basically recovered, and it is naturally no problem to support a normal afternoon activity, and now he stood up, took off his pajamas and prepared to put on his student uniform. At this time, a burst of crisp knocking sound suddenly rang outside the door, and Xia Chuanzu opened his mouth without thinking, just come in directly. He naturally didn't have the mind to pay attention to who was coming back now, his mind was still thinking about how he should treat the people around him in the future, should he maintain his usual self? Or should he use a more universal standard? Friend mode. However, he doesn't pay attention to others don't pay attention to him. The person who came in looked at him naked, wearing only a pair of underwear, and was stunned. Aya. Shina Mahiru covered her eyes with both hands, and her expression suddenly became shy. She came to visit Xia Chuanzu, without telling anyone in advance except for greeting the duty teacher at the guard room. In the morning, she originally thought that Xia Chuanzu just accidentally got up late, but in the end he didn't come for the whole morning, so she couldn't help but worry. In addition, during the break between classes, she could always occasionally hear slight words like, "President." "So awesome." "Test of courage." And so on, and subconsciously felt that Xia Chuanzu was exhausted because he was busy with the test of courage, after all. Such things had happened before, so she really couldn't rest assured and chose to come over to visit at noon, and also brought a nutritious lunch by the way. As a result, she suffered a great visual impact as soon as she entered the door, which caused her to be confused now, and even her speech was not smooth. Why are you, Zoe, only wearing a pair of underwear?" Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, and it was a female voice, the most important thing was hearing it in the boys' dormitory. So Xia Chuanzu immediately came back to his senses and turned his head to look in the direction of the person. His eyes met Shina Mahiru, who was secretly observing him through the gaps in her fingers. So should he say good afternoon first? Xia Chuanzu thought. Why is Zoe only wearing a pair of underwear? Shina Mahiru said shyly, and seeing that he had not moved for a long time, she felt even more that she didn't know where to put her eyes. Anyway, put on your clothes quickly. Hearing these words, Xia Chuanzu's originally somewhat confused thoughts finally came back to his senses. He quickly took his student uniform and put it on, and then began to greet the angel lady. Why did you come here? Don't you have an outdoor class in the afternoon? Unlike him, the angel's daily routine has always been very regular, going to bed early, getting up early. If there are no accidents, she will also take a proper nap after lunch, but this time she appeared in his dormitory. Oh right. This is still a boys' dormitory, how did she have the courage to come in? Come to visit you, Shina Mahiru said softly. She couldn't recover from the impact just now for a while. It can only be said that her little hands are still too small, they can't completely cover her eyes. Right, I also brought you a bento. After saying that, she raised the bento box in her hand and shook it gently to indicate. Although it wasn't made by her own hands, the love heart on it was also painted by her personally after entrusting the kitchen maid, full of blessings for the other party's body to get better soon. But now it seems that this idiot is clearly very energetic. Even there is, dame. Can't think wildly anymore. The image from earlier flashed in her mind, and Shina Mahiru's face threatened to turn even redder. She quickly shook her head, hoping to banish the strange scene from her thoughts. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The more she tried not to remember, the clearer the image became. Guh. I see, thanks, Natsukawa Snowball nodded, acknowledging her. He, of course, didn't notice her squirming, or rather. He didn't attribute it to her seeing him nearly naked. After all, given their relationship, accidentally running into each other half-dressed was a common occurrence, except he usually had his pants on. This time, he just hadn't had time to change. Let's go to the cafeteria, I'll grab the lunchbox, Natsukawa Snowball said, walking towards her. This was still the boys' dormitory, after all, and Mahiru seemed a bit uncomfortable. Naturally, he wanted to consider her feelings. However, suddenly, increasingly loud footsteps echoed from the hallway, heading towards their room. Shina Mahiru panicked, as if facing a formidable enemy. What do we do, Snowball? Natsukawa Snowball blinked, wondering what she meant. He was about to ask when. The angel dashed towards him and dove into his bed. Had just gotten up and hadn't had time to tidy the bedding. Natsukawa Snowball was stunned by her rapid series of actions. There was no need to hide, was there? Before he could warn her, the door to their room was pushed open again, and a figure appeared in the doorway. I brought you food, oh. You're already up. He had been worried about Natsukawa Snowball's near-death appearance that morning, but he had recovered so quickly. I'll just leave this. He was about to put down the lunch, but his eyes landed on the conspicuous, bulging shape under the blanket near Natsukawa Snowball's feet. It was so obvious that someone was hiding inside. He glanced at the exquisite lunchbox on the floor and fell silent for a moment. Then, his lips twitched, and he looked at Natsukawa Snowball with a strange expression, as if saying, "You never cease to amaze me." Natsukawa Snowball shrugged, first displaying helplessness, then responding with a look that said, "This has nothing to do with me." Hikigaya Hachiman scoffed at his response, but he didn't say anything. He picked up the lunchbox and said in a deliberately exaggerated tone, "Since you're up, go to the cafeteria yourself, I'll eat this lunch." His voice was loud, as if afraid someone wouldn't hear him. Natsukawa Snowball readily responded, "Okay, I'll go myself, thanks for the thought." They exchanged another glance, and Hikigaya Hachiman retreated from the room as he had come, closing the door behind him. After waiting for a while, until the footsteps completely disappeared down the hallway, Natsukawa Snowball looked at his bed, crouched down, and gently said, "You can come out now, Mahiro-chin." Chapter 114. A muffled sound came from inside the blanket. Natsukawa Snowball was immediately puzzled, thinking that the other party hadn't heard him clearly, so he simply reached out and lifted the blanket. "Don't!" Shina Mahiro exclaimed, reaching out to grab the blanket, but she was a step too late. So, from Natsukawa Snowball's perspective, the angel was like a mischievous child, acting spoiled and seeking a hug after having her blanket snatched away. Natsukawa Snowball blinked, then chuckled softly, "Do you want me to help you up?" When they were at home, Mahiro would occasionally doze off on the sofa, and when he called her awake, she would be in this state, looking at him with hazy eyes and reaching out her hands, looking really cute in her dazed state. "No, don't look at me." The angel's eyes were hazy, as if dyed with mist. The weather had warmed up, and even wearing the summer uniform, she would occasionally feel a little hot. Now it was midday, and being trapped in the blanket had caused her to sweat slightly. But that wasn't the main issue. The most crucial thing was that just now in a moment of nervousness, she had hidden in the blanket, and her whole body was enveloped in Snowball's scent, which had stirred her heart. In short, to sum it up, the angel, who was always pure and lovely, now had a charming and seductive appearance, making one's appetite stir. This was a bit bad, Natsukawa Snowball thought, especially since this was in the boys' dormitory, which couldn't help but lead to wild thoughts. "Cough, then get up yourself." Natsukawa Snowball quickly stood up, then took a deep breath, slightly bent over, and walked towards the bathroom. I'll go wash up first." He needed to cool down a bit. By the time Natsukawa Snowball came out of the bathroom, Shina Mahiro seemed to have returned to her original dignified appearance, but her cheeks were still a little flushed, making her particularly lovely. "I'm ready, shall we go to the cafeteria?" Natsukawa Snowball suggested. Shina Mahiro looked hesitant, but, "We might run into other people on the way." She was naturally a little hesitant, after all, this was in the boys' dormitory. She had originally thought that no one would return to their dorm during lunch break, as it was too troublesome to run back and forth, but she had just encountered someone, and now she couldn't help but worry. It wouldn't be good if someone saw them, it was fine if she came alone, it wouldn't matter if she was discovered, but if she was seen walking with Snowball, it might spread bad rumors about him again, right? She naturally hoped to be with him, the closer they appeared in the eyes of others, the better, but she didn't agree with it being forced by some scandal or rumor, because she yearned for a more genuine and heartfelt love. But the most crucial thing was, just hear tea together eat," Shina Mahiro said weakly. She had her own little thoughts, but if they went to the cafeteria, wouldn't her plan fall through? "Then I'll do as you wish." Natsukawa Snowball didn't think too much, and didn't notice the word "together" that she had said. After all, the bento box in his hand looked like it was only for one person. However, he was surprised for a moment after opening it, it's so full. Normally, it would only be about 2/3 full, but today's portion was particularly large. It could be said that it was completely filled, which caused a lot of sauce to stick to the opening lid, and the entire rice-filled area was a mess, only vaguely showing what seemed to be a pattern. Ah, it's all messed up. Shina Mahiru couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. It was the first time she had mustered the courage to draw a pattern on the bento box. Although she originally wanted to get away with it by saying that it wasn't a homemade bento, but now the pattern was completely messed up, making the bento look very rough. Even if it wasn't made by her, it still looked very unsightly. It's okay, it's good even if it's messed up. Anyway, it's going to be eaten, Natsukawa Snowball comforted, then casually picked up a squid sausage with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was not bad, but he always felt that it was a little different from the usual bento. The taste was lighter. Did you make it? Natsukawa Snowball asked doubtfully. Shina Mahiru shook her head. Of course not, where would I have the time to make a bento? The facilities here were not as convenient as at home, not to mention that the lunch break was only an hour. How could she have the time to make a bento by hand and bring it over? Natsukawa Snowball then recalled his situation, and then suddenly realized something. What about you? Have you had lunch yet? Not yet, Shina Mahiru shook her head again. Really, Natsukawa Snowball thought. Mahiru was still too concerned about him. She was so anxious to bring him lunch before she had even eaten lunch herself. Let's go to the cafeteria. I can't let you go hungry, Natsukawa Snowball frowned. We can eat together at the cafeteria. No, no need. Shina Mahiru quickly waved her hand to refuse. And moreover, the bento has already been opened. If we go to the cafeteria, it might get cold, and eating cold food is not good for the stomach. Eating with Snowball was of course good, and it would be under everyone's attention, but she obviously wanted another kind of treatment. If you really feel bad then. Just feed me a little something, Shina Mahiru mustered her courage to say. She had finally said it, this was her ultimate goal, and she had even only brought one pair of chopsticks for this. Natsukawa Snowball was stunned, then a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He looked carefully at the chopsticks in his hand that he had just used, and suddenly hesitated. If you don't mind. He thought it would be better to wash the chopsticks first and let her use them first, but Mahiru had already said so. If he refused, wouldn't it seem like he cared too much? What if she misunderstood that he disliked her? Then. He carefully picked up a fried meatball and brought it to the angel's mouth. Ah! Shina Mahiru's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes felt like they were starting to become misty again. So she quickly closed her eyes. She gently bit off the food that was brought to her mouth, swallowed it, and then stuck out her small tongue, slightly licking the oil stain on the corner of her lips. Then she reacted and let out an embarrassed wail, goo. Natsukawa Snowball's mood finally became more subtle, and then he unhesitatingly picked up another side dish. Another one? The angel lowered her head slightly, making a faint sound. After repeating this for a while, the angel finally got used to it a little. Her cheeks weren't so red. And she dared to look directly at the other party with her head slightly raised, but what she saw was Natsukawa Snowball's enthusiastic appearance, looking at her with anticipation in his eyes. She finally couldn't help it, she felt like her head was suddenly disconnected, and she became at a loss. I am going back. She couldn't stay any longer, and she knew very well that if it continued like this, something might happen, but she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the person she liked. So she ran out as if fleeing. Natsukawa Snowball subconsciously stretched out his hand, but still couldn't hold her back. She ran away, he murmured. Looking at the bento box in his hand, he suddenly felt like he wasn't so hungry anymore, but after staring at the chopsticks in his hand for a few more times, he felt very hungry again, so he picked up a squid sausage again, and then put it in his mouth without much hesitation. It was clearly the same thing, but tasting it at this moment had an imperceptible sweetness, which was fascinating. So, he started to taste it bite by bite. The taste was really good, he wondered when he would taste it next time. Natsukawa Snowball had a faint expectation in his heart. It's hard to hold back in various senses. JPG. Natsukawa Snowball naturally did not miss the outdoor class in the afternoon. When he arrived at the classroom, many people greeted him, and occasionally a few active people specifically asked him about the courage test event last night, but he smiled and perfunctorily brushed it off. Because he was concerned about what happened at noon, Natsukawa Snowball consciously began searching for the angel's figure. But he didn't expect that she had been avoiding him, and even ran into her several times, but she ignored his eye contact by chatting with the people next to her. Seeing this situation, Natsukawa Snowball could only sigh helplessly and chose not to bother her anymore, giving each other some time to calm down. Of course, the most important reason was that after today, the forest school activity that had lasted for nearly a week would be completely over, they would embark on the journey home. And then there would be a relaxing weekend, and as neighbors, they had such and such close relationships, even if she wanted to hide, the angel couldn't hide anywhere. As expected, the afternoon class ended quickly, and the students of the entire grade returned to Shuchen Academy one after another on the bus. And then dispersed after the grade director's speech, either in groups or alone, and embarked on the road home. So Natsukawa Snowball simply took out his mobile phone and sent Shina Mahiru an invitation to go home together, but he received a refusal reply in the next second. "I'm going out with friends today, let's go together next time." Looking at the message in front of him, Natsukawa Snowball fell into deep thought. In order to take care of Mahiru's idea of not wanting to expose that they were neighbors, he rarely invited her to go home together. But she would never refuse every time he invited her, only this time she refused very quickly, so quickly that he couldn't help but start to reflect on whether he had done too much at noon. But at noon, Mahiru also looked like she was eating very happily. Anyway, he himself was feeding her very happily, because the angel was really super cute. And her body was also small, and when she was being fed, she was like a soft and cute squirrel, making people want to put her in the palm of their hand and play with her. Although it seemed like he was being hated now, Natsukawa Snowball believed that this should just be because Mahiru felt a little embarrassed, so she couldn't face him for a while, and maybe it would be fine after a while. And thinking about it from another perspective, he could completely treat the time when Mahiru was hiding from him as a reward for his solo time. After all, he hadn't acted alone for a long time. Of course, this sentence was not saying that Mahiru was annoying and clingy, but just that boys, no matter what, occasionally need some days to act alone. Today, at least tonight, is a great opportunity. First of all, go to the bookstore. Because he has been too busy during this time, he has missed several issues of various new publications, like novels, manga, etc. and various magazines. Maybe this should be skipped. After all, Mahiru doesn't know when she will check again, and he doesn't want to embarrass himself, and besides, magazines are no longer popular now, it is better to use a mobile phone. Secondly, there is food. It seems that many new stores have opened around, and he and Mahiru have basically not eaten out since they made up. Now is the right time to explore the stores. Then there are various kinds. Natsukawa Snowball thought for a while, feeling that it didn't make sense for him to think about plans temporarily. It would be better to just take action. After all, it was still early now, there were still several hours before dinner time. He didn't need to start thinking about what to eat at night, maybe he would suddenly get interested on the way, and after figuring this out, he picked up his luggage and bag, first went back to his house, changed into some lighter casual clothes, and then went out again. The school dismissal time in Japan is quite early, even high school students can usually go home before 4 o'clock, but most students will choose to participate in some clubs or something. Or more motivated students will choose to stay at school to study or participate in various tutoring classes. In general, what kind of life you choose completely depends on yourself, and you are also responsible for the consequences. For Natsukawa Snowball, since he met the heroines, he had never experienced being active outside of school at this time, and he felt a little novel at this moment, until he came to the bookstore he used to go to, and his relaxed mood suddenly became melancholy again. On the brightly polished glass window, appeared an eye-catching and beautiful girl. Fair and smooth forehead, skin that could be broken by a blow, a delicate and upturned nose, cherry blossom-like pink lips, and a pair of gorgeous wine-red eyes, and that lazy but not lacking in a cold temperament that keeps people away. Who else could it be but Kasumigakake Yutaha? Natsukawa Snowball suddenly felt a burst of trouble, then quietly took another step. Wanting to leave here silently while the other party's attention was all focused on the book, who knew that the other party seemed to sense something and looked up, then stared at her blankly. Hello. Natsukawa stiffened and greeted her. He understood that he was now being targeted by a hunter and had no way to escape. Yutaha Kasumigakake didn't say anything, but propped her cheek with one hand, staring at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, her mouth silently forming words. Come in, Junior-kun. So Natsukawa resigned himself to walking into the store, casually picking up a light novel titled XX Senpai, Please Don't Tease Me, before sitting down next to Yutaha Kasumigakaka amidst envious glances from the people in the store. However, after sitting down, the two of them didn't exchange a word, each engrossed in flipping through the books in their hands, as if they didn't know each other at all. After quite a while, Yutaha Kasumigakaka took a deep breath, slowly closed her book, and stretched languidly, revealing her impressive figure. However, Natsukawa didn't react at all, as if his attention was completely focused on the book in his hand. Yutaha Kasumigakaka wasn't annoyed, and even simply changed her posture, leaning sideways with her cheek propped up, to observe him in a more convenient position. She was very patient, thinking that since she had run into him by chance, she should properly repay him for his coldness towards her these past few days. Chapter 115. Natsukawa Snowball considered his willpower to be quite strong, but when faced with the scorching gaze from his older female upperclassmen, he found it somewhat unbearable, and after holding out for a long time, he finally succumbed. "Senpai, could you please stop staring at me? People around us are misunderstanding us as a couple." He couldn't see the people inside the store behind him, but he could catch a glimpse of passers-by outside the window from the corner of his eye. Their curious or envious gazes were quite piercing. However, what messed with his mind the most was the occasional mother-child duo passing by, their innocent shouts of "Mommy, look, it's a couple of lovebirds," made him so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a pyramid out of the ground. How are all the little kids so precocious these days? Japan is doomed. It's okay, it's not like it's the first or second time, just consider it a trial from society. Kohai-kun, Kasumigakaka Yutaha looked at him with a smile, not caring about what others thought. To her, if it weren't for the excessive demands, such a misunderstanding would have become a reality long ago. Where would the later things be then? Besides, is being mistaken as a couple really a disadvantage for Kohai-kun? Kasumigakaka Yutaha leaned her pretty face forward, and a pleasant fragrance, like orchids and musk, immediately wafted over. Natsukawa Snowball leaned back a little subconsciously, increasing the distance between them. "You know, I don't mean it that way," Natsukawa Snowball sighed. "This woman is always like this. She clearly has no feelings for him, but she always likes to do things that will make others misunderstand, as if watching him blush and be at a loss makes her feel happy, which is very embarrassing." He was unwilling to actively interact with her too much, often because of this, and of course, there were other factors as well. Kasumigakaka Yutaha. She is largely a selfish person. She is only willing to put her heart into things that she believes are beneficial to herself, but in reality, most people are like this, so there is really nothing to criticize her for. After all, she is not the kind of bad person who would harm others because of this. Except when it comes to Eriri, these two seem to be natural rivals. When he pursued Kasumigakaka unsuccessfully and then turned to pursue Eriri, Senpai would often jump out to interfere inappropriately. At first, he was so naive that he thought she couldn't bear to see Eriri gain happiness. But later he thought, how could that be? Senpai probably just felt that if he succeeded in pursuing Eriri, then he would no longer be able to provide her with various conveniences like helping her with her novel research or providing nutritional lunches. The specific situation may be more complicated, but it should be about the same for him, so later they had a huge conflict. Although they reconciled in the end, this incident has been deeply buried in his heart like a shadow and cannot be dispelled. Why is Senpai here? As a third-year high school student, your courses should be more demanding, right? Natsukawa Snowball tried to change the subject, and also wanted to remind her you should pay more attention to your studies, don't always take pleasure in teasing your kohai. How does Kohai-kun know that I'm not studying? I'm clearly in a bookstore. If you consider reading this kind of book as a form of study, then I have nothing to say. Natsukawa Snowball pointed his finger at the book in front of her, which was called something like The Loyal Dog Training Manual, thinking that if this is called studying, then there are probably very few people who don't study. However, facing his rebuttal, Kasumigakaka Yutaha became more interested. There's no way around it. After all, Kohai-kun also knows that while I'm a high school student, I'm also the youngest beautiful girl light novelist. Oh. Who praises themselves as a beautiful girl? Natsukawa Snowball retorted, but he wouldn't deliberately deny it either. This is, after all, a fact. Kasumigakaka Yutaha naturally ignored him and continued to say to herself. I also know the importance of studying, but I don't want to lose the title of beautiful girl light novelist, but since someone is unwilling to help me with research, I have no choice but to draw inspiration from other people's works. Could it be that this is his fault? Natsukawa Snowball naturally refused to admit it, and immediately retorted. I'm also very busy, school field trip, student council, I'm not idle all day long. Then that means, after hearing this, Kasumigakake Yutaha's eyes suddenly lit up. Kohai-kun is willing to help me with research whenever you have time. Natsukawa Snowball suddenly felt like he had been led into a trap, but now he couldn't say no. Well, if I really have time, it's naturally no problem. The less contact he has with senpai, the better, but it would be too pitiful to always reject her, and of course, he would feel bad about it. Then let's not delay, how about tomorrow? It's the weekend, and there's plenty of time. Tomorrow won't work, I have something to do. Natsukawa Snowball immediately shook his head and refused. He had already promised Erori to tutor her on the weekend. And the day after tomorrow won't work either, I have something to do then too. Kasumigakake Yutaha's eyebrows immediately raised, and she even felt a hint of anger. What does she mean? She clearly said she would agree if he had time, but when asked, he's not free at all. She's clearly fooling her, right? Seeing her like this, Natsukawa Snowball immediately understood what she was thinking. After all, they had been together for a long time, and they naturally understood each other to some extent. No, you misunderstood. I'm not going through the motions, I really don't have time these 2 days. This gradually calmed senpai's emotions. However, in reality, Kasumigakake Yutaha was still very dissatisfied. After all, her so-called research was just a disguised invitation for a date, but now she suddenly heard that an adulterous cat had already started acting before her, and she was naturally very worried. Especially since the date location that the other party chose was in her own home, how could she feel at ease? That mere golden retriever loser, to actually be able to do this. Tutoring, sounds quite interesting, how about I join too? After all, my grades. Let's stop there, I can't just bring you to Erori's house without her permission, that wouldn't be polite at all. Natsukawa Snowball shook his head decisively. Group study would indeed make the atmosphere better, but who is the other party? Kasumigakake Yutaha. The person who is almost a lifelong enemy of Erori, bringing her to Erori's house is just asking for trouble, right? Don't let the war spread to him. TCH, Kasumigakake Yutaha clicked her tongue, and finally could only choose to give up. In reality, she didn't have much hope to begin with. All she could do was pray and bless her kohai not to be eaten clean. But she's still so angry. He pushes back her invitations every time, but when facing that golden retriever, he rushes to help. Could it be that her kohai is an extreme flat chest lover? But when he was pursuing her, he didn't look at her chest any less. Thinking about it, she still doesn't understand why this guy always looks at her, this ultimate beauty that is rare to see in a century, with a look of disgust, as if she is some kind of flood beast, which is so annoying. No, she has to show more of her charm. In that case, let's set the research time for next weekend. Kasumigakake Yutaha thought, then her eyes narrowed, as if threateningly. Don't say you're not free next weekend either, Kohai-kun. It shouldn't be. Natsukawa Snowball hesitated and shook his head. He hadn't made any appointments that far in advance. Then it's settled, Kasumigakake Yutaha nodded in satisfaction. Yeah, Natsukawa Snowball also nodded slightly, then continued. Since it's settled, then I'll go first. Where is Kohai-kun going? Senpai still didn't want to let him go. But after all, they haven't seen each other for a long time, and she misses him very much at the moment. I happen to have some time too, let me accompany Kohai-kun a little bit. Don't even think about running away, my Kohei-kun. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't, and he was even pestered by senpai. Natsukawa Snowball was naturally a little unhappy. The long-awaited solo time was suddenly gone, and he could see what would happen next. However, even so, he could only accept it silently like a company slave who was helplessly raped by life, without any resistance. Senpai, don't you have any place you want to go? Natsukawa Snowball said helplessly. After leaving the bookstore, the two of them had been wandering aimlessly on the street. Kohai-kun can decide for himself, after all, I said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Kasumigakake Yutaha's eyes flashed with a sly light. I'm here to accompany Kohai-kun, oh. If I wasn't carrying the books you just bought, it would be more convincing. Natsukawa Snowball was even more helpless. According to the plan, he should have stayed in the bookstore for at least a while. But now he was forced to leave there. His intention was to get out of Senpai's sight, but he didn't expect her to cling to him and treat him as a porter, which was just too much. I really want to thank Senpai for her kindness, but I'm not the kind of rabbit who will die of loneliness without someone to accompany me, and more importantly, with Senpai accompanying me, I can't move freely. Can you understand that? Natsukawa Snowball tried to reason with her, expressing that he would rather be alone now, but after all, he was facing Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Oh, so Kohai-kun is going to do something inconvenient to share with others. No wonder you were alone in the bookstore just now. Were you planning to buy something for self-stimulation? Kasumigakaka Yutaha winked at him. That's definitely not the case. I just went to see if there were any interesting new light novels. Natsukawa Snowball quickly retorted, no matter what, he would never go to a bookstore with such a large flow of people to buy erotic books. Wouldn't it be better to find a more remote store? It's okay, Kohai-kun, no need to rush to explain. I can understand. After all, Kohai-kun is also a healthy boy, more or less has various needs. Kasumigakaka Yutaha paused, then pretended to be mysterious, moved closer to him, leaned over and whispered. However, compared to those worthless impurities, there are better choices, right? For example, if Kohai-kun begs me properly, it's not impossible to provide you with some nutritious and delicious side dishes, oh. After speaking, she gently blew air into his ear. Suddenly attacked, Natsukawa Snowball was startled and almost dropped the bag of books in his hand. Are you crazy? Suddenly doing this kind of thing? What's wrong? I just said too much in one breath, just breathed a little. Natsukawa Snowball knew that he couldn't play with this woman after all. As long as he didn't attack with a straight ball, he would be dragged into her field and be pulled and defeated by her rich experience, so he took a deep breath and slowly said. I'm really convinced by you, but you said that, I don't care what happens later. He looked at her seriously, with a serious look. That's right, it's me, eh. Kasumigakaka Yutaha thought she had gained the upper hand again, but she didn't expect to hear such an answer. No, are you sure? Really want to? Use her side dishes? Isn't it too dangerous? No, it should be a joke. After all, it's still on the street. Then Senpai, come with me, I'll lead the way. Kasumigakaka Yutaha, Lead the way. Where are we going? Although she would feel a little more at ease not being on the street. No, the point is not where, it's that she can't feel at ease at all. And why did it suddenly develop into this situation? What are they going to do? She just wanted to tease him a little, thinking that nothing would happen with his personality, but she didn't expect to actually hit the spot. So now she became uneasy, but a faint expectation emerged from the depths of her heart. If Kohai-kun really made some lewd requests, should she agree, or should she be reserved first and then agree? Guh. Just as someone's heart was fluttering, Natsukawa Snowball suddenly spoke again, we're here, Senpai. So Kasumigakaka Yutaha turned into a frightened rabbit, almost jumped up, and kept muttering. No, this won't do, Kohai-kun, I'm very happy you have such thoughts, but now is not the right time, is it? And I'm not ready yet, I haven't had time to change my clothes. Huh? What preparation do you need for this kind of thing? Can't you just roll up your sleeves and get to it? Kasumigakaka Yutaha's eyes widened, and she was completely stunned. She didn't expect her Kohai-kun to be a dressing-up type. But why roll up his sleeves? To make it easier to move his hands. However, it seemed too late for her to refuse. He even grabbed her hand and dragged her into the store. Alright, stop talking nonsense and come in quickly, I guarantee you'll find it very interesting later. That's what he said, but this was her first time, after all. She heard it would be even more painful. She wanted to say something, but couldn't get a word out. Faced with her Kohai-kun's forceful actions, she was like a docile rabbit, keeping her head down in a shy posture, following closely behind him. Of course, her heart was pounding like a deer, and she felt so nervous that her heart was about to jump out. But more than that, she felt anticipation and a hint of comfort, so Kohai-kun has been suppressing his longing for her all along. Because of the forest school, they hadn't communicated face-to-face for a long time. But now, As soon as they met, their relationship was about to develop into something beyond her imagination. Seriously, wasn't it a little too fast? The key was that she hadn't changed her underwear yet. No, what is she even thinking? Didn't she just learn something from the Loyal Dog Training Manual? At this time, she must learn to stop him, stop him. If she just gives herself away, wouldn't she really be giving herself away for nothing? But, if she refuses and misses this opportunity, she doesn't know when Kohai-kun will take the initiative again. Senpai, how long do you think we can play for? Summer River suddenly asked. Don't ask me at this time, I don't know. Kasumigakake Yutaha still kept her head down, afraid to look at him. That's true, Summer River nodded, then continued searching on the product list. For the first time, well, 2 hours should be enough, right? Any longer and I feel like I won't be able to handle it. She told him not to ask her. She doesn't know about these things. Because of the overly direct words, Kasumigakake Yutaha felt even worse. She even felt that the eyes of the people around her were gathering towards her, piercingly frightening. 2 hours for the first time. It'll break, won't it? The always elegant, generous, eloquent, and resourceful Kasumigakake Yutaha has now transformed into a quail girl, not daring to raise her head throughout the whole process. She is indeed the kind of person who loves to dream and likes romance. So she never thought that she would be forced into a spontaneous hotel trip. It's not for reasons like avoiding the rain or wanting to take a bath, but a very simple and straightforward expression of desire, damn it. Of course, the truth may not be what she thinks it is now. Kohai-kun might just want to scare her. Maybe when they really get to the room, it will suddenly stop. Even if it doesn't, at most. He will just do, anyway, he definitely won't go all the way, right? She has always firmly believed this, and has been trying to hypnotize herself, believing that she will definitely rein herself in and will never give herself away just like that. Even if she sees Kohai-kun masturbating in front of her and spilling milk on her, she will definitely remain unmoved. She even started thinking about the subsequent developments, such as simply proposing to date. Of course, it would be best to induce Kohai-kun to propose it himself, so that she wouldn't mind giving him a little reward. Chapter 116. She really thought a lot, even thinking about what kind of face she should use to show off in front of Erori. To properly show off her loyal dog boyfriend to that golden retriever loser, and use practical actions to show their affection in front of her, telling that golden hair that she has no chance at all and can only obediently be a loser. Of course, if she performs a little better, she might share some private photos of Kohai-kun for her to use as a side dish. So she really thought a lot. And even felt that it might be pretty good to develop like this. Getting on the bus first and buying the ticket later is indeed too despicable, but it's really useful at certain times. Then, Kohai-kun can make up for those regrettable parts later. Thinking like this, she even looked forward to it, until she heard increasingly noisy sounds around her. So why is it so noisy? Even the worst hotel wouldn't have this kind of soundproofing, right? And the sounds are completely different. If you listen carefully, you can even hear a few phrases like, "Too bad, I didn't get it again. Wow, I finally got this gasapon. Now, shun Goku Satsu." With a bad premonition in her heart, she finally bravely raised her head and began to look around. Not far in front of her, a row of brand new claw machines stood, and many combinations of couples or female friends were fighting wits with the machines. The gasapon machines on the other side were also quite popular. With groups of 3 to 5 people gathered in front of each machine, and some people occasionally exclaimed, "Hiss, I got it," attracting envious glances from the otaku nearby. However, these were all small scenes. The most lively area was the row of seemingly brand new game consoles in front of her. Almost every seat was occupied, and the even more lively battle area had many spectators standing behind the players, constantly casting amazed glances at the screen, and occasionally excitedly raising their hands and shouting, "Yeah. Duh. Z. Finish the game in one go." Yutaha Kasumigakake was silent, unable to say a word for a long time. Xia Chuanzhao, on the other hand, became extremely excited. "I heard about this arcade a long time ago. It seems to be newly opened recently, and all the equipment is brand new, but all the old games from the past are complete. I came to see it today and it's indeed like that. I also heard that the owner of this store is an ultimate arcade fan. After getting rich from doing business, He returned to his hometown but found that the arcade he remembered was long gone, so he paid out of his own pocket to customize a batch of brand new equipment. Then, in order to attract the young people of this era, he specially customized an additional batch of very easy to win claw machines and gas-upon machines, so now it's always crowded here. As expected, this kind of atmosphere is more conducive to the feeling of gaming. While introducing these things, Xia Chuanzhao's eyes were also full of uncontrollable passion. He couldn't wait to join in like these people. Originally, his plan was to come here to experience it after buying various manga and new publications, but he was entangled by his senpai. But now, bringing her over to see it seems like a good choice. At least, his senpai looks very shocked right now. At least, that's how it looks in his eyes. In reality, however, the low-pressure aura emanating from Yutaha Kasumigakaka was almost solidifying. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, wanting to step on something, and her eyes seemed to be covered with layers of haze, muttering words that the people around her couldn't understand. Hee, I knew it, as expected, hee, unforgivable, hee. Her anger layered upon layer, and finally broke through the limit. So she looked at Xia Chuanzhao beside her, who was holding a lot of game coins and thinking about what to play first, and whispered to him, as expected of you, scumbag Kuan, your methods of toying with pure girls are always unexpected. Why? What did I do again? Bringing a girl to this kind of place is terrible. It's really terrible. Ah. No, didn't you say I could take you anywhere? How would I know you would bring me here? I thought you were going to take me to that kind of. Yutaha Kasumigakaka said anxiously. It was true that she said she would accompany him, but he should have at least explained where he was going first, right? She really thought they were going to a hotel. Ah. Go where? However, senpai just pursed her lips and then didn't say a word. After all, she had imagined so much just now, how could she say it? Especially after discovering that the place was actually such an all-ages place, her original dirty thoughts became even more impossible to say. She still wanted some face. However, since she had already come, she could only turn her grief into strength. I'm going to play the claw machine, Yutaha Kasumigakaka said expressionlessly. She wasn't the kind of person who liked dolls or toys, but in this kind of place, the only thing that could pique her interest was this. But I want to play a bit first. Claw machine, she repeated expressionlessly. So Xia Chuanzhao had no choice, he admitted defeat, he compromised. Then we'll come back to play arcade games later. Looking at the few mushroom-headed kids who looked like elementary school students happily battling in front of him, he had long been itching to try. However, since they came to play together, he couldn't possibly suggest something like. Then senpai, you go play the claw machine, and I'll go play arcade games. Right? He felt like he would be scolded even more harshly. Yutaha Kasumigakaka was tentatively a literary girl, and her hobbies naturally leaned in that direction. She liked to read. And could even hold a book for an entire afternoon. She especially loved those romantic literary works, so she inevitably became someone who yearned for them. Generally speaking, she rarely showed her face outside, but in order to enrich her works, she would occasionally try things that could improve her experience, such as trying out this claw machine. After all, what she created was light novels, not traditional literature, so it was essential to come into contact with these activities that were popular among young people and also very popular among couples. However, in reality, she wasn't good at this stuff, and had only experienced it once before, but at least she had basic knowledge. Insert coin, manipulate the joystick, grab, all in one go. Then, unsurprisingly, it missed. And not just once or twice, but failed several times. Didn't they say these are claw machines that are relatively easy to win? Why can't I grab anything? Are they just scamming money? She wasn't that angry at first, but she felt like everything had been going wrong lately. And she even felt like she had been tricked by someone just now. Although she could recognize that this was entirely due to her overthinking, she was still angry and wanted to vent. Scumbag Kuan, you come, but if you can't grab anything either, there's no need to continue staying at a store run by such a profiteer. There's no need to say it so harshly. Xia Chuanzhao was a little helpless, which was why he reminded his senpai in the first place, knowing that she definitely wouldn't like this kind of place, but he didn't expect that she would already be a little impatient after just a while. And I need to remind you that these tokens can't be refunded, okay? It doesn't matter, Senpai Kasumigakaka just crossed her arms and said casually. Anyway, it's not my money that's being spent. Isn't that even more excessive? Xia Chuanzhao protested, he knew things wouldn't be so smooth. However, he still stepped forward slowly and put the tokens in without much hesitation. He really didn't have much confidence in getting it in one shot. After all, those rumors were just what he had heard, and maybe the relatively easy claw machines were just the merchant's marketing tactics. Therefore, he was completely prepared to give up at the moment. Fortunately, these tokens could be saved if they weren't used up, and he could take them out when he came back next time, but he didn't know when he would have the chance to come here again after today. Which doll does Senpai want? Xia Chuanzhao looked back at her. Since Senpai Kasumigakaka could take the initiative to come over here to insert coins, there must be something she wanted in this machine, so he might as well help her a little. It's like you can grab it if I tell you, Yutaha Kasumigakaka was unconvinced, but she still told him truthfully. That panda, a little bit inside, with a funny expression on its face. So Xia Chuanzhao looked in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, he saw a different panda doll, hiding in the middle of a group of brothers, being well protected. I guessed right, you girls really like pandas, Xia Chuanzhao murmured. After all, they were a special creature, and the key was that they were indeed very cute. However, almost all pandas came from a certain big country in the east. And the rest that were abroad were given out by way of lease or gift, because they themselves were a rare species that was very difficult to reproduce, so naturally not many could be given to foreign countries. Although there were indeed a few pandas in Tokyo, and one of them was a big star among pandas, in reality not many people could visit them. Because they were so popular, if you wanted to visit them, you basically had to rely on luck. If there were too many people on that day, you might only be able to do it through a lottery. And in order to meet the needs of the people, various panda peripherals began to emerge in an endless stream, and they all sold very well. Therefore, it was completely okay to say that they were the most popular animal in the country. However, compared to her favorite cute things, the vast majority of Yutaha Kasumigakaka's attention was still focused on the more important person. You girls. She frowned. Who else liked pandas? Or should I say, who else had related things happen between her and Kohai-kun? She was very curious. However, Xia Chuanzhao completely went his own way and began to do the work for his senpai. He first observed left and right, and after confirming again and again, he nodded and began to move. Push the lever, control the lever, and carefully find the right spot. After confirming that everything was correct, he pressed the grab button. He didn't show that he cared that much, but Yutaha Kasumigakaka behind him became interested. She silently observed the machine, watching the claw easily cross the dangerous terrain, and cross all the panda dolls, and finally hit the bottom. Clearly, it didn't grab anything. She thought Xia Chuanzhao was very strong when she saw him say so confidently and look like, pick whatever you want, but the result was that he was even weaker than her. He didn't even touch the panda's fur. So Yutaha Kasumigakaka immediately put on a disgusted expression, wanting to use this to mock him a little, but the next second she saw the claw retracting, and when it rose, it actually picked up a tag. The tag was firmly hung on the claw, and the entire doll also rose up with it. Finally, as the claw moved and released, the entire doll smoothly rolled out of the hole. Yutaha Kasumigakaka. Is this also okay? She felt that the other party was playing a very new way to play. This is a coincidence, right? How is it possible to do this? The world is so big, there are all kinds of wonders, Xia Chuanzhao just shrugged. To him, it was nothing. After all, he had practiced hundreds of times before. In order to become a love expert, he would try his best to do everything well. Just grabbing dolls, the time he spent practicing was less than half the time he spent reading her books. I don't believe it. Unless you try again and grab another one using the same method. But as for pandas, not many have those conditions, Xia Chuanzhao hesitated. This method wasn't foolproof. It required the position of the tag to be good enough. The current situation of the other panda dolls couldn't do this at all. Then change to another doll, Yutaha Kasumigakaka shook her head very simply, and was about to say, grab one at random when she saw a golden hair with a funny expression, so she suddenly had an idea. That one, that golden hair is fine, I want it. So Xia Chuanzhao looked in the direction the other party pointed again, and then a subtle feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. This golden hair, hard to say. Really hard to say. So he simply pretended that he didn't understand anything and directly started. As expected, because the position itself was also okay, he didn't spend much effort and clamped it out in one go again. Then Xia Chuanzhao simply gave the two of them to Yutaha Kasumigakaka next to him. You can believe it now, right? He didn't feel any relief. After all, he was facing Yutaha Kasumigakaka, and he no longer expected her approval, but he was still somewhat happy that his skills were displayed. Yutaha Kasumigakaka was still somewhat happy to receive the doll, but when she thought about how he had never shown her such strong claw machine skills before, her mood immediately soured. Tisk, as expected of a scumbag Kuan, you're quite skilled at flirting with girls. No matter how talented someone is, they can't become a master of something they've just picked up. Someone like my junior must have tried many times, that is, gone on countless dates with other girls to develop this skill. Even if the truth isn't like that. At least Junior Kuan practiced for someone, and she's very concerned about who that someone is. She can pretty much rule out that golden retriever, since she's not the type to like this kind of thing. Someone who would like this and even go on dates with Junior Kuan is a sneaky cat she doesn't know. Because she had been too focused on antagonizing Eri, she had almost forgotten that besides that golden retriever, there were many potential enemies. Like that black-haired background character she met the other day, although her chest was flat, her looks alone were a serious threat. Damn it, why is her Junior Kuan so good at attracting girls? Isn't it enough that only she likes him? Seeing that Yutaha Kasumigakaka's expression had improved after receiving the two dolls from her junior, Snowball Natsukawa simply struck while the iron was hot and suggested trying out the arcade games. Yutaha Kasumigakaka wasn't very interested in this, but seeing her junior so enthusiastic, she accompanied him. However, when Snowball Natsukawa invited her to join, she still shook her head and refused, saying that she only wanted to watch him play. Seeing this, Snowball Natsukawa didn't say anything more, chose the game he wanted to play, and decisively inserted coins into the machine, immediately immersing himself in the game he chose, the King of Fighters, and the classic 97 version. This is a fighting game that can be said to be world-renowned, with a huge worldview, character settings, and has produced many series of animations, comics, and peripherals. It is very popular. Although in recent years, it has been faintly overshadowed by another equally popular fighting game, its loyal fans still exist. At least Snowball Natsukawa has purchased every series and has been actively participating in ranked matches, occasionally playing a game or two to reward himself when he's in the mood. However, he is used to using a controller on a console, which is different from playing at an arcade, so he is a little unaccustomed to it now. The specific manifestation is playing terribly, and is being brutally beaten by the highest difficulty computer in front of a girl. Snowball Natsukawa. It can be said to be very embarrassing. Come to think of it, it seems that every time a girl watches him play, he can't perform to his full potential. Last time it was Mahiru, and this time it's his senior. Although I don't really understand, Junior Kuan, you seem to be dying. Yutaha Kasumigakaka said with interest. Normally, boys at this time should be encouraged, but for Yutaha Kasumigakaka, opportunities to see her junior embarrassed are rare, especially since he sat down with a confident look just now, but now he's immediately sweating profusely. How cute. And no way. It's just that this computer is about to break down, okay. Chapter 117. If it were normal circumstances, this crazy computer wouldn't be utterly defeated, or at least, it wouldn't be defeated so easily. But now, it's come to this, no choice, I'll have to use that move. I silently muttered in my heart that I was forced to do this, there was no other way. At least I couldn't lose to the computer. Throwing fireballs is part of the game, if you don't like it, don't play. And other such phrases. At the same time, my hands began to press the buttons in a fixed, rhythmic pattern. Repeatedly, over and over. Subsequently, on the entire screen. From Kasumigakaka Yutaha's perspective, the character controlled by Summer River Minato began to continuously release a kind of energy ball, endlessly releasing it until the opponent's character's health bar was completely depleted and finally killed. Consequently, she couldn't help but have a strange expression on her face, looking at her junior, who seemed to be breathing a sigh of relief, sitting in front of her, not knowing what to say. Could this situation be considered cheating? Although she didn't understand the rules at all, her subconscious still felt that this way of winning was too despicable. But what left her even more speechless was yet to come. Summer River Minato wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, saying with a wary expression, "That was a really tough opponent, I almost lost." Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Just as she was about to say something, an elementary school student suddenly darted out from beside Summer River Minato, pointing at him and saying, "Big brother, you're so bad." Ah! Summer River Minato never imagined that he would be called bad even when playing against a computer, and by an elementary school student no less. So he turned his head, trying to persuade him in a kind and friendly manner, "You can't say that, as the saying goes, no matter the means, as long as you win, that's what matters." The little mushroom head nodded as if he understood, "Oh, I get it, as long as it's to win, even cheating is okay." Ah! This. But then again, it's naturally better to win a victory fairly and squarely. So the little mushroom head tilted his head, and after thinking for a while, he finally said the most crucial sentence, "I understand, so it's because Big Brother is too bad." He was merely stating a fact in a very simple tone, but for Summer River Minato, it was like setting off firecrackers in his heart, shaking him all over. Wow, what poisonous words! How can such cold words come out of a 37-degree mouth at such a young age? So Summer River Minato couldn't bear it anymore, thinking that even if he was a child, there were some things that couldn't be said, and he had to educate him properly. "So, according to you, you're very good?" "Yes, I'm very good, better than Big Brother," the little mushroom head nodded very affirmingly. Summer River Minato narrowed his eyes, thinking that this was exactly what he was waiting for. "In that case, I'll give you 3 game coins, and then we'll spar a little, let me see your strength, and if you win, I'll give you another 3, how about that?" Taking advantage of the young and weak was the perfect description of the situation, but at this moment, Summer River Minato had no other choice. If he didn't do it, his thoughts wouldn't be clear. So he had to use game coins to lure him. But this little mushroom head seemed to be quite disciplined, even knowing to hesitate and be polite. "In that case, wouldn't me winning against Big Brother make Big Brother lose face in front of the big sister?" After all, those were 3 game coins. He had originally thought he would lose them, but he didn't expect to get 3 more. Summer River Minato gasped, thinking that he had really been looked down upon, so he straightened his face and said seriously, "Children aren't allowed to talk nonsense, but don't worry, since I promised to give you game coins, I definitely will, as long as you can really beat me." No matter what, he didn't believe that the little kid in front of him could beat him. Just kidding, although he wasn't used to the settings of the joystick. His years of King of Fighters experience were there. This little mushroom head was at most 7 or 8 years old, how could he compete with an old bird who had been immersed in this game for many years? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The experience ratio was at least 10 to 1, the advantage was on his side. So, after inserting the coins for the other party, Summer River Minato very generously chose 3 of his most proficient characters, not forgetting to remind him. "I'll hold back a little, I'll use my weakest 3 characters to play with you." The little mushroom head ignored him, starting to choose his characters on his own. After both sides confirmed, the game officially began. Summer River Minato immediately perked up, starting to use a master's tactics probing, constantly probing the other party's depth. The so-called fighting game can basically be understood as the ultimate variation of rock-paper-scissors. You only need to take corresponding restraining moves when the other party uses a certain action. For example, if the other party releases an attack move, you defend. And then counterattack during the other party's stiff period, or if the other party defends, you use throwing techniques to break the opponent's defense. By slowly advancing like this, you can basically gain an advantage in health, and then whether to play it safe or take other tactics is up to the individual's wishes. What Summer River Minato was doing now was to first figure out the other party's fighting habits, whether they were the kind who attacked blindly, or the kind who liked to defend and counterattack. Although he was only facing an elementary school student, he didn't dare to be careless at all. After all, if he accidentally got defeated by an elementary school student, he would completely lose face. However, sometimes, the more you don't want something, the more likely it is to come. Even though he was already very careful and cautious, already perked up. Under the onslaught of this little mushroom head, he was like a small sailboat swaying in a turbulent sea. Although he had struggled to the extreme, he was finally overturned in one fell swoop. KO. Accompanied by a harsh sound, looking at the "insert coin to continue" option displayed on the entire screen, Summer River Minato was silent. He did lose, and he lost miserably, even one-sidedly, without any power to fight back. So that's how it is, he is already, no longer young. Then he stood up firmly, his eyes as firm as if he wanted to join an organization, and then handed all the game coins in his hand to the elementary school student, saying to him earnestly, "As agreed, these game coins are all yours. Go for it, young man, the future is yours. This land no longer has a place for us old folks, but I believe that with your potential, you can definitely carry it forward." Then he squeaked at Kasumigakaka Yutaha, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, and left the scene without looking back. He also needed some time to reminisce about his lost youth. So he didn't hear the more heart-wrenching words coming from the elementary school student's mouth. "That big brother is really nice, but his skills are really bad. I guess he can't even beat the worst person in our class. PS, 3K. Wow, it's all night, it's almost 8 o'clock now. After writing this chapter, I feel dizzy, my chest is stuffy, and my arms are a little sore and numb because they have been pressed on the table. The key is that I'm also very hungry. But if I don't eat anything, I'll feel uncomfortable from hunger, and if I eat a little, it's not good to go straight to sleep. The most important thing is that after waiting for a while, all kinds of noises will start outside, and it'll probably be hard to sleep again. And I heard that after staying up all night, you'll become more and more energetic. I'm really a little worried that I'm going to die suddenly. That's it, I'll eat something and go to sleep. We'll see you tonight." Silence. A long silence. After coming out of the arcade, Summer River Minato never said another word. However, he wasn't embarrassed at first, and had even started brainstorming long ago. For him, being defeated by an elementary school student was nothing to worry about. After all, there were so many people who lost to elementary school students in games, why couldn't he? It was just that this time was a little different. He was beaten up by an elementary school student in front of a girl of the same age. But precisely because of this, he had to start brainstorming. He had already thought of a complete countermeasure, and had even started laying out the plan as early as when he realized that he couldn't beat that little mushroom head after losing the game, he would immediately put on the waves behind drive the waves ahead, and he, the front wave, was shot dead on the beach. Look, and then entrust the fighting spirit to that genius boy in a posture of inheritance. That's right. As long as he put on this posture, he wouldn't be an embarrassing high school student who lost to an elementary school student, but a senior in this field, who had passed on hope to the successor. In this way, even if Senior mentioned this matter later, he would have an explanation. That guy is a genius, and if it were him, he might be able to help him realize his dream of becoming a world champion. That's what he was thinking, and he had even prepared a complete explanation long ago, and had been making a look of great satisfaction and contentment. However, he was faced with Kasumigakaka Yutaha, who hadn't said a word since they left the house. How could she be so calm? Wasn't this clearly saying, Junior is already in great pain from losing to an elementary school student, so I shouldn't rub salt in his wounds? He didn't. He didn't lose. He was just passing on his will. So please say something quickly, don't pity him anymore. That guy is a genius, Summer River Minato said with a solemn expression. He couldn't bear it anymore. If he didn't say something, he felt like he was going to go crazy and collapse in the next second. Huh? What? That pure look of doubt wasn't fake at all, so Summer River Minato immediately understood. Senior hadn't even thought about what happened just now. The reason why she hadn't spoken might just be that she was thinking about something else or waiting for him to start a topic. In other words, this matter could have been glossed over, but he had brought it up again. Damn it. Didn't this make it seem like he cared? I mean, that child just now, he has amazing talent, and has the potential to become a world champion in the future. Summer River Minato continued to explain with a forced smile. It would be even more of a cover-up to say that it was nothing at this time, so he should just treat it as a normal topic and chat about it casually. Oh, is that so? Kasumigakaka Yutaha nodded noncommittally. She had no interest in this kind of thing at all. In comparison, she was more concerned about the fact that her junior actually liked to come to this kind of place. She just didn't know which other girls had accompanied him to various scenes for dates besides her. She understood, and she believed that Summer River Minato also understood girls generally don't like to go to this kind of narrow, cramped, and noisy environment. Although some claw machines can slightly attract attention, fundamentally, this kind of place with mixed crowds and full of games is not favored by girls. It could even be said that if a boy set the date in this kind of scene, unless the relationship was good to a certain extent, it would definitely be disliked, and might even lead to a breakup. You only think about yourself. And for a literary girl like her, it was even more unlikely that she would like this kind of place, but her junior still brought her here. Was it a momentary oversight? No, she didn't believe it. Similarly, she didn't think that her junior wouldn't understand her personality, was always able to do things that suited her preferences in previous dates, and could accurately hit every target. There was no reason why he couldn't do it now. He even seemed to be running in the opposite direction. Could it be that he was deliberately trying to make her hate him? Based on her understanding of Summer River Minato, this was absolutely impossible. She trusted her judgment, and her judgment had never been wrong except for the time her junior confessed. She thought that she had already hinted clearly enough at the time, I hope that my junior can face her with his true self, and she will accept all of him without hesitation. She clearly wanted to express this meaning, but he misunderstood it as. She can't accept his confession now, and so, he began to leave her, and even threw himself into that idiot blonde's arms later. This was unacceptable to her, and she even interfered and obstructed him on her own initiative. In the end, she even broke the pot and told him to his face. I clearly care about you, as long as you can. But before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by him with the words. Please don't tease me anymore, senior, and please don't look for me so often, I'm afraid Eri will misunderstand our relationship. Then, he left without even looking at her. From that moment, she understood that she had deeply hurt him before, in a way that she herself hadn't noticed, and he wasn't even willing to listen to her explanation because of it. So, from then on, she kept her posture very low, and no longer regarded herself as the favored one. She even began to actively initiate capture, and then little by little, she finally eased the relationship between the two of them until now she was even able to be brought to this kind of place by her junior. Doesn't this prove that her junior also felt that the relationship between the two of them had returned to what it was before, or even a better level? She might have misjudged some things, but she couldn't possibly miss the "things are looking up" signal, and it also aligned with her long-held wish that her junior would face her with his true self. His own personal preferences, his own thoughts, not action patterns taken to cater to her thinking. What he likes to do when he's alone, everything about him, she wants to understand everything, only then can she respond to him with the same unreserved and passionate feelings. Because she yearns for such pure romance, wholehearted love. Not continuing. Seeing Xia Chuanzu looking a little absent-minded, Xia Zhiqiu Shiyu spoke up in a timely manner. What? Xia Chuanzu was taken aback, a little confused. Of course, I'm referring to the date, Xia Zhiqiu Shiyu reminded, then changed the subject. Junior, you should have other places you want to go, right? Xia Chuanzu turned to look at her, but he didn't complain. He nodded and said. That's right, but is it okay with you, senior? You should have things you want to do, right? I don't mind. The senior shook her head, her lips parted slightly, her tone seemingly rising. Since I said I would accompany Junior, I will naturally keep you company to the end, so no matter what unspeakable places Junior wants to take me to, or what unspeakable things you want to do, I will keep my promise, okay? Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I still want to maintain my qualifications to be human for the time being. Xia Chuanzu nodded slightly. After getting used to it, this level of teasing basically has no impact on him. But when it came to places he wanted to go, he was in a dilemma. For boys like him, they usually don't go out. If there is no appointment with anyone, they can usually stay at home all day, playing games and listening to music. Although he has a small hobby of traveling, this takes a lot of time, so unless he is sure that there are no other arrangements, he will not easily go out. Especially when he decides to act alone temporarily like today, he has no way to make detailed travel arrangements. In addition, he originally thought that going to the bookstore and the arcade could completely kill time, but he didn't expect that he would be exhausted after a while. Senior, is there any place you want to go? Xia Chuanzu turned to ask her again. He didn't choose to accommodate her, but he really couldn't think of anything, so he might as well just ask for suggestions. Chapter 118. Me. Suddenly asked, Yutaha Kasumigakaka was caught off guard, but immediately began to think seriously. She really had many places she wanted to go, which is why she sent him a research date invitation before. However, those planned arrangements were not suitable to be completed today, otherwise it would disrupt her plan. How about watching a movie? Yutaha Kasumigakaka suggested. This fits her persona and can slightly satisfy her need for a date. Although it is indeed a bit old-fashioned, she just likes this classic development. Watching a movie, that's fine too. Snowball Natsukawa nodded, thinking that with Yutaha Kasumigakaka's personality, she couldn't come up with any other type of suggestion. After all, this guy is similar to him, the type who can stay at home all day on a day off, but she should be reading, while he prefers playing games. Is there anything you want to see? Yutaha Kasumigakaka nodded. There are quite a few, like Norwegian Wood and stuff. Norwegian Wood. Snowball Natsukawa nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Then, he took out his phone to check which nearby cinemas were showing the movie. As an old movie, it had long passed its golden release period, but because it was indeed a classic, some cinemas would occasionally re-release it a few times. They were lucky. Without much effort, they found a cinema that was showing the movie today, with the screening time about an hour away. However, it was a bit far from their location, and they needed to take a train for a while. An hour. If we leave now, we should make it. Snowball Natsukawa pondered for a moment, and then shared the cinema's location information with Yutaha. The senior checked it and nodded. I have no objection. After a little more planning, the two headed to the nearest train station. After getting on the train, the two quickly found empty seats, the kind that were next to each other. It wasn't rush hour, so the train seemed a bit empty, with only a few people. Therefore, even normal conversations wouldn't disturb others. However, for Snowball Natsukawa, there was nothing he really wanted to talk about, so he simply opened his phone and started browsing Twitter. Seeing this, Yutaha Kasumigakaka wasn't very annoyed. Instead, she tugged at his arm slightly and said softly, "Move a little closer, I want to see too." Then, without waiting for his reaction, she leaned her head over a little. Snowball Natsukawa looked at her silently, with a slightly disgusted expression, but his body was very honest, and he obviously slowed down his scrolling on Twitter. Time gradually passed, and just as Snowball Natsukawa thought they would reach their destination peacefully, Yutaha Kasumigakaka suddenly reached out and poked the screen, saying, "This couple is so miserable." The sudden request for interaction made Snowball Natsukawa immediately focus on it. The next moment, he saw a short story that seemed like a tale. A girl was diagnosed with cancer and needed to have surgery immediately, but because her parents were deceased and she had no other relatives, there was no one to sign the surgical consent form. So the hospital refused to arrange the surgery. Afterwards, although her boyfriend took care of her meticulously, no miracle happened in the end. There were too many words to describe the whole story in detail, but the general situation was like this, and Yutaha Kasumigakaka, who was always sentimental, couldn't help but feel deeply moved after seeing it. The deceased are gone, the living should persevere. Although the words are easy to say, it must be very difficult days ahead for her boyfriend, right? She didn't like stories with tragic endings, but it was undeniable that the great works of art in history usually ended in tragedy. This was certainly a normal thing, after all, only tragedy was more memorable. However, modern people had misunderstood the real core of it, and were clearly pursuing tragedy for the sake of tragedy, thus abandoning the essence of it. This led to many recent tragedy works failing to move people's hearts at all, and instead beginning to be annoying. Normally speaking, it's not the so-called car accident or natural disaster that leads to eternal separation, but the natural and inevitable occurrence of a painful ending following the normal development of events. However, in this process, something extremely valuable is revealed, which can be called a true tragedy. Just like the male and female protagonists in this story, their love is the most worthy thing to affirm. I don't think so. Snowball Natsukawa shook his head decisively. Yutaha Kasumigakaka looked at him in astonishment, and a chill suddenly surged in her heart. However, Snowball Natsukawa just continued to express his opinion. If I were this guy. If it were you, you could quickly get over the grief of your girlfriend's death. Yutaha Kasumigakaka said softly. She suddenly felt that the person sitting next to her was so unfamiliar, as if she had never really understood him. What nonsense are you talking about? Snowball Natsukawa frowned. If it were me, this situation wouldn't have happened in the first place. That so-called surgical consent form, normally speaking, only needs to be signed by the person themselves, but the hospital is afraid of taking responsibility. So they insist on requiring the patient's relative to sign. But this is actually easy to solve, and even just a piece of paper is enough. Snowball Natsukawa looked at Yutaha Kasumigakaka again, as if asking her. Seeing her looking confused, he continued with a slightly disdainful tone. A marriage registration form, just a marriage application form is enough, as long as you register, aren't you husband and wife? Since he's the husband, he can sign the surgical consent form. Yutaha Kasumigakaka was suddenly stunned. Seeing that the other party still didn't seem to understand, Snowball Natsukawa explained again, that's why I said I don't agree. Normally speaking, since that girl has no other relatives, the hospital will definitely explain it clearly to that guy. And it's impossible not to tell him this method, or if that guy is willing, it's impossible not to ask if this method will work. But since he didn't do this, he must have some concerns himself, and may even have considered the things that will happen afterwards. Of course, I'm not saying he's doing anything wrong, after all, risk avoidance is human nature. He has already been quite responsible for being able to take care of his girlfriend meticulously afterwards, but for me, I would naturally choose another way. He was still talking eloquently, but obviously Yutaha Kasumigakaka had no interest in continuing to listen. An idea inevitably emerged in her mind. If it were her. If it were me, would you do that too? She said. Then she looked at him intently, hoping he would tell her personally. Huh? Snowball Natsukawa was stunned, then paused, and was about to answer her. Unfortunately. Yutaha Kasumigakaka. She opened her mouth, suddenly feeling that all the strength in her body had been drained. Unfortunately, if it happened to you, I definitely wouldn't be qualified to do that. After all, your parents are quite healthy, right? It definitely wouldn't be my turn to help. After listening to him word by word, Yutaha Kasumigakaka was silent again. Only this time the time was relatively longer, even making Snowball Natsukawa wonder what was wrong with her, why she suddenly stopped talking. After a long while, she finally raised her head, looking at Snowball Natsukawa with a very kind gaze, squinting her eyes and lightly opening her lips, she said, as expected of you, scumbag Kun, your skills in playing with pure girls are also superb. My suggestion is to die quickly, preferably right in front of me, so I can see what human beings look like when they struggle in pain before death. Huh? Snowball Natsukawa looked terrified. What is this woman talking about? How can she be so vicious? P.S. So annoying, changed it again and again, always feel that the senior's poisonous tongue is not in place, afraid that it will become too aggressive if it's too much, and afraid that it will be a little less flavorful. Alas, as expected, I still usually quarrel with people too little. But another chapter is finished. But I'm a little sleepy, let's take a nap and continue, okay? The joys and sorrows between people are not connected. When Snowball Natsukawa was full of doubts about what was wrong with the woman next to him, why she suddenly madly dissed him, Yutaha Kasumigakaka had already walked out of the train refreshed. She was naturally in a good mood, not only successfully testing the other party's attitude, but also venting the depression in her heart, which can be said to be a complete win-win. She wins twice. Not only that, looking at Snowball Natsukawa's bewildered look, an unspeakable and wonderful sense of refreshment also emerged in her heart. Which way do we go next? Yutaha Kasumigakaka glanced at him and asked casually. The time spent on the train was not very long, but because of the ups and downs of her mood, she actually felt very tired after getting off the train. So she couldn't help but stretch, and suddenly her full body curves were undoubtedly revealed, thus also attracting a lot of secretly observing gazes. She hated this kind of voyeuristic gaze, but if she was traveling with her junior, she wouldn't care too much about these. But would instead feel a sense of pride in it. Look, even those nameless passers-by can know who is the best, this kind of body is rare, okay? Junior can openly and honestly. However, when she turned her gaze to the other party, she found that he was like a wooden man and didn't look at her at all, and even seemed not to have heard her subsequent words. Wait a minute, I'm looking at the map. Snowball Natsukawa didn't even look at her, completely busy with his business. He first confirmed the location, then carefully looked at the map, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, he pointed in a direction and affirmed to Yutaha Kasumigakaka. Go in this direction, it will take about 6 or 7 minutes, there is plenty of time. She didn't know what to say, should she say that he was conscientious and a good guide? But this kind of thing doesn't matter at all. Isn't the key to traveling with a girl to put your attention on her as much as possible? Of course, she is indeed not an ordinary girl, but the dissatisfaction in her heart still exists more or less. No, thinking about it makes me angry. It makes her seem like she has no charm at all and is not worth looking at a few more times. I'm tired. The words blurted out instantly, but thinking about it, it's not like before. These words are simply inexplicable, and there is also a sense of making trouble unreasonably, so she added. Because I'm tired from sitting, I don't want to move. Can carry me over? Now she nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this was polite enough, right? Snowball Natsukawa raised his head instantly, and then looked at her with a puzzled expression, thinking what was wrong with this guy again. Tired from sitting in the car? You can even say such a thing. Senior, are you okay? As a result, as soon as the words came out, he was glared at fiercely by Yutaha Kasumigakaka. Don't look at me like that, I just want to care about you, Snowball Natsukawa said helplessly. He was really helpless. First he was inexplicably scolded on the train, and then he had to cooperate with her wild ideas after getting off the train. Wouldn't anyone else go crazy immediately? Let's just be direct, just say directly, what other whimsical ideas do you have? Yutaha Kasumigakaka just pursed her lips, seeming unwilling to answer. After a while, Snowball Natsukawa felt that he seemed to understand why she was like this, and he was also a little embarrassed. Ahem, I really didn't pay attention just now. I admit that ignoring you just now was my fault, but you don't have to punish me in this way, right? And this is a public place, letting me carry you over like this, the impact is not very good. Yutaha Kasumigakaka's expression seemed to loosen a little. Seeing this, Snowball Natsukawa thought that it was indeed so. Girls are eager to be noticed. Especially for the accompanying male partner. If the other party's eyes are completely attracted by other things, especially other women, then they will definitely be dissatisfied. Fortunately, he didn't do the stupid thing later, so he was completely saved. So he seized the opportunity and raised his hand to signal, I can guarantee that I will never ignore you again, otherwise you can make any request. Hearing these words, Yutaha Kasumigakaka's brows finally completely relaxed, but there was still a little thought left in her heart. Hand. Snowball Natsukawa looked puzzled. Seeing that he didn't understand what she meant at all, Yutaha Kasumigakaka glared at him lightly, and then took the initiative to reach out, but because of the shyness in her heart, she only extended halfway, unwilling to directly grab it forcefully. Actively handing it over was already the limit. No matter what, it was impossible for her to take the initiative to hold it. After all, she wasn't a good puppy yet. So Snowball Natsukawa finally understood. After all this time, she really didn't want to walk, so she asked him to carry her. He thought she was just complaining and making a temper tantrum, but it turned out to be really because she was physically exhausted. In other words, the senior probably intended to remain completely still as a form of punishment, but after his comforting words, she calmed down and felt a bit better, so she didn't want to make things too difficult for him. However, the desire to not move herself was still there, so she hoped he would pull her along. This wasn't a problem, and it wouldn't take much effort for him, so he readily agreed. Okay, no problem. He decisively reached out and took her hand, pulling Kasumigakaka Yutaha towards the movie theater. Because the event occurred so suddenly, the latter didn't react much and was pulled forward, even taking a while to come back to her senses. Then, her mind was filled with disbelief. Wait, how could he be so decisive? And so skilled, as if he had held countless hands before. But this was her first time, you know. Could he at least respect her girlish feelings a little? However, the guy leading the way definitely couldn't hear her inner voice, and even if he did, he might scoff. A woman who is a master of lewd jokes, constantly spouting dirty puns, is getting her heart racing from just holding hands. Don't joke around. But regardless, her inner turmoil was real, but the strength coming from her hand was too great, forcing her to follow along step by step, finally adapting to his walking pace after a long while. Only then did she finally have time to think about her situation. So, a boy's hand is this big and wide. I wonder what the other parts are like. She was really curious, so her eyes kept flickering. Don't disturb me, I'm thinking. JPG. But no matter how curious she was, she couldn't forcefully ask him to let her touch him. Wouldn't that make her seem like a perverted woman? So Kasumigakaka Yutaha had to patiently wait for an opportunity, but such a thing wasn't easy to achieve. In fact, she couldn't think of any good ideas along the way, but unknowingly, they had already reached their destination. The journey wasn't far, and they weren't in a hurry, so the two of them leisurely strolled to the movie theater. The movie theater wasn't crowded, in fact, it was quite deserted. It was unclear whether this was due to the location or the time. Although it was also part of Tokyo, it was clearly much more remote compared to the central city area. The surrounding houses were mostly old-fashioned residential buildings, indicating that this area hadn't been developed much. However, even so, the corresponding infrastructure was readily available, so there was no need to seek services in other areas. After finding the front desk, Natsukawa Snowball confirmed the movie's showtime and, after confirming he hadn't made a mistake, decisively purchased 2 tickets. Chapter 119. As a good companion for watching movies, popcorn is naturally indispensable, but I definitely need to consult my female companion about drinks first. Senior, do you want a drink? I don't need one, Kasumigakake Yutaha shook her head decisively, she doesn't like drinking things that are too cold. Natsukawa Snowball nodded, then turned back to the counter and said gently, 2 servings of popcorn, 1 large Coke. The girl at the front desk looked young, and her behavior was very shy. Natsukawa Snowball even suspected that she might be a high school student like him, working part-time after school. Before long, she trotted back from the back, holding what they wanted in her hand. Why your items, please take them. When Natsukawa Snowball took it, he noticed that she was constantly looking at him, but when their eyes met, she quickly turned her head away. She's really shy, Natsukawa Snowball thought. Turning back and taking a few steps, he handed the popcorn to Kasumigakake Yutaha. He was about to ask her to sit next to him and wait, but he saw her hugging her chest with her arms, and said to him in a very disgusted tone. As expected of a scumcoan, you don't hide your desires at all, you exude your hormones wherever you go, you're just a peacock showing off your feathers. Natsukawa Snowball was speechless. He wanted to retort, but he followed her gaze and saw the girl at the front desk. She was standing there, leaning forward slightly, as if trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. When she saw him looking over, she immediately panicked and returned to her original state, as if nothing had happened. So Natsukawa Snowball understood what was going on. He twitched the corner of his mouth, and took Kasumigakake Yutaha to a seat further away, also avoiding the other girl's sight. Although Kohai-kun is acting like he doesn't care, he's secretly feeling happy, right? Kasumigakake Yutaha looked at his self-justifying behavior, and her mood improved a lot, but on the surface, she was still unwilling to let it go. Anyway, boys are just like that, they always feel proud when they are liked by a female, no matter what species the other party is, as if they are amazing or something. No, can you at least limit the range of people? Natsukawa Snowball couldn't help but complain. If he didn't refute her, it would seem like he really liked non-human creatures. Heh, as I expected, Kohai-kun is just a mating machine who can't move after being liked by a girl. My suggestion is fortunate indeed, castration will cure it forever, Kasumigakake Yutaha said seriously. Don't change the subject. Natsukawa Snowball muttered. Although he was indeed a little happy in his heart, he hadn't shown it at all, had he? He had even moved further away to draw a line, so why did this still attract this woman's attack? Knowing this, he might as well have stayed where he was and secretly enjoyed it. Seeing Kasumigakake Yutaha's expression as if she wanted to say something, Natsukawa Snowball became anxious, and directly grabbed a few popcorn and stuffed them into her mouth, while explaining, "This is delicious, senior, don't be polite, eat more." You. Seeing her look like she could only make vague noises, Natsukawa Snowball didn't move anymore, only glancing away with a slightly guilty conscience, staring unblinkingly at the stand next to him. Goo, Kasumigakake Yutaha finally swallowed a few popcorn after moistening them. She wanted to angrily scold him, but suddenly realized something just now, she was actively being fed, right? Although the initial motivation seemed a little impure, it was the first time she had been actively fed by him without her giving orders. The most important thing was that he had used his whole hand to stuff it in, inevitably touching her lips completely. So a wonderful idea popped into her head. My mouth is empty, a completely blatant threat. If it's always empty, I'll want to say something. Natsukawa Snowball turned his head and looked at her in confusion. Seeing that he didn't understand, Kasumigakake Yutaha simply pointed to the popcorn in his arms, and then pointed to her mouth. She thought, you should understand now, right? No, don't you have some in your hand? Why do you have to eat mine? Kasumiga kaka yutaha, dot. Okay, okay. She even suspected that he was doing it on purpose. He just wanted to force her to say it, right? She wouldn't. Because the ones in your hand are more delicious. Meaningless, Natsukawa Snowball shook his head, but still did as she wanted, exchanging the bucket of popcorn in his hand with the bucket in her hand. Is that okay now? Now it was Kasumiga kaka yutaha's turn to be at a loss, followed by a burst of anger. Good, this guy was definitely doing it on purpose. After all, who would do this? It was definitely on purpose, trying to force her to take the initiative. So she didn't do it anymore, and directly stuffed the bucket of popcorn back into his arms, then made a gesture of hugging her chest with her arms, and snorted coldly, now I don't even have hands. Natsukawa Snowball was silent, looking at her triumphant appearance. You just don't want to eat by yourself? You're too lazy, aren't you? Senior was immediately annoyed, thinking, was she really because of this? Don't you really go too far? So she snorted coldly, didn't answer him, and just prepared to stalemate with him like this. Seeing her look like she would never give in, Natsukawa Snowball had no choice but to sigh helplessly, and then took 2 pieces of popcorn as if resigned to his fate, slowly preparing to send them into her mouth. He thought that she was just too lazy to do it herself, but he didn't expect that when feeding her, she would suddenly stick out her tongue and gently lick his palm. Afterwards, she even made a funny look of, humph, you deserve it. Natsukawa Snowball, dot. You're such a child. You can even do this kind of thing, aren't you ashamed? For some people, everything on a beautiful girl is wonderful, even the rich, lingering smell emanating from the feet after wandering around in the summer sun and taking off those airtight riding boots at home all day long. Is sweet. Natsukawa Snowball is certainly not that perverted, unique. In fact, he can be said to be a completely ordinary person in this regard. Kissing is another matter, but saliva at other times is always dirty, should be resisted, and should be spurned. And Kasumiga kaka yutaha sprinkled this thing that should be resisted and spurned on his palm. Her intentions are sinister. She clearly wanted to disgust him. He didn't believe that she wasn't doing it on purpose. After all, if it was an accident, she would at most only lick his fingertips. How could she lick the palm of his hand? She's not some kind of beautiful snake. So this was purely retaliation, clearly retaliating against his behavior of deliberately stuffing her mouth just now. Although he didn't have a cleanliness fetish, the dampness that kept coming from the palm of his hand kept making him uncomfortable. As time passed, he seemed to start having some hallucinations. The dampness gradually spread out and began to spreading to all parts of his body. So he shivered, and even felt goosebumps all over his body. You, Natsukawa Snowball pointed at her, unable to say a complete sentence. After a long time, he finally gave up speaking, chose to glare at her fiercely, and then he put down the popcorn and Coke in his hand and walked towards the bathroom. He could feel that the damned virus had already spread to other parts of his body and he had to find a way to stop it as soon as possible. As for Kasumiga kaka yutaha next to him, she had never gone offline and had been carefully observing his reaction the whole time. At first, she was also a little nervous and embarrassed, because she had done such a thing out of anger and a rush of blood to the head. However, watching her Kohaikun look like he was angry, but actually looked more like a pitifully abused person, a sense of inexplicable pleasure suddenly arose in her heart. Her Kohaikun is cute even when he's being bullied. However, she had done something not so good after all, and she was also a little guilty in her heart. She was also very curious about what her Kohaikun would retaliate against her when he came back later. To be honest, she quite enjoyed this back and forth process. Thinking that this was in line with the stage before love that she imagined. If it was just one party cautiously giving everything, there was no so-called love at all. In fact, it was just moving oneself. So slow, Kasumiga kaka yutaha murmured. It seemed that it would take some time for Kohaikun to come back. She simply crossed her legs, rested her cheek on her hand, and slowly began to think. She thought about some things that were not very nutritious, but it helped her pass the time. Until her eyes unconsciously swept to the popcorn and Coke that were left in place. Her eyes suddenly turned, and a wonderful idea suddenly appeared in her heart. Like this, and then like this. After that, she just had to wait for him to come back. Perhaps her movements were too slow. When Natsukawa Snowball came back, he saw at a glance that there was a cunning woman who was starting to tamper with his popcorn and coke. Because he was too far away. He couldn't see clearly, but he was sure that Kasumigakaka Yutaha must be up to something. So he narrowed his eyes and pretended to be nonchalant, walking back slowly. His expression control was very good, and he didn't let her see anything. The movie seems to be starting soon, let's go line up too. After saying this, he picked up his bucket of popcorn and coke as if he didn't know anything and walked towards the ticket gate. Okay, Kasumigakaka Yutaha nodded and followed. Because it was an old movie, and it was a weekday at work, there were almost no people queuing up to check tickets here. It could be said that the two of them almost completely booked the place. After checking the tickets, they walked into the theater under the guidance of the staff, and the two sat in a row of seats closer to the front. Of course, they were also connected seats. In addition to the two of them, there were also two couples who walked into the theater. But one went to a corner in the back row, and the other went to the other corner in the back row, making people wonder if these two couples really came to watch a movie. However, Natsukawa Snowball was not a moralist. He couldn't control what people really wanted to do, so he just had to restrain himself. Before long, the movie started soon. At first, Natsukawa Snowball was always wary of the senior's conspiracy next to him, but seeing her gradually immersed in the screen, he also began to relax, eating the popcorn in his hand while watching the movie. Popcorn. Right, he almost forgot about this. He had seen her looking sneaky when he went back, but now that he had relaxed, he had accidentally eaten some. Although nothing wrong had happened so far, he still stopped touching it just in case, and even stopped touching the coke next to him. He wanted to see what kind of conspiracy this guy was playing. However, to his surprise, Kasumigakaka Yutaha had not said a word since the movie started. And was watching the movie with all her attention. Natsukawa Snowball was very sure, because he would secretly observe her from time to time, but found that even her sitting posture had hardly changed, and she was obviously completely immersed in it. He didn't believe it, so he simply acted quietly, wanting to pick up his popcorn and coke to check, but was interrupted by the strange noise suddenly coming from the screen. Young men and women, passionate mingling, undisguised venting of desire. Natsukawa Snowball knew about Norwegian Wood, and had read the work himself, but he didn't expect that even this kind of plot would still be retained after it was adapted into a movie. Shouldn't there be some deletions? In short, he was greatly shocked now, and it was the first time he had seen this kind of thing in such a public place. Then he looked around, and after seeing that there was no one, he was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. But found that there seemed to be subtle noises coming from the left and right behind him, the sound of water, low moans, etc. Maybe there was a leak somewhere. However, he didn't want to care about this anymore, and turned his attention to Kasumigakaka Yutaha next to him, praying that she wouldn't make any noise, otherwise it would be a huge embarrassment for everyone in the venue. So, what shocked him again was that Kasumigakaka Yutaha, even though her face was already flushed, was still excitedly staring at the screen, and murmuring, "That's right, that's how it is, love, sex, life, inspiration is constantly pouring out. This woman is probably really crazy." He shook his head and sighed. Perhaps the only person in the entire theater who couldn't enter a state of oblivion was Natsukawa Snowball. It wasn't that he wasn't focused, but on the contrary, if he was more focused, things might be even worse. Fortunately, what they were watching was a serious film after all. Although there were artistic parts, they didn't last too long, so it quickly returned to normal. Chapter 120. She even felt like she could hear his breathing, and also heard him say, "What do you want to do?" His tone was very stern, so she opened her eyes. What she saw was a completely strange man, short and sleazy, holding a mop, but inexplicably reaching out towards her. Of course, her junior, Snowball, was also there, but he was standing to the side, grabbing the man's hand, with an unkind expression. Finally, she woke up a bit and quickly understood what was happening, so she showed a look of disgust and stood behind Snowball Natsukawa. "Are you okay, senpai?" Snowball Natsukawa glanced at her. Yutaha Kasumigakaka shook her head and said, "Yes, he hasn't touched me yet." Although she had almost fallen asleep, she was still aware of her surroundings. She originally thought it was her junior approaching, but it turned out to be a disgusting piece of trash. So the disgust in her eyes became even more undisguised. Why are there scumbags like this everywhere? Luckily, her junior stepped in, otherwise she would have felt disgusted for a long time. Seeing that Senpai was indeed okay, Snowball Natsukawa had time to deal with the guy in front of him. Phone, unlock it and hand it over, I'll check it, and you can leave if everything is fine. His tone was unforgiving. In fact, he was extremely disgusted with this kind of scum, and even felt that they were just mere rice weevils, whose only purpose in the world was to make rice prices more expensive. The sleazy man's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this, then he lowered his head and said with a grin, I just wanted to remind her that sleeping here is not good, she might catch a cold. Heh, you think I didn't see? Two choices, 1, I call the police and let them investigate you. 2, I investigate you. Choose for yourself. The sleazy man obviously panicked and even started struggling, but the more he struggled, the more force Snowball Natsukawa used. Eventually, he couldn't bear the pain and begged for mercy. I'll hand it over, I'll give it to you right away. He was originally carefree, thinking that he could just fool around like usual. But he didn't expect that he couldn't deceive this guy who looked like a high school student. The key was that he was so strong. And so tall. What the hell, how can high school students grow up like this these days? What a jinx. He admitted defeat this time, but it didn't matter. At most, some of his treasures would be gone. There were plenty of opportunities to take, as long as he didn't get caught. Snowball Natsukawa didn't care what the other party was thinking. When he took the phone, he twisted the other party's hand a little harder, keeping him in a painful but unable to exert force position. Only then did he start checking the other party's photo album. Then, the more he looked, the more shocked he became, and the more undisguisedly hateful expression appeared on his face. Damn, calling him a rice weevil is an understatement, he's clearly a born. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he took out his phone to take a photo as evidence, then simply put the phone away, and directly punched the other party in the stomach. With a bang, the other party instantly lost the ability to resist, clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground, constantly wailing. It seems I didn't wrong you, he also spat casually, as if disgusted, and then unceremoniously said to Yutahaka Sumigakaka behind him. Senpai, call the police. He didn't want to watch anymore, and felt it was better to call the police to handle it. Besides, he had kept the evidence. So he wasn't worried about the other party being stubborn. Of course, the most important thing was that although he felt good after that punch, he wasn't completely satisfied. Only by confirming that the other party would be miserable in the future could he truly rest assured. Yutahaka Sumigakaka, who was originally staring at the sleazy man with a disgusted expression, gradually had her gaze attracted by her violent junior. What's going on? So my junior also has such a rough side. She thought he was always the gentle type. But she didn't hate this personality at all, and even felt more at ease. Yes, I've already called the police, Yutahaka Sumigakaka couldn't help but nod, then slowly leaned over and inappropriately reached out to touch his arm. Senpai, what are you doing? If you want to tease someone, at least find a more appropriate time, right? No, I'm just touching, my junior doesn't look very strong, but he's so powerful. Yutahaka Sumigakaka was still enjoying it, touching here and pinching there, feeling the strength of his muscles, and then increasingly feeling that boys are indeed very different. But it seems that Junior is indeed stronger. She doesn't really understand, but feels that perhaps experiencing it firsthand will give her a better understanding of him. No, I'm already considered quite strong, Snowball Natsukawa rolled his eyes. He wasn't boasting, but he could feel it by comparing himself to the other students in swimming class. His body was indeed much stronger. Although he was a bit less. Man, compared to those sports students who spent all day sweating in sports clubs, this kind of physique was just right for ordinary people. After all, excessive fitness attracts the same sex. Yes, I believe everything you say, Yutahaka Sumigakaka said perfunctorily. She couldn't feel it completely, so who would understand what you're saying? Snowball Natsukawa had to shrug his shoulders, feeling deeply helpless. The two of them were chatting as if no one else was around, completely ignoring the feelings of the man kneeling on the ground. In fact, the other party didn't need to feel anything anymore. As soon as they heard there was a case, the police rushed out and arrived very quickly, in a classic two-person team. After briefly asking about what happened, and Snowball Natsukawa presented the evidence, the police quickly confirmed everything. Seeing the guy kneeling on the ground, they didn't even verbally educate Snowball Natsukawa not to be so violent, and even praised him well done, very courageous, and then took the dejected rice weevil back to the police station to report. They originally wanted to invite Snowball Natsukawa back to the police station to make a statement, and even offered to send him a thank you letter, but Snowball Natsukawa refused. He doesn't like to be in the limelight, at least in this aspect. Junior, you were very majestic today. As a knight, I can give you a score of 10. Yutaha Kasumigakaka gently poked Snowball Natsukawa's waist, her eyes full of unconcealable affection. Hero saves beauty, although the plot is cliché, she just likes it. As the person involved in the romantic event, how could she have any other feelings? She was extremely happy in her heart. Oh. That's really rare, to actually get 10 points from you. In fact, he was also quite happy, but mainly because he had personally punished a piece of trash. But you have to continue to work hard, there's still a difference of 90 points from a perfect score. Senpai continued to look at him with a smile. So Snowball Natsukawa immediately had a black line on his face. So it's actually out of 100. But thinking that the person giving the score was Yutaha Kasumigakaka, he felt that it didn't seem so outrageous. So he stopped dwelling on the topic and reminded her. It's getting late, let's go back quickly, I'm afraid we'll miss the last train later. It's okay, I've already checked, the last train is in 2 hours, we can go have dinner first before going back. I'm a bit hungry too. Yutaha Kasumigakaka shook her head. She did consume a lot of energy before, and now she's very awake, but that doesn't mean she has enough energy. She just wants to replenish something quickly. That's fine too. Snowball Natsukawa had no more objections. It was the same to him where he ate, as long as he didn't run into a. He wasn't very familiar with this area either, so he simply took out his phone to check if there were any restaurants worth going to nearby. Yutaha Kasumigakaka quietly leaned over to look with him. What about your own phone? Don't tell me you're too lazy to take it out. It's almost out of battery, I'm saving power. Yutaha Kasumigakaka lied without hesitation. In fact, she hadn't used her phone much at all, and the battery was at least 3 times or even 2 times that of Snowball Natsukawa's. Snowball Natsukawa didn't say anything more, and focused on searching for restaurants worth trying. Before long, the two of them tacitly looked at a family restaurant at the same time. Let's go to this one, the reviews look very good, we shouldn't step on a, pointing to the picture on the screen, Snowball Natsukawa suggested. Yutaha Kasumigakaka also nodded, let's go to this one, it's very close. So the two of them looked at each other. Okay, as expected, boys and girls always have different viewpoints, but why does this scene seem to be reversed? Without saying much, the two of them confirmed their belongings and set off according to the map. At this time, Snowball Natsukawa suddenly remembered that his bucket of popcorn that he hadn't eaten much, and the almost untouched cola were still in the movie theater. He was in a hurry to leave and completely forgot to bring them out. Oh, what a pity, I didn't bring out the popcorn and cola, I haven't even drunk it yet. Snowball Natsukawa looked regretful. You haven't drunk it yet? Snowball Natsukawa turned his head and gently glanced at her, then nodded, I guess so, I only drank 1 or 2 sips. He remembered that he seemed to have taken a sip or 2 to divert his attention and calm his brain, and probably drank it at that time. So it's cola, as expected, something was done to it, but in his situation at the time, he had no time to think about anything wrong, and now he doesn't feel anything wrong when he recalls it. The taste is fine, it's still the original taste. Senpai shouldn't have had time to add mustard or anything, and he didn't even taste anything wrong with the popcorn. So what exactly did she do? Yutaha Kasumigakaka opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Well, whatever, even if it's just 1 or 2 sips, it should count, right? Actually, she didn't do anything much. Just secretly drank a few sips of his cola while he went to the restroom. She originally wanted to wet the popcorn a little and stuff it back in, but she felt too ashamed and gave up. In fact, that's all she did. She wanted to wait for him to notice that the cola was a little less, and realize the fact that they indirectly kissed. But now that she thinks about it, it seems that Junior hasn't realized this at all. Now it seems that it can only affect her. If she can't see a reaction, she might as well just grab it and take a few sips in front of him. Ugh, what a loss. If I had known, I would have just maintained the action until Junior came back. Looking at Snowball Natsukawa's expressionless face, Yutaha Kasumigakaka thought that he hadn't noticed at all. In fact, Snowball Natsukawa had already started brainstorming, but he always hit it well, making it not so easy for people to notice. When they came out of the movie theater, the sky had already turned pitch black, and the existing lampposts on the roadside had already begun their daily light and heat emission. After all, Tokyo is a metropolis, and even in a slightly remote area, it still becomes lively at night, but this kind of liveliness is almost entirely provided by the who work hard every day and don't get off work on time. When walking on the road, even without consciously concentrating, you can hear various complaints from various, such as, "Recently, my wife's dressing style has suddenly changed, and she has started to dress up. The key is that her phone has also started to be locked." Ah. You snooped on your wife's phone? No, I just happened to find out. Is she cheating, right? Yeah, she should be cheating, right? Hey, I knew it, but even if she's really cheating, it's my fault, right? Day after day, I only know how to work. Don't talk nonsense, how could it be your fault? Hey, I've been working overtime for free, and I have to accompany clients to play golf on my days off. Recently, I occasionally get off work early, but I don't dare to go home. I can only come out and drink with you like this, so what am I working for? Are you okay? Ah, cheer up, excuse me, another serving of. Hey. It's really heartbreaking to hear, and sad for those who listen. Snowball Natsukawa didn't intend to eavesdrop, but he happened to be queuing in front of a takoyaki shop, and the next door happened to be broadcasting such words. As a fellow man, he had already begun to feel sorry for the other party's experience. It's just because he met the wrong person. Not all girls are like this. Yutaha Kasumigakaka, who was also standing next to him, spoke first. She obviously heard this conversation completely. Standing next to her was the person she loved, yet news completely unfavorable to girls had just reached her ears. How could she possibly remain standing still and indifferent? I am absolutely, unequivocally devoted, okay? And think about it, my current royalties alone already far exceed those of most people, so even supporting a family on my income wouldn't be a problem. Although saying all this might seem a bit premature, since the opportunity had presented itself, she could at least showcase some of her good points, right? She stared at him intently, eagerly awaiting his response. However, Summer River Melody only felt a slight itch in his ear. Senior had once again playfully blown air into his ear, so he shrank his neck and said, yes, after all, Senior is a once-in-a-century beautiful young light novelist. He had heard this title boasted by her countless times, and he could already recite it from memory. Kasumigakaka Yutaha. She wanted to hear something more substantial from him, even fantasizing that he would directly say, then, Senior, please take care of me from now on, I beg you, but this was barely acceptable, at least it was praise for her. While they were talking, it was their turn in line. Considering they were going to a restaurant later. They bought a small portion of takoyaki, only 5 pieces. They were lucky and didn't have to wait for the next batch. The clerk wrapped up the freshly made ones and handed them over. Do you want to eat them now? Kasumigakaka Yutaha licked her lips, the aroma of various snacks wafting around her already stirring her appetite. Or should we go to the restaurant first? Summer River Melody wanted to say that, but seeing Senior's impatient expression, he led her to a slightly more secluded spot. After opening the takoyaki packaging, he first poked holes in 2 of the dumplings with chopsticks before handing them to Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Doing this will help them cool down faster. He of course still remembered some of her habits, including her sensitive tongue, and promptly reminded her. But they should still be very hot, so blow on them a little before you eat them. Kasumigakaka Yutaha looked at him with some surprise, and then the teasing words she had originally intended to say were suddenly swallowed back down. She knew that he was also very attentive, but she hadn't seen this kind of thoughtfulness in a very, very long time. More of it was due to the politeness of his own personality and the distance designed after certain situations. But now it seemed that her efforts had been quite effective, and she felt that they could get along a little more like they used to. Chapter 121. Couldn't you just be a bit more direct and feed me? She asked tentatively. I'd like you to feed me, Natsukawa Snowball retorted, annoyed. Today, his senior was exceptionally lazy. That's absolutely no problem, Kasumigakaka Yutaha said, her face as usual, trying to appear nonchalant. To show my sincerity, let me start. Then, she picked up a takoyaki that had already been poked, slowly leaned in, and gently blew on it a few times. In Natsukawa Snowball's view, his senior leaned in with the takoyaki, her glossy and beautiful lips slightly parted, accompanied by a gentle breeze. A bunch of takoyaki toppings flew onto his face, giving him a makeover. Natsukawa Snowball. He was expressionless and silent. Kasumigakake Yutaha. She could swear she didn't mean to be mischievous this time, it was just an accident. Who knew such a small force could make the toppings fly everywhere? Would you believe me if I said I didn't do it on purpose? I believe you, of course I believe you, how could I not believe you? Natsukawa Snowball recited flatly. After casually wiping his face with the back of his hand, he angrily lunged forward, bit into the takoyaki, and chewed with extraordinary force, his entire face seemingly contorted, as if venting something. Kasumigakake Yutaha blinked, thinking her junior was so cute, even when he was angry he looked so good. She didn't feel a bit ashamed, and even thought that this kind of development wasn't bad. Although it felt like a clumsy attempt that backfired. After Natsukawa Snowball finished swallowing, he simply snatched the chopsticks, picked up a takoyaki, and approached her without explanation. His forceful manner startled Kasumigakake Yutaha, and she nervously closed her eyes, thinking she was about to get her face covered too. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. So she opened her eyes again, only to find Natsukawa Snowball looking at her with a teasing smile, without any of the actions she had imagined. How mean-spirited. But this kind of development is also good, she liked it very much. Junior is really unwilling to take a loss, actually having the heart to do such a terrible thing to a cute girl. Kasumigakake Yutaha's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she gently rubbed her eyes, as if wiping away tears. She put on a pitiful appearance. Oh, really? Is that so? Then I'll eat it myself. Humph! Kasumigakake Yutaha snorted softly, and then with lightning speed, she bit off the takoyaki. With her personality, how could she let anything that reached her mouth be given to someone else? After carefully savoring it, she licked the corner of her lips and blinked at him, saying, I want more, Junior, give me. The corners of Natsukawa Snowball's mouth twitched, and then he replied expressionlessly. Let's go to the restaurant first, we've already attracted a lot of attention. He was completely immune to his senior's appearance because he had seen it so many times, but the innocent passers-by were different. Some office workers' eyes were about to pop out. But they only dared to secretly look at them in the corner, and wouldn't come over to cause trouble. But the gazes were still quite annoying. Kasumigakake Yutaha didn't care much, after all, she already received a lot of gazes when walking on the street, not to mention that Junior was sharing some of them now, so she didn't feel anything at all. In that case, Junior, lead the way. With that, she reached out to him again. Since it had happened before, it was much more natural to do it again, without any psychological burden. Natsukawa Snowball glanced at her, wondering what she suddenly wanted to do, but soon he noticed a clue, so the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he also reached out in cooperation. My pleasure, Senior. He really didn't like being in the limelight, but since he had already attracted people's attention, why not simply be more ruthless and cut off their fantasies? The key thing was indeed as he expected, after holding his senior's hand, those annoying gazes suddenly lessened. He even saw some people pounding their chests in place, as if hating why they couldn't replace him. The ridiculous appearance was really amusing. Senior, you really have a bad taste. Natsukawa Snowball leaned closer to her and whispered sarcastically. Likewise, Junior, Kasumigakake Yutaha blinked at him, her lips pursed in a smile. Her junior was still too inexperienced. Did he really think she cared about the gazes of passers-by? After getting rid of the passers-by, the two walked a little further and arrived at the reserved family restaurant. They pushed open the door, entered, found a slightly secluded seat, and sat down. Soon, a waiter came to greet them. Is there anything you need? Natsukawa Snowball was also here for the first time, and wasn't sure which ones were better. The netizens' comments in the restaurant's review section were different, making it difficult to make a decision for a while. Do you have any recommendations? How about a couple's set meal? The waiter still had a smiling expression. If you have a larger appetite, you can also add some snacks or something. Okay, I understand, Natsukawa Snowball nodded. He wasn't in a hurry to clarify the mistake. Anyway, going out with other people always caused this kind of misunderstanding, and over time he became too lazy to explain it specifically. What do you think, Senior? I'm fine with anything, Junior decides. Kasumigakake Yutaha shook her head, still looking at him fixedly with her cheeks propped up. After getting a reply, Natsukawa Snowball nodded, pointed to the picture on the menu, and said to the waiter, then 1 couple's set meal, and add this snack set. Okay, do you need anything else? Nothing else. Oh right, bring 2 glasses of iced water first, Natsukawa Snowball added, then glanced at Kasumigakake Yutaha, and only after seeing her nod slightly did he confirm. That's it, thank you. Okay, I'll bring it to you right away, please wait a moment. After the waiter left, Kasumigakake Yutaha opened her mouth meaningfully. Junior really doesn't care at all, actually lying in front of outsiders. Natsukawa Snowball was stunned, but soon understood what she meant, but wasn't annoyed at all. There's no need to explain anything specifically, anyway, it's probably just this one time today, and I won't be coming here again in the future, so there's no need to care too much. Moreover, in other words, specifically bringing it up to explain would have a guilty feeling of trying to cover something up, and might even make people laugh. This kind of thing had happened before. So Kasumigakake Yutaha curled her lips and didn't say anything else. The two chatted for a while, and soon the meals were served one by one. During the meal, Kasumigakake Yutaha didn't cause any more trouble. Naturally, she also understood the principle that too much is not appropriate. Her appetite was relatively small, so she quickly finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and then propped up her cheeks again, looking at Natsukawa Snowball like she was watching a play. She didn't have the habit of touching up her makeup after meals, and it could even be said that she didn't have the habit of putting on makeup when going out. At most she would put on some lipstick when going to see her editor. After all, some people are naturally beautiful, and adding more makeup would be too much. If senior has nothing to do, you can read a book or browse Twitter. Always staring at others will make them feel embarrassed. Does that mean junior is also the kind of person who can't continue when being watched? Natsukawa Snowball expressionlessly swallowed the steak in his mouth before speaking again. I feel like you're saying something rude. Do you want me to complain like that? I'm clearly saying something serious. It's clearly junior who's thinking crookedly. It has nothing to do with me. Truly serious people don't say, I'm saying something serious. Natsukawa Snowball shook his head, then slightly increased his eating speed. Even he was somewhat bothered by the gazes of others. So Kasumigakake Yutaha didn't reply to him, but her gaze still didn't let go, and even became more excessive. After finishing their meal, the two walked out of the restaurant and found that it was drizzling outside. Mixed with rainwater, the air also became humid and viscous. Crisp raindrops pattered on the eaves, making a ticking sound, coordinating with the hurried steps of passers-by, playing a melodious movement unique to early summer. But for Natsukawa Snowball, this wasn't the time to appreciate the scenery, but rather felt that the rain was very untimely. It was a bit inconsiderate. Didn't it see that the two of them didn't bring umbrellas? Not even coats. Let's wait a little longer, this kind of rain should stop after a while. Natsukawa Snowball glanced at Kasumigakake Yutaha beside him and found that she was like a child, reaching out her hand and letting the raindrops pat her arms and palms, as if feeling nature. Kasumigakake Yutaha was a little absent-minded. Natsukawa Snowball didn't bother her, letting her immerse herself in the world of a literary girl. He took out his phone and started browsing Twitter again. Their idea was indeed good, but the rain got heavier and heavier, showing no sign of stopping. Not only that. As time passed, the surrounding shops basically closed one after another, and even the restaurant behind them was almost empty, with only the two of them not moving because they wanted to stubbornly wait for the rain to stop. Just as Natsukawa Snowball was thinking about whether to simply brave the rain, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. Customer? He turned his head and saw the previous waiter, handing over an umbrella and talking to him. If you don't mind, you can use this. Okay, thank you. Natsukawa Snowball was stunned, but he didn't refuse, and decisively took it. How much is this? I want to buy it. He basically wouldn't refuse other people's kindness, and of course he would never be stingy with his rewards. No need, just take it. The waiter still wanted to decline, but Natsukawa Snowball insisted on buying it, otherwise he wouldn't accept it, which made the other party accept it. After getting the umbrella, Natsukawa Snowball spoke to Kasumigakake Yutaha, who was still in a daze. Senior, let's go. Kasumigakake Yutaha turned her head to look at him, and then nodded lightly. This umbrella wasn't too big, and even when fully opened, it could only barely cover the figures of two people. Natsukawa Snowball moved closer to Kasumigakake Yutaha. He didn't have any strange plots. Preferring to get wet himself rather than dare to get close to others. If it weren't for the fact that the person next to him was Kasumigakaka Yuraha, he would have already put his arm around the other person's shoulder to keep the two in the same rhythm. The road to the station wasn't far, but because of the wind and rain, it took them a little longer. Before leaving the restaurant, Natsukawa Snowball had looked at the departure time of the last train, but after really walking to the train station, he saw the scrolling subtitles on the sign next to him showing. Due to heavy rain, the train will stop operating early. The departure time of the last train is 9 o'clock. More than an hour earlier than the scheduled time. Natsukawa Snowball had a bad feeling in his heart, and then he opened his phone and saw that it was indeed past 9 o'clock. They had spent too long waiting for the rain. So he looked at Kasumigakaka Yuraha next to him and asked for her opinion. Looks like we can only find a place to stay here tonight. It wasn't that there was no way to go back at all. After all, taxis were very convenient, but taxis in Japan only those who know. It's better not to be ripped off. I'll listen to you, Kasumigakaka Yuraha nodded lightly, rarely showing a very obedient appearance. Although Natsukawa Snowball was a little puzzled, he didn't think much about it. After finding a slightly well-rated hotel on his phone, he led the other party towards the hotel. The journey wasn't very far, and it didn't take much effort to reach the destination, but they were harassed when inquiring about rooms. What kind of relationship do you two have? The person at the front desk was a seemingly nice-looking aunt, but in reality, she wasn't easy to talk to. The two looked at each other, and then Natsukawa Snowball took the lead in asking. Does this have anything to do with our stay? How should I say it in principle, our hotel doesn't accept accommodation applications for minors without the permission of a guardian. And this one is clearly a high school student, right? I think I have an obligation to ask. Only then did Natsukawa Snowball remember that his senior was still wearing a school uniform, and she was immediately noticed. Actually, I'm also a student, I'm not some suspicious person, Snowball Natsukawa tried to explain, thinking he was being mistaken for some shady character trying to abduct high schoolers. Even if you say that, still, a high school boy and girl staying in the same room is a bit, The landlady inexplicably gave him a very strange look. Just then, Yuraha Kasumigakaka suddenly spoke up, it's okay. Seeing that both of their gazes were drawn to her, she added again, because we are siblings. Snowball Natsukawa. Chapter 122. Oh. Is that so? Senpai also nodded in agreement, giving him a pure smile. That's right, isn't it? Kenzaki, Onie-chan. Kenzaki. Yeah, that's right, we're siblings. That's good, then I'll give you a room, that way you can save a little money. Kenzaki? Is there a problem? Seeing the complicated expression on Kenzaki's face, the landlady asked suspiciously. If you're siblings, it should be okay to share a room, right? Or, are you not? No, it's fine, I just think, it would be better if we could have 2 rooms. I'd like to do that too, but I'm sorry, the rooms are a little tight right now, also because of the heavy rain, a lot of people have checked in all at once, so I hope you can be a little accommodating if possible. I have no problem with that, Kasumigakaka Yuraha said first. Kenzaki's mouth twitched, but he couldn't possibly have any objections. Then, let's do that. After all, they had stayed in the same room before, so it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, then please register your names on the list, the landlady nodded, then took out a writing board and handed it to Kenzaki. Kenzaki took it and subconsciously filled in his name, but when he wanted to write down Senpai's name, he suddenly froze. Kasumigakaka Yuraha, if he wrote that, people would immediately notice something was wrong. What's wrong? No, it's nothing, I'll write it now. Kenzaki immediately shook his head, then picked up his pen and slowly wrote the name. Kenzaki Yuraha, and then immediately handed the form over. However, his attempt to cover it up was meaningless, as Senpai had been standing next to him all along. Looking at the fresh name in the second column, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, Kenzaki Yuraha, Kenzaki Yuraha. Senpai suddenly laughed, looking at him with a joyful expression, don't you think it sounds nice too? What could he do? Kenzaki originally thought that this would be the end of it, that the awkwardness would stop here, but when the landlady led them to the room, he realized that this matter was far from over. I'm sorry, it seems there's only one set of bedding, but there's an extra pillow that fits just right. She seemed genuinely ashamed, turning her head to look at the two of them apologetically. I'm sorry, I'll give you a discount if you pay extra, but after all, you're siblings, right? It should be okay, right? What could he say? The key was that he hadn't expected it either. He had carefully chosen a well-regarded inn, but it turned out to be this kind of tatami room. He had thought it would be the kind with beds, and was prepared to sleep on the floor again. If that's the case, then it's a bit. He definitely felt that this wasn't good, so he thought he might as well find another in himself, but Kasumigakaka Yutaha next to him spoke up again. It's okay, let's just do that. Her face was completely calm, as if she wasn't affected at all by the situation that they would be sharing the same bed next. Making Kenzaki wonder if he was suddenly hallucinating. Where's the bathing area? I accidentally got rained on a bit earlier, and my hair is all sticky. This time Kenzaki understood that she really didn't object. But senpai, are you sure? This isn't just staying in the same room. However, the other two people in the room had no intention of paying attention to his mood. It's at the end of the hallway, guests, you can go and wash up, and I'll bring you the bathrobes, the landlady said kindly. Kasumigakaka Yutaha nodded, then winked at Kenzaki, who was next to her, and said, then I'll go take a bath first, Oniai-chan. He suddenly felt like covering his face, not because of anything else, but because every time senpai called him that, he actually felt a slight stirring in his heart. He was really hopeless. Yeah, I know, he muttered. He felt that the degree and number of times he was speechless today were even more than usual. After Kasumigakaka Yutaha left, he originally wanted to lie down directly, preferably falling asleep immediately, so that no matter what happened later, it would be unrelated to his own wishes. And he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to fall asleep later, but after just staring at the whole bed for a moment, he suddenly felt that his body was also starting to feel sticky, his heart was itching, and his body felt like countless ants were crawling on it. It was terribly uncomfortable. I should go take a bath, he muttered to himself. No matter what, it's always good to wash up first. After making up his mind, he walked out of the room, first saying hello to the landlady. And then went straight to the end of the hallway. Like the women's bath, the men's bath was also here, and it was right next to the women's bath, separated only by a few layers of airtight wooden bars. Of course, this was normal. Whether it was from the perspective of water supply or other factors, this kind of facility layout was definitely more space-saving and more logical. Kenzaki had no intention of peeping. He wasn't a pervert, so he honestly took off his clothes in the changing room, washed his hair, and rinsed his body, then jumped into the big bath. The water temperature was just right. Although it wasn't like a natural hot spring, it was still very helpful for relieving fatigue. But the most important thing was that there was no one in the bath at all. He could almost say that he had the whole place to himself, but the women's bath next door was quite lively, with occasional bursts of laughter. He finished washing up quickly, but considering that senpai had gone to the bath first, he might run into her if he went out now, so he simply waited a little longer. As time passed, the sound from the bath next door gradually disappeared completely. Although he wanted to wait a little longer, it would be too embarrassing if he fainted from soaking too long. After walking out of the bath and arriving at the changing room, and changing into the bathrobe that he had prepared, Kenzaki didn't go straight back to the room, but went to the vending machine to buy a can of ice-cold soda, sipping it while staring blankly at the poster on the wall. In fact, he only dared to look at the poster and didn't dare to glance around casually. Otherwise, if he saw the small umbrellas that were marked "on sale" next to him again, his heart would really not be able to calm down. He wasn't actually that flustered at first. It wasn't like he hadn't stayed in the same room with a girl before, but to share the same bed. And the key was that the other person wasn't his girlfriend. This was really the first time, so he felt very complicated. He actually had the confidence to control himself, but he couldn't trust the other person in the room. Especially when he found that senpai was cooperating throughout the whole process and didn't seem nervous at all, he was even more flustered, feeling that she would take the opportunity to do something. And if senpai really wanted to intervene and accidentally make things complicated, then he really wouldn't know what would happen next. After all, he wasn't a saint. How could he have such impeccable composure? Let's just take it one step at a time, he sighed, drinking the drink in his hand in one gulp, and then throwing it into the trash can. After that, he walked to the vending machine again, looking at the items in the display case, hesitating again, and finally made up his mind and bought something else. Hopefully, it won't be needed. Casually putting the things in his pocket, Kenzaki patted his cheeks, forcibly cheering himself up, and then put on a calm look and walked towards his room. But when he reached the door, he hesitated again and again, feeling that he might be making a fuss. If senpai was really just trusting him, that's why she was so calm, wouldn't it make him seem very scheming now? After all, who would prepare this thing in advance because they were afraid of hurting the other person? It clearly looked like it was premeditated. And even if he could really convince himself. What if senpai found out later? He didn't think she would believe his words, and it would be considered senpai's broad-mindedness and generosity if she didn't call the police and arrest him on the spot. Wait. Maybe, no, you can't say that completely. After all, he can also explain it, saying that he has also thought about it carefully. So he is afraid that he will become impulsive, in order to prevent himself. No, that's right. That's how it should be. It's to prevent himself. But you can also do it in other ways, such as simply finding a rope to tie his hands up. Wouldn't that be absolutely safe? At least this way he can't be impulsive even if he wants to. After all, senpai has no reason to untie him. Really, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was good, so he immediately ran to the front desk. Wanting to borrow a rope from the landlady, but as he walked, he suddenly realized a problem when he was about to reach it. They had previously told the landlady that they were siblings, so what should he say when he borrowed the rope next? Sorry, because I'm afraid I can't control myself, so I want to borrow a rope to tie my hands up. Aren't you a brother? Afraid of not being able to control yourself? I'm going to call the police and arrest you. It's really hard not to lead to such an ending. So Kanzaki fell into a dilemma again. Now he is hating and annoyed that he always likes to think so much. If he was a simple-minded person, it would be great. He would have already gone into the room. And maybe he would have already started snoring, and he wouldn't care about the broken thing of sharing the same bed. TSK, the bottom line is that he has too much energy. Maybe he should increase his daily exercise intensity. But now is really not the time to think about this kind of thing, but he really can't think of a better way. Forget it, let's just go and die, and don't think about anything. Just let go of the brain, and then he doesn't care what happens next. Let it be whatever. Returning to the door of the room again, Kanzaki took a deep breath before slowly pushing the door open and walking in. Until this moment, he still had expectations in his heart, hoping that senpai was really just trusting him, so she looked so calm, but the next moment he knew that things were not so simple. Kasumigakaka Yutaha was facing the door in a kneeling position. When she saw him, she decisively bowed down, saying, "This little girl is not talented, please give me more advice." Kanzaki didn't even finish listening, and immediately closed the door again, feeling that his way of opening the door was completely wrong. In short, after taking another deep breath, he tried to push the door open again. This time, senpai seemed a little more well-behaved. Although she still maintained a kneeling position, she just tilted her head and looked at him, as if expressing her doubts. He himself was still puzzled. How come you started performing first? After thinking carefully, he felt that it might be better for him to take the initiative at this time. At least the rhythm of the conversation could be controlled in his own hands, so he opened his mouth with a serious expression. "Senpai, I have something very important that I want to declare to you first." After thinking about it, he felt that it would be best to say things openly and honestly. At least this could prove that he had really thought about it seriously. What's the matter, Oniai-chan? Very good. The sibling setting is probably not going to pass today. But since he took the initiative to speak, Kanzaki naturally didn't hesitate anymore, and very decisively knelt down as well. Facing Kasumigakaka Yutaha, he once again opened his mouth with a serious expression. "First of all, I, Kanzaki, am a very healthy man in body and mind, a high school student." I'm not so sure about that. After all, I haven't seen it completely." "What exactly do you want to see to be sure?" Kanzaki took a breath of cold air, but still forced himself to calm down. "In short, I am a boy, and senpai you, Kasumigakaka Yutaha, for the time being, no, it should be said, indeed is, please forgive my lack of vocabulary, but in short, I do think senpai is a very beautiful and very charismatic person. Whether it is the personality of not being afraid of difficulties, being persevering, and always being able to pursue things relentlessly after recognizing them, or being good at interpreting and understanding others. Being able to fulfill her responsibility as a senpai well, and always being able to gently guide and support others behind her even for error, although the method is actually very excessive, he feels very attractive and charismatic. Like other things, all of these added together are the elements that make up Kasumigakaka Yutaha, although there are indeed some troublesome places, but why can't this be a part of senpai's attractiveness? Although the other party hadn't replied yet, Snowball Natsukawa could clearly feel that his senior's mood seemed to have become even more cheerful. So, he once again pressed on while the iron was hot. Therefore, regarding the fact that we are now in the same room and, more importantly, will be sharing the same bed later, I must first state a few things. Ni-san, please continue, I will listen carefully. First of all, although I am confident that I can control myself from laying a hand on you, I actually can't completely guarantee that I can control myself 100, Snowball Natsukawa said with a complicated expression. Indeed, having confidence definitely being able to control oneself. After all, other factors must also be considered. However, for him to say it himself first, it gave off a feeling of a crime forecast. As if he was finding a way out for himself in advance. So, I might not be able to control myself, so if I do something later, you can't blame me, because other reasons influenced me. That's clearly what a true scumbag would do, right? I can only hope that my senior doesn't think about it in this way. Lay a hand on me, Yutaha Kasumigakaka first muttered to herself a couple of times, then put on a half-smiling expression and looked at him. I don't quite understand, Ni-san, can you explain it a little more? Chapter 123. Xia Chuanzu ignored her, but after confirming that she had listened, he spoke again. Second Lai, so I hope senior can also cooperate a little. After all, the situation is special. Let's stop teasing me today, we can talk about things later. Ni-san, that's so mean, you're actually saying I'm teasing you. Xia Chuanzu's expression became complicated, and he hesitated slightly. As for the last thing, I want to say, no matter what happens later, I still want to advise senior. If possible, please try not to do these strange things to others in the future, because most boys are easily fooled idiots. Once they are approached by cute girls, or if something is done to them, they easily misunderstand that the girls like them. In fact, boys are indeed such narcissistic creatures. Including himself. When he used to pursue senior, every time she teased him, he would inevitably start to think wildly, wondering if she had fallen in love with him. Then this idea grew stronger and stronger, and finally he made up his mind to confess, and then it became what it is now. Kasumigakaka Shiwa didn't speak this time, but her face visibly darkened. Xia Chuanzu could even directly observe that her legs had begun to tremble slightly. That was a sign that she was in a bad mood, and the greater the amplitude and frequency of the tremor, the worse her mood was. Xia Chuanzu. He really shouldn't have said it, shouldn't have directly denied the other party's way of life. From this point of view, it was more like he was satirizing her for not considering other people's feelings than advising her. That's what he thought, thinking that Kasumigakaka Shiwa was angry about this. However, in reality, the only reason why Kasumigakaka Shiwa, who was sitting in front of him, had a gloomy face was how dare this junior think that she was the kind of person who would do this to anyone? Who did he think she was? She was the proud Kasumigakaka Shiwa. After realizing that her feelings for Aki Tomoya were only gratitude for his strong support as a reader, her true feelings had already been completely entrusted to him, Xia Chuanzu. As for other people, she wasn't even willing to say a polite word. So you mean, I would treat anyone the way I treat you? Kasumigakaka Shiwa's face was gloomy. She vaguely had her own guess, but she still wanted to hear him say it again, to hear him say it again in person. Is that what you mean? I'm not very sure. Xia Chuanzu hesitated and shook his head, but his eyes also dimmed. Actually, I've thought about it before. Is it that I'm more special to senior, that I'm irreplaceable, but later I understood that senior might treat anyone like this. The only difference is that I came first, and I couldn't be driven away, and I always appeared in your sight tirelessly. So you focused all your attention on me. After all, it was a one-sided love that ended in failure, although it didn't seem like a normal development now, but recalling it still brought a piercing pain. I also met many friends later. And then I discovered that it's not that the so-called unique attitude all comes from the emotion of like. Sometimes it's just because too many emotions have accumulated because there hasn't been a good person to confide in, or because they are unilaterally regarded as very good friends so they can make all kinds of contact, but I took those as other feelings. And as a result, I made some wrong decisions. In the final analysis, his misjudgment of himself and others was completely derived from his previous impressions. He had preconceived that the other party was still the same, and that he could get other people's favor and love as long as he copied the answer. In fact, this simply wouldn't work, because he didn't put his true self into it at all. Therefore, even if he succeeded in the end, he might not become much happier, and might even feel more empty because what they were looking at was not him, but the shell that had always been active in their eyes, only existing on the screen. But it will never happen again in the future. He had already decided to face them and his friends with his true self. If they could still accept and recognize him at that time, then he would truly feel happy and joyful. Sorry for saying so much nonsense to you, I think I should go out first. Xia Chuanzu felt a little guilty. He felt that his emotions seemed a bit heavy, and not everyone was willing to listen to him share such things. But when he wanted to stand up, his shoulders were suddenly held down by Senior, who had approached him. No, I don't think it's nonsense at all. Unbeknownst to him, Kasumigakaka Shiwa's face had long returned to normal. In fact, the only thing she really cared about was the other party's thoughts, and as early as when he said that he didn't know, and the subsequent explanation, her mood slowly and completely relaxed. After that, all that was left was patiently listening to his self-description. She was worthy of being a literary girl. From the other party's self-description, she also roughly understood many things. Those parts that he had never shown her were now generously revealed. It was those friends in his mouth that made her particularly concerned. She smelled the scent of a sneaky cat. Of course, not only these, but she also listened carefully to everything else, so she understood very well that her junior was still misunderstanding one thing. She didn't treat everyone like this, clearly only he could get such preferential treatment. As for now, it was her turn to clarify. Actually, she took a deep breath, then looked into his eyes, her expression more serious than ever. Junior. Xia Chuanzu looked up. I'm not so good-tempered with everyone. Xia Chuanzu. No, Senior, are you serious? Xia Chuanzu was dumbfounded. He saw Kasumigakaka Shiwa putting on a very serious posture, thinking that she would at least say something to comfort him, or something more solemn, right? As a result, the first thing she said was, I'm not so good-tempered with everyone. Excuse me? Senior, are you really serious? Can this be called easy to get along with? Logically speaking, he didn't think that always being teased and liking to see him make a fool of himself could reflect a person's kindness. Perhaps he used to think so. But since he knew that Senior hadn't fallen in love with him, he would never misunderstand again. Of course, he also understood that perhaps for Senior, this kind of attitude was just a way to show recognition of the intimacy between the two, but for him, the person involved, it was actually quite tormenting. In the end, he was really a very healthy boy in body and mind. And dealing with him with Senior's always ambiguous and charming posture, even if it wouldn't cause misunderstandings in the brain, it was certain to cause misunderstandings in his little brother. Because that thing sometimes really doesn't listen. Of course, there are solutions, but you can't always expect him to release himself before he comes out to meet people, right? Moreover, if it happens too many times, it feels like he can become Kasumigakaka Pavlov Shiwa's dog. He doesn't want that kind of good self-management skill that clearly hasn't been trained but actively trains himself. Seeing Xia Chuanzu's very strange expression, Kasumigakaka Shiwa narrowed her eyes suspiciously, feeling that what he was thinking about was not on the same channel as what she was thinking. So she spoke again. Are you sure you can understand what I mean? I mean, my attitude towards you is very unique. Yes, I'm very sure, Xia Chuanzu nodded. How could he not be sure? Just based on the fact that you always like to tease him, he can understand what kind of person you are. As the saying goes, when there is a problem, Senior can be the biggest help. When there is no problem, Senior is completely the biggest problem. When facing strangers, I am cold and aloof. When facing friends, I strike with heavy fists. Isn't this your way of life? You're simply bad to the core, Senior. Okay, anyway, it's good that you understand, Kasumigakaka Shiwa nodded with satisfaction. She definitely couldn't imagine what was going on in the mind of the junior in front of her. After all, in her impression, this junior was still the guy who understood her very well and always hit her target. Although he always seemed particularly clumsy in some aspects. This was also a part of him that she liked, and she didn't want to abandon it, nor could she abandon it. She thought that Xia Chuanzu had already understood that he was a unique and irreplaceable existence to her. She even felt that the misunderstanding between the two had actually been slowly resolved in her active actions. After all, how could any girl keep trying to get close after rejecting a boy's confession, and even actively do so many intimate things? At least in her opinion. Such a girl simply doesn't exist, unless she is a natural bitch who likes this kind of tune, but she is not such a person. Then the reason why her junior was still rejecting her and hadn't chosen to accept her was very clear, was still brooding over the failure of the previous confession. This was normal. After all, he had pursued her so hard, so wholeheartedly. And so passionately, but she had rejected him because of her inexplicable wish. Although the most important reason was that she hadn't made herself clear, hadn't clearly told him her true thoughts. I hope you can contact me with a more authentic self. This led to the parting of ways between the two. So she could completely understand the other party's thoughts, understand that he might have the idea that this is unfair, understand that he also wants to be actively watched and even wants to be actively cared for and pursued. Although these juniors would definitely not be willing to say it explicitly, she, as a literary girl, could perceive it herself. Then of course she was willing to satisfy him. After all, love should also be a mutual effort. He took the initiative before, and now it's her turn, which is very fair. And she originally thought that things would go according to plan. Anyway, her junior hadn't had a very good relationship with anyone until now. And there was no sign that he was about to start a relationship, but from his self-confessed words just now, she keenly realized that something was unusual. Those frequently appearing words such as like and emotion made her realize in an instant that countless sneaky cats had contacted her junior without her knowing it. Although she didn't know why those lowly women brought not so good experiences to her junior. But these didn't matter. It was their business to make mistakes, but she couldn't treat her opponents as real fools. Such strategy is about to speed up, yeah. She will never let her junior go. Then I have another question, and I hope junior can answer me seriously. Kasumiga Kakashiwa stared intently at Xia Chuanzu's eyes, and forced him to maintain eye contact with her. And don't lie to me. Xia Chuanzu frowned suspiciously, but still nodded decisively. Okay, ask away. The most basic point of heart-to-heart talk is naturally to be sincere, which he had already done when he took the lead in starting the topic. Your friends, are those friends you mentioned just now, are they all girls? Senior carefully observed his appearance, not letting go of any details. Ah. Xia Chuanzu's expression suddenly became strange. Did this have anything to do with their current conversation? No, why are you suddenly asking this? Never mind, just tell me seriously, is it or isn't it? Senior naturally wouldn't give up. Mostly yes, so Xia Chuanzu thought carefully before speaking again. After all, boys, we are actually very carefree. As long as we are happy in our daily lives, we don't consider so many things. Before coming to this world, he had no friends at all. What he could learn from the screen was that love is stronger than friendship. So he eagerly hoped to get a lasting recognition and companionship. But after truly integrating into real life, he realized that friendship was clearly a more reliable thing. Not only is it much easier to obtain than love, but it also doesn't require a huge amount of effort to maintain carefully. The key is that it's not even limited by gender, so the difficulty has dropped by more than one level. It can simply be said to be free. He even started to suspect that the previous version of himself in that world was really a fool, who never understood such a simple principle. Hearing Xia Chuanzu's answer, Xia Zhiqiu expression visibly relaxed, but she still felt a little unsure, so she simply changed to a more explicit way of asking. Then, how do you view those girls? Do you like them, or do you hate them? Any thoughts are fine, but it would be even better if you could be more detailed. Xia Chuanzu. When he asked this question, it wasn't that he had a problem, but that he felt that you had a problem, senior. What kind of questions are these? Can you at least care about his feelings first? Stop asking these irrelevant things. No, senior, can you ask something more meaningful? This is very meaningful. And don't change the subject, just answer me directly. I promise I won't ask after this question, okay? Xia Chuanzu. What else could he say? If you insist on asking how I see them naturally, I like them, right? Xia Chuanzu looked like it was a given. Getting along with everyone made him very happy, and he was gradually becoming greedy for this feeling, so he was sure that it was a feeling of liking. After all, everyone is a good kid, and it would be even better if we could always be good friends. Xia Zhiqiu was stunned at first hearing. Made her feel a little uneasy, but the words that followed made her feel a burst of joy. What, so that's what means. What did I think it was? Well, since that's the case, okay, I have no more questions, that's all I need. After confirming the most crucial thing, everything else became irrelevant. She even felt that she had everything under control. The little junior was like an insect trapped in her web, unable to escape her grasp. She could even eat him whenever she wanted depending on her mood. Now, that poor golden-haired loser is truly going to solidify that title. Xia Zhiqiu Shiyu's face was full of joy, and this quickly integrated into her subsequent actions. And seeing Xia Zhiqiu Shiyu's mood change from irritability at the beginning to seriousness and finally to her current state of joy, Xia Chuanzu was actually confused the whole time. He originally thought that he was the one in control of the conversation, first sincerely expressing his views and concerns, then reasoning with her and appealing to her emotions. Advising Senior not to at least not tonight do things that would make him excited and aroused, and finally, he stumbled upon a self-analysis summary, hoping to evoke some empathy from Senior and understand his feelings. But the result was this: Senior inexplicably asked him a lot of things that had nothing to do with the matter at hand, but in the end, she was satisfied and happy. She's really weird like this. In every sense of the word. But what made him most indignant was, what about him? What about his feelings? Can she at least care more about his thoughts, like not sticking so close to him for no reason because her breasts are completely touching his arm? Looking at Xia Zhiqiu Shiyu's inexplicable behavior of sticking to him, he really couldn't bear to look. This yukata is quite loose. But it can't completely cover Senior's body because Senior is bigger. This was already evident when she was playing cosplay and bowing down earlier. Now that she's sticking to him so intimately, people can further feel that heavy weight. Senior, I think it's better not to get too close. Why, Ni-san, don't you like Imomeo? I just want to get closer to Ni-san, is that not allowed? Xia Chuanzu didn't answer, but silently chanted calm down, in his heart. If he wants to maintain his qualifications as a human being, he must calm down. Hey, Ni-san, what are you doing? Why are you closing your eyes? Look at Imomeo properly. So she simply turned her body a little and completely his arm. Ugh. Although she was a little shy herself, it was still within an acceptable range. On the other hand, Junior looked like he was already incredibly shaken. So her mood became even more joyful, and she once again put on her usual seductive tone and teased, Ni-san is so mean, ignoring Imomeo, I'm going to play a prank. Seeing him ignoring her, the corners of her mouth rose again, and then she slightly raised her body and leaned forward, approaching his ear and gently blowing air into it. Keeping your eyes closed isn't something a boy should do, you know. Then, as if she suddenly had an idea, she saw his slightly trembling earlobe, and mischievously opened her mouth and gently nibbled on it. Making a zzz friction sound. Fucking hell, can't calm down at all. Chapter 124. If it gets any colder, my bro is gonna protest and run away from home, wow. Yutaha Kasumigakaka. If you keep this up, you can forget about sleeping tonight. Before he could even utter such a threatening remark, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Subsequently, he seemed to snap out of it, his mind clearing up at once. As if feeling guilty, he hurriedly pushed away Yutaha Kasumigakaka and instinctively took out his phone from his pocket. Just as he was about to answer the call, a crisp, clatter sound caught his attention. He looked down and found a small, boxed item had fallen to the ground as he was pulling out his pocket. Yes, that's right, it was something he had bought on the spur of the moment from the vending machine earlier. Then, the two exchanged glances again. I swear I don't have any ulterior motives, do you believe me, senpai? He said with difficulty. Well, Kohai-kun is a boy after all, I can understand, Yutaha Kasumigakaka said, her face flushed, but she really didn't dare to look him in the eye at this moment. What do you understand? Don't understand. He really didn't think. Guh. In the end, so Natsukawa couldn't withstand the other party's strange gaze and hurriedly said, anyway I'll go answer the phone first. Then, he turned around to escape, but accidentally bumped into the door, making a loud duong sound. Ugh. Despite the painful bump, he didn't dare to stay in the room any longer, not even taking the time to rub his forehead. He flung open the door and rushed out. Yutaha Kasumigakaka, watching him flee in disarray, blinked and then suddenly burst out laughing. But the matter wasn't over yet. Seeing that no one was around, she first pretended to glance around casually, then slowly, step by step. Maintaining an indifferent demeanor, she slowly moved over, picked up the small boxed item that had fallen on the ground, and examined it curiously. This size. After all, she didn't understand these things at all, so she simply took out her phone to search online for information. Then, the more she searched, the more alarmed she became. How could this be? This isn't right, is it? This size it wouldn't fit, would it? No matter how you think about it, it wouldn't fit. Then, inevitably, fantasies began to surface in her mind. As she thought, she felt her head spinning more and more, and then her whole body became dizzy. Kohaikuen. On the other side, so Natsukawa, who had escaped from the room because of a phone call, washed his face with cold water in the bathroom for a long time before finally calming down completely. In the past, as an observer, he also felt that it was too much when things were interrupted at the most crucial moment. Clearly, the upcoming plot was the most exciting and anticipated part, but those creators always used every means to remove what the audience wanted to see, replacing it with a more mundane development. That's why countless people volunteered to voice their opinions from below. This is where the doujin should be. This kind of situation is too common to be called anything but universally expected. But for So Natsukawa, who had now become a party involved, that could truly be called the worst development. Because once a fait accompli really occurred, then his future fate would be completely clear, would probably be blackmailed by Senpai and enslaved for life. Considering Senpai's twisted personality, she might even develop some strange hobbies as a result. For example, because she doesn't want to date him, so they don't become boyfriend and girlfriend, but Senpai might ask him to date other people. And then order him to come over and accept her training in various processes of interacting with his girlfriend, and he would promise her various ideas because he did something wrong, agreeing to do those excessive things, and then do even more excessive things because he gradually got used to it. In short, Senpai becomes his master, and he is forced to complete various master's tasks in order to atone. Just thinking about it makes him feel terrible. Of course, in addition to this possibility, there is another one. Senpai coldly tells him to get lost after the fact, and no longer interacts with him from then on, which means that Senpai's heart is completely broken by him. She clearly had trust in him, but in the end, he was a despicable man who listened to his little brother's thoughts. Not to mention Senpai. Even he himself would hate himself afterward, feel extremely regretful and guilty, so this can be said to be the most unacceptable development. But in fact, in addition to the above possibilities, there is another possibility that he considers may be the most destructive to his values, and may even destroy his life. Senpai clearly doesn't like him and is unwilling to date him, but forgives his behavior. And may even comfort him in turn, but no matter what, she still doesn't want to date him, and he will have to watch helplessly as the girl who had this kind of relationship with him, the girl he clearly likes, leaves his side and goes into the arms of others. I could have tolerated the darkness, if I had never seen the light. Clearly, he once possessed it, even if it was extremely short, an emotion that only existed this night. But he would definitely hopelessly recognize the other party. He dares not say anything else, but he is very sure about this kind of thing. If Senpai really wants to leave him, he will definitely collapse, and what will happen after that he dares not think about it, and cannot imagine it. Based on the analysis of Senpai's personality, he roughly thought of these possibilities, and other situations were basically ruled out by him. But no matter which one, it can only lead to a tragic ending, and none of them are acceptable. There is no way, after all, Yutaha Kasumigakaka Senpai is a proud person, and the possibility developed on the basis of unwilling to date him absolutely does not have a similar. Starting a normal relationship with him, happy end. After all, if it really develops into this, wouldn't it be indirectly saying, he captured Senpai by B? But this is clearly a normal realistic world, right? It's not some book world where the bull's penis is covered with hypnotics, and you can capture girls as long as you be. Using this kind of beastly way to get a girlfriend is simply a heresy. In short, these are roughly the reasons why he doesn't want to and dare not do anything to Yutaha Kasumigakaka, although he had actually made full preparations for various psychological, physiological, and external things before this. But in the room, facing the layers of teasing from Yutaha Kasumigakaka, he still chose to stick to his heart with difficulty, and finally even pretended that he was angry, preparing to warn the other party with very serious words, but suddenly a life-saving phone call came. Although this caused the umbrella he used for prevention to be shaken out and displayed in front of the two, it is always better to die of embarrassment for a while than to have the normal friendly relationship between the two die suddenly. So overall, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. And the first thing he has to do now that he has calmed down is to call back, to give a big thank you to that savior who can almost be said to have saved his future life, Kata Megumi. Megumi is simply his god. Moshi Moshi. Yes, I can hear you, this is So Natsukawa. After getting through, So Natsukawa was almost in tears. There is a feeling of being bullied outside, wanting to go home to find his mother to cry and act spoiled. Sorry, I had something to do just now and couldn't answer the phone right away. I'm free now, and it's no problem to talk for as long as you want, So Natsukawa said with emotion. Thinking of what happened in the room just now, he felt a headache and wished he could chat with Katu for a while. Preferably until Senpai couldn't wait for him and fell asleep, so that he wouldn't have to be cold and windblown outside, and could safely protect his purity with Senpai. Ito, although it's nice that Natsukawa-kun wants to chat with me for a long time, but after all you still have to get up early tomorrow, right? Although the voice transmitted through the electronic equipment was a little distorted, what remained unchanged was Kata-san's usual calm tone, as if nothing could make her anxious. But what So Natsukawa cared about most was why Kata knew that he had to get up early tomorrow to catch the train back. He hadn't even mentioned this to Senpai. I heard it from Erori. Oh, I heard that you will be holding a study session tomorrow, so I wanted to ask Natsukawa-kun about it. Even though they were talking through their phones from a distance, Kata-san seemed to be able to guess what he was thinking, and even explained it to him herself. And he wondered if it was his imagination, but he felt a faint sound of fluctuating water flowing next to Katu as she spoke. Yes, that's right, Katu, do you also need tutoring? So Natsukawa asked with some doubt. In his impression, Katu was the kind of person who was relatively stable and serious. Even if she was really bad at studying, she shouldn't fail, right? Yes, actually, because I wasn't feeling well one day before and took a day off, I didn't expect to be unable to keep up with the teacher's pace. I feel like the midterm exam will be a bit troublesome. Oh, I see, so Natsukawa nodded, indicating in the void that he understood this. It was like he had a similar situation a long time ago, because he was busy with various things, resulting in lack of sleep, and then when he went to math class the next day. He just took a small nap, and when he looked up again, he found that the entire blackboard was already full of numbers, and the teacher happened to pick up the eraser. This kind of confusing experience, Katu, she also experiences it. Then what subject is it? It's math. A slightly different tone came from the other side. Although it was indeed different from the previous voice, so Natsukawa keenly noticed it. So he couldn't help but smile. Katu would also be embarrassed about this kind of thing. That's normal, after all, it's math, math doesn't lie, so Natsukawa comforted her with a smile. After that, Katu didn't send her voice again, only some rustling sounds, like the slight sound of wind blowing leaves. Just as So Natsukawa was about to take the phone away from his ear to see if the call had been accidentally disconnected, he suddenly heard Katu's gentle tone again. Sorry, I was taking a bath and got a little distracted. I'll turn on the video, it'll be a little easier. So Natsukawa suddenly froze, and then felt a burst of fright. No wonder he heard the sound of water just now. It turned out she was taking a bath, but even if she was taking a bath, what's with turning on the video? He didn't think he was someone who could enjoy this kind of treatment. However, when faced with the choice of whether to accept this decision, he inexplicably clicked the option of accept the call. How should I put it? After all, it was Katu's request, right? Naturally, she has her reasons, he can't understand it, but he still wants to choose to respect it. So after the screen flashed, Kata-san, wearing a pink and white hooded sweatshirt, appeared in the center, with a pure white striped skirt and the familiar black mid-tube socks on her lower body. Unlike her well-behaved and inconspicuous image when wearing a student uniform, this time Katu gave people the feeling of being a friendly and lovely girl next door. She is the kind of cute little sister who would call him Sonizan. However, So Natsukawa didn't dare to look at the screen too much, and immediately turned his face away, as for the reason. At this moment, Katu was kneeling on the bed, leaning her body slightly forward, her eyes looking up and down at once. And from time to time she would reach out towards this side, looking like she was adjusting the phone stand, and as her body swayed, a small amount of snow-white art gradually showed from the collar. It's easy to make people's eyes sink into it. Can you see clearly? Natsukawa-kun. I can see clearly, so Natsukawa reluctantly turned his head back, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that she had turned into a kneeling posture. Yes, he could really see clearly just now, and not to mention him, even the cooks next door probably saw it, and there was no need for any heroic sniper. But what is even more concerning is, didn't you say you were taking a bath? Why did you suddenly become in your bedroom? Kata-san, lying is not a good habit. The key is that she made him nervous for nothing. I wonder if she saw the look of doubt on his face. Kata started to explain after confirming that she could make eye contact with him. Because I was taking a bath before, I got a little distracted. If you are taking a bath, then don't think about hurriedly finishing and putting on your clothes to video. And isn't just a voice call enough? Or is Kata the kind of person who prefers video calls and likes to observe other people's expressions and actions while talking? So, why did you suddenly think of video calling? Katu, do you not find it inconvenient? Uncomfortable, but he felt like it would imply that her behavior was bold and unrestrained, so he changed his wording. He originally just wanted to understand the reason, but he didn't expect Katu to misunderstand something and suddenly lower her head to apologize to him. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through, I bothered you, Summer River-kun. No, it's not like that, you didn't bother me, I'm just a little curious. Xia Chuan-ku hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Although, in a sense, it did disturb some things, this was clearly a good thing. He was grateful, so how could he possibly blame Katu? After all, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't be willing to give up my bath time just to video call someone. As a hobbyist who originally loved taking baths, it was impossible for him to give up his comfortable bath time. He would rather just enjoy the whole process with the call on. I guess it's because I was too worried. On the other side of the screen, Katu's movements became uncharacteristically awkward. Actually, it's because I don't know what kind of clothes would be more suitable to wear tomorrow. After all, it's the first time I've been invited to someone else's house as a guest. Oh, I see, that's true. After all, it's your first time going to Erori's house. Then suddenly, Xia Chuan-ku realized something was wrong. It seems that until now that little blonde girl hasn't revealed her identity as a doujin artist in the other world to Katu. Even if she accidentally took out one or two illustrations like that in front of her. It only made the other party think that she was worthy of being Erori. Even this kind of painting can be completed very exquisitely. A more open-minded painter. But tomorrow, Katu is going to her house, even her room. It will definitely be exposed, right? Definitely. Actually, you don't need to be too formal, you should also be worried about meeting Erori's parents and etiquette, right? Although Xia Chuan-ku was very worried about that little blonde girl's state, on the surface he still looked very ordinary, and even began to advise Katu. After all, it's the first visit. It would be best to have a souvenir, but you don't need to prepare anything particularly expensive. Bringing some desserts or something would be great, it would be even better if it was handmade. As for the others, actually, Erori's father is usually not at home, and her mother basically goes out early and returns late. Normally, you shouldn't run into them. If you really do, just greet them normally, because they are all very easygoing and gentle adults. As for the clothes, Xia Chuan-ku looked Katu up and down again, and then showed a very affirmative compliment. The current outfit is very good, it has a cute and friendly girl next door style, which should be enough to deal with older aunts. However, it was actually not enough. Based on what he knew from Erori and his several encounters with Sawamura Sayuri, she would definitely be eager to try it out. And then take out a bunch of cute or strange clothes for Katu to try on one by one. After all, her daughter refused to be her model, so how could she let go of a similarly aged hanger who had a good relationship with her daughter? Maybe even Erori wouldn't be able to save Katu by then. But he wouldn't point it out explicitly, mainly because he was worried that Katu would start to be afraid and wouldn't dare to go to Erori's house to participate in the study session. Then how could he get to see? How could he tutor Katu in math? You must know that mathematics cannot be taken lightly. Although it is very sincere, it will treat you the way you treat it. In order to calm Katu's worries, Xia Chuan-ku basically considered everything for her in detail, and the detailed and thoughtful extent seemed to be a bit too much for Katu to handle. That should be enough, Summer River-kun. Actually. Xia Chuan-ku originally wanted to add something more. According to his progress, he had only explained half of the notes he had prepared. But when he came back to his senses and paid attention to the video interface, he found that Kado had already fallen asleep on the pillow without realizing it. The phone stand seemed to be placed next to her pillow, playing her sleeping face. But what was more attractive was her undisguised cute posture. Her exquisite and well-proportioned body rose and fell with the regular breathing, and because she was lying on the bed, the quite curved fullness was squeezed and almost deformed. Xia Chuan-ku felt several times that the balls, which seemed to be out of breath due to the compressed living space, must have wanted to call out, but every time they reached the limit, they were taken back, which made people feel sorry. Chapter 125. In short, after observing Kato for a while and confirming that she was gradually falling asleep, Natsukawa Snowball put on a helpless smile and whispered his final words, "Good night, Kato." Then he hung up the phone, but instead of going back, he quickly opened line and sent a message to Erori. "Why didn't you tell me that Kato is also attending the cram school tomorrow?" He knew that Erori wouldn't be sleeping at this hour and would reply to him soon, so he waited there. Sure enough, his message changed to "read," and he quickly received a reply from her. Did I not say it? I'm sorry, I forgot, even though I haven't gotten your permission yet." Natsukawa Snowball shook his head, thinking that this girl was indeed unreliable. "I'm not talking about that, I don't mind tutoring one more person, I'm worried about something else." Sigh. "What is it? Is your doujin artist identity confirmed to be exposed in front of Kato?" "Wow! I almost forgot if you didn't mention it." "You already forgot, didn't you? Then what should I do? Is it still possible to refuse or suggest changing the location?" "No, don't do that, it'll make it seem like you have some contraband at home that can't be discovered, which will only make people more curious." "Woo, what should I do? I'm not ready to reveal it to Kato yet, at least let me mentally prepare myself before I actively tell her, go." Natsukawa Snowball frowned and thought carefully. "Then, how about you lock your room tomorrow and say that it's not clean and you're embarrassed to let people visit? Anyway, don't let anyone in. And we'll just study in the living room." But this method isn't completely foolproof, it's ultimately a last resort. After all, we're going to a friend's house. Even if we initially suggest studying in the living room, I have a feeling it will still develop into a visiting a friend's room scenario. So, I think you should work a little harder tonight and move all the dirty stuff in your room. Whether to the study or your parents' room. Just move it all away. Also, it's best to tell your mom in advance and ask her not to expose your identity. Even though this would be like giving her a heads up, cute girl is coming to our house tomorrow, so get ready, Kato might really turn into a fitting room doll. However, compared to the ending where Erori exposes her underground identity in front of Kato, this is more acceptable. It not only satisfies the eye but also doesn't require him to come forward to appease the two who might have a conflict. The only downside is that Kato might suffer a bit, but maybe Kato actually likes to dress up nicely. Then everyone would be happy. After comforting and instructing the little blonde a few more times, she still felt a little insecure, so she simply suggested changing the meeting time to afternoon tomorrow. So she would have more time to deal with the dirty stuff. Natsukawa thought it made sense and agreed, but Erori had to come up with a reason for the delay and tell Kato herself. Otherwise, wouldn't it make Kato misunderstand if he ended the call and Erori sent a message to decline shortly after? Since she wanted to keep it a secret, she naturally had to make the most thorough arrangements. Although he himself felt that it would be better for Erori to just let things take their course or simply talk to Kato openly. How could Kato not accept the secret that her friend is actually a famous doujin artist in the industry, and a messed up one at that, with her tolerance? After all, Kato doesn't have many friends, and she must cherish her friendship with Erori. After the phone call, Natsukawa Snowball stood by the window, enjoying the breeze and spacing out for a while before slowly moving back to his room. On the way back, he was worried, thinking that the senpai would definitely not let it go easily. The key was that he had dropped that kind of thing from his pocket earlier. Now, after going back, he would definitely be teased and ridiculed. However, it was impossible not to go back. After all, it was so cold outside, and all his clothes were still in the room, so how could he withstand the biting cold air? So, in this state of wanting to go back to sleep but fearing that the senpai would do something big, he finally welcomed his fate in a strolling manner. After pushing open the door, the strange welcome ceremony he had expected did not arrive. Natsukawa Snowball originally thought that the senpai was asleep and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But he noticed the blanket move. Then, Kasumigakaka-senpai propped herself up and said to him while rubbing her sleepy eyes. Is it Kohai-kun who's back? Come and sleep quickly, staying up late is bad for your health. You're the least qualified to say that. Some creators slack off when they don't have inspiration, refusing to write a single word no matter what, as if they don't work at all on weekdays. However, when they have inspiration, they will frantically overdraw their bodies, even staying up all night to work. Kasumigakaka Shiwa is obviously one of these people. He knew very well that this girl's favorite thing to do was to pile up all kinds of work and then rely on her usual research to clean it all up in one go when she thought she had a burst of inspiration. As for her so-called burst of inspiration, it could happen at any moment. There were no specific signs, no specific triggering mechanism, and it didn't visit you regularly like a good relative. It seemed to be completely determined by her own temperament. The only thing he was sure of was that the senpai would become ruthless at this moment, and her whole person would fall into a very self-centered manic state, almost completely unaffected by external movements. After that, unless her inspiration ran out or the entire stage of work ended, it would be difficult to stop her even if she tried her best. In short, among the people he knew, only this girl would stay up late or even be used to staying up late and all night, so he almost laughed out loud when he heard her comforting tone. Of course, thanks to this, he could indeed feel that the senpai had not given up on teasing him, otherwise. How could she say such obviously self-contradictory words? Perhaps even her seemingly just woke up, defenseless response mode was a strategy to first show her harmlessness, thereby making him relax his guard and be seduced, and then she would take the opportunity to do something to him. What a realistic performance, senpai. No wonder people always say that girls are born actors. He has seen it today. So, he immediately put on a rejecting attitude and replied firmly, no need, senpai, I'm not sleepy yet, you go to sleep first, I'll play on my phone for a while. After almost a day, his phone battery was actually running low, but he still couldn't show weakness at this time. He even turned on the lock screen to make the light of the screen shine on his face to enhance persuasiveness. Oh, then I'll go to sleep first also, please turn off the light for me, thank you, it's a bit dazzling. Very well, you're acting very realistically. Senpai. Natsukawa Snowball sighed inwardly, thinking that Kasumigakaka Shiwa was worthy of the name. Even if he exposed her conspiracy, she wouldn't panic at all. She even simply took the opportunity to let him turn off the light to create a time to rest atmosphere. This must have been her plan long ago. But he still did it. After all, this was a normal request, and he had no reason to refuse it forcefully, lest it seemed too rude. So, he stood up and first turned off the light in the room, and then slowly moved to the side of the bedding. But Natsukawa Snowball didn't intend to get into the bed just like that. Instead, he sat cross-legged next to it and looked towards the starry night sky. He was going to pass the time by counting stars. The Kasumigakaka senpai beside him seemed to have no movement at all. Only a few occasional regular breathing sounds reminded him that there was such a person beside him. It's hard to endure a cold and lonely night. Even though the world is peaceful and harmonious at this time, it always reflects more desolate things in people's hearts. It's no wonder, after all. People are ultimately social creatures. Even if some are used to or prefer to be alone, they still cannot escape society. It's not entirely true to say that they live alone, but they are just living without direct contact with others for information exchange. And for Natsukawa Snowball, he should have been the kind of guy who was forced to always maintain a solitary life. But since coming to this world and meeting all kinds of people, he could no longer endure such a lonely life, nor did he need to endure it anymore. He felt that life had become meaningful, and every day was worth looking forward to. When he was in bed, his mind would be full of wild thoughts. Thinking about what tomorrow would be like, and what it should be like, and what he could make it become. But the most important thing was that from then on, he no longer allowed life to define what kind of person he was, but through his own efforts, he lived a life that conformed to a certain definition. He became the dominant role, and he would continue to be so in the future. The moonlight is beautiful, the wind is gentle, that's why I like this world, Natsukawa Snowball sighed. So, Kasumigakaka senpai, for the sake of the beautiful world, let's always be normal, good friends, okay? He whispered to Kasumigakaka Shiwa, who seemed to be asleep beside him. He was still a little unconvinced and leaned over slightly, patiently listening to her breathing and observing her appearance. Her breathing was steady and regular. Her brows occasionally furrowed and then quickly relaxed, her nose twitched occasionally, and her mouth smacked a few times. Confirmed, the senpai was indeed asleep. This appearance could never be faked. So, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to carefully climb to the edge of the bedding. God knows how much he had prepared for this situation. He had rehearsed all kinds of coping methods countless times in his mind. Although it seemed that the other party was indeed unable to respond because she was asleep. He was not dissatisfied at all, but secretly rejoiced even more. Then, he carefully lifted a corner of the quilt and slowly moved into the bed in a snail-like manner, for fear that his movements would wake up the senpai who seemed to have fallen asleep. He didn't dare and didn't want to disturb her at all, because he was afraid that she would wake up and start disturbing him all the time. He couldn't be sure what would happen after that. At that time, it might develop into all sorts of things that might disturb them or maybe not, if they were forgetful enough. In short, he was a little worried, so his movements were always very careful, and of course, the reward was also very rich. He did enter the bed safely and unscathed, and he hadn't alarmed the senpai. However, just as he wanted to relax and prepare to close his eyes and rest, a rustling sound suddenly came from beside him. Kasumigakaka Shiwa, who had not moved and was thought to be completely asleep, suddenly turned over and began to face him, staring at him with a pair of eyes that showed no sign of sleepiness, while teasing him with her usual sly and charming tone. "It's so late, why hasn't Kohai-kun fallen asleep yet? Is it because you're expecting something to happen?" Natsukawa snowball. He knew that this woman had ideas, as he expected. P.S. Wow, I made it. Before 6 o'clock, it's still today's update. I didn't break my promise to everyone. Seriously, it's too scary. I originally wanted to start writing after taking a shower, but after blowing my hair dry after the shower. I felt inexplicably sleepy, so I set an alarm clock to go to sleep for a while first, and then I would start writing when I got up. As a result, when I got up, I found that the network was down, and it took me a long time to restore the network, and then I worked non-stop. And the key is writer's block, damn it. Sure enough, I'm also the kind of person who finds it difficult to write things when I don't have inspiration. Only when I have enough inspiration can I be a crazy writing machine. Anyway. Let's just leave it like this for now. It's not early, so I'll continue to write tomorrow's chapter. It's impossible to sleep when I go to bed. I'm awake as a pen right now, unless I die suddenly, it's impossible to go to sleep. Natsukawa Snowball twitched his lips, then turned his face to stare at the unfamiliar ceiling, trying to empty his mind. Senpai, don't wrongly accuse me, I'm just a little slower than the average person at falling asleep. Oh. Is that so? I thought, Kohai-kun was because it's his first time sharing a bed with a girl, so he's incredibly nervous. Natsukawa Snowball remained silent. She wasn't wrong about that, but the main reason he was nervous was because he knew that his senpai was someone who liked to stir up trouble. So, he doesn't know when it would be appropriate to make a move on a girl because he has no experience. That's absolutely not it. Natsukawa Snowball exclaimed sharply. However, Kasumigakaka Yutaha just said lightly, then why did you specifically prepare that kind of thing, Kohai-kun? So, Natsukawa Snowball fell silent again, and after a long while, he slowly squeezed out a sentence. I have nothing to say. Kasumigakaka Yutaha blinked her eyes, then suddenly chuckled. What, so Kohai-kun is even more innocent than I thought. She had almost thought that Natsukawa Snowball had already done it with someone else, and she was vaguely angry, but seeing his reaction, she knew that he hadn't, and it was just some foresight from a certain Chunan. But this also shows that her Kohai-kun has indeed fantasized about being with her cough. She is naturally very happy to have such thoughts, but it is obviously not the time yet. At least for her, it shouldn't be done because the atmosphere is right, but because she likes and loves the other person. However, she definitely has to collect interest. She shouldn't miss this rare opportunity. So, she slowly reached out her hand, put his arm around her chest, and gently rubbed her head against him. Natsukawa Snowball's body instantly tensed up, feeling as if his brain had lost consciousness for a moment, and all sorts of messy thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. Should I close my eyes? As long as I don't move, it doesn't count. No, that's clearly being an ostrich. How can there be such a thing as being innocent if you don't resist? But then again, it's not like he doesn't like senpai. Although senpai has a bad personality and likes to tease people, she is really good-looking and beautiful. And her figure is also no, don't let your imagination run wild. Her figure doesn't matter, the key is whether she likes him or not. If there are no feelings involved, then he can't hurt senpai no matter what. Even if she takes the initiative, he should reason with her and tell her that she should cherish herself more. But that is to say, but is there a possibility that she actually likes him a little bit too? It's just that the time hasn't come to the point where they can date, and today might be an opportunity. This is too much of a headache. Natsukawa Snowball was still struggling. Kasumigakaka Yutaha, who was beside him, felt extremely at ease. Her sleep wasn't good at all. Whenever it was night, she would lie in bed and have trouble falling asleep. Even if she fell asleep quickly because she was tired. She would always wake up suddenly in the middle of the night for no reason, and then it would be even harder to fall asleep. Perhaps a large part of the reason for this is because she had long been accustomed to working at night, which caused her to become excited and have trouble falling asleep at night. And she would often think of all sorts of things she was concerned about, such as how should the subsequent development of her work be? She's already in her 3rd year of high school, so she should pay more attention to her studies, etc. But in fact, she was most concerned about her Kohaikun. She was always worried about the situation and progress of the other parties. Infidelity. Worried that after he really started dating someone, he would become inaccessible. In fact, she would never have worried about these things before, and even had the idea that it doesn't matter if Kohaikun really starts dating someone else. Because she believed that she had enough confidence and strength to snatch him back, and from another point of view, Kohaikun, who has dating experience, will obviously become more considerate, and she likes this very much, likes the feeling of him always revolving around her. However, during the time after he rejected her, she gradually understood one thing: if he has already started dating someone, or has already started pursuing someone, then there will be no other girls in his eyes. Such a him, she doesn't even have the possibility of approaching, let alone how to snatch him back. Chapter 126. So later, her biggest worry was whether her junior, Kimi, would start pursuing another girl he liked. And what would she do if he succeeded this time? Fortunately, the results always surprised her, but she was quite satisfied. Why was such an excellent junior always unlucky in love? At least, until now, she had never seen him actually dating anyone, only hearing occasional unfounded rumors. Naturally, she was overjoyed by this and began to pay more and more attention to his situation. That's why she could, coincidentally, appear around him whenever he was disheartened, to comfort and reassure him. The only annoying thing was her junior's attitude towards her, always distant. Even when he had to interact with her due to various circumstances, he would put on a very formal and polite demeanor. This wasn't a big deal, since she had rejected him before, making him sad, so it was normal. But the key was, Erin had also rejected her junior, right? So why was her junior so much nicer to her? Just a golden-haired loser, how could she enjoy such preferential treatment? Naturally, she felt very unbalanced. So, inevitably, when interacting with her junior, she would often feel like resenting him, wanting to act up and tease him. She considered this a manifestation of liking him. After all, she truly didn't care at all about people she didn't care about, not even wanting to say a word to them. She used to think her junior, who knew her well, would understand this, but only today did she realize that he had always misunderstood. Fortunately, everything was cleared up now, and things were moving in a good direction. Moreover, facing her current level of exposure, her yukata open, facing him almost defenseless, like didn't push her away, didn't criticize or avoid her. Wasn't this a reassuring sign? She was also someone who feared loneliness, who liked the feeling of being accompanied, and who could no longer live without his company. But he was gradually leaving her, which made her even more uneasy. So, whenever she was alone late at night, she would occasionally wake up from a dream, her body trembling with fear, afraid that he would never return, as in her dreams. But now, everything was different. Her junior was now by her side, his arm held in her embrace, and he was sharing the same bed with her. Honestly, she really wanted to go crazy, to ignore everything, flip over, straddle him, and forcefully tell him, "Tonight, and forever, you can only be mine." But her reason kept stopping her, telling her that this was wrong. It wasn't about the order, but a perfect love should be more natural, not influenced by the outside world, not forced by the atmosphere, but a desire from the bottom of her heart. So she couldn't take the final step, and even had to prevent that possible final step. Even though she was really unsatisfied, having such an unusual opportunity, but still having to wait, which is why she couldn't wait to collect some interest. Hey, Kimmy. Just like this is fine, tonight just let me hold you like this. This night was actually quite agonizing. Kakeru didn't remember when he fell asleep, only that the process before falling asleep was very difficult. The temperature where his skin touched his senior's was frighteningly hot, and the soft touch from her arm was constantly stimulating his nerves. But more importantly, that faint fragrance always swept away his drowsiness as soon as it appeared, and made him infatuated. This feeling of being able to think, see, smell, and hear, but not eat, it was like being in jail. Although he exerted great willpower to restrain himself, in the end, he couldn't rest well all night because of it. Not to mention the stage before, he couldn't bear the sleepiness and fell asleep automatically. The key was that during the time after he fell asleep, he would wake up suddenly from time to time, and when he wanted to explore, he found that it was because his senior's movements were too big. Like slapping his face, causing him to wake up suddenly, or inexplicably stuffing his head into her chest, causing him to almost suffocate and wake up. There were all kinds of strange postures. He once suspected that she didn't sleep at all, but was just calculating the time to tease him. Later, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he simply took the initiative, pressed her arm with his arm, and then wrapped his arm around her back, wrapping her whole body up from the posture. It was no different from taking the initiative to hold his senior in his arms, but he didn't start thinking about such beautiful things. He thought this would make her a little more stable, and he could sleep a little longer, but he didn't expect that he didn't sleep for long at all, and the alarm clock he had set suddenly rang, interrupting his sleep again. So, after being awakened again, Kakeru immediately showed a look of despair. However, Kasumigakake Yutaha in his arms slept very comfortably, and even after hearing the alarm clock, she just wrinkled her nose slightly, and then continued to bury her head and doze off. When Kakeru saw this, he became even more resentful, thinking, "I've been tortured like this, how can you sleep so soundly?" He was really super unbalanced. So he shook Kasumigakake Yutaha without thinking, determined to wake her up. "Senior, wake up quickly, don't sleep, Senior, it's time to get up." He knew that this guy had a habit of sleeping in, and especially a loyal supporter of the back-to-bed teaching, but he didn't plan to satisfy her today, and was determined to make her uncomfortable too. "Really don't sleep, Senior, wake up quickly." He worked hard for a long time, and finally let Kasumigakake Yutaha slowly open her eyes, and then she rubbed her sleepy eyes, and wanted to struggle to get up in a sleepy manner, but suddenly felt a pain. "Ugh, Kakeru, you seem to be pressing on my hair." Kakeru suddenly felt that his heartbeat seemed to stop for a moment. He had seen a boring statistic. Some busybodies published the data they had obtained on the internet, and found that in a relationship, the first sentence between each other every morning was usually not something like, "Good morning, I love you," but something like this, "You're pressing on my XX," among which girls would especially say this sentence. "You're pressing on my hair," which is also the sentence that boys like the most and are most moved by. And in response to this situation, there will always be some very knowledgeable experts who stand up and explain. This is a very desirable situation, because first of all you have to have hair to press on, and secondly, you have to be a couple lying in bed overnight, and fall asleep in a very close position, which shows that the relationship is very good. After all, couples and couples who are seemingly in harmony but actually at odds, sleep very far apart, and it is almost impossible for this situation to occur. Although those experts said it with a clear and logical manner, he had never really encountered it, and only felt that it was a very ordinary thing and not so fussed about, right? But after seeing it with his own eyes today, he suddenly felt that such ordinary words, when said in a certain scene, also made his heart beat non-stop. He was stunned and lost in thought, completely ignoring Kasumigakake Yutaha's feelings, so the latter did not get a response. And gradually became more awake. She looked up at Kakeru, seeing him staring at her with a silly look, and she felt happy and amused in her heart. She is pretty, that's right, and naturally beautiful, but she doesn't need to look at her like this, like an idiot. So a smile appeared on her face, and she was about to tease him, but suddenly felt something strange on her lower abdomen. "Kakeru, you're poking me." So she reached out and wanted to push it away slightly, but was suddenly held down by Kakeru, who looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. "Wait. I'll do it myself." Kasumigakaka Yutaha frowned slightly, wondering why he reacted so strongly, and then gradually realized something. So she couldn't speak, and her cheeks became flushed, looking like she was stammering. Ugh, this. No. It's not what you think. It's I not. He couldn't explain at all. He couldn't say things like, "Senior, listen to me, this is a normal physiological phenomenon for boys, it's not targeted at you, it's just something that happens when you get up in the morning." Originally, he wanted to explain that it was his mobile phone that was causing the trouble, but at this moment, his mobile phone was clearly placed on the pillow, so he couldn't put all the responsibility on it. But what was even more unbearable was his senior's reaction. She didn't take the opportunity to tease him, didn't take the opportunity to provoke and tease him, but actually showed a very shy and lovable look. I know. Kasumigakaka Yutaha lowered her head slightly, one hand propped on his chest, and the other hand was clenched into a fist against her own chest. That look as if she was mentally prepared was really heartwarming. And besides that, the round fullness rose and fell with her breathing, and began to frantically attract his attention. Kakeru's breathing also became rapid. Really? Things that couldn't be done in that atmosphere last night this morning? The atmosphere was ambiguous, but an untimely voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Guest, would you like to prepare breakfast for you now?" So the two looked at each other tacitly again, and then quickly looked away. "Yes, thank you, we'll get up right away," Kakeru said loudly. In order to catch the early bus as soon as possible, he had told the landlady when he checked into the room last night and booked today's breakfast. This was also one of the reasons why he set the alarm clock. After responding to the landlady, Kakeru simply got up, tidied up his yukata, and reminded Kasumigakaka Yutaha, "Senior too, don't sleep in when you're outside, get up early, I'll go wash up first." Although the ambiguous atmosphere was interrupted, he hadn't completely calmed down yet. It's better not to have such close contact with Senior for the time being. So he took the basket containing his clothes, picked up his mobile phone and walked towards the bathroom. Kasumigakaka Yutaha didn't say anything, just nodded silently. She seemed to not care, but when she confirmed that Kakeru had entered the bathroom and closed the door, she suddenly went crazy, pulled up the quilt and covered her face, and kept making woo-woo sounds in her mouth. So dangerous I almost couldn't resist. It's true that the morning of a day is the beginning of life. But it's undoubtedly also the beginning of resetting desires. She had finally managed to solve it herself last night without being discovered, but now she just fell asleep and felt it again. Could it be that she is also very horny? Who would admit such a thing? Woo. Kasumigakaka Yutaha tried hard to empty her mind and calm down. Kakeru on the other side certainly had his own things to do. Fortunately, he could use external force. After repeatedly washing his face with cold water to cool down, his body and a restless heart gradually cooled down. Originally, he was a little worried that staying in the bathroom for too long would arouse Senior's suspicion, but he slowly relaxed because he didn't hear her voice. He didn't push the door open and walk out until he was fully prepared. Then he saw Kasumigakaka Yutaha, who was still lying on the bed, closing her eyes and seemed to be sleeping in. So he sighed, then slowly walked over and squatted beside her, reaching out and trying to wake her up. "Senior, wake up, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly and have breakfast, then you can catch up on sleep in the car. If you don't think it's enough, you can go home and continue sleeping." The effect was not bad. Senior woke up slowly again under his efforts, and then showed a lazy expression. "Kakeru, my body is so tired I don't want to move." Kakeru rolled his eyes at her, thinking, wasn't she quite awake just now? How could she really fall asleep in such a short time? He didn't believe it. "Senior, stop messing around, the breakfast will be cold if you don't get up." "Ugh, then Kakeru, pull me up." Senior rubbed her sleepy eyes, and propped herself up slowly on the bed with the other hand. As mentioned before, her sleeping posture wasn't exactly graceful. She tended to move around a lot at night. As a result, the neatly worn yukata had long been tossed about, almost to the point of falling apart. Although it wasn't completely in tatters yet, it was inevitable that the yukata would slowly slip off one shoulder. Natsukawa Snowball had initially wanted to reach out and pull it back up for her, but his eyes widened as he watched her in that state, ultimately stopping just as she managed to barely cover her northern hemisphere. What a pity. No, I mean, one shouldn't look at what is improper. "Yukata. Your yukata is about to fall off." He thought that would make her restrain herself a bit, but Kasumigakaka Yutaha didn't care at all. Instead, she continued to reach out to him. What does it matter? I'm going to take it off anyway, why don't you help me take it all off, Kohai-kun? Like hell I'll help you take it off. Are you a 3-year-old? Senpai, stop fooling around, hurry up and get dressed properly, I'll wait for you outside. He was still quite energetic early in the morning. He had finally managed to calm down just now, and he didn't want to be stimulated any further. So, after throwing the clothes at Kasumigakaka Yutaha, Natsukawa Snowball left the room and leaned against the door, waiting patiently. This approach was indeed effective, much better than just trying to persuade her in place. Before long, his senior had already opened the door, fully dressed, and appeared before him. Natsukawa Snowball glanced at her, and just as he was about to turn around to lead the way, he keenly noticed a trace of something different. What's wrong, Kohai-kun? Why are you staring at me so intently? Could it be that you regret it? That you should have helped your senior put on her clothes just now? Of course not, Natsukawa Snowball shook his head, slightly hesitant. I just feel like senpai gives off a different feeling than yesterday. Oh, his senior blinked, suddenly realizing something, and then showed a disgusted expression. TSK, I didn't expect Kohai-kun to be this kind of person. Natsukawa Snowball looked at her with a puzzled expression. Well, but since it's Kohai-kun, reach out your hand, Kasumigakaka Yutaha's voice was cheerful. Although Natsukawa Snowball didn't understand what she wanted to do, he still reached out his hand. Just as he was about to ask, he found a soft and slightly cool lump in his palm. Looking down, it was a ball of black material, looking somewhat like. It's my stockings, oh, I wore them all day yesterday, so I'll give them to Kohai-kun now, Kasumigakaka Yutaha said with a cheerful expression, then took the lead and strode away without looking back. Natsukawa Snowball was dumbfounded. He never expected her to give him this. If he remembered correctly, his senior didn't seem to have washed them after taking them off yesterday. No. The point is, why give them to him? If she didn't want to wear them anymore, she could just throw them away. He wasn't interested in anything like used XX series, okay. Anyway, he made a disgusted face and wanted to stuff the thing back and return it to his senior, but she was walking so fast that she had already put a large distance between them. He originally wanted to quickly catch up, but the landlady of the inn suddenly appeared at the corner ahead, so his face changed, and he quickly stuffed the thing in his palm into his pocket. He didn't want to be seen as a pervert on the spot. There was no choice, he could only find a chance to return it to his senior later. Chapter 127. There's not much to say about the meal selection. The basic ingredients were traditional Japanese style. Matching the inn's tatami rooms. Although the taste wasn't much different from the nutritious breakfast made by Angel-san, the latter clearly had a bit more of a home taste. Because it was usually eaten at his house. Senpai ate slowly, but not with the elegance of chewing carefully. It was just because she was constantly distracted, making mischief during the meal. Her feet seemed to have nowhere to rest, and she had to rub against him. Her pearl-like toes were constantly drawing circles on his thighs, and occasionally she would pretend to be a rock climber, so several times they peeked out from behind the tablecloth and were discovered by him. Xia Chuanzhou glared at her several times with a dark face, but Senpai was unmoved. She figured he wouldn't dare to react in public, so she became even more unscrupulous. He had no choice. Afraid of being noticed by the people around him, so he sped up his eating, hoping to get away from her devilish toes as soon as possible. However, the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. A table of guests seemed to have noticed their movements and started pointing at them. That's great, I clearly wanted to open with a JK too. That guest, who was obviously still hungover, stared at them with very obvious envious eyes, and was about to make his own rebellious remarks when he was interrupted by a friend. Shut up, you idiot, what nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning? Shouldn't you be sober by now? His friend next to him cursed in a low voice, then lowered his head and apologized to Xia Chuanzhou, who had already noticed their movements. Xia Chuanzhou naturally wouldn't bother with a drunk too much, and he himself hoped to attract less attention, lest their movements disturb someone and lead to his social death. Sometimes he really felt that Senpai's mental state was weird. Why wasn't she afraid of attracting other people's attention at all? She was really very independent. But in fact, Xia Jiqiu Shiyu was even more excessive than he thought. She was not only not afraid of attracting other people's attention. But even after discovering Xia Chuanzhou's interaction with others, her small movements became even more intensified. She had completely given up eating and was concentrating on controlling the attack below. Damn it, can't stand it at all. Going to explode with her. So Xia Chuanzhou couldn't bear it any longer, and finally stretched out a hand to grab her jade foot, and the other hand simply put down the chopsticks and reached under the table, using his feeling to output against Senpai's soles. He was about to start a counterattack. The effect was of course also obvious. Xia Jiqiu Senpai, with high attack and paper defense, trembled obviously after he grabbed her jade foot, and then immediately broke through the defense under his attack. Ugh ugh woo. She tried her best to hold back her face, trying her best not to laugh. But that was not enough. Xia Chuanzhou seemed to be putting in all his effort and had no intention of bypassing her at all, so a constant stream of laughter was generated from the soles of her feet and then transported to her brain, instructing her to vent it out. Ho senior, stop it. Xia Jiqiu Shiyu lowered her voice and gave him a pleading look. She was hunched over the table, one hand covering her mouth and the other clenched into a fist, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. However, Xia Chuanzhou just glanced at her lightly, and then responded in a low voice, "What do you say when you beg for mercy, senpai?" "Ugh, sorry. No, that's not sincere enough." Xia Chuanzhou shook his head. Sorry. I won't dare to do it again in the future." "That's right." Xia Chuanzhou nodded in satisfaction, and then released senpai's jade foot. So Xia Jiqiu Shiyu's nerves were finally able to relax, and then she completely collapsed on the table, only caring about burying her head and panting. This customer? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to contact a hospital?" No, she just suddenly thought of something happy," Xia Chuanzhou quickly explained. It could be seen that this young staff member was indeed very enthusiastic, but it was obvious that this was not the time for him to show his enthusiasm. So the staff member next to him was dubious, but in the end he didn't ask anything more. "Okay then, if there's anything else you need, just tell me." After the staff member left, Xia Chuanzhou turned his head to look at senpai again. She had calmed down a little, but her face still had the afterglow of a violent reaction. When she saw Xia Chuanzhou looking at her, she immediately glared at him fiercely, but said words that didn't match her expression at all. "Wu Jr. is really a beast, I won't be able to marry like this." "Stop it, if you really count it like that, you wouldn't have been able to marry a long time ago," Xia Chuanzhou retorted, then rolled his eyes at her and sarcastically said. "And this is clearly your own fault. If you had known this, wouldn't it have been better to eat your meal properly?" "Junior is bullying me." Xia Jiqiu Shiyu pretended to be weak and powerless. "I'm just not good at chopsticks, and Junior clearly said before that he would feed me breakfast for the rest of my life." "Not good at chopsticks? You can even say such nonsense. You're not some newly returned foreign child. The past is the past, the present is the present, people can't always look to the past, senpai." Xia Chuanzhou shook his head. After confirming that Xia Jiqiu Shiyu was no longer preparing to do evil, he retracted his hands and placed them back on the table. But when he was about to pick up his chopsticks, a complicated expression suddenly appeared on his face. "This hand, if I remember correctly, I just used it to punish senpai, right? Now I'm going to use it to eat. It's not that I can't eat it, although senpai's looks very refreshing and clean, but it's really difficult for him to do it without caring." Just when Xia Chuanzhou was hesitating whether to wash his hands first, Xia Jiqiu Shiyu blinked her eyes, and then immediately saw through his predicament, so she put on an expression as if she was the winner. Reaping what you sow, Junior. But you don't have to be so entangled. You know how many people want to have such treatment, but it's too late. Only Junior can do it easily, but always complains about this and that." "Bullshit, normal people wouldn't not care, okay?" Xia Chuanzhou immediately rolled his eyes at her, then simply stood up and started cleaning up the tableware. He felt that even if he washed his hands and came back, he would still eat uncomfortably. Anyway, he had replenished a lot of energy, which was more than enough to maintain his physical strength, so he simply didn't eat it, so as not to be teased by senpai later. "I'm full, senpai, do as you please." After leaving a word, he picked up the plate and left. Xia Jiqiu Shiyu immediately curled her lips. Seeing that she couldn't tease him, she ate a few more bites hastily and then cleaned up. After finishing breakfast and checking out, the two went straight to the train station. Because their movements were a bit procrastinating, the first train had already left, so the two could only wait patiently on the platform. Xia Chuanzhou's phone had long been out of power and turned off, so he couldn't take it out to pass the time. But senpai next to him was very leisurely. As soon as she sat down next to him, she yawned. "Junior, I'll take a nap, please take care of me." Xia Chuanzhou glanced at her. Although he didn't respond, he nodded to indicate. But obviously senpai not only wanted him to pay attention to the train, but also found a comfortable position and leaned on him to take a nap. The sleeping senpai looked much quieter and more beautiful, and really looked like a beautiful literary girl. Today is the weekend, and there are not many people going out so early. Most of them are combinations of a man and a woman, and they seem to be going out on dates, so Xia Chuanzhou and the two of them have perfectly blended into the crowd. After waiting for a while, the train came. Xia Chuanzhou tried to wake up senpai but found that it was useless, so he had no choice but to rudely grab her hand and forcefully drag her into the train. There are quite a few empty seats on the train without office workers. The two casually found a seat close to each other and sat down. As soon as they sat down, Xia Shiyu started making trouble again. "Ugh, Junior is so mean, his movements are always so rough, I'm going to break. Who told you to keep calling me and not wake up? If I didn't pull you onto the train would have left." For example, this kind of statement that is clearly meant to deliberately cause misunderstanding among passersby, he only needs to maintain a calm attitude to retell the incident. "It's clearly Junior's fault last night too, I was already asleep, but you had to wake me up." "No, don't talk nonsense." Xia Chuanzhou's face changed. He was about to find a way to save his reputation among passersby, but realized that there seemed to be more important things he needed to explore. "Wait, you just said woke you up. I don't remember waking you up." "Junior, don't pretend to be stupid." Xia Shiyu closed her eyes and continued to lean on his shoulder in the same position. She clearly looked like she had no energy at all, but her mouth was still outputting as usual. "I was woken up last night when you sneaked into my quilt." Xia Chuanzhou opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. His face suddenly became a little ugly. It's not because the couple sitting across from them were so ashamed by their conversation that they didn't know where to put their eyes. But because he suddenly realized that senpai really wasn't pretending to be asleep last night, but was completely awakened by his actions of getting into the quilt. Damn it, so it's his own problem. If I had known this, I might as well have gotten into the quilt earlier. It would have saved him from being worried all the time, and even not sleeping well in the end. Seeing that Xia Chuanzhou didn't respond to her anymore, Xia Shiyu sat up straight, opened her eyes and looked at him suspiciously, but found that he was full of sorrow and looked like he had no love for life. "What's wrong? Why do you suddenly have this expression?" Xia Chuanzhou naturally ignored her, because he was in a completely self-enclosed state. Senpai felt bored, so she curled her lips and then returned to her original posture and took a nap. So there was no conversation along the way. After a while, the train finally arrived at the station. Xia Chuanzhou, who had recovered a little, heard the voice broadcast and hurriedly took senpai off the train. Now it's daytime after all, and Xia Chuanzhou himself still has something to do, so he ignored senpai's resentful eyes and directly told her to go home by herself. Then he happily won the title of scumbag. "Anyway, I'm just one of the collections that Junior has, if I'm useless, I'll be thrown away, and I don't even have the right to ask for concern." Senpai's remarks were more rebellious than the last, but Xia Chuanzhou didn't care anymore. Anyway, there were only the couple who had been sitting across from them and the people getting off the train at this station. "I'm already concerned enough about you, otherwise I would have left you on the train and ignored you," Xia Chuanzhou replied expressionlessly. "Anyway, that's it, if you're still sleepy, senpai, hurry up and go home to sleep and don't forget that you're still wearing yesterday's clothes." At the end, Xia Chuanzhou didn't forget to remind her in a low voice. So as expected, Xia Shiyu suddenly became a little nervous, and subconsciously raised her sleeves and smelled them. "Tch, then that's it, I should go back too." Xia Shiyu's expression quickly calmed down. She didn't actually smell anything, but after he mentioned it, she felt itchy in her heart, and always felt like there was some kind of smell that she couldn't feel. "Then I'm leaving, be careful on the road." Xia Chuanzhou waved his hand and said goodbye to senpai. "Junior too, be careful not to be deceived by a girl who suddenly pops up." The corners of Xia Chuanzhou's mouth twitched, but he didn't bother to pay attention to her anymore, and turned around and strode away. He was also planning to go back to sleep first. After all, he really didn't rest well yesterday. Fortunately, the study session with Lily had been changed to the afternoon, so he had time to catch up on sleep. Of course, before that, he still had to go to the breakfast shop he often patronized. It's not that he's particularly fond of it, but compared to some localized sweet buns and so on, the more original flavors can arouse his appetite. But what he didn't expect was that at this time on the weekend, he could actually run into an acquaintance in this kind of place. Jing Yuzi. She happened to be at the very end of the line, and also happened to be in front of him. Jing. Xia Chuanzhou tentatively greeted. So the casually dressed little loli in front turned her head in response, revealing a pair of curious expressions. Who is calling me? It's really you, Jing. Classmate. Xia Chuanzhou nodded. As expected, his eyes were not wrong. The other party's hairstyle and body shape were too conspicuous. It was difficult not to recognize her. President? Miko Aino tilted her head, looking somewhat puzzled. Why is the president here? No. I'm not Miko Aino, I don't know anyone by that name. Seriously, haven't you already exposed yourself? Snowball Natsukawa looked blank, not understanding why she was denying it. But you turned around. Ugh, that's because, can't argue with that. So weak. Snowball Natsukawa suddenly thought the girl in front of him was quite cute. Unlike the very aggressive Yutaha Kasumigakaka, Miko Aino's conversational skills were truly terrible. He hadn't even said much, but it felt like he'd already cornered her. Wow, darn it, I actually got recognized. Miko Aino looked frustrated. Seeing that she had been exposed, she simply took off her mask. I should have come a little earlier, but how could the president recognize me? I was wearing a mask. Snowball Natsukawa looked at her speechlessly, thinking, wasn't I recognizing you from behind? Wearing a mask or not makes no difference. And is it even possible that wearing a mask wouldn't disguise you at all? More like, where did you get this idea from, some cheesy drama? Actually, you're pretty easy to recognize. After all, we're colleagues, and whether it's your hairstyle or your figure, it's quite noticeable. How could I mistake you for someone else? Ugh, really? I didn't expect the president to pay so much attention to me. Chapter 128. Xia Chuanzhu's expression immediately turned strange, thinking that the girl was acting up, wondering what was going on. While chatting, the line moved quickly, and it was soon their turn. Although Aino is small, she seems to have a large appetite. She bought 5 large meat buns in one go and couldn't wait to taste them on the spot. If Xia Chuanzhu remembered correctly, her parents were quite busy with work, so she could be said to have been living alone most of the time. Today was also the same, acting alone, so these meat buns were all prepared for herself. Ah, I forgot that the president was also here. Seeing Xia Chuanzhu's gaze occasionally falling on her, Aino Miko seemed a little embarrassed. I usually eat less. I see. Xia Chuanzhu nodded, not feeling anything was wrong. After chatting with the shopkeeper for a while and refusing his invitation to come in and sit down, Xia Chuanzhu wanted to go straight home, but he didn't expect Aino Miko next to him to not have left yet. Aino, are you waiting for someone? Out of curiosity, Xia Chuanzhu then asked, but unexpectedly, the other party shook her head. No, I'm alone, little Miko said weakly, and after a long stalemate with him, she took a deep breath and asked him. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I still ask the president not to tell anyone about what happened today. Ah. Xia Chuanzhu was immediately dumbfounded. He didn't understand, thinking that he had inadvertently spied on someone else's secret again. What do you mean? It's just about me buying 5 large meat buns. Really, I don't usually eat that much, it's just that I happen to be in the mood today. Appetite. It should be fine, right? Xia Chuanzhu thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. Although 5 meat buns do seem like a lot, it's not something that would shock people, right? And not to mention others, I can eat them all myself. No, it's completely different. How can girls compare to boys? So Xia Chuanzhu once again very seriously replied to her, Aino, listen to me. First of all, I'm not the kind of person who would talk about other people's rights and wrongs in casual conversations with friends. Secondly, I think it's very important to ensure an adequate supply of food. Like me, in order to ensure exercise and maintain my daily and growing needs, I also eat a lot. Finally, I think, no matter who it is, people don't pay too much attention to or get entangled in other people's lives. In reality, everyone is already spending a lot of energy just living their own lives well. At least for him, just completing his duties and maintaining his non-collapsing social life was already exhausting, and he couldn't even think about paying more attention to other people's affairs. So that means, Ai no Miko was listening quite seriously at first, but suddenly started to become sentimental as she listened. Actually, the president doesn't care about my feelings at all. I see, that's right, how could anyone be willing to care about a troublesome busybody that people find annoying? Xia Chuanzu frowned, feeling that the other party's condition was a little off. Normally, Ai no Miko should be a stronger, more serious person. How could she be defeated by just 2 sentences he said today? And she also lost her usual sharp rebuttals and her consistent, overseer, style. Although it may not be appropriate for me to say this, if it's convenient, can you confide your troubles? Xia Chuanzu thought for a while, still feeling that it wasn't good to just ignore this direct junior, maybe he could help her. Really? Is the president willing to listen? Speaking of which, this is the first time I've met the president outside. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to use Xia Chuan outside. But we're not in the same grade, so I feel like it would be a bit presumptuous. How about this? Can I call you senior? How about senior Xia Chuan? Xia Chuanzu couldn't handle her sudden enthusiasm and leaned his head back slightly. There's no problem with the address, it's just, you're too close. In his impression, this junior was still the shy child who was too nervous to speak on the student council president election stage. Although her strong sense of justice caused her to show her face everywhere in the academy from time to time. That should be essentially correct, but the result now is. However, he also took the opportunity to observe the other party carefully. Today, little Miko was wearing a pure white dress with many petal-shaped folds adorning the skirt. Her smooth and silky chestnut hair was rarely tied up, but naturally fell to her waist, with slight natural curls. Her eyes were also chestnut-colored, but even brighter than her beautiful hair. The bangs that reached her eyebrows fell naturally, covering the bright forehead that should have shown her wisdom, but the cutest thing was this, her cheeks were slightly puffed up, and her face showed a touching little expression of "Great, someone is finally willing to talk to me." Xia Chuanzu couldn't help but feel speechless. So you are also a little lonely person with no friends, but it would be better to swallow the food in your mouth before speaking? Speaking of which, where are your friends? I remember they're called Ofutoko Kobachi, right? Why don't you try confiding in her if you have any troubles? Although he said that she could confide her troubles to him, his instinct still felt that girls' affairs were more suitable for girls to discuss among themselves, and there might be parts in it that he shouldn't hear. No, it's a bit, actually, Kobachi has her own things to do on weekends, and we only act together when we have to go to school. Ai no Miko shook her head, and then showed a trace of loneliness on her face. So Xia Chuanzu increasingly felt that things seemed a little unusual. This junior's troubles seemed to be the kind that she couldn't even mention to her friends. Then what about him? Was his status as a school senior and student council president enough? In other words, she might need to provide life advice, he might be able to handle this. Xia Chuanzu nodded secretly in his heart and already had many ideas. After all, she was at this age, and the things she worried about were nothing more than academics, love, friendship, etc. And anything more would be beyond the scope. So he patiently waited for the other party's next sentence, and then heard Ai no Miko say somewhat dejectedly. Actually, today is my birthday. This is indeed beyond the scope, Xia Chuanzu thought. Actually, today is my birthday, Ai no Miko said with a lonely expression. But my mom and dad haven't come home these days because of work, so I guess I'll be spending it alone again this year. So Xia Chuanzu was silent. If you had to divide the degree of loneliness into levels, celebrating your birthday alone would probably rank at level 7 or 8. Although it needs to be fine-tuned a bit due to personal factors, it's actually not too bad. However, this is obviously aimed at people who still have a longing for birthdays and think it is a day worth celebrating, but for people who hardly care about the concept of birthday, this degree of loneliness is not worth mentioning at all, and may even be completely indifferent. And in Ai no Miko's situation, this sudden sentimental appearance clearly shows that she cares a lot. Then, do you have any plans for today? Xia Chuanzu didn't know how to comfort her, maybe he should mention something happy. Judging from the other party's actions, although she was quite sad, she didn't seem to have given up completely, so there was still room for remedy. If you don't mind, maybe I can participate. He understood that feeling better, he had spent a long time alone, and because he had been rained on, he wanted to pass an umbrella to others. Can you? Senior clearly has his own things to do, it's okay if you don't. Ai no Miko was indeed a good child, even at this moment, she was still thinking about whether it would be inconvenient for him. Actually, there's nothing to do, so it's definitely no problem to accompany you. For a while, Xia Chuanzu shook his head. Now that things had come to this, he couldn't possibly say that his next plan was to go home and sleep until noon. Fortunately, he usually didn't sleep much, and after getting used to it, he could always squeeze out energy by working hard. There are a few too many people here, how about this, let's go sit in the park over there, and you can also tell me your original plans, Xia Chuanzu suggested. After all, the two of them were still standing in front of someone else's shop. And although the shopkeeper definitely wouldn't mind, he couldn't go too far. But the most important thing was that the difference in physique between him and Miko made him look like an unscrupulous young man who was about to abduct a minor girl. Of course, Ai no Miko had no intention of opposing Xia Chuanzu's proposal. For her, it was best to have someone accompany her, which showed that there were still people who cared about her after all. So, with Miko's consent, Xia Chuanzu took her to the small park he often went to, the blessed place where he picked up the angel. If you want to celebrate, you should have made your own plans, right? I'd like to hear them if you don't mind. He felt that this junior was still a little embarrassed, so he used the phrase, I want to hear, to guide her, which also made it easier to bring the two closer together. Actually, Ai no Miko was indeed a little embarrassed, but what she said next made Xia Chuanzu a little confused. Actually, I was planning to just wander around and then go home after eating something, because, I haven't been here much, so I wanted to taste the local snacks and desserts. I see, Xia Chuanzu nodded to show that he understood. A very classic foodie mindset, and whether it's to celebrate good things or vent frustration, eating is indeed a good choice. The only thing to worry about is the problem of the body getting fat and out of shape. Then what else? I mean, after satisfying your appetite. Are there any other arrangements? Like going to see a movie or something? No, I just wanted to eat some desserts, Ai no Miko shook her head. Even if you say that, there's still a lot of time left, right? Not to mention the afternoon and evening, you can't even pass the time in the morning. No, I used to be like this, and then a whole day would pass without me realizing it. So Xia Chuanzu was stunned. A whole day? Yes, a whole day, and sometimes I even feel like there's not enough time and I can't finish shopping. Ai no Miko nodded obediently. She didn't have many ways to reward herself, and her favorite was to listen to music all day while hugging a doll, or to go out and look for food all day, but because the latter lacked a sense of companionship, she preferred the days with a doll. Xia Chuanzu opened his mouth, suddenly seeming to realize something. A whole day, spent eating? It's not like I'm eating all the time, I always have to pick a store and a menu first, right? And then if I encounter something that doesn't taste good, I'll be a little unhappy and won't want to eat it. Ai no Miko explained. For her, the main purpose was to eat delicious food, so she had to pick and choose, but in order to follow the sense of justice in her heart, she would not waste food even if it was not delicious. But Xia Chuanzu didn't understand her underlying meaning at all, and thought she was the kind of person who liked to order one of everything and then taste a little bit of each. In that case, although it would be a bit of a waste of food, it would indeed satisfy the need to try more things, and today was her birthday, so it was perfectly fine to be a little willful. I roughly understand what you mean, Xia Chuanzu nodded, but after thinking about it, he still offered his own suggestion. The experience of eating alone is indeed better, you can choose and select yourself, but there are also some things that are more interesting to do with two people. Today is also a good opportunity, so why not, try it a little. Since he had promised to accompany the other party for a while, he naturally couldn't be perfunctory and felt that it would be better to give this junior a rich and pleasant experience. For example, watching a movie, visiting a museum, or playing bowling, going to an aquarium or zoo. These things would definitely be more interesting with two people, right? Of course, if you have better ideas yourself, that's also fine, I have no problem with that. After all, it was still the other party's own birthday, so he definitely had to follow her opinion. He was just appropriately reminding the other party that they can now say that the two of them are acting together. So there were definitely more things to consider. Hearing his words, Miko Aino's eyes lit up, and she nodded excitedly. In that case, there is indeed something I've been wanting to try. Is that so? Snowball Natsukawa glanced at her appreciatively. I'm all ears. Senior, please come with me to an all-you-can-eat barbecue. Snowball Natsukawa. He thought he must have misheard. In the end, Snowball Natsukawa, with a complicated expression, agreed to accompany her to the barbecue restaurant, but because such restaurants don't open in the morning, the two decided to wander around outside for a while to kill time. The weather in early May was bright and sunny, and because it had rained last night, there was a bit of humidity in the air, which made the temperature feel less intense. The cherry blossoms were still in full bloom, and occasionally a gentle breeze would blow, creating a fluttering scene of falling petals like rain. As the two walked along, they could see young couples walking side by side everywhere. The occasional eye contact between them created a shy and heartwarming, sweet and sour atmosphere. Snowball Natsukawa didn't feel anything in particular, probably because he had seen it so many times, or perhaps because such things often happened to him in the eyes of others. So after getting used to it, he could ignore the pervasive atmosphere of copulation. As they say, familiarity breeds indifference. Every spring is a season suitable for animal reproduction. He neither agreed nor disagreed with this statement, but it was undeniable that most people seemed to agree, which was why there were so many people coming and going. Miko Aino clearly didn't go out much. She was quite curious about the young couples who were obviously dating, but at the same time, she found the scene too stimulating and couldn't help but avert her eyes. Holding hands and hugging are fine, but this is still on the street, how can they be so lovey-dovey? Miko Aino's gaze stopped on the side of the road, in a slightly secluded spot that could still be seen at a glance. Snowball Natsukawa followed her gaze and saw a couple indeed, embracing intimately and whispering sweet nothings. Their hands were restlessly wandering, and their behavior seemed to suggest further developments. So he withdrew his gaze and tried to instruct his junior with a normal attitude. Perhaps they can't help themselves, but this type is still a minority, so it's best not to pay too much attention and be influenced by them. There will always be some strange birds in a big forest with so many people in the world. There are always some guys who like to pursue stimulating things and are not satisfied with a peaceful daily life. There's no need for them to pay too much attention. But isn't it ultimately a bad influence? At least they shouldn't affect others, we shouldn't cause trouble for others. Snowball Natsukawa patiently reminded her, you have to know that this is not at school. Outside, there are far fewer rules and restrictions. For them, this is just a hug, right? At most, there will be a kissing part, but if that's all, it doesn't constitute a violation of the law, right? If you call the police for this, they'll think you're making a fuss over nothing and wasting police resources. In the end, this level of behavior is only a moral issue, but since they don't care about morality, you can't bind them. They might even ridicule you for being a primitive man. Miko Aino was somewhat unwilling, but she also felt that he made sense, so she could only reluctantly withdraw her gaze, looking sullen and very concerned. Snowball Natsukawa found her a bit strange. In every way, caring about this kind of thing seemed a bit off. He feared she was becoming obsessed with maintaining discipline at school. How's life at school lately? For example, the previous forest school, was the activity successful? Did you encounter any difficulties? She really is an easy-to-understand child, he thought. If you have any problems, feel free to discuss them with me. After all, I'm the one who asked you to be in charge of the overall arrangement for the first year. Seeing him say this, the junior seemed hesitant, but was still willing to speak. Actually, it's like this. Miko Aino took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. Chapter 129. Xia Chuanzu looked at her very seriously, nodding from time to time to indicate that he was listening. The matter is actually not complicated. Das a traditional activity of Zaizuan. The content of the forest school activities for the second and first grades is not much different. Both involve participating in learning, and then holding a test of courage a few days before the end of the activity. Therefore, the first-year students, who also recognize that this is an excellent opportunity to obtain the right to choose a spouse. were also excited, just like the second-year students. However, for the management level, the student council only had Ijinya Miko and Shang as officers. They were not very mature as people in charge. And the former's ideas were a bit too extreme. Therefore, before the official start of the test of courage, Ijinya Miko caught a few typical offenders and made serious punishments, which aroused public anger. Prohibit the other party from participating in the test of courage unless they submit a letter of repentance beforehand and obtain consent. Such a punishment was of course impossible to accept. In fact, although everyone was extremely enthusiastic about the test of courage, it didn't mean that they could succumb to Power U, a small disciplinary committee chairman. Suddenly made such a request, otherwise you wouldn't let him participate in the test of courage? This is simply abusing your power. Even the student council president, Xia Chuanzu, wouldn't do such a thing. So the person concerned contacted some people who were also dissatisfied with his decision and jointly wrote to the school to express their dissatisfaction with the student council management. In the end, the director of the grade's teaching affairs came forward to resolve the matter. The student council's first-year representative, Ijinya Miko, withdrew the punishment and apologized to the punished person. At the same time, the punished person submitted a letter of repentance stating that they should not have united classmates to cause riots as the ending. So Ijinya Miko was greatly affected, and even felt that she had been betrayed. She was obviously doing things in accordance with the school's regulations, but in the end, the school was not on her side. Not only that, although the other students didn't show it much, she could actually feel that the popularity she had accumulated during the previous student council election seemed to have declined a bit, almost reaching the point where it was only slightly better than when she was a disciplinary committee member. This was not her wild imagination, but completely because she found that many people who used to nod and greet her when they met her suddenly ignored her later. So she was hit again, and found that even the students didn't approve of her approach, so she gradually began to become autistic. After Xia Chuanzu listened to her self-report, he also felt a little numb in his heart, thinking that this child was really fierce. She dared to make such a punishment to curb people's estrus when others were in love. It would be strange if she wasn't targeted and hated. But he is a senior after all. It is not good to laugh at the approach, and he must focus on guidance and supervision. So he thought for a while, organized his words, and said slowly, "I don't think you are completely wrong, but, of course, the specific method can be optimized better." The method can of course be optimized, but before that, let's analyze the reasons first. Xia Chuanzu began to talk eloquently. For example, making punishments. In fact, no matter how heavy you punish, for those students who are caught by you, they must be extremely dissatisfied. Everyone is like this, why punish me but not others? Of course, under normal circumstances, you definitely can't really punish everyone. You can only use this method of killing chickens to warn monkeys. If the target is some students who are already quite honest and accidentally made too conspicuous a fuss, he may listen obediently. Whether it is sincere or insincere, at least he will be willing to hand in the letter of repentance, but in fact, most of the students in Zayuan are not like this, and even some of them must have harbored resentment against the nosy disciplinary committee for a long time. So new and old hatreds are settled together today. Usually, of course, they don't dare and won't resist you, because you and the disciplinary committee stand on the school's position and represent the school. This kind of thing of managing discipline is originally done by you on behalf of the school, but the forest school period is different, especially the test of courage. One of the purposes of holding it is to let these young men and women vent their nowhere to put their exuberant energy. Therefore, in a sense, although your actions are still standing on the school's position, in fact, the school has become a neutral party at this time, and even turns a blind eye to the students' exuberant performance. This is why there are only classes in the morning on the day of the test of courage, and the afternoon's teaching courses are cancelled and arranged for other things. The original intention is also the school's fulfillment, so that students can make final preparations before the start of the conference. But it seems that you didn't realize this, and still performed your duties with the original attitude, and even threatened people with their concerned right to participate. It is natural to encounter fierce resistance. After Xia Chuanzu seriously explained the reason to her, he changed to a more gentle tone. "You said you felt betrayed by the school, but I think the school actually favored you this time." But Ijinya Miko suddenly became a little anxious and wanted to explain. "Listen to me first." Xia Chuanzu shook his head and interrupted her. Perhaps you should have already discovered that although this forest school activity is still under the name of an off-campus study, the content of our lectures during this period is not the knowledge that must be obtained during the semester. Most of them are extra courses, which can be learned or not learned, depending entirely on the student's conscious choice to listen or not listen. To put it extremely, even if no one listens to the lectures during the lecture period, the teachers don't care, because they have already been greeted in advance. The lectures during this period only need to be given, and understanding or not, and how to understand is a matter for the students to worry about. This is also to a certain extent to let the students experience the way of university lectures in advance. But for you and the disciplinary committee, it seems that you did not realize this, and still performed official duties according to the rules in Zaizuan High School. So that the students began to feel dissatisfied. The teachers don't care about me. What kind of onion is your disciplinary committee? Are you really taking yourself seriously? So the disciplinary committee represented by you was targeted by these students, and finally it was brought to the teacher. Originally, in fact, the school would be more inclined to choose to dismiss you and entrust others to manage this choice. But I think they should think that Jinya Miko is really too suitable for the position of disciplinary committee chairman, so they can't bear to let go of such a useful talent. Xia Chuanzu paused, as if he felt that such a truth might be unacceptable to this simple junior. But after thinking about it, he still felt that she would have to step into society one day, and excessive protection was not suitable for a person's growth. I think the school should be out of this idea, so it will withstand the pressure of so many students jointly appealing and protect you. Just letting you make a mere apology and let you go. As for the punishment for those students, it is actually big or small, but after all, they are students of our Zaizuan. So they only gave the leader a warning of should not have united classmates to cause riots and the punishment of handing in a letter of repentance. This is probably not like a punishment at all in the eyes of the other party, but more like reminding him to use a more rational way to solve the problem next time. In the end, the method you used was not appropriate and did not achieve the desired effect. Xia Chuanzu shook his head, and then began to teach the junior. Like this kind of punishment, it is actually useless at all. Even if the other party gives you a letter of regret the next day, he will still do what he should do afterwards. After all, he is not completely prohibited from participating in the test of courage, and even if you prohibit him, what if he sneaks in secretly? Can you arrange for people to watch him all the time? In the end, this kind of punishment is completely testing the other party's morality and character. But unfortunately, this thing can't really be tested at all. So my suggestion is simply issue an announcement in advance that for those who perform well and abide by discipline in the course, you can consider approving the other party's extra partner requirements. And this approval can ignore the impact of academic performance. You must know that rewards are sometimes more meaningful than punishments. Especially in the case where everyone wants to team up with their favorite, good friends or something. You only need to issue this one notice, and you don't even need to worry about the follow-up. Just wait in the office to process the large number of partner application forms submitted by others. This is equivalent to a transformation of contradictions. Originally, it was a contradiction between your disciplinary committee and the students' discipline issues, but now it has become a contradiction between students' better performance to obtain the right to choose partners independently, that is, to let the students put all their energy on involution. This can not only solve their exuberant energy problem, but also make students more actively study. Which even the school will definitely agree with. Is this okay? But in this way, wouldn't the previous rules be broken? Rules are made to be broken, Xia Chuanzu shook his head and reminded. No destruction, no construction, the so-called rules should be constantly replaced by better ideas. As long as its starting point and results are better, then it can replace the previous rules and become better rules. But Jinya Miko still found it difficult to agree. Some of her stubborn ideas had already formed part of her personality, and it was of course difficult to be persuaded for a while. That's right. Wouldn't it be unfair to those who have already secured their qualifications? This world is inherently unfair, Xia Chuanzu shook his head and continued to persuade. And since they were able to get the qualifications last time, why do you think they won't be able to grab the qualifications later? As the saying goes, live in sorrow and die in peace. If you always indulge in the past achievements, you will always be careless, so you might as well give them a lesson in advance, give them some intensity, let them know that they are not absolutely dominant. And there are others who are eyeing their qualifications. If you want to secure them, perform better. Besides, if the students in this issue can really make the overall performance better, then what does it matter if you add some more places? In addition to the partners who have already booked those places, you can also give some rewards to those students who have performed well or made significant progress during the period. As a teacher, I am afraid that I can only verbally praise the students who have made significant progress due to their identity and various factors. But our student council is really giving benefits. As long as you still want to participate in the test of courage, then you have to work hard for your own desires. This is called truly adapting to people. So Ijinya Miko was silent, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt that what he said made sense, and then suddenly said, "Oh," as if she had suddenly realized something. "I understand. Simple punishment is useless at all. If you want to restrain them, you still need to grasp people's hearts." Xia Chuanzu. No, this statement is a bit, okay, although the meaning is actually somewhat close. Looking at the other party's radiant and starry-eyed appearance, Xia Chuanzu suddenly became a little worried whether he would lead this junior in a bad direction. It shouldn't be, right? Putting aside that strange understanding, judging from Ijinya Miko's expression, she should be very inspired. The frowning face that she had before gradually eased. However, one thing is one thing. The established plan did not say that it should be changed. The yakiniku restaurant that should be visited still has to be visited, and cannot be escaped. After the two wandered around the street for a while, they found that it was really boring, so they found a roadside dessert shop and went in to prepare for a rest, and by the way, discussed where to pass the time. After replenishing a few meat buns, Xia Chuanzu didn't have a good appetite, but his mental state was a bit poor. So he ordered an iced Americano. Ijinya Miko next to him was very interested. Not only did she buy another crepe, but she also ordered a strawberry sundae and a matcha cake. The key is that she didn't seem to be tasting the flavor. She was clearly eating with relish, completely looking like she was more than capable. "If I remember correctly, you just bought breakfast with me, right? And it was 5 meat buns. How can you still eat these now?" Little Miko's cheeks were bulging, and her mouth was stuffed with a lot of things. After suddenly hearing Xia Chuanzu's question, her original eating action stopped all of a sudden. She now realized that it seemed a little late to save her image, but she still stammered and explained, "Sweet, desserts, how can they be said to be food?" "That's right. How does that sentence go? Girls have 2 stomachs, one for the main course and one for desserts. I'm now filling the second one." "That's true, but this is the first time I've seen it used as a reason." And he had a hunch that the junior in front of him didn't seem to have reached her limit yet. The eating action didn't feel like it was stopping because of satiety. But it made people feel that it seemed like it would be no problem to have 3 more servings. Logically speaking, someone with such a large appetite should have a rather bold and uninhibited eating style, or at the very least, be like Chika Fujiwara. But this junior. Every time she takes a small bite of food, she shows a happy expression like a little hamster nibbling on sunflower seeds. Her petite and exquisite appearance makes her seem quite refined, but the truth is that her food intake is astonishing, and her speed is not bad either. Before you know it, she has finished all 3 desserts she ordered. Meanwhile, he has only drunk half of his iced Americano. I feel, the taste isn't as good as I imagined. Even though she just finished a hearty meal, this junior is now making surprising comments. "The crepe doesn't taste good, I feel the fruits inside aren't fresh. The matcha cake isn't soft enough, the heat must be off. And then there's the sundae, it's sweet enough, but it's too sweet, so it covers up the strawberry flavor. So it's not good enough." Not satisfied with just criticizing, she even took out a small notebook and started scribbling in it, while muttering. "Taking the average, the overall condition is about 6 points, which is barely passing, but some of the desserts need to work harder." Natsuki Kanashiro. He feels like he's been increasingly confused lately. He thought he was deepening his impression of girls each time, but in reality, he's been constantly refreshing his understanding. It's not about her taking notes. He also has a habit of taking notes to avoid pitfalls, but he prefers to remember things in his head. What he can't understand is something else. She clearly had a happy expression on her face while enjoying the food just a second ago. And then the next second she can harshly criticize what she just ate. Could it be that you also have multiple personalities like Kagaya? Allow me to interject, nothing special, just curious, Natsuki Kaneshiro paused and tentatively asked. I saw you earlier, weren't you eating quite happily? But your evaluation is, like this? He is completely clear that she was happily swinging her legs under the table earlier, which was definitely not faked. That's why he wanted to ask the reason, but as soon as he asked, he already began to regret it, because he saw Aino Miko looking at him with a look of disdain, and replying as a matter of course. These two things don't conflict, right? I'm happy because I am indeed happy, but their desserts are indeed unsatisfactory. One thing is one thing, I can't waste food and get angry at the food, right? Natsuki Kaneshiro opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. That makes so much sense, what's going on? So he stopped talking, silently took a sip of coffee, and thought that he should mind his own business when it comes to beautiful girls. Taking advantage of the break, Natsuki Kaneshiro charged his phone and casually flipped through it, looking for an entertainment venue suitable for celebrating a friend's birthday. He inexplicably came across a recommendation for Heideleo. But he knew that this place was not for entertainment, but rather for being entertained. And he felt that this year's netizens had some problems with the definition of entertainment venue. Anyway, he decisively passed it over, and after thinking about it, he felt that their relationship hadn't reached the point of being very close, so it was best to choose a place that was slightly more relaxing. So he finally settled on a cat cafe. But in every sense, he had to first consult the other person's opinion. By the way, Aino, do you like small animals? Like cats? Aino Miko was obviously surprised, not understanding why he suddenly asked her this. Cats are okay, I actually thought about raising one before. But because my parents are very busy with work, and I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of it, I gave up in the end. I see, Natsuki Kaneshiro nodded. Since she doesn't hate them, then there's no problem. How about going to a cat cafe later? At least it's more interesting than sitting here doing nothing. Cat cafe, Aino Miko pondered for a moment, and quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, I have no problem. She is not a very opinionated person, but because she really likes to eat delicious food, she filled her plan with eating options. Okay, then let's go to the cat cafe later, I'll make a reservation with the owner, around 12 o'clock. After all, you've eaten so much, so it'll take a while to digest. After drinking his coffee, Natsuki Kaneshiro sent a message to the owner based on the contact information on the store's information. Oh right, although the cat cafe also has food, there are fewer types, and there might not be anything you want to eat. If you still have any needs, you can buy it outside first, so we only need to pay the admission fee when we go to the cat cafe. He originally reminded her as a precaution, but he didn't really think that this junior could eat so much more, but the result greatly exceeded his expectations. In that case, then I'll order another vanilla cake and sable. Aino Miko nodded very readily, and then got up and walked towards the counter again the next second. Well, okay, Natsuki Kaneshiro didn't know what to say, so he could only silently continue to contact the store, and after confirming that they were open today, he booked a time, then put down his phone and patiently waited for his junior to return. Not long after, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps beside him. Natsuki Kaneshiro turned his head to see what was going on, but saw Aino Miko with a panicked expression, asking him for help. Senior, what should I do? 2 of my classmates are coming in. Natsuki Kaneshiro was stunned, thinking that if your classmates are here, then you should say hello. What are you asking him for? So, is there a problem? It's a big problem, senior. Aino Miko wanted to explain, but turned her head and found that the 2 people had already entered the store and were standing not far from her, walking towards the counter. Damn, there's no time to explain. The junior looked anxious, her pupils swaying left and right with her head as if looking for some cover. In the end, she actually fixed her gaze on him, or rather, the spot next to him. Senior, let me in. After saying that, Aino Miko stepped over him and kept drilling deeper inside. So Natsuki Kaneshiro widened his eyes, not understanding what she was suddenly trying to do. What are you doing? Senior, don't talk yet, let me hide inside first. Aino Miko tried to crouch down to completely hide under the table, but found that the gap between the seat and the table legs was too small to accommodate her, so she had to stand up again. As a result, she accidentally bumped her head on the table. Ouch! Aino Miko cried out in pain, but didn't dare to really shout, instead covering her mouth, then slowly got up with teary eyes. Natsuki Kaneshiro became more and more speechless as he watched. Why bother torturing yourself like this? He now understood that this junior clearly didn't want to be recognized by her classmates. He naturally didn't know the specific reason, but he could understand this behavior, because it had happened to the girls around him before. Okay, just keep your head down like this, you shouldn't be easily discovered, Natsuki Kaneshiro reminded her, and then pointed to the table. Of course, if you still don't think it's safe enough, just lie down, as long as you cover your face, you definitely won't be discovered. Although it's a bit like burying your head in the sand, as long as you don't see my face, then you can't say it's me. So Aino Miko nodded obediently, but still didn't dare to breathe loudly, afraid of being recognized by her voice. Honestly. She felt very tortured now, very scared, and kept praying in her heart that the two classmates would quickly buy their desserts and leave, and not stay any longer. But as a famous scientist once said, sometimes the more you're afraid of something, the more likely it is to happen. Aino Miko's two classmates had no intention of leaving at all, and even walked near Natsuki Kaneshiro, seemingly looking for a seat here. Not only that, because of Natsuki Kaneshiro's overly conspicuous appearance, he was immediately recognized. Wow, isn't that the president? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to see the president here. Is the president alone? Sorry, I didn't even see, the boy seemed a little embarrassed. Because he originally thought Natsuki Kaneshiro was alone, but when he got closer, he realized that next to him sat a girl who looked very petite and cute just from her figure on his lap, looking shy and unwilling to be seen. President, the boy looked a little puzzled, but the strange flickering light in his eyes told Natsuki Kaneshiro, he wanted to gossip. So Natsuki Kaneshiro's mouth twitched, but he calmly replied, she's my younger sister, she came to visit me on her day off, so I brought her out to play, she's a bit shy, so she's like this. After he finished speaking, Aino Miko, who was still on his lap, suddenly trembled, but quickly became quiet again. Oh, she's your younger sister, the boy was obviously a little unwilling to give up and wanted to investigate further, but the girl next to him suddenly tugged at his sleeve and glared at him, so he scratched his head and looked embarrassed. Sorry, we're bothering you, we'll leave now, President, enjoy your time, carry on. Chapter 130. Xia Chuanzu. So you want him to continue doing what? Playing with his sister. It must be a misunderstanding. After all, if she were really his sister, she could just show her face. The fact that she's afraid to be seen means she has something to hide. Xia Chuanzu sighed helplessly, feeling that another scandal was about to be added to his list, something like. The student council president secretly likes to play role-playing games, forcing his girlfriend to play the role of his sister. Just hearing it sounds terrible. The only good news now is that this couple who were clearly on a date were quite reasonable and knew what was what. They had originally planned to sit down and eat. But now they took their things and left the store, waving goodbye to him before they left. Okay, they're gone now, you can look up, Xia Chuanzu reminded her. But Ijinya Mitsi didn't recover immediately. Xia Chuanzu thought she was still worried, so he comforted her a few more times. Only then did she suddenly raise her head, but she moved away a little. The key is that she was still talking nonsense. I understand, after all, senior is also a boy. Huh? Xia Chuanzu looked confused and didn't understand what she was saying. Stood up, Ijinya Mitsi covered her face, a little afraid to be seen. So Xia Chuanzu followed her finger and saw that the direction was towards his crotch. No. It's the phone. You touched the phone. Don't misunderstand, okay? I know, it's the phone. Xia Chuanzu suddenly had a black line on his face. You know my ass, you know. A temporary interlude cannot affect his personality. Xia Chuanzu didn't even spend much effort to prove his innocence, but he was really tired, after all, no one wants to be regarded as a weirdo who would randomly in public. After taking the dessert he ordered earlier, the two walked towards the cat cafe they had booked. Xia Chuanzu had been there a few times before, all with Jinzhou. It was also the place where they first went on a date. So he didn't feel anything special about patronizing it as usual, but for Ijinya Mitsi, it was obviously a special first time. Her face always had an expectant expression, and from the moment she entered the door, she had been looking around with a curious posture. Oh, it's bigger than I imagined, and it's also very clean and tidy. After all, the store also provides food, so it's natural to do a good job of cleaning and hygiene. Moreover, because it was just the beginning of today's business, there were not even a few cat hairs on the ground. But the most important thing is that the unique body odor of animals does not exist at all. On the contrary, the store is filled with a faint jasmine fragrance, which is just right for some people who hate heavy smells. In fact, this store has a very good reputation and is also very popular. Moreover, in order not to make the cats feel too much pressure, there are not many seats and facilities provided to customers, and most of them are scattered in different areas. Therefore, Xia Chuanzu had to make a reservation in advance when he decided to come to the cat cafe, in case there were no seats available for them when they came directly. Of course, thanks to this, and because it is located in Tokyo, even if it is not in the central area, the charging standard here is still not low. In addition to the initial basic ticket fee, if you want to renew after the time is up, you will have to pay extra by the hour. However, because of the beautiful decoration and the comfortable atmosphere, people will still feel that the money is well spent. After the two paid the money, they were led to the bathroom to absorb and disinfect before finally entering the cafe. Then the whole room changed. Everywhere they looked were a group of cute little ones. Some pacing, some curled up in the sun, but most of the meows were still playing with the guests. Wow, so many kittens, so cute, Eugenia Mitzi exclaimed, covering her mouth, looking left and right, feeling that all the cute little ones in the room were so charming, she couldn't see them all. Oh, right, at this time. As if she had remembered something, Eugenia Mitzi asked the front desk lady who led them in, "Excuse me, which of the cats here is the boss?" The front desk lady seemed a little confused, but still replied with a smile. "Boss, are you talking about the most senior employee in our store?" Then she pointed to a black cat lying on a counter with a red bow tie around its neck. It seemed to be taking care of itself, licking its paws from time to time, and then couldn't help but open its mouth and yawn. "Chocolate is the first employee in our store, but it doesn't really like to be close to people, but it's easy to get along with other cats," the front desk lady gave a warm reminder. As if she could see that Eugenia Mitzi was a first-time visitor, she popularized some knowledge for her, such as how to interact with cats and how to use small toys, etc. In addition, she also told them some precautions, such as do not force employees and do not secretly take employees away. Eugenia Mitzi wrote down everything in detail, looking very serious. After the front desk left, Xia Chuanzu thought that the other party would start looking for some toys and try to lure the cats over, but he didn't expect that she would suddenly walk towards the boss, and then stood solemnly in front of the boss, bowed deeply, and then said seriously, "I'm here to report, boss." Xia Chuanzu looked at her blankly, completely clueless as to what she was doing. But he didn't understand, but someone could understand, the black cat called. Chocolate, after hearing Eugenia Mitzi's voice, raised its head very elegantly and glanced at her, then silently got up and jumped down, and then walked towards the direction behind them. Eugenia Mitzi was obviously a little frustrated, thinking that she was disliked, but she didn't expect that the next moment she found that the boss didn't go far, just scurried behind her and then meowed and started rubbing her calf. So Eugenia Mitzi suddenly became excited. Today, in order to match her white dress, she also wore very small white socks. Now she felt itchy when the cat rubbed her calf, but she was very happy in her heart. She was recognized. But even so, after rubbing her calf for a while, the boss didn't get close to her anymore. Instead, it slowly moved to the bottom of the cabinet, then jumped up and continued to return to its previous lazy appearance. Eugenia Mitzi blinked, thinking that this was the end, but she didn't expect that in a short while, other children who were still playing alone also gathered around and started rubbing her legs. "Haha, it's so itchy, don't rub it." She said that she couldn't take it anymore, but Eugenia Mitzi's body was very honest, and she didn't say she wanted to leave at all. Instead, she squatted down, enduring the itching feeling while reaching out to touch these cats. I should touch it like this." Then she looked at Xia Chuanzu and asked for help with a searching look. "Senior? Is this okay?" Xia Chuanzu, who had witnessed everything, had completely lost track of the rhythm of things, and didn't know why such a scene would suddenly happen. Except for the cats that were still playing with other guests, some other idle cats had basically gathered around, surrounding Ijinya Mitsu's feet. Those who were closer, after rubbing her, lay very obediently on the floor and showed their bellies, looking very cute. How did you do it? This is the first time I've seen this kind of scene. That, I didn't do anything, I just reported to the boss normally. Could it be because I was recognized? So this is not an easy thing to do. No, it's strange no matter what, right? Who would come to a cat cafe and report to some boss? But, people on the internet said so. Internet, Xia Chuanzu felt that he seemed to understand something, so he reached out to her. Can you show me? Okay, Ijinya Mitsu nodded, unlocked her phone and handed it over. Xia Chuanzu took it and looked at it, and the search engine showed the words, what to pay attention to when going to a cat cafe for the first time. Then the most popular and top answer below was, for the first time, you must first go to the boss of the cats to report. So Xia Chuanzu raised his eyebrows and continued to scroll down. To pretend to be harmless to humans and animals, you must first lower your posture. After talking a lot, there was such a paragraph in the last column. It's okay after doing all this, finally, just wait for the guests to come and lightly walk over and jump on their laps and curl up. He was silent, and didn't know what to say for a long time. When he looked up at Ijinya Mitsu, he was also very tangled. What's wrong, senior? You have a strange expression. Xia Chuanzu shook his head with a complicated expression and returned the phone to her. You should read it yourself. Ijinya Mitsu curiously took it over and continued to browse, and then she quickly found the central idea pointed out by Xia Chuanzu, so the expression on her face gradually became surprised. Do you still have to do this? Jump on the guest's lap and curl up, I'm not a cat. Ijinya Mitsu exclaimed, then suddenly paused, as if she realized something, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Xia Chuanzu also became horrified. Say, senior, could it be? Yes, it's the could it be in your mouth. Xia Chuanzu nodded silently, looking at the other party's face turning blue and red, and suddenly felt very interesting. Oh. Ijinya Mitsu didn't have this kind of mood, feeling like she had been hit hard, and as the inappropriate voices of, wow, that girl is so amazing, there are so many cats around her, and she must be very popular with cats, came from the people around her. Her whole face involuntarily turned red, causing her whole person to emit a woo-woo sound like a boiling kettle. No, I can't see anyone. Xia Chuanzu smiled awkwardly and tried to comfort her. You can't say that, you have attracted the cats, and the operation was very successful. But they treat me as one of their own, right? Ijinya Mitsu raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. When her hands drooped naturally, there was even a cat who kindly licked her palm for her, as if to comfort her. In this case, it's not particularly a loss. Ijinya Mitsu gradually became happier. Girls' emotions really come and go very quickly. Xia Chuanzu felt that it seemed that he didn't need to comfort her. And the fact was indeed the case. Ijinya Mitsu quickly forgot about this embarrassing scene and happily interacted with the cats gathered around. Wow, everyone is so cute. This one is a British Shorthair, right? This one seems to be a Siamese cat, and this one is a ragdoll cat. What is this one? It feels familiar, but I can't say it. Xia Chuanzu followed her gaze and found a cute cat with a blue-gray body rolling on the floor, looking very cute, so the word Tom immediately appeared in his mind. That's right, it's the famous star cat who can do everything except catch mice, Jerry's family. In the early Tom and Jerry, Tom's appearance was more like a gray and white shorthair domestic cat. And later it gradually evolved into a blue and white appearance, which is more like a Russian blue cat, and the one in front of him is also a Russian blue cat. However, it obviously doesn't have Tom's cleverness, and looks dull, so the rumor that Tom is the most capable and smartest one in the Tom family is indeed true. It's a Russian blue cat, it should be a relative of Tom. Tom. Ijinya Mitsu tilted her head, looking a little puzzled, but after thinking for a moment, she quickly realized. Oh, you mean Tom and Jerry, right? I know this. As a well-known cartoon, everyone will see it more or less, it's just a matter of whether they are impressed or not. But its color is a bit unlike it. Tom's color seems to be more blue, right? That's just the performance effect of the animation. In fact, there is no such color of cat in the world. Xia Chuanzu shook his head and said. He squatted down and waved to the Tom, but it just stood up and turned its head back and forth, but didn't take a step at all, not knowing whether it didn't understand his meaning or didn't want to be close to him at all. So he tried waving at the other cats, but found that the other cats could quickly notice it. Some slowly rubbed against him, while others simply turned their heads away with a proud look, turning and leaving with elegant cat steps. Only this Tom remained dull, unresponsive, and even started chasing its own tail. Xia Chuanzu didn't know what to say. He remembered a saying that cats are unlikely to be mentally challenged, but it's not entirely impossible. Maybe this Tom is one of them. Senior, I feel like it, doesn't seem very smart, Yijing Yitzi also noticed and couldn't help but say. Maybe, it's just because the weather is getting warmer. Xia Chuanzu pondered for a moment, and finally decided to save Tom some face. After all, these Russian blue cats are from extremely cold regions. They are cats that are afraid of heat but not cold, just like huskies. They are obviously so smart and stable in cold air, but once they arrive in the south, they become retarded and like to tear down their homes. It's probably just the acclimatization. Xia Chuanzu turned his head, unable to look at it any longer. In front of the guests and all the cats, it actually started playing with its non-existent balls again. As if reminiscing about something. Happy times always pass quickly. Before they knew it, their reserved time was up. Xia Chuanzu was able to quickly pull himself away, said goodbye to the cat lying on his lap, and stood up. However, Yijing Yitzi seemed a little unsatisfied, sandwiched between the cats and unable to move her legs. Would you like to add more time? Xia Chuanzu suggested. Yijing Yitzi seemed a little tempted, but after a long while, she still shook her head with difficulty. Let's forget it, I feel like this will never end. She put all the little cuties on her body down, stood up carefully, stepped over them, and squatted down to wave goodbye to the cats after standing on the outer circle. I'll come back to play with you later, and please don't forget me. Even if you say that, Xia Chuanzu couldn't help but smile and casually complained. They receive so many guests every day, it's a bit difficult to not forget you. Ah. Why is that? Damn it, if that's the case, she clenched her fist with a determined expression. Then I'll just have to come and play with them every day. That way I won't be forgotten, right? Xia Chuanzu didn't know what to say. Could this be the thinking of the rich? If you really like them so much, why not get one yourself? It's actually not that difficult. Well, that's a bit. Yijing Yitzi was obviously not confident and still very hesitant. So Xia Chuanzu looked at her very seriously and taught her in a warm voice. Yijing, you have to understand that interest is the best teacher. The so-called difficulties are not worth mentioning in the face of, I want to, just solve them when you encounter them. If that doesn't work, ask for help, there are solutions anyway, the key is whether you are willing to try. Xia Chuanzu has never been a guy who likes to persuade people to do anything, but for those who are already willing to do something but are hesitant because of their own reasons, he can arouse their interest in persuading them. People are not born knowing everything. Do those who have raised or are raising cats know what to do from birth? In fact, it's just because they have a little more courage than you and a little more determination to take responsibility. Yijing Yitzi's expression was obviously a little loose. Xia Chuanzu could see that she already had some ideas, but perhaps she was still unable to make a direct decision due to certain factors. Okay, then, Xia Chuanzu thought for a moment, and felt that maybe it would be better to let her practice it. Doesn't our school have a breeding garden? There are many animals raised in it, including many cats, and I remember that there seemed to be a few more kittens recently. Chapter 131. If you're worried about not being able to take good care of them, I think you could volunteer at a breeding center for a while, get some practical experience, and learn some knowledge from the caretakers there. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Natsukawa said to her, looking quite serious. His impression of her had always been that of a serious and earnest girl. If she were to adopt a cat, she would definitely take good care of it, but whether that feedback would make her happy was another matter. Perhaps she should. In turn. For a while, and after gaining a deeper understanding, she might have different ideas. This Miko Aino was finally moved and felt that this method was very suitable for her, but there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. But would the caretakers agree? I have no experience at all, wouldn't I make mistakes because of this? No one is born with experience. If you think you'll make mistakes, then be more careful and avoid what you can. If you really make a mistake, don't run away, actively make up for it. Natsukawa shook his head, continuing to give this junior a valuable lesson. As for whether the caretakers will agree, there's even less need to worry about that. They definitely hope that there are more caring and earnest children like you. And in fact, the volunteer work at the breeding center is not easy. There are even fewer people willing to help out, so the caretakers will be overjoyed if you're willing to help. If that's the case, then I have no problem. Miko Aino nodded, her mood obviously a little more cheerful, and she seemed to be looking forward to the life ahead. Natsukawa looked at her, feeling that she seemed to have become much more inferior during this period. Before, including during the re-election of the student council president. She was still quite confident, and would say to him in a haughty manner, "I will supervise you and the student council without mercy." But now, she had become so timid that she was even hesitant to raise a cat. Was it the events of the forest school that hit her so hard? Natsukawa was a little concerned. He had always paid attention to the feelings of his student council colleagues. The two tidied up their clothes, removed the cat hair from their bodies, and then washed their hands. Natsukawa was faster, so he took advantage of Miko's hand washing to pay the bill. As a result, Miko Aino looked at him with strange eyes after coming out. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? Is there still hair on me somewhere? I just think seniors' bill-paying skills are too skilled, right? You were able to sneak away in such a short time. What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything bad. How can this not be considered a bad thing?" Miko Aino puffed up her cheeks and protested to him. "And today is clearly my birthday, right? Senior, buying the bill yourself is clearly overstepping your authority. And there's no need to take care of me like this." "There's no such thing." Natsukawa shook his head, still not feeling that he was wrong. "Besides, this doesn't count as taking care of you. You can just think of it as me wanting to satisfy my own mood, and if it really doesn't work, then just treat it as a biological gift from me, although I don't think it counts." Birthday gifts or something you've already given them," Miko Aino muttered, her voice so soft that he could hardly hear it. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Miko Aino suddenly raised her head sharply and refuted him loudly. Then, she trotted past him, opened the door of the store, and ran out by herself. But she didn't go far. Instead, she stopped at the door, stuck her tongue out at him in a disdainful manner, and made lip movements with her mouth. "Senior, you're an idiot." He could see it, because he knew a little lip reading. So he felt even more puzzled, thinking, could it be that his gift was too casual? After thinking about it carefully, he was even more certain that he should be more thoughtful. Being too casual gave people the feeling of being too frivolous, which was why she was so angry. After confirming that he hadn't left anything behind, Natsukawa also followed him out the door, and soon found Miko Aino by the side of the road, finding that she was fiddling with her small bag, as if she was looking for something inside. "Did you drop something?" Natsukawa stepped forward and asked. "It shouldn't be dropped." Miko Aino shook her head, her expression seeming a little embarrassed. "Maybe I forgot to bring it, my hair tie. I felt it a little while ago when I was playing with Mimi. My hair is loose and it's very inconvenient, and it will be accidentally pulled by them, so now I want to tie it up, which is also convenient for activities." So Natsukawa looked at her chestnut hair and found that it was indeed much more scattered than before, not as dignified as it was at the beginning. I wonder how she was able to endure until now before taking care of it. She was clearly fascinated by the cats. If that's the case, Natsukawa pondered for a moment and suddenly had a good idea. "You just wait for me here, don't wander around, I'll be right back." If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be that store here, which was convenient for him. Miko Aino looked at him with some doubts, but nodded obediently. Without letting her wait long, Natsukawa trotted back with a small gift box and handed it to her very naturally. "There are hair ties inside, I just don't know if it suits your taste. If it doesn't, I'll go exchange it for another one." "No, no need." Miko Aino shook her head quickly. She took it carefully and unpacked it, finding a red lace hair tie with 2 clusters of soft stripes at the end, which felt very smooth to the touch. The key is that it is really cute, and the color is also her favorite. It's really cute, so cute that her heart started pounding non-stop. Seeing the other party staring blankly at the hair tie, looking lost in thought, Natsukawa felt that he should have done the right thing, and the junior's mood must have improved a lot. Sorry, the previous one as a birthday gift was indeed too much, so I wanted to give another one mainly because I saw that the hair ties you usually use are basically the same color, so I thought you might like this. If it doesn't work, then. Like. Huh. I mean, I like it very much. Miko Aino finally raised her head, looking at him with joy, her eyes gentle as if they could drip water. Thank you, senior, this is the best birthday gift I've ever received in my life. Natsukawa opened his mouth, a little surprised, but still nodded with a smile to show his approval. It's good that you like it. This junior seems a little too easily satisfied, right? Natsukawa was a little puzzled. But he didn't think much about it, only thinking that maybe the thing he sent just happened to suit the other party's preferences. After all, this was the result of his careful observation. Senior, can you help me? What? Natsukawa asked in confusion. Help me tie up my hair, Miko Aino said softly, seeming a little embarrassed. I didn't bring a mirror out, it's a little inconvenient. No problem, I'll help you. Natsukawa nodded, not refusing. He had a lot of experience in tying hair. Basically all of which he had practiced on the angel, and he had also occasionally helped Eriri and the others, so there was no need to worry about not being able to do it well. What kind of style do you want to tie it into? Senior is really knowledgeable, Miko Aino said meaningfully. Natsukawa inexplicably felt that the other party seemed a little unhappy. I don't have any special ideas, Senior can decide, as long as it's convenient to move around. Convenient to move around, okay, I understand, leave it to me, Natsukawa nodded. Natsukawa lifted Miko's beautiful hair, only feeling that it was smooth to the touch, exceptionally delicate, as if it would slip away from his fingertips like flowing water if he wasn't careful. It could be seen that the junior maintained it very well, and the key was that it also smelled very good. A fruity fragrance came to his nostrils, fresh and timeless, making people feel refreshed. So he couldn't help but sigh, even if it was the same shampoo, it smelled much better on girls than on boys, and he could feel it without even being too close. He thought about it carefully, feeling that it was probably because girls' hair was longer, so they would use more shampoo when washing their hair, and therefore the smell would become more fragrant. A soft moan suddenly rang out. Miko Aino was holding on to the back of the chair, her pretty face a little red. Say, Senior Ple, please don't play tricks. Sorry, I accidentally touched you, Natsukawa lowered his head to apologize. His hands were not considered cold, but since the other party had a big reaction, it meant that her neck was more sensitive. So Natsukawa couldn't help but look over. Her skin was snow-white and delicate, as white as jade, and the curve seen from the side was also beautiful and exquisite. Like the most gentle and delicate brushstrokes of a painter, very pleasing to the eye. The slightly red earlobe exposed when lifting her hair also looked very cute and delicate, making people can't help but feel their heart flutter and want to take a bite gently. To be ashamed, probably the sequelae of being teased by his senior last night, he actually thought this junior was super good looking, and a strange impulse to bully her suddenly emerged in his heart. In the end, her moan was too cute, and she unexpectedly exposed her sensitive zone to him without any defense. However, he obviously had the determination, and only for a while before he woke up. However, the other party didn't seem to think so. As if she felt him staring at her, Miko's neck slowly turned pink, as if it had been by the sunset. The originally delicate and cute ears also gradually turned into blood-red agate. Miko Aino closed her eyes tightly, holding the back of the chair tightly with both hands, the temperature of her cheeks and heartbeat rising rapidly. Senior, he is really looking at her, right? Will he bully her? Should she resist? She must resist, right? She can't just be bullied obediently. Bear with it, it may hurt a little at first, the other party's voice came from behind. So Miko Aino was completely stunned. Bear with it? It will hurt a little at first. What are you going to do, Senior? And this is still on the street, it's too much. No, you can't. How can you do it in this place? It's okay, right? Anyway, no one will look here, don't worry, it will be over soon. Miko Aino was even more flustered, but a doubt suddenly surged in her heart. Senior obviously looks very healthy, and he also has strong abs. The most important thing is that she seems to have witnessed it with her own eyes. When she was in the student council at that time, she thought it was an illusion, but later she realized that it was not at all. She clearly saw the big python. Now so senior is actually a silver-like wax spear. Okay, it's over. Natsukawa took half a step back, pulled away, and nodded with satisfaction. Miko Aino's eyes were blank. It's over. What's over? What did senior do just now? Why doesn't she feel anything? I just saw a long white hair. Natsukawa took a few steps, stood next to Miko, and reached out to show her. I couldn't help but pull it out for you. As we all know, white hair is okay if you don't pay attention to it. But once you find it when you look in the mirror, you must pull it out. If it wasn't for the fact that this was Miko Aino's hair, he could probably spend a long time looking for other pests. Miko Aino was silent, and then suddenly puffed up her face after a long time. Idiot senior. Then suddenly used a rocket headbutt on Natsukawa's stomach. Natsukawa, who was inexplicably hit hard, felt wronged, thinking that he kindly helped to pull out white hair, but he was rewarded in this way, which was simply too much. Next time, he must not be cheap. After easing the atmosphere, the two started off. Miko Aino seemed to still be angry and didn't mean to pay attention to him, but her body was very honest, following him step by step. Natsukawa felt that it was good to let her calm down alone, so he didn't take the initiative to bring up the topic again, and honestly acted as a guide. Soon the two came to a self-service barbecue restaurant. When they entered, they found that there were quite a lot of people, basically full. They thought they would have to wait in line, but they were led to the second floor by the waiter. It will be a little inconvenient to get food, but it's better to be quieter, which is very suitable for young couples like you. The waiter was smiling, looking very kind. Natsukawa looked at Miko Aino and asked for her opinion, but the other party seemed to have misunderstood something. Am I going to explain? No, we're not a couple. He was asking if this seat was okay and whether you wanted to change to another place. Xia Chuanzu sighed inwardly, but it was normal for the other party to mind this and want to explain, so he naturally wouldn't interrupt. Sorry, I thought it was. But Xia Chuanzu felt that the other party's embarrassment didn't seem to be for himself, but rather expressed on his behalf. So he understood, he was being pitied. Really, thank you for your pity. But things really aren't what you think. But before he could explain, Aino Miko had already spoken. No, it's nothing. Xiao Miko seemed a little shy, her tone weak. But do we really look like a couple? Now it was the waiter's turn to be at a loss. He looked a little dumbfounded and turned to look at Xia Chuanzu, as if asking for his help. Xia Chuanzu suddenly felt a sense of shared suffering. Cough cough. After pretending to cough a few times to attract attention, he began to try to change the subject. Indeed, this position is also quite good, and we don't have to wait or queue anymore. Why don't we just sit here? Aino Miko also suddenly came back to her senses and quickly nodded in agreement. That's right, I also think it's pretty good. Her heart was also very uneasy, already screaming and wailing, wow, what am I even asking? Doesn't this make it seem like I care about senior? Seeing the atmosphere become a little romantic, the waiter breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it was his turn to leave. Chapter 132. Then I'll head down first. I'll send the condiments to you later, please wait patiently for a moment. Okay, you go ahead, Xia Chuan replied politely. After the waiter left, the two took their seats by the window. After putting down their belongings, they went downstairs together to get their food. There's no need to elaborate on the process. Anyway, they chose according to their own preferences. However, because going up and down the stairs was indeed a bit inconvenient, Xia Chuan took a little more at once to reduce the number of trips back and forth. He didn't expect Yijing Yuzi to think the same way, and she took even more than him. You don't have to be so desperate, right? Just take a few more steps, it's also good for digestion after the meal. Looking at the pile of ingredients that was even higher than her when she was sitting down, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Did she bring all the things here at once? Is she that unwilling to take a few more trips? Yijing Yuzi should have her own ideas, but she still replied to him very seriously, yes, I also think this method is very good. Xia Chuan shrugged and didn't say anything more, then patiently waited for the stove to heat up. However, it was a bit boring to just wait, so he tried to start a topic. Have you been to this kind of store before? He wasn't just chatting randomly. He was mainly curious about why Yijing Yuzi would suddenly think of eating barbecue. After all, this kind of food is like ramen, because it has a strong uncle vibe. Except for a few enthusiasts, basically no girls can muster the courage to take the initiative to enter this kind of store. As for Yijing Yuzi, after spending the whole morning with her, he could already confirm that her appetite was quite large. Perhaps she could catch up with him or even be on par with him. Moreover, she also had some experience and research in terms of food, otherwise she wouldn't have made such a move as taking notes. So, is she trying this female rejection place while taking the opportunity to act with him? Xia Chuan already had a guess in his mind. Not yet, this is the first time for this kind of store. Yijing Yuzi shook her head, looking at the grill with bright and expectant eyes. This was indeed her first time at an all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant. Because she was afraid that her eating habits would attract the attention of others, and she was embarrassed to expose the fact that she was a foodie in front of strangers, she usually went to barbecue restaurants that required ordering. However, if she wanted to enjoy it properly, the price would be much higher. Although she had a lot of pocket money, she still felt that it would be better to save some, which could also satisfy her needs for tasting other things. I see, Xia Chuan nodded slightly, thinking that it was indeed what he thought. Do you need me to help you grill the meat? He asked with concern. No, I can do it myself. Yijing Yuzi shook her head, her right hand eager to move, almost unable to control herself. Xia Chuan saw it in his eyes and just shook his head secretly. She's still too impatient. Yijing Yuzi, as a novice, probably couldn't understand the true meaning of buffet at all. That is, to pick and choose all kinds of things you want to eat, like to eat, love to eat, or want to try, and taste each one and have a portion of each. This kind of idea that doesn't aim for the most expensive ingredients but aims to taste all kinds of ingredients is the true meaning of buffet. This elementary school girl obviously hasn't been able to understand this point. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a move to bring all the things at once. In this way, even if she wants to regret it, it will be useless to dislike which ingredients she brought. Either she swallows it obediently, or she can only endure the suffering of wasting food. However, this is also a link she must taste, and although he will help in the end, he must give this elementary school girl a good lesson today. And first of all, you must be slow and methodical, but also elegant. After patiently waiting for the fire to be strong, put the ingredients on it to grill, and then choose the right time to flip and serve the meal, and then sprinkle or dip some seasoning and send it to your mouth to taste carefully. You have to slowly feel and taste the fresh and tender meat and the gurgling juice. Of course, the tempting aroma cannot be missed, because only by mastering all of them can you be considered to have truly eaten through this delicious dish. Originally, it would be more enjoyable to pair it with sake, but because he hasn't reached the age and doesn't want to set a bad example in front of his elementary school girl, he won't drink it, and only use his juice and drinks instead. Repeating this cycle several times is considered to have tasted all the delicacies, and then after eating this period, you can choose to rest for a while or continue to take meals, depending on his mood at the time. This time, he also pretended to be a bit pretentious in order to reflect what is enjoyment, and also hoped to use this method to allow Yijing Yuzi to also invest in it, so he raised his head and cast his gaze at the other party. In his field of vision, Yijing Yuzi stared intently at the grill, leaning slightly, holding the tongs meticulously with her right hand, her eyes shining as if they could reveal the light of barbecue. Not only that, her movements were also very fast. It seemed that after confirming that the ingredients could be flipped, she immediately moved like a rabbit. Her right hand just stretched out, and the steak was actually flipped by her. The movement was so fast that Xia Chuan could hardly notice what she did. And, no. Things are not that simple. Xia Chuan's eyes finally became serious. He clearly saw that just now, when confirming that the ingredients could be flipped, her ears clearly moved slightly. Is this a coincidence? No. This is her hearing the sound of the ingredients making the "it's time to flip" sound. Judging by distinguishing the sound of oil stains dripping and splashing on the countertop. What power! What ability! This is simply a thoroughly tempered barbecue soul. What kind of barbecue novice is this? This is clearly a barbecue immortal. He underestimated the other party. Yijing, is this really your first time entering a barbecue restaurant? Xia Chuan sat upright, his eyes solemn, because now in front of him, it was no longer the new elementary school girl who needed him to teach her a lesson, but a master in this field who needed him to look up to. Of course not. I've been to many barbecue restaurants, but I haven't tried this kind of buffet, so it's really the first time. Xia Chuan was immediately relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. He wouldn't feel angry because he was being played, because compared to that, what he cared more about was if Yijing Yuzi was really a genius in this field, then he would really feel frustrated. Thinking that he has been studying for a long time and has always regarded himself as a senior. It would be really unbearable to be defeated by a newbie. Fortunately, none of this has happened now. He has only been defeated by a seeker who is more diligent and tenacious on the path of barbecue. In that case, I was abrupt. Xia Chuan lowered his head and expressed his sincere respect to this elementary school girl who needed him to look up to. Originally, he wanted to take off his shoes and sit in a kneeling position to be more formal, but considering that there was still barbecue on the table, he gave up because his behavior was too indecent. But the feeling of expressing his heart has not changed, because this is the respect of a disciple for a true master. The Yijing Yuzi on the opposite side tilted her head and looked at him suspiciously, wondering what the senior was doing. Why did he suddenly behave strangely? Could it be that he was already full and was doing digestive exercises? But she only just felt a little bit. And she hasn't finished eating the things she brought up for the first time. Yijing Yuzi suddenly reacted, and then a flush of red that was difficult to fade appeared on her face. Thinking carefully, this is still too shameful. Originally, she thought that she couldn't show her appetite in front of strangers, but it turns out that it's the same in front of familiar people. The key is that in the morning also, why can't she control her mouth? So, feeling guilty, Yijing Yuzi shrank her neck and weakly explained her behavior. No, it's not like this, my original appetite should be smaller. Xia Chuan frowned, completely not understanding what the other party was suddenly talking about, but after thinking carefully, he understood she might not be able to complete the barbecue operation under his enthusiastic gaze. It's not that the skill is untransmittable, I'm afraid it's just because the elementary school girl is too shy. Yes, Xia Chuan nodded, thinking that his deduction was correct. After all, he himself would care about other people's enthusiastic gazes, just like he would feel uncomfortable when his senior sister stared at him. So, he sighed secretly in his heart. The skill of barbecue can't be learned, but he has already understood this spirit always keep the heart of a disciple. Just like Master Yijing, even if she has been tempered countless times, she must treat it as if it is the first time entering a barbecue restaurant and the first time trying to do it herself. This is the true barbecue soul. Yijing Yuzi became a little restrained, because after realizing that her true appetite would be known by Xia Chuan, even the mood of eating and drinking a lot disappeared a lot. However, what she didn't expect was that Xia Chuan quickly withdrew his gaze from her, and even became a little evasive, completely without the focused look he had just now. This is. Yijing Yuzi blinked her eyes, and suddenly a bad guess came to her heart. Could it be that the senior has already discovered her situation? It must be. She has been eating non-stop from morning until now, and then she has been grilling meat for herself, so no matter what, she must be suspected, right? It is obvious that the senior is thinking about her, wanting to tell her through this attitude of, I won't look at you, you can do whatever you want. I will treat everything today as if I didn't see it, you can enjoy yourself like this. So, after realizing this, the slightly red cheeks that were originally rendered by the barbecue instantly became more rosy, which was the shyness that lingered in her heart and could not be dispelled. However, now that things have come to this, she doesn't plan to stop. Anyway, she has already been discovered, so she might as well really enjoy it. Anyway, this is her birthday. Surely the senior can understand. In short, with this idea in mind, Yijing Yuzi's eating not only did not stop, but even accelerated a bit. At the same time, Xia Chuan, who was sitting opposite, was also silent, because after realizing that he had just made a fool of himself in front of an expert, he inevitably had the idea of shame in his heart, so he has been trying to relieve himself. So, throughout the entire barbecue process afterwards, the two did not say another word until the lunch time was over. I'm full, it was very delicious. Thank you for the treat. This is an experience that she usually has difficulty obtaining, so she couldn't help but exclaim. Xia Chuan on the opposite side also nodded, also relatively satisfied. Although the price of this barbecue restaurant is not cheap, it is obvious that it is worth the money, and his experience is also full. The two came earlier, and there were still many empty seats on the second floor at that time, but after eating, they found that the other seats were already full, so they didn't plan to sit and rest for a while, and prepared to get up early to give up their seats to others. After paying the money downstairs, Xia Chuan took the lead in pushing open the door. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly froze. Met someone unexpected. Yijing Yuzi behind him didn't know what had happened, and poked her head out to ask him curiously, "Senior, what's wrong?" Then, the next moment, she also understood what had happened. In front of the two of them, there was a pair of lovers holding hands, and Yijing Yuzi knew them, and had even met them earlier. The couple who were bumped into at the dessert shop were also Yijing Yuzi's classmates. The expressions of the two people on the opposite side were obviously a little surprised, not expecting to bump into the student council president here, but then they showed even more surprised expressions, and also attached some subtle emotions. Obviously, they had already discovered the situation of Xia Chuan and Yijing Yuzi being together. Yijing Yuzi's reaction was also very fast. As soon as she saw this situation, she immediately shrank back and buried her entire head in Xia Chuan's back, thinking of hiding again. However, she was still seen after all, and the other party directly opened her mouth to talk to her. "Oh, good afternoon, President," and Yijing classmate also. Xia Chuan didn't feel anything, but just nodded to signal. "Good afternoon." Yijing Yuzi behind him trembled, and then made a cute wailing sound. "Woo woo." Xia Chuan turned his head and tried to check her condition, but because he was limited by his height, he couldn't find the other party's trace at all. So he looked around again, feeling that he couldn't block the way like this, and it was also hindering other people's business. "How about this? How about we find a place to talk about it? It's quite inconvenient to stand here." He himself naturally didn't care. Anyway, it was just a matter of explaining, not to mention that there were already so many strange rumors and scandals on his body. It didn't matter if there was one more lice are not afraid of itching, but Yijing Yuzi behind him was obviously quite concerned, so also for her sake, he prepared to find a suitable place to talk. The couple on the opposite side first looked at each other, and then nodded very readily. "Okay, we have no problem." Natsukawa Snowball nodded slightly, then reached out and tugged at Aino Miko behind him, reminding her, "Watch the road, let's go." The junior high school girl was clearly still unable to accept the development of the situation, still looking meek and timid. Even though Natsukawa Snowball had already softly comforted her and told her to relax, she still found it difficult to calm down. In the end, she could only follow his pace by tugging at the hem of Natsukawa Snowball's clothes, which only made the couple's expressions even more subtle, and they had further guesses about their relationship. There are many places suitable for conversation, but for high school students, a casual and relaxing dessert shop is obviously more suitable, and it is also suitable for Natsukawa Snowball to win over the two. "Would you like to eat something?" Natsukawa Snowball said, addressing the couple sitting across from him and Aino Miko. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. In this situation, it is important to give some benefits first and then take the initiative in the conversation, so he did just that. We don't need to. It's nothing, just consider it my treat. After all, encountering each other twice is also a kind of fate." Natsukawa Snowball waved his hand and said. He didn't misunderstand that they were following him. Otherwise, how could they have run into each other just as they were leaving? It must be just a coincidence. "In that case then, thank you very much, President." The male and the couple nodded slightly, acknowledging the offer. The conversation between the two of them was always between him and Natsukawa Snowball. The other girl didn't seem to have any dissatisfaction and seemed to agree with his approach, which suggested that their relationship had always been like this. But for Natsukawa Snowball's side, Aino Miko was completely dumbfounded. Not only was she panicking in her heart, but she was also completely out of it. Her usual cleverness had disappeared without a trace, like a little girl who was sneaking out on a date with her boyfriend but was caught by her parents who didn't allow her to date. In short, she looked like a small fry. What's there to be afraid of? At this time, you can just explain it clearly. Right? Natsukawa Snowball was a little speechless and couldn't understand why the junior high school girl was like this. Besides, Is it so embarrassing to have rumors and scandals with him? Believe it or not, I'll get angry. After bribing the two with a couple's set meal, Natsukawa Snowball finally officially started the topic. I'll make it short and sweet, about the reason why I'm acting together with Aino-san today. In a situation where Natsukawa Snowball couldn't see, Aino Miko's body trembled, and then she returned to her silent state. The couple across from them quickly exchanged glances, and then turned to look at him, pretending to listen attentively. Actually, today is Aino Miko's birthday. And then I happened to meet her outside and happened to know about this, so I felt that, since it's the birthday of a junior in the student council, and I happen to be very free. So I took the initiative to offer to accompany Aino-san. Fortunately, she didn't dislike me and agreed, Natsukawa Snowball explained in a deep voice. Since he wanted to explain the situation clearly. He definitely had to start with the initial reason, and he also tried his best to focus on the main points. Things like going to the cat cafe and giving birthday gifts were trivial and didn't need to be mentioned. They weren't the focus of explaining the situation. That's how it is. Before, at the dessert shop, she became very flustered because she suddenly saw you. I think it was because of fear of spreading bad rumors or something like that, so she pretended to be my sister. But I didn't expect that you still ran into us just now. Chapter 133. It was indeed wrong of us to deliberately hide it, please understand, Xia Chuanzu said sincerely. Originally, he didn't need to be so humble, but in reality. He didn't know much about Aino Miko's interpersonal relationships, didn't know what her image was in the class, and didn't know who her friends were. Maybe these two people in front of him were her friends. As a senior, since Aino Miko beside him had already turned into a small fry, then he would definitely have to find a way to stand up and take control of the situation. Fortunately, he had encountered this kind of situation many times, so he didn't feel any guilt or panic in his heart at all. Nothing else, just familiarity. No, it's not that serious. We were just curious about who the president was with. The boy scratched his head awkwardly. Now, he couldn't possibly say the reason why he came forward to check the situation, which was because he cared about who the president was dating, and also to satisfy his curiosity about who the president would end up with. As for Aino Miko, although she was indeed a classmate, they weren't really close, and she often interfered in their interactions as a couple. Compared to caring, it would be more accurate to say that they disliked her. But he would definitely not say these things in front of Xia Chuanzu, especially since the situation was suspected to be the student council president and the discipline committee chairman having a close relationship in private. He was even less likely to say such a reason. Seeing that the other party was also very polite, Xia Chuanzu breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew that this matter should be easy to solve. Also, this is also what Aino-san wants. Xia Chuanzu paused, looked at the junior next to him, and seeing that she had no intention of standing up, he continued. I hope you can keep today's encounter a secret. Although it's not a big deal, you also know that people are very curious animals. As long as there is a little disturbance, they will start adding their own conjectures. They themselves may not think anything of it. But it's quite distressing for the person involved, right? When he said the last sentence, Xia Chuanzu's eyes were slightly narrowed, showing a majestic look of, I'm very serious. First give some sweets and then knock on the big stick. Since this is not his own business, then he has to think about Aino Miko. Since she doesn't want their relationship to be misunderstood. Then considering her future interpersonal relationships in the class, this kind of handling is the best. At the same time, because Aino Miko had not spoken since entering the door, he felt even more that what he was doing was in line with her mood. Of course, we understand, we will help keep it a secret, the boy nodded hastily, and the girl on the side also had an attitude of agreement. Then Xia Chuanzu became more gentle again, not as aggressive as before. Since things have been explained clearly, then we'll take our leave first, and won't disturb your meal. After saying that, he reminded Aino Miko beside him. Aino-san, what do you say? The latter seemed to be still in a daze, and it took a long time to finally come back to her senses. Ah. Oh, I have no problem. But she was still sitting on the seat, seemingly unaware of what had happened. The corners of Xia Chuanzu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't stand it anymore, so he simply reached out and tugged at her sleeve, reminding her again, then we won't disturb your meal, we'll leave first. This time Aino Miko also reacted, and hurriedly stood up, but because she didn't stand steady, she looked like she was about to fall. Just when she was so frightened that she closed her eyes, thinking that she was going to hit the corner of the table, she felt herself entering a warm embrace. Are you okay? My Princess Aino-san? Is this a dream? The things she had just imagined immediately came true. So Aino Miko's ears quickly turned red, her eyes flickered, and her face also showed a very flustered expression. No, I'm fine, no, don't touch me like that, senior. She struggled in a panic to escape from Xia Chuanzu's embrace, but the loss of warmth at that moment made her feel a little lost. Ugh! What's wrong with her? The couple on the side had been watching the two's movements, their eyes unblinking, but their faces were obviously showing a surprised look. That discipline committee chairman Aino Miko, who always said prohibit impure relationships between the sexes. As expected, schools should prohibit students from dating. Students' task is to study hard, dating is wrong. Would actually show such an expression. This is big news. Moreover, this is clearly a signal that Aino Miko has joined the president's family bucket, and it's an even bigger scoop. It's a pity that they signed a confidentiality agreement and can't reveal it. But on second thought, isn't this a kind of sneak peek? They clearly got first-hand information. So they became more interested again, feeling that they were superior to their fellow enthusiasts. So the atmosphere at the scene was very strange. The flustered Aino Miko, the two people eating melons, everyone had their own thoughts. Only Xia Chuanzu was in a depressed mood, was just helping a junior, but he was disliked by the other party again, damn it. It's really hard to be a good person. Although he had a sense of being thrown over the bridge after crossing the river, Xia Chuanzu was not a very calculating person. Considering that today was his junior's birthday, he decided to forgive her. After saying goodbye to the couple, the two walked out of the dessert shop and started wandering aimlessly. For Aino Miko, she had already regretted saying, "Senior, don't touch me like that." As soon as she said it. The other party was obviously helping her from falling, but she actually repaid kindness with malice, so she had been thinking about how to apologize after coming out. But for Xia Chuanzu, he almost didn't care about this matter when he walked out of the dessert shop. What he was concerned about was how to tell Aino Miko that he was leaving. After all, he had already made an appointment with someone, and it was impossible for him to break the appointment and accompany her all day just because today was Aino Miko's birthday. After all, this was not a question of which was more important, but simply a matter of first come, first served and credibility. After wasting some time aimlessly, Xia Chuanzu finally couldn't help it and explained the matter to Aino Miko. "I'm sorry, I can't continue to accompany you because I have an appointment next." His tone was still very gentle, and he tried to use an apologetic attitude as much as possible, so that people would feel better. Aino Miko's performance did not exceed her expectations, and she immediately showed a very frustrated expression, but the words she said made him confused. "I'm sorry, senior, I was too much just now." Aino Miko became flustered, and felt that she would probably regret it very much if she didn't do something. Originally, she thought that if the two could continue to walk like this, maybe the other party could become indifferent to what happened just now, so she didn't need to specifically apologize and mention it, but Senior Xia Chuanzu's appearance of wanting to resign obviously made her feel that he was still brooding over what happened just now. I really didn't mean any harm. I just said those things on impulse. So can you not hate me?" She rarely apologizes to others, because she always regulates herself to do the right thing, and she has never used such an almost pleading way of speaking, and she has never even used such a way of speaking to her parents. But Xia Chuanzu didn't understand, and didn't understand why it suddenly became like this. It took him a long time to realize that she was concerned about what happened just now. "It's nothing, I really didn't take what happened just now to heart. After all, that's a very normal reaction for Yuri not familiar with this kind of contact with boys, right?" After understanding what the other party meant, he began to actively comfort her, and even helped her find a reason. But Aino Miko was a little skeptical about his statement. After all, it was a fact that he suddenly proposed to leave after coming out, so how could she not think that it was because of what happened just now that she was hated? So she directly asked the other party, "Then senior, do you really have other things to do next?" Originally, she wanted to say, "Then why doesn't senior continue to accompany me?" but this was too blatant and she was embarrassed to say it, so she used this more euphemistic way. "Yes, because I have an appointment with someone to have a study session." Xia Chuanzu nodded, then took out his mobile phone and showed her some of the chat records. "It's actually true. Ai no Miko then believed what the other party said, and then a feeling of regret slowly appeared in her heart, thinking that it would be great if Senior could accompany her all day. Then gradually, this feeling turned into something else. If she insisted that Senior stay with her, or proposed to go to the study session with her, what would Senior do? She suddenly remembered that when she first arrived at the student council, she and the other members of the student council played a game. The reward for her becoming the final winner was that she could ask Xia Chuanzu to agree to any one condition, although the premise was not excessive. But wanting to go to the study session together was not an excessive request, right? If she made this request, Senior Ai no Miko suddenly raised her head and looked at him. Xia Chuanzu was puzzled and said, "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Ai no Miko shook her head, then showed a very forced smile. "I just want to wish you a smooth journey." Well, she's been alone many times anyway. She's already very happy that Senior can accompany her for a morning. She can't cause any more trouble to Senior. And that reward, she definitely has to use it in a more important place, so it's better not to waste it like this. "Oh, okay, thank you," Xia Chuanzu nodded, then waved his hand to say goodbye to her. "Then I'll leave first." After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something, so he turned his head again and said gently to Ai no Miko, who was still staring at him, although it seems a bit late to say it now, "But happy birthday, Aino-san, see you at school." "Okay, goodbye, Senior." Ai no Miko also waved her hand to say goodbye to him, but her mood was obviously much better. Because Senior said, "See you at school," to her, and didn't just treat today as an act of kindness to a pitiful little animal, which naturally made her very happy, so even though the weekend had just begun, she was already looking forward to Monday. After saying goodbye to Ai no Miko, Xia Chuanzu walked out of the park and took a train at the nearby train station. He first went home and changed his clothes before going out again, and then after spending about 20 minutes, he stopped in front of a terraced house and pressed the doorbell. This is naturally Erori's home. It's not the first time he's come here, so he's very familiar with it and doesn't feel any restraint at all. While waiting for Erori to open the door, he couldn't help but start looking at the cherry tree in the yard. He remembered that when he came last time, the book was still full of cherry blossoms, but now the cherry blossoms have fallen one after another, and there are not many decorations left. It seems that it has experienced a lot of time. "What are you dazing off about? Come in quickly." "Okay, I'll be right there," Xia Chuanzu nodded lightly to her after regaining his senses. After taking off his shoes at the entrance, Xia Chuanzu naturally put on the slippers he had been using. Maybe it's because he's visited so many times, so he doesn't feel anything wrong. "Where's Kadu? Has she arrived yet?" "Not yet," Megumi said. "She's still on the way, but she should be here soon." Erori shook her head. "Well then let's start studying first, so I can check your specific situation first," Xia Chuanzu thought, and then added. "By the way, is Auntie Sawamura at home today? Do I need to say hello or something?" No, Mom has already gone out anyway, just don't worry about her." Erori made a somewhat disgusted look, but in reality, she felt a little guilty and flustered. The movement of raiding and tidying up the room last night was naturally discovered by her mother, and then she told her about Zoe coming to visit tomorrow under her questioning. And then she teased her and gave her some advice. The key is to give advice, and it would be okay if it was a little useful and reliable, but who would listen to the nonsense like, "Go up and kiss him directly, he can't stand it. It really doesn't hurt to stand and talk." How could she do such a thing? Then this morning was also the same. She stayed at home and refused to go out, insisting on seeing people again first, and finally she was driven out of the house after promising to help her sell her books. "Anyway, today's goal is to help me make up for English to the point where I can pass, don't worry about anything else." Erori began to emphasize the key points. Originally, she was wondering if there might be an opportunity to create a slightly more romantic atmosphere today. But since Hui was also joining, she decided to focus on tutoring diligently. She shouldn't let her imagination run wild with anything else, especially since she didn't have the courage to act out a light romantic comedy with Snowball in front of a third party. "I know, that's why I went home to get this." Snowball Natsukawa nodded, then handed over the notebook he was holding. The reason he went home wasn't just to change out of the clothes he had been wearing all day, but also to retrieve the English notes and exercises he had prepared for Erori during the forest school trip. It contained a very detailed description of the various English grammar points that students of their grade should master, along with specific examples for reference. The exercises were naturally for Eri to practice with. This kind of precious, top students' notes was like a treasure to good students, but for Eri, it was eek, it's so dense, just looking at it makes my head want to explode. Ahem, I think we can simplify it a bit, since my goal is just to pass, Eri stammered. Although Snowball's thorough preparation demonstrated his care, which of course made her very happy, one thing was another. She simply couldn't love this hardcore learning method. It also reminded her of that hellish tutoring experience she had once, which was a real headache. Snowball Natsukawa was speechless, but he couldn't scold her. I'm saying, can't you, be a little more ambitious? Like getting a B or an A? Impossible, 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 things that can't be done just can't be done. Eri was also a little annoyed, as if she didn't want to get good grades. Other subjects were fine. There was nothing to say. But every time after an English test, she would look at the heartbreaking score on the paper and feel dazed. How could a pure English-Japanese mixed blood fail English in every possible way? The worst part was when classmates would come over with their dazzling scores and ask her how she did. Of course, it was unique. It was the kind that could get a ranking. Although it was ranked from the bottom. In the end, English is useless in everyday life. The things you learn can't be used in life, and if you really use them, people might this person is so pretentious, and also. Moreover, I've already decided to stay in Japan for the rest of my life and never go abroad, so English is completely useless to me. Snowball Natsukawa. How could this person speak so confidently? Snowball Natsukawa couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, English was really useless in everyday life, but if you wanted to get into a good university or further your studies, it was really indispensable. Not only to cope with exams, but also to read more literature. Forget it, don't think too much about it, let's get through this midterm test first. Snowball Natsukawa shook his head, finally giving up on persuading her and instead complying with her. Where's the last English test paper? The monthly test in April, let me see it. It had been a long time since he last tutored her, and he didn't know what her current situation was like, so he wanted to check through the recent test. Thanks to Shuchian's excellent educational resources, each test paper was carefully revised and also differentiated, so he could easily see the problem from the paper. He had used this method to understand Eri's learning situation before. Oh, okay, Eri shrank her neck, looking soft and meek, thinking that this step had finally come. She knew that this couldn't be reversed, so she didn't even bother to struggle, and handed over the prepared paper very readily. Snowball Natsukawa raised his eyebrows, glanced at her, and felt a little surprised. So readily. In the past, she would have stammered and procrastinated for a long time before handing it over to him. It seems that the situation is not so bad. That's what he thought, and then the next moment he saw the shocking score and immediately exclaimed. So low. His mouth twitched, then he ignored Eri's somewhat embarrassed expression and began to specifically examine her situation. Super difficult questions wrong very normal, not many students can do them anyway. Challenging questions also wrong acceptable, after all, it's not something Eri can touch. Basic questions, only some right, expected. At least she got some points, although most of them were on multiple choice questions, and then finally the giveaway questions. No, how can you get these wrong? And the mistakes are extremely outrageous, not because of carelessness at all, but completely because she doesn't know and is just writing nonsense. Snowball Natsukawa was silent for a long time. He finally understood how this score came about, probably still relying on luck, otherwise it would be even lower. Then after carefully studying it, he found that Eri even wrote many common words wrong. It was completely. Hasn't this become even worse than a middle school student? Snowball Natsukawa looked at her with a horrified expression. Chapter 134. Ah ha ha. Eri's face was full of shame. And no, I can't anymore, Snowball, let me rest for a bit. No, you can't rest yet, keep going until I'm satisfied. Ugh. When Kato Megumi appeared at Eri's doorstep, she could hear such subtle, terrible conversation coming from the slightly ajar door. It couldn't help but conjure up associations with a similar scene from a work called Yasuga no Sora, where something that shouldn't be seen was seen because the door wasn't closed properly. What are you doing? Kato Megumi tilted her head, looking at both Summer River Snowball and Eri. The former was fine, looking like he was seriously teaching, occasionally looking up at Eri before quickly returning to his desk. But the latter, putting aside her pitiful appearance as if she was about to cry, the fact that her forehead was covered with several embarrassing phrases like, "I'm even worse than a middle schooler," and oh please don't look at this wretch of a person," was a bit incomprehensible. Is this some kind of shame play? "Oh, Kato, you're here." Summer River Snowball looked up, just about to greet her to sit down, but Eri suddenly cried out. "Eek! Megumi! Why are you here?" "No, wait. Don't come any closer, and don't look at me." She first reached out to signal her to stay there, then suddenly felt that one hand was not enough to cover herself, so she resorted to using both hands, but it was clear that this was already too late. Moreover, the more she reacted, the more attention she attracted, especially from Kato, whose gaze was now completely focused on her. "Eri, I understand, everyone has their own unique hobbies, I can understand. That's not it. This isn't my hobby at all. How could anyone like being subjected to this kind of embarrassing thing? Even an elementary school student couldn't handle it." "That's exactly because it's something that even elementary school students would find embarrassing, so it's just right for you," Summer River Snowball chimed in from the side. "As the saying goes, drastic medicine for drastic illnesses. For someone like Eri, who is almost beyond saving, if he doesn't force her to take action, she might really end up being worse than an elementary school student." Really, it was the first time he had seen a high school student whose English level was even worse than an average middle school student. This is English. Not math, physics, or chemistry. It's too much to be worse than a middle school student, right? So he remembered something he had seen in a book called The Maiden Taming Manual. Although some of the statements in it were too outrageous for him to bear, other things were still very valuable, such as how to educate. In essence, education refers to the process of training an object to become talented, but the ultimate goal here is not the same as that of general education students, but the methods in the process are similar. For Eri, there is probably no so-called reward that can motivate her to put in some effort in learning English, so he can only start with punishment. Let her truly feel the shame, and let this sense of shame drive her to take action. As for how to create a sense of shame, like this. Expose her embarrassing appearance in front of Kato, and then further remind her it's only being exposed to Kato now that she can't stand it. What if others find out about your English level? Then you'll be even more embarrassed. Eri's eyes were watery, looking pitiful. She had given up trying to cover herself. Anyway, she had already been seen, there was nothing to be afraid of. "Guh, Megumi, you understand me, right?" Eri tried to ask for help. However, the object of her request didn't seem to want to pay attention to her, but instead naturally sat down on the other side of Summer River Snowball, handing the souvenir she brought to Eri. "These are handmade cookies, if you're feeling overwhelmed, you can try one." Eri. She felt like she had been abandoned. Then, very indignantly, she immediately opened the bag after receiving it and took out a cookie to munch on. "Woo, damn it, this time I must pass, woo." Kato Megumi blinked, seeing her eating so happily, she felt that there shouldn't be any problems. "Summer River Kun, would you like to try one too? Because it's the first time I've made them, I need a little more feedback." "Okay, then I'll try one too," Summer River Snowball nodded. Originally, he was a little disgusted by the way Eri was starting to feast, thinking that she wanted to take the opportunity to slack off. But after all, Kato had come, so he couldn't say anything more, so he simply followed the atmosphere and gave her a little rest time. He gently took one and tasted it, and after carefully savoring it, he gave a very pertinent evaluation. "It's delicious, it feels like it could be sold at a dessert shop." He wasn't the kind of person who liked sweets, but the handmade cookies made by Kato were indeed quite to his taste. The sweetness wasn't too heavy. But it had a rich fragrance, and after chewing it carefully, you could taste a fleeting trace of bitterness, which he liked very much. So he slightly raised his head and subconsciously glanced at the bag of cookies. "Forget it, I still shouldn't fight with Eri for food, I won't do anything embarrassing. Would you like to try another one? How about tasting it a little slower this time? Since the author has said so." So Summer River Snowball reached out again, took one, put it in his mouth, and began to chew slowly. He usually eats in a big bite, so just now he stuffed the whole cookie in, and it was small enough, but after Kato's reminder, he changed his approach, first biting off half and tasting it. Then there was a completely different experience first. What permeated his taste buds was a fragrant bitterness, but then a light sweetness rushed to his face but immediately dissipated. To describe it more accurately, it was like the bitter faction that had just occupied the hilltop, discovering that the sweet party was actually spying on their territory, so after painstakingly driving them out, they began to recklessly leave traces on the territory. The main thing is to show off the arrogance after gaining an advantage. How did you do this? Summer River Snowball couldn't help but ask. It was the first time he had seen someone make cookies with this kind of flavor. Not only was the original taste different, but the way to eat it actually changed. Are you a pastry master from somewhere, Miss Kato? I added some ground coffee beans to the cookies, so that the flavor can seep in, Kato explained softly, and although it was a rebellious act, when she said it lightly, it seemed to have become an innovative way. Because it's the first time I've tried this, I'm a little unsure. It would be great if you like it. Indeed, no wonder I always felt that the taste was a little different, although it's also delicious, Arari nodded repeatedly. She was the kind of person who liked sweets, basically no sweets, no joy. But occasionally tasting this kind of dessert also felt quite interesting. Of course, the most important thing was since they started talking about dessert topics, she could rest for a while longer. It's great not to continue serving time studying English. Summer River Snowball didn't make any more comments. After all, he really liked it. And both ways of eating it felt good. The only drawback was that eating only 2 pieces was a little unsatisfying, but he couldn't be shameless enough to snatch Arari's. If Summer River-kun likes it, I'll send you another copy later. Kato Megumi circled her hair with one hand, and seemed to show a shy look on her face. Because it's the first time I've tried it, I accidentally made too much. There are still a lot left at home. Summer River Snowball was stunned, a little surprised, but he nodded and agreed. Okay, then thank you, Kato. You're welcome. After all, Summer River-kun has also helped me a lot. Summer River Snowball. That being said, he really couldn't remember what he had helped Kato with. On the contrary, he seemed to have been receiving favors from her all the time. For example, today, if it weren't for Summer River-kun, I might have failed the math test this time. So it's paying the reward in advance. Summer River Snowball complained in his heart, but in this way, he was also a little more relaxed and wouldn't feel like he was receiving unmerited rewards. Okay, leave it to me. I will definitely let you pass safely. Arari on the side was a little unbalanced. Why doesn't Megumi need to work so hard? The goal you set for me is to reach B. Can that be the same? Math and English, the difficulty is not the same level, okay? Math is like this: if you know it, it doesn't mean you really know it, but English is different. If you know it, then you definitely know it. What is all this? Arari listened and was already confused. Her eyes seemed to be circling, and her head began to feel dizzy. Anyway, you're always right. It's better to ask why you never have a reason to argue with people, Summer River Snowball sighed, but he also knew better than to mention Senior Kasumigakaka, otherwise this little blonde would definitely explode. After all, looking at the battles between the two, Arari was almost unilaterally suppressed in the quarrel. And there was only a very small chance of a counterattack, and even then she had to rely on the help of others to complete it, which really highlighted that she was both bad and liked to play. Okay, don't always change the subject, you've rested for so long. Continue to memorize your words for me. I'll have to check you later. If you continue to make outrageous mistakes, you may not be able to sleep well tonight. Summer River Snowball threatened. For idiots, only heavy punishment can have an effect. Although he doesn't necessarily want to kill her, he still has to pretend. So Arari immediately shut up, subconsciously touched the sticker on her forehead, and then continued to memorize. Kato, what part of math is the problem? Is it equations, inequalities, or geometry in various functions? The high school math textbooks in Neon are unified nationwide. The first year of high school is a thing of the past, so let's not mention it for the time being. The math content of the first semester of the second year of high school is all the above things, and it also includes simple derivative applications of calculus. It's been almost 2 months since school started. And it's about time to learn about trigonometric functions, and this thing is a disaster area in any region. Kato seemed to be a little troubled. Combining her situation with Arari's, Summer River Snowball subconsciously began to suspect her. Could it be that she hasn't even figured out where she's not good at? Fortunately, Erori's situation was only a minority. Kato was still relatively motivated, and soon took out a workbook and pushed it over. Summer River Snowball followed the book and quickly found some scribbles on it, which should be the questions that Kato couldn't solve. Let me see, this question can be done like this. As a good student like him, he had basically self-studied all the high school courses before the summer vacation of his second year of high school. The content after that was basically review, consolidation, and comprehensive application. And before, in order to facilitate his pursuit of Kaguya Shinomiya, he had accelerated this process early, so dealing with the current math problems was simply a small case. He knew how to solve the problem at a glance. After explaining the solution, Summer River Snowball turned to Kato Megumi and asked her, "Is there anything I didn't explain clearly?" Rather than the so-called, "Did you understand?" he preferred to use this. "Is there anything I didn't explain clearly?" After all, do not do to others what you do not want to be done to yourself. He himself would feel that the latter was more acceptable. I understand, Summer River-kun, the saint student said in a calm voice, thanking him gently. Okay, let's look at this question again. After scanning the question, he thought of the solution, but after explaining it to Kato this time, he found that she didn't have the same reaction as just now, but instead tapped the eraser lightly with one hand, looking hesitant. Summer River Snowball instantly understood that she obviously didn't understand. So he opened his mouth and said, "Where didn't I explain clearly?" "Ugh, here," the saint student stretched out a white jade finger and gently tapped the beginning of the manuscript paper. Didn't she not understand from the beginning? Summer River Snowball was immediately ashamed and felt a sense of unease. "If I remember correctly, we shouldn't have learned the knowledge of equations and inequalities not long ago," Summer River Snowball asked tentatively, looking at Kato Megumi with a complicated look. Although they are not in the same class, theoretically, the progress of their courses shouldn't be too different. The key is that the questions she presented weren't that complex, just a simple combination of the two subjects' knowledge. Not being able to do them clearly shows she's not paying enough attention in class. Kato seemed a little embarrassed, tilting her head slightly, not looking directly at him, and said in a very soft voice, Actually, there were some parts one didn't understand during class, so I was a little confused when I reviewed at home." Then she tilted her head to look at him, whispering, not seeking complete understanding. Isn't it shameful to act cute, Kato-san? And the meaning of not seeking complete understanding should refer to grasping the main points when mastering knowledge, not being overly pedantic, but you're clearly just confused. If I remember correctly, Kato's grades are the kind that are neither good nor bad, neither top students nor poor students. In short, she's one of the students most easily overlooked in the class. Now it seems there are some reasons for this. She feels that asking others for help would be a nuisance, she doesn't have any close friends, and she can't even form a study group. Plus, she has a naturally indifferent personality where she doesn't care much about anything, so she lets the knowledge flow over the smooth surface of her brain, hence, not seeking complete understanding. But the fact that she joined their study group this time proves that Kato isn't someone who doesn't care at all. Clearly, the core problem is that she doesn't have any good channels. Since you didn't understand in class, why didn't you ask the teacher? Summer River Melody asked curiously. Kato Megumi seemed a little embarrassed, twirling her hair, and slowly replied after a long while. Wouldn't it leave a bad impression on the teacher? And everyone else asks very impressive questions, so I'd be a little embarrassed to go over. Summer River Melody was speechless. It turned out that the problem was still about face. But this won't do. It is said that in learning, one should not be ashamed to ask. If you are too concerned about face, you will not be able to make progress. And judging from Kato's situation, her foundation is clearly not solid at all. If she insists on learning further, it will become even more torturous. As one of the beneficial friends he recognizes, Summer River Melody doesn't want to see her struggling in the ocean of mathematics and naturally wants to lend her a hand. Let's put the questions aside for a while, I'll tutor you on the basic knowledge points first, Summer River Melody said seriously, with no intention of looking down on her. To make it easier to explain the derivations of the knowledge points to her, Summer River Melody simply sat down on the same side as Kato Megumi, who also cooperated by making room for him. Chapter 135. During the explanation, the two people were getting closer and closer. Originally, They hadn't paid much attention because they were so focused, but when the explanation process relaxed a little, they realized that their faces were only a fist apart. Xia Chuanzu was the first to notice. He had wanted to let the other party consolidate their knowledge and try their hand at it, so he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But when he accidentally turned his gaze, he realized how close they were. He could clearly see Jia Tingming's bright almond eyes, delicate nose, and cherry-like delicate lips, and even smell a faint milky fragrance. She must have drunk milk this morning. Jia Ting seemed to notice his gaze and turned to look at him silently. There seemed to be a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Cough, it's nothing, you continue. Xia Chuanzu leaned back subconsciously, with a guilty look on his face as if he had been caught doing something bad. I'll go to the bathroom first. Jia Tinghui nodded, and then continued to fight with mathematics. Xia Chuanzu stood up, just about to take a step when he suddenly remembered something, so he asked Ying Lily, who had been studying hard, in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, Ying Lily, I want to go to the bathroom. Just go, why are you telling me? The little blonde replied without raising her head. She was busy fighting with the dog-shit grammar in her hand. Xia Chuanzu took a deep breath, feeling as if black lines appeared on his forehead. I wanted to say where is the bathroom? Of course, his memory wasn't that bad, but he was responding to Ying Lily's idea of not revealing that he had been to her house many times, but now she herself is like this? Can you be more reliable, Ying Lily? Ah. The little blonde raised her head, with a blank look on her face, thinking, how could you forget this? It hasn't been that long since the last time. Then she saw Jia Tingsang, who was sitting opposite her working hard on solving problems, so her face changed and she quickly remedied, oh, right, this is your first time at my house, ahaha. Xia Chuanzu, dot. She seemed to feel that she couldn't bear it anymore, with an awkward expression on her face. But fortunately, Jia Ting on the opposite side didn't react at all and didn't even look up to pay attention to them, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. The second room on the right in the corridor is. Okay, thank you, Xia Chuanzu replied expressionlessly. He really had tried his best to carry it, he couldn't be blamed if there were any more problems. The little blonde also knew that she was in the wrong, and immediately buried her head and worked hard again. After a while, Xia Chuanzu came back, with 2 cups of freshly brewed tea in his hand. Let's take a break first, Xia Chuanzu reminded, then placed the teacups in front of the two of them. I just passed by the living room and brewed 2 cups of tea, is that okay? His last sentence was naturally asking Ying Lily, but this little blonde was completely uncooperative, and just nodded, looking like a useless person who could finally rest for a while. Thank you for your hard work, Zoe. Ying Lily nodded repeatedly. She really wanted to rest. Learning English is not something that ordinary people can persevere in. Although Ying Lily is very useless, she is also a genuine young lady. So she naturally wouldn't make the mistake of eagerly drinking the tea as soon as she got the cup. She just held the teacup with both hands and sipped it lightly, like a dragonfly skimming the water. I'm alive, she made a strange sound like this. Where did you come from, a social animal who started drinking beer after getting off work? Xia Chuanzu couldn't help but find it funny. How long has it been since she started learning? Is it really that bad? What do you mean, how long has it been? I have been studying non-stop from the beginning until now. Something bad will happen if you really don't blink, right? Xia Chuanzu complained. He waved his hand, then took Ying Lily's exercise book and prepared to check her learning progress. For Ying Lily, who is almost inferior to a junior high school student, the task he gave her was particularly simple. He just asked her to go through all the vocabulary that a junior high school student should master first, write down any words she didn't know, and then gather them into a module. After that, she would memorize them through copying and dictation. In addition, she was also required to learn various unit vocabulary and grammar parts that she had learned this semester. As for more, she would put it aside for a while. After all, learning is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires long-term perseverance and effort. Although I have already prepared myself mentally, it is really not easy to see that you can't even distinguish the meaning of such simple phrases. Xia Chuanzu complained, pointing to the words in the exercise book, and then used a pencil to draw a small range. That's all. Today, let's figure out all the things on this side first. Ying Lily raised her body slightly, clinging to the coffee table and trying to look at the exercise book. She is nearsighted, and of course she wears glasses, especially when drawing, but she usually wears contact lenses when she is outside. Today, she forgot in front of Jiateng, and felt that the black frame was not good looking, so she simply didn't wear it, and fell into a state of not being able to see things clearly. Now she finally managed to see the learning range planned by Xia Chuanzu by squinting her eyes, and the next moment she wailed. Is the amount so much? It won't work, right? I can't take it. Where is this? I even think it's a bit less. I have already divided the range for you according to the minimum number of word groups, but because today is the weekend, it will be a little more. Starting from Monday, the amount will be reduced, so you don't have to worry too much about not being able to complete it. In addition, in order to prevent the ghostly thing of learning new things and forgetting old ones, he also arranged a review and consolidation part in Yinglalai's subsequent learning tasks, which is the most important thing. Yinglalai's face changed suddenly, and her mood was even worse. You mean this kind of intensity is not only today? Isn't this obvious? Xia Chuanzi nodded, looking like it was a matter of course. Of course it's not just today, there will be tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, until the midterm test, there will be such tasks every day. And don't think about being lazy and escaping. I will check your condition regularly every day. If I find out that you are being lazy, Xia Chuanzu narrowed his eyes, nodded slightly, and gave the little blonde a meaningful look. You understand, right? Ing Lily. She doesn't understand anything. But her intuition tells her that it will definitely not be a good punishment, maybe it will be more shameful than today's sticker method. So Ing Lily replied weakly, I understand. Originally, she was thinking of completing the learning task and using the excuse of needing a reward to ask Zhou to accompany her out to play, but now it seems that she has to do her best just to complete the learning task. So where can she have the time to go around? In this way, she can only delay the reward time until after the midterm test. Yinglalai's head drooped down, took the exercise book and started to work hard again. Xia Chuanzu saw that she was quite serious, so he didn't keep staring at her, but started to think about Jiateng's learning task arrangement. Originally, he didn't have this idea, and he didn't do any investigation in advance, but today he found that the other party's condition was not very good either. If this not very understanding situation is not improved, Jiateng's math scores may also plummet. He naturally has to help her. And just as he began to seriously think about how to improve her grades, Jiateng, who had been silently doing problems, suddenly stretched out a finger and gently poked it on the back of his hand. Xia Chuanjun, I'm done. The afternoon sun shone in from the window, illuminating Jiateng's hand. Her fingers were slender and slender. Her skin was as white as snow, like a freshly peeled egg, and he could even see the fine light blue blood vessels on the back of her hand. The texture was quite beautiful and natural. The so-called fingers like cut scallions probably describe this. It's a level of beauty that can be pulled to be a hand model, Xia Chuanzi thought. After being in a daze for a while, he withdrew his gaze and focused his attention on the practice book she pushed over. After checking it a little, he found a very gratifying situation. Most of the exercises were done correctly, and even things that she couldn't understand at all before. Although the final answer was wrong, the problem-solving ideas were completely correct, as long as she was more careful in the calculation process. So Xia Chuanzu nodded in satisfaction and praised, you did a great job. Jiateng Hui didn't speak, but stretched out her finger again and gently drew circles at the end of her hair. I didn't do anything, she shook her head, seeming to think it was a bit too much. But Xia Chuanzu didn't think so. Just like what was said in that girl adjustment manual, girls are very emotional creatures, and of course, like the characters in the two-dimensional Beautiful Girl mobile game, they have a hidden setting of mood value. If they are always in the process of fighting, then the mood will inevitably decrease. He also agrees with this point. So he took the initiative to brew tea and bring some snacks over, which can be regarded as providing them with replenishment time. But just food stimulation is not enough. You must also give more rewards after the girl's battle, such as other verbal praise, head-touching encouragement, chin scratching, and so on, so as to continue to improve and maintain the mood value. But well, head-touching is fine, after all, there are many sensitive nerves in the scalp, and some people like the feeling of others stroking there, but what is scratching the chin? Does anyone really like this kind of treatment like a puppy? So Xia Chuanzu was a little hesitant. If it was Ying Lily, he should be able to decisively reach out and give her a head-touching kill, but facing Jiateng, who always has a calm expression, this kind of frivolous move will embarrass him to death if he doesn't get positive feedback. What's wrong, Xie? Jiateng seemed to notice his embarrassment and took the initiative to ask. It's nothing, Xia Chuanzu shook his head, just about to give up, but after looking at Jiateng's flickering and sincere eyes, he also felt. Do it, Jiateng has really worked hard. So he pretended to be calm and stretched out his hand to stroke her gently. Yoshi, you did a good job. Then Jiateng seemed to be stunned, staring at him without blinking. Xia Chuanzu's face was stiff. Goo, it's still so awkward. I want to die. Sometimes people need some response, whether positive or negative. As long as they respond, it means that the topic can continue. The most taboo thing is to get a silent feedback after launching an action. It will give people a feeling of being ridiculed. I'm sorry. I was too abrupt. I was temporarily bewitched. I'm really very sorry. Xia Chuanzu didn't dare to raise his head. After all, he thought Jiateng too simply, thinking that she would make a disgusted or complaining move like Ying Lily. And then he would pretend to be stupid and achieve the purpose of verbal reward and improve the friendship between him and Jiateng. As a result, he didn't expect that she didn't intend to say anything at all, but just stared at him with a looking at a fool expression. Then he really looks like a fool. Normally speaking, what Xia Chuanjun did was indeed a bit too much, Jiateng said, her tone still as calm as ever. But Xia Chuanzu understood that Jiateng was definitely not as calm as she seemed on the surface, but he couldn't investigate any more at the moment. Because he was bowing his head and prostrate on the ground, maintaining a guilty posture, unable to see her expression. It's okay for me, for others, next time, at least say hello to the person involved first, okay? Jiateng suddenly replied with a sentence that he couldn't understand. It's okay for Jiateng. Does that mean he has been forgiven? Although there is still the saying of next time. That makes him feel very strange. He can definitely get this subtext, so he was immediately overjoyed, just about to raise his head when he heard. But I'm still a little curious, why did Xia Chuanjun suddenly do such a rude thing, and the movements look very skilled? No, there is not a millimeter of skill. It's purely a temporary bewitchment, really. At most it's just, I've experimented on Ying Lily. In the past, in order to pursue her, he basically tried all kinds of skills that would leave a deep impression on her heart. Of course. He wasn't a fool either. He definitely wouldn't start implementing such obviously intimate behaviors at the beginning. He also waited until he was sure that the relationship between the two had improved before implementing it. The key is that Ying Li's reaction was indeed very easy to understand. On the surface, she looked very disgusted, but that happy little expression couldn't escape his gaze, so he just thought that Jiateng could accept it too. Jiateng was silent, seemingly not knowing how to respond to him, but Ying Lily on the side interjected as if she felt something. What? Did I just hear my name? No, keep doing your problems, it's nothing, don't get distracted, Natsukawa Snowball replied at lightning speed. Erin then said, oh, and buried herself back in her work. She was deeply engrossed in the vortex of studying, and she had just found the feeling and was about to grasp the trick. She absolutely couldn't afford to be distracted again this time. For the anticipated reward time, Erin, go. Perhaps because this little interlude had broken the atmosphere, Kata's voice didn't sound as oppressive as before. It even seemed to carry a hint of helpless affection. Really, by the way, how long does Natsukawa-kun intend to stay in this position? Shouldn't we still have studying to do? Because he had disturbed Erin earlier, the two lowered their voices spontaneously, speaking in tones that only the other could hear. Yes, you're right, I'll get up now. Natsukawa Snowball nodded hastily. After he raised his head, he only dared to look at Katu out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that she had already begun to focus on studying, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Was it really over that easily? Although this was still considered relatively tortuous compared to a typical development, he had experienced more dramatic developments after all, so he didn't think much of it. He even thought that this forgiveness seemed a little too casual. Aren't you angry anymore? Natsukawa Snowball asked weakly. He still felt that it was best to vent anger on the spot. Keeping it bottled up, even if it wasn't overnight, would probably make him uncomfortable after a while. Although I probably shouldn't be the one to bring it up, but if there's anything I can do to make up for it, please be sure to tell me. Anything is fine, as long as I can do it, Natsukawa Snowball added. Then Kata-san looked at him with a strange gaze, but the most important thing was, she really seemed to be angry. He originally wouldn't have been able to tell, because Kata always had a calm demeanor no matter what she faced. But now his intuition told him that Kata wasn't actually angry just now, but she suddenly became a little angry when he said that he would compensate her no matter what, so why was that? He really couldn't understand it. I'm not angry. Here it comes. That common tsundere behavior of girls. Saying she's not angry actually means she's super angry. And it's the kind that if you don't coax her in time, she'll remember it and won't be able to sleep at night. Actually, until Natsukawa-kun said he wanted to compensate me, I didn't feel like being angry at all. Kata-san's voice was still calm, matching her expression perfectly. Natsukawa Snowball didn't reply, because he could feel that too. I didn't even care much about being considered a petty girl. No. Absolutely not. I never even thought of that. On the contrary, I've always thought that Katu is a very gentle and tolerant person, the kind of person who could be my mom. He misspoke in the heat of the moment, blurting out what was on his mind. As a result, Katu looked at him with an even stranger gaze, making him feel like he wanted to die. A mom role, huh, she murmured. No, it's just a figure of speech. It's a common expression used in ACG works, it's just to describe you as very gentle, tolerant, understanding. And able to take care of others, that's all it means, definitely not describing you as old or anything. Natsukawa Snowball explained hastily. I didn't think of it that way. Kata seemed a little helpless, even starting to comfort him in reverse. In any case, when I was in the club, I came into contact with a lot of ACG works, so I understand these things. Chapter 136. Oh, that's good, Summer River played a sigh of relief at once. It's good that you didn't misunderstand, in short, that's it, I really didn't think you were petty. It doesn't matter, I don't care anyway. Kata shook his head, and finally began to bring the topic into the right track. But on the other hand, does Xia Chuanjun remember what I told you before? Before, Xia Chuan played a difficult look at once. They talked a lot between the two. What is this asking? But combined with the context. Say that you don't have to be so polite when you get along with you. Xia Chuan tried to say. Of course this is necessary, but it's not the focus of this time. Kata shook his head and continued to let him guess. In this case, Xia Chuan played a little bit and couldn't guess it. He tried to think for a long time and couldn't come up with any suitable results. It's only about Xia Chuanjun, so Katu gave him a little hint. He really had an answer now, but he became hesitant again, and it was a little difficult to say it. It's not that he was a little embarrassed, it was purely that he felt that this answer was really suitable for the current scene. I remember what you said, but, is "let me be wayward" really related to this matter? Xia Chuan played still puzzled, he couldn't relate Katu's life advice to this touching head incident at all. Although the reason why Katu was angry was discussed now, wasn't it because of his frivolous behavior in the final analysis? It seems that Xia Chuanjun still doesn't understand what I mean. Kata shook his head, and Wei Chun opened lightly. If you have it in your heart, you won't say to me because of this, I will compensate you for everything. Xia Chuan played a little speechless for a while, but there was also a strange feeling that he couldn't tell, so he didn't know how to refute the other party. Only people who always ignore themselves will make such promises indiscriminately. She seemed to be making a summary. But Xia Chuan played suddenly woke up, and finally understood what was wrong. No, it's not what you said, he seriously refuted the other party. Maybe what you said was correct until just now, but all these judgments can't be right if you use them on me. Xia Chuan played shook his head and then explained to Kata. Of course I have always kept in mind what you told me before, and not only remember it, I have really started to do it. Although it sounds a bit selfish, I have indeed started a self-centered life. Returning to the student union, rebuilding the interpersonal network, and the friendship that had gradually broken off was also picked up by him one by one. Who are these for? Who else can motivate him to do this besides himself? Because I want to live a perfect life for my friends, because I want to laugh and play with everyone, so I do this, and I am really happy after doing this, and the worry and fear in the past. Fearing that my actions will go wrong, causing my mood that I will be hated has completely disappeared. No, maybe there is still, but it has gradually evolved from completely afraid of being estranged into an open-minded attitude that it doesn't matter if he is hated, he has tried his best. He will still make some concessions to maintain friendship, and do things that he thinks may be more troublesome, but his original intention has already changed. It has changed from wanting to improve the other party's mood and ingratiate to wanting to get along happily and coexist harmoniously. Although he really proposed to compensate in a way of, I will do everything, in this incident, it does not mean his humble attitude at all, but because he felt that he had done something wrong, and rashly stretched out the salty pig hand to Katu. This is what he wanted to make up for his fault and wanted to appease his restless heart. This is the most important point. In short, I really didn't lie to you, this time, I'm not wronged myself. I even think that, using casually promised conditions to exchange for a headshot of Katu, is actually a very profitable deal for me. Xia Chuan played hesitantly. This statement is indeed a bit obscene, as if he was greedy for Katu's body, but it is really his true thoughts. After all, who doesn't want to be close to beautiful girls? Don't look at Katu's usual low sense of existence that she can't find, in fact. She is also a very beautiful and cute girl, especially today she is wearing a neighbor girl-styled dress that she had shown him at her home yesterday, which is really cute. Not to mention anything else, today's Katu has a kind of bling-bling, sparkling feeling. It's not an irrelevant passerby girl at all, but a real cute heroine. It's very happy to be praised like this, but it's also a little shy. Katu's eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't dare to look at him, which made Xia Chuan play dumbfounded. What's the situation? Did he just say it unconsciously? Cough. Anyway, that's the way things are. Maybe it's my own bad taste. I'm a little curious about how you will react, and at the same time, I really think your learning state is very good. I want to praise you, so I did it. Of course, I am serious about the apology afterwards, because after all, I lacked some consideration, just like you said. Speaking of this, Xia Chuan played suddenly stunned, because he remembered Katu just said. You have to ask the person concerned for their opinion before doing it, doesn't this mean? As long as you say hello in advance, you can rua Katanyao at will. Then he's really excited. After all, so far, he has carefully felt the feedback from Shinomiya, including Yukino Shida. Erori, and his senior, and even Kagaya is like this. He has not only played with her hair, but also done headshots. He is completely on the road to collecting everything. I didn't feel it carefully just now because I was too anxious. Can I taste it carefully now? Although it happened suddenly, Kata sang, can you let me touch it again? Xia Chuan played suddenly became radiant. Moshi, is this the police officer? Yes, there seems to be a pervert here. It's a joke, it's a joke. Don't really call the police. Although it happened suddenly, Kata sang, can you let me touch it again? Xia Chuan's eyes were full of anticipation, and he didn't look like he was joking at all. Don't really take out your phone, I'm just kidding. Seeing the other party's action of taking out his phone, Xia Chuan played a little flustered again. Although he felt that Katu would definitely not destroy his friendship righteously, he still couldn't help being nervous. Although you said so, but this level of joke can already be considered harassment, right? Xia Chuanjun, Katu's expression seemed a little distressed, and he seemed to be wondering why his friend would become like this. This made Xia Chuan play a little unable to explain his situation. He couldn't honestly tell her that he had lost to the desires in his heart, right? But after all, Katu herself expressed that it's better to ask her opinion before doing this kind of thing, so he is completely acting according to the other party's meaning, but now he is still disgusted. Fortunately, Katu is indeed a tolerant girl. She forgave him without saying anything more, and even helped to start changing the topic. So, can I continue to study? Of course. No problem, definitely. Please. Speaking of which, they are indeed holding a student union, not staging some strange love comedy. After all, the purpose of students is to ensure good study, right? Just like Erori next to him, he has always maintained a focused posture of I love learning. Speaking of Erori, Xia Chuan played suddenly felt a little strange, curious about how this little blonde was so well behaved today, and actually kept studying until now. Could it be that he has really improved? He was very curious, but after thinking about it, he still didn't ask to disturb her. If he pulled her out of this focused state, it would be even more difficult to get in. Kata next to him also began to study seriously, but he, the instructor, became idle now. So after thinking about it, he simply stood up gently and walked to Erori's room to get a few comic books. Of course, it's not the kind that can't show pictures. Even Erori will have a few ordinary popular comics. Although the purpose of buying it is to learn from it and draw inspiration from other people's works. He still remembers what Erori told her before. In fact, she also thought about wanting to go ashore. After all, a book painter is not an identity that can be said with confidence. What she hopes to achieve in the end is actually. Although she is essentially a book painter, she can actually draw serious content, she deserves to be teacher Eri Kashiwagi, she actually wants to gain such praise. But it is actually difficult to become a cartoonist who is serious or even serialized in popular magazines. Her painting skills are of course qualified, and the part full of astringency will definitely attract some readers, but it is definitely not enough to draw comics well. This is only the foundation. On the contrary, the plot is the big deal. It is not easy to be able to continue serialization, and for Erori, the plot is completely her difficult part, so she has not realized her ideas. Xia Chuan Plate originally wanted to help her, but in fact, he himself is not very good at this aspect. At most, he can only provide some suggestions as a male reader. The biggest help he can say is his somewhat overly rich pursuit history. Although they all ended in failure, after all. So many things happened during the period. If the plot is slightly embellished or changed, it is not impossible to draw it into a comic. He even thought of the comic title about the fact that I confessed to several girls and failed, but they all took the initiative to come to my door. The title alone should be very attractive, right? Finally, as long as it is processed into a traditional love comedy, it should be fine. Although the story is a bit old-fashioned, the old-fashioned means there is a market, and some readers like to watch this kind of tune. And as a newcomer, it will be of great help to Erori to explore some experience first. But all this must be based on the fact that he is really willing to provide material in the final analysis, it is a shameful past. Especially when the original motive is impure, it is strange that this situation can make him take the initiative to help. You can't start with something like, actually, I have a friend. You will be detected in minutes. In the afternoon, several people spent their time studying. Kato left earlier because he lived far away. Xia Chuan Plate tutored Erori for a while before planning to leave. When he went out, he even ran into Sawamura Sayuri, Erori's mother. The other party enthusiastically invited him to stay and sit for a while. And by the way, have dinner or something. He even said that it was okay to stay overnight, which made him very embarrassed. Of course, he refused in the end. After all, he also has his own home, not a homeless person. There is still a lot of time left today, so I can play outside for a while, so Xia Chuan Plate wants to continue what he didn't finish yesterday. Of course, it doesn't mean going on a date with Senior Kasumigakaka. But referring to earlier, he plans to go to the bookstore to make up for the various magazines and comics. Before, he didn't continue shopping because he met his senior by chance, so he went to make up for it now. He picked up his phone and searched casually, and found that there was indeed a bookstore nearby, which was relatively close, so he went straight there. He originally planned to make a quick decision, buy things and leave, but he was stunned when paying, and found that the front desk staff of the bookstore was actually his acquaintance Miss Yukino Shida Yukino. Today's Yukino Shida is still very beautiful and lovely. Even the simple and extreme work clothes can't cover her super high appearance. It will even add a good impression of being diligent and thrifty. But the more important thing is because she is a cashier. I'm afraid she is following the rule of smile to customers. And she rarely doesn't keep a straight face. Although she doesn't keep smiling, she is obviously more kind, at least more amiable than most of the time she sees him. The strange thing is that she doesn't always keep standing, but slowly stands up from the chair when checking out for people. It feels a bit inconsistent with her serious appearance. Oh. He remembered, her foot seemed to be injured a few days ago. He even helped her deal with her foot injury. I didn't expect you to be working here, Xia Chuan Plate tried to start a topic. If he meets an acquaintance and doesn't say hello at all, he will feel a little impolite, and because of some guilty conscience, it is difficult to ignore the other party directly. However, Yukino Shida-san was clearly ignoring him, possibly because she was still on duty and had no intention of catching up with him. Please place the books on the table, customer, I can't ring you up like this. Ah, okay, Natsukawa Tsuchi paused, instinctively wanting to nod and step forward, but suddenly remembered that the books he was holding contained some compromising material. Now, could he still present them? As for his silence, Yukino Shida was clearly unaware of the reason. She simply frowned slightly and continued to remind him. Please come over here to pay, customer. Natsukawa Tsuchi still couldn't bring himself to move. It was impossible to go forward and pay. Just the thought of a classmate seeing him buy such things from a bookstore was enough to make him tense up. The key point was that their relationship was unusually complicated. And he felt he would be severely scorned and verbally attacked into silence. The situation remained deadlocked. The look of confusion in Yukino Shida-Yukino's eyes gradually deepened. Just as he was thinking of making an excuse to browse some more so he could put the books back, another customer interrupted. Hey, I say, where are the photo magazines? I can't find them. It was a customer with a very unfriendly attitude, and on the other hand, he couldn't really criticize the other party too much at the moment. In some ways, he even had to thank them for getting him out of this situation. Visibly, Natsukawa Tsuchi could feel the atmosphere around Yukino Shida seemed to turn colder. He didn't know if it was due to the other party's unfriendly attitude or something else, but as someone who knew her well, he could definitely sense it. There at the end on the right-hand side by the door. Perhaps sensing that he was being treated coldly, or perhaps he was just looking for trouble, the blonde delinquent started yelling. What's with your attitude? Come out here and show me the way. And what's with that look in your eyes? Are you looking down on me? Yukino's face clearly became even colder than before. Natsukawa Tsuchi could clearly perceive that she was suppressing her impulse. Of course, Natsukawa Tsuchi himself was also a little angry. What a joke. There was actually such an idiot daring to mock Yukino. He really wanted to punch his head in. But he couldn't do that, because doing so would only embarrass Yukino. Of course, he wasn't going to stand by completely, so he directly spoke up to help. I'll take you there, I happen to know where they are. Huh? The delinquent looked at him, his tone even more unfriendly. Who do you think you are? Unfortunately, before he could finish his mocking sentence, Natsukawa Tsuchi cracked his knuckles, making a pop sound, the threatening meaning self-evident. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, hitting people is against the law. The blonde delinquent was obviously a little nervous. This guy was already a bit on the thin side and looked somewhat malnourished. He definitely couldn't compare to Natsukawa Tsuchi, who was well built from exercise. His intuition told him it was best not to provoke him any further. No, why would I? I just felt a little cold and wanted to stretch a bit. Natsukawa Tsuchi scoffed. He rarely resorted to violence directly. He was also worried about having to pay medical expenses if he knocked someone out with a punch, especially since the other party hadn't done anything yet, right? At the very least, he had to establish a claim of self-defense first. That's right, the blonde delinquent still chickened out. After carefully sizing him up, he seemed to be comparing himself to him, and quickly came to a conclusion. I suddenly remembered I don't want to buy them anymore, I am leaving. But he didn't run away directly. He was actually asking Natsukawa Tsuchi with an inquiring tone. This made the latter couldn't help but find it a little funny. Did he really look that unapproachable? He felt like he was being treated like some kind of gang leader. But in Japanese society, this was normal. In fact, almost every high school had some similar school bully types. Their school wasn't entirely an exception, but the level was a bit higher, and they wouldn't go around bullying other students for no reason. Really? Don't you need me to show you the way? But in the eyes of the delinquent, this was clearly a blatant threat. So he could only reply with some polite words like, no need, I wouldn't trouble you, before scurrying away. Seeing this, Natsukawa Tsuchi clicked his tongue, wanting to spit to show his disdain, but gave up considering various factors. Are people like this common? He asked Yukino Shida, who had been silent the whole time. He believed that Yukino had the ability to handle such things, but when he encountered it, he still didn't want to stand idly by. Perhaps it was because he didn't want to see Yukino being bullied by anyone other than him. No, it's rare. Yukino shook her head and responded softly. After hesitating for a moment, she even took the initiative to speak again. Thank you, just now. She was indeed willing to talk and no longer ignore him. Perhaps this was somewhat due to the hero saves the beauty factor. Ah. Oh, it's nothing. Violent threats weren't exactly a glorious thing, right? But the good news was that he received Yukino Shida's gratitude, which she didn't easily express. It seemed that he had only heard it twice so far. And the last time was just a few days ago, when he carried her out of the haunted house at the Test of Courage event. Oh, right, speaking of which, how's your foot injury? Is it any better? Natsukawa Suchi was a little puzzled. After all, it was quite serious when he treated her before. It shouldn't have healed so quickly after only one day, but she was still insisting on working part-time, which was hard not to worry about. Let's talk about that later. Yukino shook her head, and then reminded him to go pay. I'll be off work in a little while, let's talk then. Natsukawa Suchi's body immediately froze. He was so busy helping Yukino out of the situation that he forgot to secretly put the books back. This was going to be awkward. Chapter 137. A true warrior dares to face the bleakness of life. Seeing that the situation was unavoidable, Xia Chuanzu feigned composure and naturally handed over the stack of books he was holding. As the saying goes, as long as I don't feel awkward, then it's others who feel awkward. At times like this, whoever feels guilty loses the most. Of course, that was what he thought, but the reality was upon seeing those books. Yukino simply raised her head and glanced at him very quickly, as if how or why he bought those books was completely irrelevant to her, even giving the impression that she hadn't even noticed. But Xia Chuanzu wouldn't miss it. He clearly noticed the disdainful look that flashed in her eyes during that glance, which was exactly like her usual self. But he couldn't just rely on his feelings to assume that, and even proactively bring it up to provoke her, like, "You're looking down on me, aren't you?" Otherwise, wouldn't he be no different from that delinquent blondie from before? And it would make him seem even more guilty, as if he was the one at fault. So, the following time became quite agonizing. While waiting for Yukino to get off work, he was very restless whether he stood inside the store or at the entrance, constantly feeling like he had done something wrong and was waiting to be judged and punished by his girlfriend. Especially when passers-by occasionally sized him up, this doorman, and then curiously cast inquiring glances at Yukino, the clerk, only to be ignored by her. This feeling of, he's actually being made to stand as punishment, became even stronger. Fortunately, Yukino Shida didn't lie to him. She was really about to get off work. Before he had to wait much longer, a smiling uncle came out from the back, amiably saying to her, "Yukino Shida, you can go home and rest. Thank you for your hard work today." "Yes, thank you, manager." Yukino nodded and gave a slight bow to him, looking like she respected him very much. The uncle, who was called manager, simply waved his hand. He was just about to say something more, but he noticed Xia Chuanzu, who had been standing next to Yukino Shida, and thought he was a customer who had come to buy books, which he actually was at first, but now he was trapped for various reasons. "Sir, do you have any needs?" The other party's attitude was very friendly, and Xia Chuanzu couldn't ignore him, but it was also difficult for him to proactively say, "I'm waiting for Yukino Shida to get off work." He always felt like he would be misunderstood. "He's waiting for me to get off work." Yukino, on the other hand, didn't have this worry and replied to the manager very frankly, and didn't forget to add at the end, "He's just a friend." Xia Chuanzu really wanted to cover his face and complain about her, thinking, isn't bringing it up proactively only going to cause more misunderstandings? "And what do you mean by just a friend? Are you feeling wrong to be friends with me?" The manager was also obviously stunned for a moment, but he still wore a very amiable smile, but the words he spoke made people feel very speechless. I understand, friends, that's very normal. Oh, it's a young people's thing. Youth is so good." His expression was like he was watching a show, which made Xia Chuanzu amused, and the originally gloomy mood was swept away. Only Yukino Shida frowned her beautiful eyebrows, as if she was dissatisfied with this development, but she didn't dwell on it too much. She left a sentence, "Then I'll go change clothes first," and left the front desk. And when she disappeared from sight, the manager couldn't wait to talk to Xia Chuanzu again. "This young man. What's your name?" "Xia Chuanzu, you can just call me Xia Chuan," Xia Chuanzu honestly replied. After all, he was Yukino's boss. Oh, so Xia Chuan, can you tell me, have you known Yukino Shida for a long time?" The manager looked at him with a smile. His always squinting eyes actually made it difficult to detect his thoughts, but Xia Chuanzu could inexplicably feel it definitely wanted to gossip. Then, as expected, the manager's subsequent words also convinced him of this idea. "It's nothing special, I'm just curious about the extent of your relationship." "Does that not count as something special?" Xia Chuanzu thought, but he calmly maintained a way of speaking synchronized with Yukino Shida. "We should indeed be considered friends. Strictly speaking, it should be seen as the relationship between a former pursuer and someone who was once pursued, but after the previous events. He discovered that Yukino didn't reject him that much, and she herself had said that she recognized his friend's status, so naturally there was no problem with the explanation. Knowing each other it has indeed been quite a while, Xia Chuanzu nodded. Although it was only recently that they resumed a little contact and social interaction, just knowing each other, it had indeed been a long time. Oh, the manager nodded, and then asked him various questions. "Are you classmates? In the same class? By the way, how did you meet?" He looked like a nice old man, but his curiosity was unexpectedly heavy. "We're from the same school, but we're not in the same class," Xia Chuanzu replied. He originally thought that the other party had already seen through his situation, but was classmate just a verbal tick of his? "As for how we met," Xia Chuanzu was a little embarrassed to say, but after all, he had basically answered the previous small questions. And if he avoided talking about it here, wouldn't it seem very strange? So, after thinking about it, he gave a very strange but reasonable answer. "Because Yukino Shida is very cute." Although the initial purpose was a bit impure, the essence was still the pursuit of beautiful things. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he liked her because he thought Yukino was super cute. He basically took action based on this impression. "But after getting along, I realized that Yukino Shida is not just cute on the surface, in essence, she is also a very cute person," Xia Chuanzu nodded earnestly. "She is clearly very smart and has a good memory, but as a result, she often gets lost easily. Although she has super high personal talent, she can quickly get started and master anything, but her physical strength is unexpectedly like a small fry and she always has a pursuit of correctness. So sometimes she seems too rigid and stubborn. Oh, right, and she always likes to be sarcastic. If it weren't for the difference in body size and tone, it would be completely correct to call her a female imp. But all of the above are Yukino's cute points, and every time he recalls them, he shows a heartfelt smile that is both amused and exasperated. Because he has personally experienced these things, he now has more of a right to speak, and he speaks with certainty. "Yukino Shida is indeed very cute," the manager on the opposite side also nodded in agreement, and then explained to him. "Since she started working here, the store's daily turnover has increased a lot. Some people even come specifically to see her. And they buy some books that seem to show off their taste, which has led to the fact that even those books that couldn't be sold before are now being bought. And she's really smart. She learns things quickly, and she can handle the work herself in a few days, which saves me a lot of effort and helps me a lot. To be honest, I sometimes feel like, is it a bit of a waste for such a good child to come to my store?" The only slightly problematic aspect is Yukino Shida seems to have some difficulty dealing with this kind of service industry work. And it's hard to show a smile, but it seems that many people also like this kind of taste, and even, as I said, they don't like to read books at all. But they make a trip just to see Yukino Shida. As he said that, he raised his head and glanced at Xia Chuanzu. He inexplicably felt like he had been dissed. "To be honest, Yukino Shida is almost the signboard of our store. I never knew that being beautiful was such an attention-grabbing thing." Xia Chuanzu could feel that the manager's tone not only contained a sense of relief that Yukino Shida could work at his store, but also a kind of envy for her. Of course, he definitely wasn't saying he envied her for being beautiful, probably envied the eye-catching effect caused by being beautiful or handsome. The manager was really talkative. After that, he chatted with him about many things, and he would even think about telling him about the things that happened in the store. Which really made him a little overwhelmed. He thought to himself, why isn't Yukino back yet? If she doesn't come back, they're going to become old friends. So, I'm actually quite grateful to Yukino Shida for bringing a bit of vitality to my lifeless bookstore, the manager said with emotion, and then suddenly interjected with the main topic. That's why I wanted to understand you and see if you were the kind of guy who wanted to deceive Yukino Shida, but now it seems that you're also a good kid. After all, not many people are willing to listen to me rambling so much. Xia Chuanzu smiled awkwardly. He wasn't really willing to listen either, but he had no choice due to the situation. The main thing is that there are really a lot of bad guys like that. When I'm in the store, I can detect it and help a little, but outside, I'm powerless, the manager sighed, and then said meaningfully. But since there's a friend like you, then I'm more or less relieved you can definitely protect Yukino Shida, right? He suddenly changed to a very serious tone, which made Xia Chuanzu begin to realize that Yukino's statement that there aren't many customers like that was probably false. Judging from the manager's statement, there were probably many of them. But she was probably afraid that he would worry, so she didn't want to tell him directly. And it seems that since she was a child, Yukino has been bullied for various reasons. As a result, even now that she's in high school, it still hasn't changed, as if the world is full of malice. Yes, I understand, Xia Chuanzu nodded seriously in response to the manager. I will always protect Yukino Shida, I swear on my honor. In fact, even without the manager's instructions, he had always done so, because he had promised her long ago that he would save her until she no longer needed his existence. Of course, please take care of her more when she's working part-time, manager. After all, that girl is actually quite clumsy in some ways. Xia Chuanzu also wanted to say something more, but he suddenly froze while speaking, because the corner of his eye caught sight of Yukino Shida Yukino, who appeared in his field of vision at some point. Of course, she was dressed in casual clothes. After all, it wasn't a school day, so naturally she didn't need to wear a uniform outside. For Xia Chuanzu, he hadn't actually seen Yukino in casual clothes many times, because most of the time when he asked her out, he would always be flatly rejected, unless he used an excuse like choosing a birthday gift for a friend. Then it might be possible to hook Yukino cat, which is why some of his friends could even celebrate their birthdays several times a year. All thanks to Xia Chuanzu. Today, Yukino was wearing a simple shirt, with a light jacket on the outside, which seemed to be quite warm, but the lower body was completely different. It wasn't much different from the uniform skirt issued by the school, but it was a black and white striped style. Which looked ordinary, but when worn on Yukino, it looked very cute, and it was difficult to hide a cold and refined temperament. It wasn't like, it was completely a cold flower, always giving people a feeling of being unattainable. In short, cute Yukino-chan. Xia Chuanzu couldn't help but want to give her a thumbs up, wanting to praise her for her good taste in clothes, but looking at her calm gaze, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said something like, actually, Yukino is also clumsy sometimes. Just now. Isn't this the end? Xia Chuanzu still wanted to struggle, and still didn't believe it, and asked as if to confirm, when did you start hearing? He hoped that the other party could lie a little bit, or better yet, say some good news, but Yukino Shida Yukino just glanced at him lightly, ignored him, and instead said to the manager, then I'll go back, thank you for your hard work. Xia Chuanzu. Oh, wow, it's really over. The person you were bad-mouthing behind their back caught you. P.S. Sleeping, I really can't stay up anymore. I feel like my whole mind is starting to wander. Damn, I have to get up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to barbecue. Spare me, please. Luckily, I don't have to drive this time. Oh, I have to get up at 8 o'clock, and it's 5 o'clock now. Yay, I can sleep for 3 more hours. I'm going to get enough sleep this time. Mental breakdown. Yukino wasn't as angry as he had imagined. Although she hadn't spoken proactively since leaving the bookstore, judging from the expression on her face, she didn't seem very angry, and even seemed to not care at all about Xia Chuanzu's statement that Yukino Shida is actually a clumsy person. She walked along silently, seeming completely self-contained. Natsukawa Snowball was secretly relieved but also puzzled. In the past, she would have definitely taken the chance to insult him, but now she was acting like this. It was truly baffling. So he kept pace with Yukino Shida in silence, not wanting to provoke her again. It wouldn't be good if he annoyed her even more. What are you doing following me? I'm going home now. She spoke words that were hard to understand. Natsukawa Snowball's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Huh? Wasn't she implying that he should follow? Natsukawa Snowball was somewhat lost. He recalled the glance Yukino had given him before leaving the bookstore, and then she had started walking. He had thought it meant he should follow and wasn't something wrong. That kind of thing had just happened, and she had said, "We'll talk after I get off work." But now she was asking, "Why are you following me?" What was he supposed to say? "Well, since you've already followed me," Yukino sighed, as if she was very helpless. She pointed to the apartment door right next to them and said softly, "Since you're here, come up for a bit, I have something to give you anyway." Natsukawa Snowball was taken aback, but he nodded in response. "Okay, by the way, do you need me to help you up the stairs?" He hadn't been completely idle on the way here. From what he had observed, Yukino's foot injury hadn't fully healed, and she was walking a bit awkwardly, which made him a little worried. Yukino Shida looked at him and suddenly fell silent. Natsukawa Snowball figured she might be a little embarrassed. After all, the Ice Queen was always very strong-willed, so he simply became a little more assertive. "Yeah, I'll help you, after all. The apartment has an elevator, no need to go to unnecessary lengths," the Ice Queen's clear, cold voice floated into his ears. Without a trace of tenderness, chillingly cold. Natsukawa Snowball almost choked, feeling incredibly awkward. "It's just that I've never been here before." Fortunately, Yukino Shida didn't seem to want to make fun of him. She just pursed her lips and urged him to get moving. Natsukawa Snowball naturally responded and followed. Slightly different from his apartment, Yukino lived in a nicely decorated studio apartment. Whether she was picky about accommodation or because of her family, the infrastructure inside and outside the apartment was very complete, and of course, the rent was higher. But since she was a bit of a rich girl, it shouldn't be a problem for Yukino, right? Thinking this, Natsukawa Snowball suddenly realized something was wrong. Wasn't Yukino working part-time? Because it was so common for high school students to have part-time jobs, even he had done it for a while, he had subconsciously overlooked it. Now that he suddenly realized it, he began to suspect that Yukino was short on money recently. Yukino hadn't worked part-time before. It was probably a sudden decision, but in his impression, she wasn't the type to spend money lavishly, nor would she overspend on impulse like him. And the key thing was that she should have a lot of allowance and a small fortune, right? So what had she done to end up short on money? Natsukawa Snowball was very curious, but given their current relationship, even if he asked, Yukino would definitely avoid it, right? After all, it had always been like that before, and now it was even more. Sosh never revealed personal matters to him. "We're here." After the elevator stopped, the two walked out and turned into the corridor next to them. After Yukino opened the door, he finally had the honor of stepping into the home of the second girl who had actively invited him. Besides Erori, he had only been invited to Yukino's house. Although he had been to Senpai's house, strictly speaking, that didn't count since he wasn't invited. He had trespassed, so it didn't count. Although her tone was cold and she always exuded an aura that kept people at arm's length, Yukino was actually super considerate and thoughtful, giving the impression of a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko, squatting down to push slippers towards him. "They're new, no one has used them." When she stood up, her brows seemed to furrow slightly. Because his attention was always on her, Natsukawa Snowball noticed and understood. Her foot injury hadn't healed, and it might become more serious again because of the amount of walking today. She really likes to act tough, Natsukawa Snowball sighed inwardly. "Sit in the living room for a bit, I'm going to change." Yukino Shida pointed to the TV remote on the coffee table and then to the TV. "You can watch TV, or you can just space out, do whatever you want, but don't peek." "I wouldn't peek," Natsukawa Snowball retorted. "What do you take me for?" Yukino Shida. Yukino pursed her lips and clearly, coldly, uttered two words, "A boy." Natsukawa Snowball. So she was waiting for him there. He instantly couldn't hold back and immediately understood the subtext of her words. "You bought that kind of book, it's hard not to worry about you peeking while she changes." Logically speaking, a lewd book is a lewd book, but peeking at someone changing is too terrible. Besides, what's so good about a clearly meager body? "I feel like you're thinking about something terrible." Yukino Shida frowned, still looking a little uneasy. "It's your imagination," Natsukawa Snowball said, pouting. He thought, girls' intuition is really outrageous. Don't worry, I definitely won't peek, after all, that kind of thing only has meaning if someone invites you. Save your daydreaming for your dreams, Yukino Shida snorted, then ignored him and went straight back to her bedroom. After she left, Natsukawa Snowball sat down on the sofa. He didn't plan to turn on the TV. He mainly felt a bit restrained in someone else's home, and since this was his first time visiting, he should at least act like a guest, right? Girls always take an inexplicably long time to change. He didn't know about other boys, but for him, it was just a matter of taking off clothes and putting on clothes. And the time it took wouldn't even exceed 2 minutes. That even included the action of throwing the worn clothes into the basket, and Yukino herself was someone who pursued efficiency. He thought she would change quickly, but she was also so slow, not coming out of the bedroom for a long time. Natsukawa Snowball even started yawning out of boredom. Chapter 138. After waiting a while longer, feeling utterly bored, he began to survey the room's decorations. The room's layout wasn't particularly noteworthy in his eyes, they all looked pretty much the same. What mattered was observing the small decorative details. For instance, the sofa he was sitting on had a panda head-shaped cushion next to it. And there were 2 panda plushies in the corner of the sofa. That much was understandable, given how much the Japanese loved pandas. However, many of the little trinkets on the coffee table were cat-related, which was quite absurd. Even the teacups were adorned with cat designs. This was too much, thought Snowball Natsukawa, clicking his tongue. But thinking about it, it wasn't surprising that someone who could have a conversation with a cat using meow, 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 would have so many cat-themed items at home. One could only say that the title of Beneath the Meow was well-deserved. As he looked around, Natsukawa's gaze unconsciously drifted to the balcony. By the time he realized something was amiss and tried to look away, his brain had already recorded everything he had seen in an instant. It was too late to avert his gaze now, and the phrase lace, black began to loop madly in his mind. Snow Woman-san unexpectedly bold. Perhaps I saw it wrong. Natsukawa murmured, thinking it would be better to observe a little more, just in case he had misread the situation. Afterward, he glanced somewhat guiltily towards the bedroom, and after confirming that the door remained still, he turned back to verify his thoughts, to see if he had really been hallucinating. Right, just to verify my guess. 1 glance, 2 glances, 3 glances, his eyes became fixed. As everyone knows, mere fabric is meaningless, valueless. Unless it's worn, but then again, human imagination is boundless. If you can see the fabric, of course you can imagine it being worn, and you can even fantasize about the image of someone wearing only that little bit of fabric. This was quite stimulating, especially when he realized that the subject of his fantasy was in the next room and might have just taken off all but a few pieces of clothing. Similar images began to overlap. Black and white, truly wonderful, and this bikini isn't bad either, but this size, was it a mistake, or is there a lot of room for expectation? Natsukawa muttered. It can't be the even more ridiculous, looks thin in clothes, but is ripped when undressed, situation, right? What are you saying? A slightly questioning voice came from behind. I was saying, Natsukawa turned around instinctively, but immediately saw Yukino Shida's furrowed brow. Don't panic. It's not a big deal. It's just that the person you were commenting on about their figure caught you in the act. Just a minor fatal wound. No, nothing. Natsukawa's eyes darted around, but he still tried to maintain his composure. He had to gamble that he could bluff his way through. Speaking of which, why were you so slow? I thought you had fallen asleep in the bedroom. The attempt to change the subject was too obvious, and his tone already sounded very guilty, so Yukino Shida maintained a suspicious attitude. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and followed Natsukawa's gaze, immediately spotting the items fluttering gently in the breeze on the balcony. Fluttering freely with the wind. In an instant, Snow Woman-san began to heat up, her cheeks flushing red. Then, she ignored Natsukawa's awkward gaze and, disregarding her injured foot, strode towards the balcony. Watching her movements, Natsukawa naturally understood that he had been exposed and that his open appraisal had been discovered. He became nervous. The awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Yukino Shida reacted quickly, gathering the lace-trimmed black lingerie and bikini without hesitation, and even the seemingly unremarkable cat-themed panties, taking them all away in one swoop. A complete sweep. After Yukino Shida returned all the clothes to the bedroom, she slowly walked back to the living room, but the look in her eyes had completely changed. You saw everything. If it could be described with a pie chart, it would be roughly 3 parts shyness, 6 parts anger and 91 parts murderous intent. No. No, really, I didn't. Alright, fine, actually I saw a little bit. Natsukawa managed to utter the words with difficulty. But he wasn't completely lying. For example, he had only glanced at the cat-themed panties before deciding that cuteness wasn't as impactful as sexiness. So, his gaze ultimately focused on the bolder fabrics. Then tell me clearly, what did you see? Snow Woman-san stared at him intently, as if she was about to kill him to silence him. Natsukawa was silent, then finally opened his mouth with difficulty. Cat ears. Compared to the lace-trimmed black lingerie and bikini, the cat ears panties were more likely to ease the atmosphere. Sorry to his conscience, this time it wasn't character losing to cuteness, but survival instinct overcoming the pursuit of truth. Saying he didn't see anything would definitely not work. Yukino Shida wasn't stupid and would never believe him. So, he tried to downplay the important and emphasize the trivial. Thinking that this might make Yukino Shida less embarrassed and angry, and help her calm down a bit. But the result was. The look in her eyes became even more fierce, but also mixed with a very strong sense of shame. To make an analogy. It was almost like he, a normally aloof and indifferent cat, suddenly being discovered by its owner, secretly kissing and licking his photos in various cringe ways. That's what he thought, feeling that it was almost that kind of feeling. No wonder Yukino Shida would feel ashamed. Empathizing, it could be seen as the feeling brought about by being noticed that he was actually also very perverted. In the end, she still didn't believe what he said, although he himself didn't believe it either. But even though Yukino's eyes were so fierce and sharp, she didn't say anything ruthless. She just stared at him with a murderous look, and he shrank back, sitting uneasily on the sofa, also silently lowering his head. Time passed little by little. Natsukawa himself didn't know how long it had been, but he could feel that at some point, after taking a deep breath, Yukino Shida finally spoke slowly, "Forget it. It's my own fault for not telling you to cover your eyes and not look around." Natsukawa didn't retort, even thinking that if she really did that, he would probably think even more and feel itchy, wondering if Yukino had some unspeakable little secret. "Perhaps I shouldn't have let you in the first place, it would have been better to wait outside." Yukino's mental state might also be having some issues, actually starting to talk to herself in front of him. "But that would make me seem very inhospitable. I guess it would be better to blind your eyes." Natsukawa. That's a criminal statement, Snow Woman-san. After venting for a while, Yukino Shida finally became a little calmer, returning to her usual aloof and unapproachable appearance. "What are you sitting here for? Do you want to do something else shameless?" Natsukawa was stunned, then said weakly. "I'm just waiting for your orders." He felt like they had returned to the past, when he often deliberately made her angry to get her attention, but this time it was truly unintentional. But if he had to do it again, he would still do it. For no other reason than it was good to look at, the kid liked to see it. Perhaps seeing that his attitude was still sincere, Yukino Shida's tone was obviously less irritable. But she was clearly unwilling to treat him too kindly, simply pointing to the table at the kitchen entrance and saying to him in a clearly disdainful tone, "Take that bag on the table, consider it thanks for helping me yesterday." Natsukawa followed the direction of her finger and found that there was indeed a bag of small items on the table that had been carefully wrapped. With his eyesight, he could barely make out what they were. Right, seemed to be a bag of cookies, but he didn't know if they were Yukino's handmade creations. Considering her personality, they should be handmade, right? This trip was pretty good. He not only feasted his eyes but also got to take away the girl's feelings, although he was also looked down upon. But thinking carefully, he still made a profit. Natsukawa's mood was a little subtle. Take the stuff and leave quickly. Being in the same space as you makes the air unbearable. Yukino Shida wrinkled her little nose, as if to confirm her statement. Natsukawa subconsciously smelled his sleeves and other places, wondering if it was the grilled meat he had eaten at noon that still left some scent. When he and Ai no Miko separated, he had gone home first to change clothes and wash his hair, so it shouldn't be possible for any odor to remain, right? Yukino Shida looked at his actions and felt a little speechless. She realized that this man seemed to have changed a lot. In the past, she didn't even need to hint like this, and he could understand her thoughts just by giving him a few glances. Although that also made her feel a little subtle. At least there were more happy emotions, feeling that it was good that someone could understand her so well. But now, seeing him looking so dumb, she suddenly felt angry. So, she snorted softly, leaving a sentence. Normally, even a monkey could understand the atmosphere, but I really shouldn't have such expectations of you. Then she ignored him, sitting on the other end of the sofa by herself, maintaining a very distant social distance from him. Natsukawa blinked, looking at her seemingly angry appearance, feeling a little puzzled. But seeing her take the TV remote and a pillow, he thought she was about to create her own personal space, and he began to feel a little redundant. Perhaps she originally had some things she wanted to say to him, but after what happened just now, she might have lost the mood. Her current behavior was clearly kicking him out. So, he nodded, indicating that he really understood. Then I'll take my leave. After saying that, Natsukawa stood up, looking like he was really about to leave. When he walked to the dining table, picked up the bag of cookies, and stared at it, Natsukawa suddenly seemed to understand something hadn't responded to Yukino yet. Just now, he had been worried that his behavior had soured the atmosphere. So he hadn't thought about anything else. Now that he thought about it, not only had he not responded to her gift of cookies, but he also hadn't responded to Yukino's change of clothes. He hadn't even said a simple, "You look very beautiful, it suits you." No wonder Yukino seemed a little unhappy. She probably felt that all her actions had been neglected. Natsukawa nodded again, feeling that he was getting closer to the truth. And not only that. He hadn't formally asked about Yukino's foot injury. Instead, as soon as he arrived at her house, he started all sorts of strange behavior. No wonder she was unhappy. Any girl would be like that. The fact that she hadn't lost her temper was already very calm and generous. So, he turned back, poked his head into the living room, and launched a triple greeting to Yukino, who was already sitting on the sofa with a pillow, seemingly watching TV. "I forgot to say just now, you look very beautiful in this outfit. The dress is also very cute, it suits you very well, and thank you very much for the cookies, if you made them yourself. They must taste even better, and also although I think you should be able to take care of yourself, please pay more attention to your foot. Judging from my observations just now, I think you haven't recovered yet. It's better to walk less except when necessary. Of course, I can also provide some help, like bringing you food or something. Just tell me." After thinking carefully, he felt that he hadn't missed anything. But such a series of statements also made Natsukawa himself a little embarrassed. Because it always felt like he was locking the barn door after the horse had bolted, and saying too much at once seemed both overly concerned and perfunctory. Fortunately, Yukino didn't turn around and look at him with that cold and disdainful look. So, he assumed that his thoughts had been properly conveyed. After saying these things, Natsukawa prepared to leave. "Then I'll be leaving, see you at school," he added somewhat politely. When Natsukawa pushed the door open and left, the room fell into a long silence, with only a few slight, regular sounds coming from the TV. Yukino Shida stared blankly for a long time, finally letting out a soft sigh. She pursed her lips, pushed away the panda she was holding which he had given her in the past, and murmured, "Why can't I let go, idiot? Couldn't you have tried harder to notice? Just one glance from you, and I think of you morning and night. Having thoughts is certainly no problem, but if she doesn't properly express these feelings, I'm afraid no one will ever know." After leaving Yukino's house, Xia Chuanzu went straight home without lingering outside. Because his relationship with Mahiru had returned to its previous intimate state, he rarely ate out. He was basically being fed by the angel. Although recent events had caused Mahiru to avoid him somewhat, she still brought dinner over as usual. According to her, outside food isn't very good after all. Of course, it's more hygienic and healthy to make it myself. He really wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, he decided to go along with the angel's wishes. After dinner, he played a few games with the Shigami, and after playing together for a while, he went to bed early because he had to continue tutoring Erori and Kata the next day. Nothing was much different from yesterday, so there's no need to go into detail. Time flew by, and it was Monday, a workday. The school's original arrangements were quite thoughtful. After the forest school training camp, there would be a few days of vacation, firstly to allow the students to relax. And secondly to alleviate the after effects of activities such as the test of courage. However, they underestimated the spring hearts of the young men and women. Although they were well behaved in class, they still couldn't escape the enthusiastic discussions after class. Perhaps because of the 2-day break, the desire to confide in person was even greater. Thus, inside the student council, may all the happy people explode. Ishigami Yu roared in alarm. One can imagine what kind of days he spent during the forest school period, or rather, during the test of courage. I thought it would be over after 2 days, but when I came to school, I found that everyone was still discussing this kind of thing. Ishigami Yu grabbed his scalp and said in a low voice. Logically speaking, shouldn't the student's job be to study? What's so good about being in love? The fact that so-and-so and so-and-so became a couple because of this, I don't want to hear it at all. Perhaps he felt that venting alone wasn't enough. He even brought up the topic to Xia Chuanzu. President, don't you think so? Shouldn't the student's job be to study hard? Xia Chuanzu didn't know how to respond. Because he actually enjoyed it quite a bit, and in a sense, he might be the kind of happy person who should explode that Ishigami was talking about, so he couldn't very well curse himself, could he? Ahem, if you're so envious, why don't you find someone to fall in love with? Xia Chuanzu replied while dealing with official business. There was still a lot of work left over recently. Although most of it had been filtered out by his capable assistant Kagaya, some important matters still had to be handled by him personally. For example, a famous school in France was planning to start a student exchange program with their school, and he needed to personally take the initiative to connect with them. No, let me fall in love. I'd rather spend my time playing games. If you fall in love, you have to constantly spend time communicating with each other. Not to mention during class, you definitely have to go out on dates on weekends, right? And it might be a whole day at once, and maybe you have to continue the next day. And then you have no time to play games at all, and that's not all, there will always be some conflicts and disputes, right? If you want to be in love, you have to actively solve these things. Which will inevitably take a lot of effort, and you may not be able to get any results, and if you see the other party avoiding or neglecting you, you will become anxious and worried. Right? You might even suspect that the other party is being unfaithful, which will inevitably lead to another round of trouble. In conclusion, I, Ishigami Yu, will never touch anything like being in love. Isn't it better to play games? Xia Chuanzu's expression was a little subtle. Although that's what he said, he always felt that someone like Ishigami, who could carefully think about the reasons behind it and even consider all aspects, would be the most serious about love, because they simply couldn't compromise. They would only start taking action after meeting the right person. And once successful, they wouldn't break up easily unless there was an extremely difficult reason. Just as Xia Chuanzu was considering whether to respond to him, the student council door opened, and Shinomiya Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika appeared at the door. After 2 days apart, Kagaya still had the elegant and dignified demeanor of a young lady, and Fujiwara Chika, of course, maintained her usual silly appearance, opening her mouth as an old jokester. Where? I just heard the topic of love. It's time for me, the love detective Fujiwara, to take action. When she realized that no one was paying attention to her, she started to get angry. Damn it, you two idiots, you're actually ignoring my great detective Fujiwara. I curse your path to love to become unusually bumpy and difficult. Even Xia Chuanzu was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he simply bypassed her and greeted Kagaya. Good morning, Kagaya. Chapter 139. Kagaya Shinomiya was immediately overjoyed. President, he actually called her name. So the haunted house event before was fruitful, and she wasn't dreaming. Yes, good morning, President. Their interaction seemed very natural, but for the other two next to them, it was a big problem. I smell an incident, Chika Fujiwara sniffed lightly, squinting her eyes and pretending to be mysterious. Yes, Fujiwara-senpai, I smell it too, Yu Ishigami actually echoed her, which was out of character. This made Snowball Natsukawa a little confused, wondering what kind of heaven-defying remarks this treasure was going to make. That despicable president, secretly getting closer to Kagaya-chan behind my back. I'm the one who likes Kagaya-chan the most. It should be me. Chika Fujiwara looked puffed up, then hugged Kagaya Shinomiya and refused to let go, her eyes looking at Snowball Natsukawa as if with a hint of provocation. It was as if she was saying, you see, I can do this, but you can't. Kagaya's reaction seemed quite calm, even feeling a little helpless, as she began to appease Chika Fujiwara. That's right. The president hasn't even called my name yet. No, he has to call my name at least once. Come on, President. I'm ready. Snowball Natsukawa. No, where did you get this delicate vinegar jar from? Don't act like a little girl, Ishigami. He never expected that his first experience of a sure-a-field moment would be realized on a boy, but at least Ishigami didn't say the classic line. I was the first one, which didn't cause a stomachache-inducing white study scene, which was a good thing. In short, Snowball Natsukawa had no problem here. After responding to the other party's request, he tentatively called Ishigami "you," but it caused the other party to fall into a state of scalp tingling. In his words, it was. It's not right, it always feels a little disgusting, a scalp-tingling feeling. Snowball Natsukawa was speechless, almost not complaining, then whose fault is this? So in the end, Yu Ishigami still asked Snowball Natsukawa to call him by his last name, and he still maintained the original, president, title for Snowball Natsukawa. At this point, the student council's sudden crisis was successfully resolved ignoring Chika Fujiwara's sudden willfulness. Unfair. Even Amir Ishigami can be called by his name, why haven't I been called yet? Yada yada yada. I don't want to be excluded. He opened his mouth, just about to say something, but Ishigami took the lead and said. What do you mean by Amir Ishigami, senpai? Don't underestimate the bond between me and the president. And it's your unreasonable demands that make the president embarrassed, right? In the end, senpai is just acting willful and petty. My evaluation is an elementary school student. Even elementary school students wouldn't be so willful. Tsk, what a small fry, senpai. He not only mocked Chika Fujiwara, but even looked towards Snowball Natsukawa, as if seeking recognition, which made the latter very embarrassed. Even if everyone thinks so, don't say it so directly. Sure enough, Chika Fujiwara couldn't stand being evaluated like this, and turned into a pufferfish, but because she couldn't argue with Ishigami at all, she could only start and wipe small pearls on Kagaya's shoulder again. So he couldn't help but smooth things over. Ahem, there's no need to say it to this extent, I think Fuji Chika is just afraid of being left out. Snowball Natsukawa said hesitantly, perhaps because Chika Fujiwara's usual performance was too carefree, so he always felt that she wouldn't care about this kind of thing. But since the request has been made, it doesn't matter if he agrees to her without resistance. After all, it's just changing the title, but in fact, the real close relationship is never reflected in this. Kagaya Shinomiya, who had been comforting Chika, didn't say much, but at this moment, her eyes clearly expressed a meaning to Ishigami, that's about it. Originally, she would definitely continue to encourage Ishigami, after all, girls, of course. Hope that the person who can be called intimately is only her, but she is in a good mood today. The president actually took the initiative to call her name, and obviously maintained the original attitude towards others. This little special treatment has been able to satisfy her, so she also felt that it doesn't matter to give Fujiwara a little sweetness to taste. After all, Fujiwara is also her good friend, and even she can't stand always bullying her like this. So with the help of her parents, Ishigami also stopped attacking. Afterwards, Chika Fujiwara quickly became active again, even feeling that the sky was clear and the rain had stopped, and she was okay again, and began to provoke Ishigami. Humph. As expected, it's easier to call my name. And it won't make people feel ashamed, President, call it a few more times and let someone envy it. This person is really brave, without the slightest sense of decadence of being scolded and dropping small pearls just now. Of course, Snowball Natsukawa didn't have to do as she said, because Ishigami quickly responded to the other party's provocation with even more ruthless words, and the student council also returned to its usual rhythm. Congratulations. The morning classes passed in the blink of an eye, and it was lunchtime. In order to deal with the remaining official business as soon as possible, Snowball Natsukawa brought his lunch to the student council room, intending to eat and think about the development, also to save some time. Kagaya Shinomiya appeared in the student council room as always, much faster than him. Good noon, Kagaya. Snowball Natsukawa took the lead in greeting. Good afternoon, President. The lady's posture was still very elegant. Snowball Natsukawa nodded, then went straight to the main seat. Because it was too ordinary, he didn't even ask Kagaya why she was still in the student council at this time. In fact, he had also wondered why she always came over during lunch break. But he only got a strange look in response, so he guessed that it might be because she had no friends to have lunch with, so she simply shaped her image into a workaholic, so that she didn't seem so lonely. For the past situation, her fixed mode of action was actually quite good, which made it easier for him to carry out the strategy. But now it seems that Kagaya is very lonely girl. After all, he doesn't always appear in the student council now, it can only be said that it is occasional, so it seems that she is even more lonely. Do you want to eat together, President? Kagaya Shinomiya raised the lunchbox in her hand and tried to invite him. Let's eat together. Snowball Natsukawa agreed without much hesitation, and then changed the focus of his work later. Changing the content that originally needed to be annotated to only needing to be reviewed, which was not only convenient but also seemed a little more polite. Although not much polite. Fortunately, Miss Kagaya is really a very understanding person, and she didn't care much about his behavior of working while eating, and even very considerately offered to help. It's okay, no need to bother you, I can just take a look. Snowball Natsukawa naturally didn't agree, mainly because he felt that she was usually busy and responsible enough, and he really couldn't hand over all kinds of things to her. Wouldn't that make him, the student council president, seem particularly superfluous? Kagaya Shinomiya didn't say anything more, because she also knew his personality and knew that it was useless to force him. During the meal, in addition to being distracted by work, Snowball Natsukawa would also seriously respond to the topics raised by Kagaya, whether it was a proposal such as, "The students are spreading some rumors again, should we issue a notice to stop it?" Or a topic such as, "Recently, Fujiwara seems to have gained some weight, I feel that she will get fatter and fatter," he would also take it, not completely distracted by work and ignoring people. Of course, this also led to his eating speed becoming abnormally slow. The battle that could have been resolved in a few strokes was dragged on for a long time today. Even after Kagaya Shinomiya had issued a declaration of feeling a little full. He felt his stomach empty, and then he took a closer look and found that only 1/3 of the original full lunch box had been consumed, and the dishes were basically cold. Sure enough, being distracted still has some impact, especially since he can also be seen as using his mind for 3 things at once. The lady Kagaya on the side seemed a little unable to stand it anymore, and looked at him with some worry. "The food is getting cold, President, should you finish your meal first?" It's okay, it's almost over," Snowball Natsukawa replied without raising his head. Kagaya Shinomiya was a little helpless, but didn't know what to do, so she picked up her phone as expected. She still had to ask the omnipotent Dora-a-Love. Hayasaka, what should I do? The president doesn't eat, he's just busy with work, won't he get a stomach ache? Miss Kagaya pursed her lips, her expression a little worried, because her own stomach wasn't very good, so she knew the harm of it better. Such a message came from the phone first. Just when Kagaya Shinomiya wondered what it meant, another message was sent. In short, just go up and feed him directly, young Master Natsukawa can't stand it. Now it was Kagaya Shinomiya's turn to wonder. What, go up and feed him directly? She? Really? She slightly raised her head, secretly glanced at Snowball Natsukawa without revealing any traces. And only breathed a sigh of relief after finding that he hadn't looked at her and was still working seriously, and then began to fantasize about such a feeding scene with a ah sound. She stuffed something full of her love into his mouth. This, it's too embarrassing. Not to mention whether the president can stand it, she can't stand it first. Is there no easier way? Kagaya Shinomiya blushed and edited such a reply message. 6. Another inexplicable message was sent first, but soon followed a specific planned step. Snatch the things in young Master Natsukawa's hands, and force him to eat well, otherwise you won't return it to him. Isn't that too unreasonable? Kagaya Shinomiya said angrily, thinking that wouldn't she be considered a barbaric person? Wouldn't her elegant and dignified image be ruined? Then act coquettishly to young Master Natsukawa, and say to him, don't be busy with those unimportant things anymore, you have to look at people properly when you eat together, to distract him. Kagaya Shinomiya was immediately dumbfounded. How could she say such embarrassing words? And it seems even more unbearable than the previous suggestion. Thinking carefully. The first suggestion is still the best and most decent. At least it can protect her image and won't really make people ashamed to the point of exploding. Is there no other way? Kagaya Shinomiya frowned and wondered, always feeling like she was being fooled. There is no more, young lady, if you want to persuade someone who is serious about work, you have to use strong medicine, please work hard, I also have something to do here, so I won't contact you for now. After sending such a message, Hayasaka unilaterally cut off contact with her, and the messages sent out were all unread. Kagaya Shinomiya had no choice but to start making her own decisions. The second method is really not possible, it's really not suitable for her image, the third method is even more impossible to adopt, she still wants face. As for feeding well, there's no way, so it seems that this method is more suitable, it's really not her fault, it's not like she super wants to do this. Then she took a deep breath, made enough mental preparations, and then Kagaya Shinomiya tried to open her mouth, I really can't do anything with you. But before she could fully express her meaning, she found that Snowball Natsukawa had put down the official documents in his hand and was holding the lunchbox as if he was preparing to eat properly. Kagaya Shinomiya. Gu. Kurushi. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? No, nothing, Kagaya Shinomiya shook her head subconsciously, of course she couldn't say her true thoughts. But she was really unwilling, she had finally made enough mental preparations for herself. Then she thought carefully, feeling that things couldn't be left like this, otherwise all her efforts would be in vain. So Kagaya Shinomiya made a decision, and then put her left hand on her right face, and said with a calm expression. Actually I'm already full, and I've been managing my figure recently but there are still a lot of dishes in the lunchbox, the chef at home made too much, I can't bear to waste it, can I ask the president for help? Seeming to be afraid that he would dislike it, she added at the end, of course, I haven't touched the chopsticks, but if the president dislikes it, then forget it. In a calm state, her thoughts were clearer than ever before. First, she explained that she had to give up eating because she was full. And then expressed her disapproval of wasting food. This not only blamed the cooks at home who wanted to show off their skills but also showcased her various good habits. Finally, she took the opportunity to make her request to achieve her ultimate goal. She's simply a genius. Moreover, she used a tactic of strategic retreat, preemptively saying, if the president dislikes it, then forget it. With the president's personality, even if he was initially concerned about it, he would probably have to agree. Kagaya Shinomiya understood. Now that things had developed to this point, she would achieve her goal no matter what, even if she couldn't feed the president directly, she would at least complete, indirect, key, in short, she would collect some interest, right? She thought. That's right, she was actually lying. The claim that she hadn't touched any of the food was false. She had even taken a small bite out of some of them, but it wouldn't be noticeable without careful observation. What she wanted to achieve was this kind of moment of discrepancy. So, with expectant eyes, Kagaya Shinomiya looked at Snowball Natsukawa. Although she didn't say anything, the latter could feel her fervent desire. Hurry up and agree, hurry up and agree. It was as if a devil was whispering, seductively capturing his heart. Could there be some hidden meaning here? Snowball Natsukawa was somewhat silent. But Kagaya had also eaten it, so there shouldn't be any problems. Then the most likely possibility is, she made this herself. He had taught her some cooking skills during the forest school event, but it hasn't been that long since then. It would be difficult to make a decent bento box. But she is Kagaya Shinomiya after all, and her talent is not fake. Therefore, it is not impossible that she made the bento box herself. So, is she hoping that he, as her teacher, can taste it and give her encouragement? Snowball Natsukawa nodded inwardly, feeling that he was close to the truth. Well, leave it to me, so he nodded and agreed, then casually picked up a meatball. Putting everything else aside, he was very familiar with the matter of tasting the sentiment. For example, when he received cookies from Yukino the day before yesterday, he opened them on the spot, ate one, and started praising them. In short, he emphasized that it was reasonable and well-founded, even if the taste wasn't actually that good. Unexpectedly, it's very good. Snowball Natsukawa was a little surprised. He thought it would be something made by a novice, but both the meat quality and the taste were impeccable, not like the work of a beginner. So he couldn't help but exclaim, it tastes very good, you did a good job. Kagaya Shinomiya blinked, seeming a little puzzled, feeling that this development was not quite right. But oh well, it's good that the president is enjoying his meal. She can secretly enjoy the rest, savor it slowly. So, without disturbing him, she watched him eat non-stop with a smile, and the more she watched, the more she felt her heart sinking. She had to maintain a calm posture to maintain her composure. Snowball Natsukawa ate very quickly. When he wasn't distracted and didn't think about anything, he finished the battle in a few moments. He also finished Kaguya Shinomiya's dishes, and the more he ate, the more surprised he became. He couldn't help but sigh at her rapid progress. In just a few days, she had grown from a novice to a master. If the dishes hadn't been cold and lost their flavor, the original taste would probably have been even better. He knew that he had practiced non-stop back then. And it took him more than half a month to make it taste good. This was much longer than Kaguya's time. As expected, he should mind his own business when it comes to things in the two-dimensional world. I'm full too, thank you for the meal. Snowball Natsukawa put his hands together and exclaimed. This experience can be said to be quite good. It wasn't a tasting of dark, murderous cuisine, but rather the enjoyment of delicious food. Of course, he had to be grateful. Oh, right, how is your foot injury? Has it recovered? After finishing the meal, of course, it was time to start chatting. He had just processed the formal club establishment application from the service club and, while thinking of Yukino, he also thought of Kaguya's foot injury. Chapter 140. Kaguya Shinomiya blinked, a courage she didn't know she possessed suddenly surfacing, and she actually replied, if you're concerned, wouldn't it be better for the president to check himself? Huh? Snowball Natsukawa was at a loss. As expected of Japan, TSK. JPG. Snowball Natsukawa was a little confused. It's no wonder he was confused. Anyone who was told something like, if you're concerned, then check it yourself, a statement that sounded like a flirtation, would definitely be thrown into a mental whirlwind. He couldn't help but start thinking about Kaguya's true intentions. Did she think his worries were unnecessary and was therefore teasing him? Or was she simply not taking such contact to heart, feeling that it wouldn't matter if he checked it himself? Come to think of it, that made sense. After all, he had carried Kaguya all the way through the challenge on the day she was injured. So compared to that, this little bit of contact really didn't need to be taken too seriously. On the contrary, he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Okay, then I'll help you check it out, Snowball Natsukawa nodded in response. And now it was Kaguya Shinomiya's turn to be disturbed. It was originally just a moment of whimsical thought that slipped out, but she actually received a response from the president. But honestly, she wasn't at all prepared for such intimate contact. Although they had already had the experience of him treating her hand injury and carrying her on his back, the former was clearly not stimulating enough. And the latter was achieved because of special circumstances, so theoretically it didn't count. But this time was different. It was a development that arose from a very ordinary conversation, which was powerful proof that their relationship had taken a step further. So although she wasn't prepared, and maintained an unusually shy attitude about fully showing her feet, Kaguya Shinomiya still decided to be brave. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to bring her relationship with the president closer in one fell swoop. After all, she had heard that many people actually had that kind of fetish. She just didn't know if the president was also. In short, Kaguya Shinomiya nodded weakly. Although she was shy, she agreed. But agreeing was one thing. It was too difficult to ask her to take the initiative to stretch out her leg. It was completely impossible. Fortunately, Snowball Natsukawa wasn't an impatient person. How could a non-pervert have impatient feelings about this kind of thing? Although the things on the coffee table had already been put away and cleaned up, it was a little strange to examine her on the table. So he simply got up and sat on Kaguya Shinomiya's side. To make it easier to check, he also deliberately left some distance, not getting too close. In short, everything was ready, all that was missing was for Kaguya to obediently stretch out her foot. He just looked at her. So Kaguya Shinomiya shrank her head, and her movements became a little stiff. Although she had gradually convinced herself not to give up the opportunity to improve their relationship, she still felt very ashamed when it came to it. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. So she had to move tremblingly, hooking her little hand and gently taking off her indoor shoes, then letting them drop to the ground with a thud. Then she repeated with the other one, making the same thud sound. Snowball Natsukawa blinked, feeling a little puzzled in his heart. Wasn't it just one foot that was sprained? Why did she take off the other one too? However, after seeing Kaguya Shinomiya stretch out both legs tremblingly, the original doubt disappeared, replaced by another confusing thought. What, Kaguya-san? Why not take off your socks while you're at it? Snowball Natsukawa's heart was full of doubts, and his expression seemed a little complicated. Perhaps it was because his ability to imagine things was too rich. Even though there was a white short sock, he could inexplicably see Kaguya's toes twitching non-stop, rhythmically as if playing a beat, which was quite cute. Moreover, they were really flexible toes. Perhaps, they could be used to do arithmetic. Unfortunately, they were already high school students, and addition and subtraction within 20 were already well known. Snowball Natsukawa didn't speak, and then remained silent for a while, mainly because he didn't know how to start. Feeling that Kaguya Shinomiya must have forgotten to take off her socks for a moment. Seeing that she hadn't moved for a long time, and even gave him a puzzled look, he knew that he had to act. Kaguya is a smart person, she must have her own considerations for doing this. With this in mind, Snowball Natsukawa decisively put down the doubts in his heart and began to operate. It's strange to say, but even though he didn't have strange thoughts, so far, he seemed to have taken off the socks of 3 girls. First, Kasumiga Kaka-senpai's tights, then Yukino's long black stockings, and finally Kaguya's black short socks. Although it sounds strange, it really felt like he was collecting achievements. He even seemed to hear a ding sound, and a common game achievement sound seemed to ring in his head. Perhaps it was because their favorite styles were so different, but it also allowed him to experience completely different feelings. In the case of Senpai, because he was a little angry, his movements were quite rough, and he didn't experience it carefully. At most, he just felt that it was quite erotic, and he couldn't find any other descriptive feelings besides feeling erotic, because after all, it was tights, so when he moved, he had the feeling that he was about to start committing a crime. Then, in the case of Yukino Shida, he didn't experience it too much. After all, he was very anxious at the time, and when he found the missing Yukino Shida, he didn't think so much, and his mind was basically filled with emotions such as worry and anger, and he didn't have the time to experience anything else. But today was different. He had plenty of brain capacity to think about things, such as, I didn't pay much attention to it usually, but it turns out that Kaguya's socks are always so small and cute. And you can actually vaguely see the faint little animal head pattern on it, which is really unexpected, and so on. Similar thoughts naturally emerged in his mind one by one. Of course, his movements didn't stop. After touching the other party's socks, he decisively pulled them off. Perhaps his movements were a little rough. Or maybe it was because it was the first time he had someone help him. Kaguya seemed to be a little unaccustomed. Shrinking her legs. He could even clearly feel that her muscles seemed to tense up for a moment, but fortunately there was no strange reflection, and it was a blessing that she didn't kick him in the face. Lift it up a little, I can't see very clearly, Snowball Natsukawa reminded. Kaguya Shinomiya's previous injury was at the ankle, and now the two were sitting face to face, which was really a little inconvenient for him to check the wound. Kaguya Josama nodded weakly, the feeling of shame still failing to disappear, and even becoming more and more vigorous because of Snowball Natsukawa's actions just now. In fact, she never thought of letting Snowball Natsukawa take off her socks. It was purely because she had been thinking about what was going to happen next that she forgot about it. When she noticed and felt the big hand acting strange on her calf, her whole body softened, and her heart was so soft that she couldn't muster any strength, and then she was led by the nose like this. She obediently used a little strength to lift her legs slightly. She had practiced yoga, and her athletic ability was not bad. It was not too tiring to maintain a one-legged raised posture. But for Snowball Natsukawa, it was a natural behavior to help her support it, right? And it was also convenient for him to observe carefully. But such behavior, in Kaguya Shinomiya's eyes, was. What is the president doing? Why is he suddenly grabbing her calf so hard? Shhshsh, surely he doesn't want to kiss her foot. Does he? Don't do that. At least wait until she washes it first. No. It's just that this is too strange and unacceptable. Kaguya Shinomiya's face was flushed, and the feeling of shame in her heart was also pulled to the top at once. The main reason was that the two's movements were really bad, and in order to see more clearly, Snowball Natsukawa also moved closer to her, also leaning his head over. Which made her flustered. Of course, she couldn't be blamed for thinking wildly, after all, it was the same in the eyes of others. "What are you doing in the student council room?" A burst of exclamation came from the doorway. The two also became nervous immediately, and after looking over in the direction of the voice, they found that the person who came was also a member of the student council, so they felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it was just seen by an acquaintance. "Ah, I knew I should have closed the door first." "No, that's not right, they weren't doing anything shameful, why should they close the door first, really?" "You misunderstood, I'm actually checking Kagaya-san's injury, she sprained her ankle before," Snowball Natsukawa explained concisely. Ai no Miko's expression softened slightly, but her expression was still subtle, and she still looked a little unconvinced. "Even if you're checking a foot injury, you shouldn't be in this state, right?" "This state?" Snowball Natsukawa first looked at his own movements, and then looked at Kagaya Shinomiya's state, feeling that there seemed to be no problem. Just as he was about to reply like this, he suddenly remembered. The two's state was completely clear to him, of course there was no problem, but in Ai no Miko's eyes. Because of the sofa backrest, she could only see the two's shoulders and heads, as well as the way he was lifting Kagaya Shinomiya's calf with his hand, so she would feel that it looked very strange. After figuring this out, he began to explain, "It's true, I'm not lying, because Kagaya-san's injured area is at the ankle, it's not very clear unless you lift it up a little. In that case, you can just change your body position, right? You should be able to observe it very clearly from the side, right?" Snowball Natsukawa opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. What she said makes so much sense. He really couldn't refute it at all, and could only scratch his head awkwardly. "You're right," Snowball Natsukawa nodded with an embarrassed expression, admitting his stupidity. The development was originally thought to be unfolding in a scene where no one would disturb, but since a third party appeared, it definitely couldn't continue. Snowball Natsukawa quickly came to a conclusion after observing it briefly. The wound hasn't continued to be red and swollen, so there shouldn't be any problem, it should be fine after a few more days of recuperation, try not to do strenuous exercise during this period. After instructing Kagaya Shinomiya a few words, Snowball Natsukawa got up and went back to his seat, not forgetting to hook the other party's socks over to her before leaving. In a corner that Ai no Miko couldn't see, Kagaya Shinomiya lowered her head slightly, took the socks and put them on without saying a word, completely lacking her usual elegant and dignified appearance. In fact, when the sound suddenly rang out at the door, her heartbeat almost stopped for a moment, and a feeling of guilt suddenly arose in her heart. As if she had been caught doing something bad, but it was inexplicably a little exciting, making people feel a little wanting to stop, so she was now in an aftertaste state. Of course, Ai no Miko couldn't see through her heart. After sitting on the sofa, she also secretly looked at it, and found that it was indeed as they said, they should just be checking the wound, after all. Their clothes were all on properly, and there was no strange smell in the room, but this strange atmosphere, she always felt that things shouldn't be that simple, and inexplicably a feeling of discomfort appeared in her heart, as if she couldn't bear to see the two senpais being so close. Well, she is also a disciplinary committee member, after all, and impure heterosexual relationships must be severely cracked down on. Even if the targets are the two senpais, they will be treated equally. Fortunately, she had the whim to come to the student council today, otherwise this sacred place might be turned into some kind of place by the promiscuous senpais. Sure enough, she can't let go of her supervisory duties for a moment. So, for a long time, she began to use a scrutinizing gaze, flowing back and forth between Kagaya Shinomiya and Snowball Natsukawa. Making the latter's scalp tingle, and also recalling the period when Ai no Miko had just joined the student council, he was also being closely monitored by the other party like this, as if he was being treated as a potential criminal. Clearly, on the other party's birthday, he also kindly accompanied the other party for a while, but what he got in return was such a lack of respect. What is it that makes her treat him like this? She is not even willing to call him senpai anymore. Fortunately, there is someone in this student council who can cure the other party, and such a person will appear soon. Yahoo! Fujiwara's secretary is here to report. Huh? Why is everyone not talking? Are you guys fighting? She tilted her head and looked at the few people, her expression a little puzzled. You can't fight, everyone should be harmonious. Well, at this time, you still have to use games to ease the atmosphere. So, in conclusion, let's play a game. Fujiwara Chika's eyes flashed with golden light, and her little thoughts were completely exposed. Snowball Natsukawa suddenly felt that the atmosphere just now was not unacceptable. Why don't you go back? Can you, Fujiwara-san? Has everyone played Uno cards? It's a very interesting game. Today's project is this. She was indeed prepared. No wonder she showed up at the student council during lunch break. She was clearly looking for card buddies. But if it's Uno, then it's not a problem. Xia Chuanzu nodded slightly. He was mainly worried that she would bring out some terrible game that their game development club had independently developed. The last time that happened, it made the entire student council quite miserable. I'm fine with it. Consider it post-lunch exercise, Xia Chuanzu responded, as he was mostly done with his work anyway, and he had nothing better to do. Me too, Kagaya also nodded. Since the president had agreed, she would definitely participate. Ijing Yuzi hesitated slightly. On the one hand, she still felt that doing this kind of thing in the sacred student council room wasn't appropriate. This time, there wasn't a reason like for a welcome party as before, which made her feel like she was being a bad kid. But on the other hand, the atmosphere of hanging out and playing games with friends was really hard to resist, so she was caught in a dilemma. However, this hesitation didn't last long before it was broken by the enthusiastic Fujiwara Qianhua. Come on, play, Yuzi-chan, it's very interesting, and the rules are very simple, she said, enthusiastically inviting her while snuggling close, quickly capturing this little junior. Since the seniors have said so, I'll participate too. Ijing Yuzi seemed unable to withstand such close contact. Although being hugged by a respected senior was quite pleasing, she always felt it was a bit too clingy. The key was that she had always thought that Senior Fujiwara was a very elegant and dignified person. But after spending some time with her, she realized that her image didn't match at all. Is this what they call, you can only see through a person's nature after getting close? Then, Senior Xia Chuan. Ijing Yuzi suddenly felt a little lost, not only because of the date. The day before yesterday, but also because of the time she had spent with him before. She found that he wasn't as chaotic as rumored. And was even a very reliable and serious senior. Moreover, according to her observations during this period, she hadn't seen him get very close or have a very intimate relationship with any girl. It was as if all the knowledge she had before was completely wrong. Yuzi-chan, what's wrong? Seeing her staring blankly, Fujiwara Qianhua asked with concern. No, it's nothing. Actually, I haven't played this kind of game before. Can you introduce the rules to me before we start? Me too, I haven't been exposed to it, Kagaya echoed. You haven't even heard of Uno? It's very famous. Then what about the president? Don't tell me you haven't played it either. Where did you primitive outcasts come from? That's a bit extreme, isn't it? There are always people who don't like playing board games. Besides, I've played with friends for a while, so don't underestimate me. Although he played with random people online on the computer, he had still played. In comparison, the two girls next to him seemed very pitiful. Not only did they not have many friends in reality, but now it seemed like they didn't even have any online game friends, which was really heartbreaking to hear. But in fact, in Fujiwara Qianhua's eyes, he was no different from the other two. The friends you're talking about, President, wouldn't they be the kind you meet when playing games online, who just started considering each other good friends after playing together for a while? Maybe they're even the kind who have known each other for several years but don't even know each other's real names. Xia Chuanzu. Hey. Can you take down the camera at home? This idiot, how did she suddenly become so smart? And besides, what does it matter? Friends are friends. Why doesn't it count if you meet online? They don't lie to you or make you angry, and being able to play games happily together is already the best kind of friend. Apologize to all the best game partners in the world. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to play or not? If not, I'm going back to class. Chapter 141. The latter stuck out her tongue playfully and made a face at him. Since none of you have played before, let me explain the rules first. There are 3 types of Uno cards, number cards with specific colors: red, yellow, blue, green, function cards with the same color limitations: red, yellow, blue, green, and the most powerful wild cards that can be any color: red, yellow, blue, green. The way to determine the winner is simple: each person gets an equal number of cards, and whoever plays all their cards first wins. At the beginning of the game, one person plays a number card of any color, and then the next person plays a card of the same color or the same number. This continues in rotation, and that's what I mean by color-limited number cards, which are the most basic and numerous type of card. In addition to number cards, the other two types of cards have extra functions when played. For example, function cards with specific colors must match the color of the card played by the previous player but can execute an additional command. Like the skip card playing, it makes the next player skip their turn, and it goes directly to the player after them. Or the reverse card playing, it reverses the order of play, so the previous player goes next. Finally, there's the draw 2 card playing. A draw 2 card means the next player not only can't play but also has to draw 2 more cards. As for wild cards, there are only two types, one that can only change the color and one that can change the color and make the next player draw 4 cards. The latter can also be called the trump card. Then there are some basic Uno rules. If you have only one card left after playing a card and you don't say Uno, you'll be penalized by drawing one more card and skipping a turn. If you don't have a card that matches the color or number of the previous player's card during your turn, you have to draw one card from the deck. If you draw a matching card, you can choose to play it or keep it and let the next player play. Also, note that wild cards count as playable cards at this time, but you can also choose to keep them and draw a card instead. Wild cards and function cards cannot be kept until the end. Only number cards can be kept until the end. In addition to the above rules, there are some special rules. When a wild draw 4-4-inch card is played, the next player can choose to challenge its legality. If the player who played the card doesn't have a number card of the corresponding color, excluding cards with the same number or function cards of the same color, then the wild draw 4 card is legal. The challenger has to draw an additional 2 cards, totaling 6 cards, and cannot play. Conversely, if it's illegal, the player who played the card has to draw 4 cards for violating the rules. In this case, the next player doesn't have to draw a card and can play one. And when a draw 2 card is played, all draw 2 cards regardless of color, as long as it's a draw 2 card, can be continuously accumulated. And the player who can no longer play a draw 2 card has to take all the penalties, which means drawing the total number of draw 2 cards. Fujiwara Chika paused suddenly as she was speaking. She wanted to explain all the basic and expanded entertainment rules at once. After all, she knew all the rules by heart, but for the others, they were all complete novices. Telling them too much at once might make them dizzy and start to resist. Wouldn't that make her plan to thoroughly crush them impossible? Oops. She can't let these adorable newbies run away. So, Fujiwara Chika cleared her throat and added in a seemingly very understanding way. Actually, there are more rules to Uno than just these, but to accommodate your level of familiarity, let's just stick to the rules I just mentioned for now. Let's ignore the rest. Well, let's just play a game first. Even if there's something you don't understand, you'll definitely figure it out as you play. The others exchanged glances and then nodded. Then let's try a game. I have no objections. Let me say this in advance, no cheating allowed. It's shameful to cheat at Uno. Mainly because Fujiwara Chika had a history of doing so, and looking at her shifty-eyed appearance, it was clear that she had some bad intentions, so he had to be wary. Relax, relax, I definitely won't cheat. Fujiwara Chika patted her chest to assure him, mainly because she was facing a group of adorable newbies, and she could dominate them without cheating. After determining the order by drawing cards with the largest number, the group began to take their seats. Fujiwara Chika went first, followed by Aino Miko, and finally Xia Chuanqin finished. There's not much to say at the beginning. Everyone draws 7 cards and plays in order. Everyone's cards are pretty normal. It wasn't until the 3rd round that someone finally started drawing cards because they couldn't play. After a few more rounds, someone finally had only 1 card left. Uno. Fujiwara Chika happily slammed a wild card on the table and designated a different color than the previous player. Her intention to pull a fast one was self-evident. But in fact, she originally wanted to hide the card in her hand and not say Uno, because the rule was that if you are discovered, you will be penalized by drawing 1 more card. So wouldn't it be fine if she wasn't discovered? But because there was a bad guy staring at her, she couldn't use the tactic of deceiving the heavens. I'm talking about you, idiot president. Fujiwara Chika looked at Xia Chuanqin triumphantly. Perhaps the other party's luck was too bad, and it formed a stark contrast with the lonely card in her hand. Xia Chuanqin had a lot of cards in his hand, even more than the 7 cards he started with. He looked like a card-hoarding master. Since even the experienced president is only a so-so, then she will take this first game, that's what she thought, but when it was Xia Chuanqin's turn, her triumphant mood suddenly became subtly actually played a wild draw 4-4 card. How much did he not want her to win the first victory? Even in this situation, he still wants to struggle. Challenge. President, you must have a red card in your hand. With so many cards, I don't believe you don't have a red card. As she said this, she found that Xia Chuanqin very calmly showed her all his cards, and there were indeed no red cards inside. Challenge failed, draw cards, Fujiwara-san. Xia Chuanqin made a please gesture, which made Fujiwara Chika very angry. She finally managed to plan to have only one wild card and a same color number card left, but she was knocked down by a 4. Who would feel good about it? The key is, who would have thought that there wouldn't be a single red card in so many cards? Damn it, she, a game expert, can't take such suffering, she has to retaliate against the idiot president. But having said that, it still depends on luck. Unfortunately, everyone's luck seems to be about the same at this time. Even if someone has fewer cards, they will quickly replenish their cards for various reasons. After a few more rounds of playing cards, Fujiwara Chika's eyes lit up and she played the same color reverse card she drew, so the order started to reverse, and now Xia Chuanqin became her next player. She had wanted to do this for a long time. Looking at the 2-draw-2 card in her hand, an evil idea gradually emerged in her mind. Let you bully people just now, you're going to be punished. So, after Aino Miko played a card, she smiled, hee, and couldn't wait to play the 2-draw-2 card in her hand. Draw 2. Draw cards, President. She pointed at him with a smug expression, trying to look down on him with her nostrils. Xia Chuanqin just glanced at her lightly and played another 2 of a different color. Draw 2, next. Although he felt a little embarrassed to pass the buck to Kagaya, playing games is, of course, about having fun with a smile. It's okay to be serious. Ah, I seem to have this one too. Miss Kagaya tilted her head and took out a card with the same pattern from her hand. She actually had this card in her hand at the beginning, but she was too embarrassed to frame the president, so she kept it until now. Now it's just the right time to use it. So, the pressure was on Aino Miko. Then I can only play this one. Aino Miko's expression looked a little regretful. She slammed a 4 on the table. That was her only non-number card, originally used to protect herself, but now it's just right to use it. It's just a pity that she doesn't know if she can get another one after using it. So, Fujiwara Chika was completely dumbfounded. She really only had this one draw 2 card just now. She played it as an offensive means, but she never thought that the boomerang would bounce back. And now she can't come up with a way to deal with the total of 8 penalty. What is it called, lifting a stone to smash your own foot? It's too bullying. Fujiwara Chika's expression suddenly became bitter, but there was no way, the rules still had to be followed, it was her only remaining dignity. In a pitiful, woo-woo sound, Fujiwara Chika's cards instantly exceeded the total of the other 3, becoming a veritable big family. Not only that, but just when she was full of indignation and ready to regroup and work harder, Aino Miko suddenly finished her card. She hadn't even said Uno. Ah. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to say Uno. She was a little happy when she finished playing, but now she suddenly remembered the rules and found that she seemed to have violated them, and she also revealed the color of her last card. No, it still counts, you won. Xia Chuanqin shook his head and explained to her. The rule is you have to say Uno when you only have one card left. If you don't say it and someone finds out, you have to draw one more card, but I didn't notice when you finished playing, so it doesn't count as being discovered. This is the entertainment of the offline rules, so he kept staring at Fujiwara Chika just now to prevent her from running away. It's a pity, I was almost finished too. Miss Kagaya sighed, looking a little regretful. She only had 2 cards left in her hand. It was mainly because her luck was not very good. Otherwise she would have been able to finish playing a long time ago. Fortunately, she has always been a good loser, and at most she can win back next time if she has the opportunity. Congratulations, Aino-san. Kagaya's demeanor has always been elegant and appropriate, but at this moment, compared to Fujiwara Chika next to her, she seemed a little indifferent. Woo woo woo, that's great, Miko-chan. You actually won the first victory on your first time playing, you really are my cute junior, rub rub rub. The despicable pink octopus head threw all her cards into the pile at the moment the game ended, but Xia Chuanqin had been watching her. So he clearly knew that this guy still had a few cards at the end of the game, 9 cards, which was more than when the game started. She was simply a small fry, so weak that she couldn't do anything. The confident look at the beginning now seems even more ridiculous. Win. Win my ass. Wanting to bully newbies but being bullied instead, that's your destiny, Fujiwara Chika. Perhaps infected by the other party's silly behavior of sticking together, Aino Miko next to her actually looked at him expectantly, saying something like, "Then what is the reward after winning? Is it also to have the president agree to one of my conditions?" Xia Chuanqin, ? He had never heard of this before. When did he agree? Are you awake, Aino-san? I haven't heard of this penalty, Xia Chuanqin complained. Isn't it just playing for fun? And why is it based on the reward I provide? Please respect my personal opinion first. He can't just default and agree to this kind of thing because of temporary soft-heartedness. He absolutely has to make it clear. They already have many opportunities to get together and play games. If he has to provide rewards every time, he's afraid that he would have already owed countless debts that are worse than selling himself. Aino Miko covered her mouth with a very surprised look, which didn't seem like she was pretending at all. Xia Chuanqin could feel that she was really surprised, so the feeling of speechlessness in his heart became even stronger. What kind of philanthropist does she think he is? Yes, I'm sorry. I thought the rules were the same as last time, that the winner could have the president agree to a condition. The junior girl looked a little flustered, mainly because she didn't want to be seen as someone who likes to take an inch after getting a foot. It's okay, I didn't take it to heart, I'm just emphasizing my position. Seeing that her attitude was quite sincere, Xia Chuanqin waved his hand to appease her. But the condition I promised before is still valid, you can tell me when you have an idea. Again, as long as the request isn't too outrageous, it's fine, Xia Chuanqin reminded her. After all, he's not some blue fat cat who can take out omnipotent props from his pocket. Miko-chan hasn't redeemed the reward from the president yet? Mainly because the time has indeed passed for quite a while, and it's quite rare to have dragged it out until now. If it were her, she would have used it on the first weekend. It's just another matter whether the president would agree or not. Well, it's because I haven't had any good ideas, Miko Aino nodded. Before, she mostly felt a bit unfamiliar. She had always been wary of Snowball Natsukawa, the student council president senior with a bad reputation. So she had never seriously considered it. But now, after spending some time together, especially after spending a happy time with him, those thoughts were gone. Instead, she was struggling even more because she had too many ideas she wanted to realize. Oh. You can't decide, right? I understand. Like having the president cover my lunch bento for the next week, or letting me take some good photos of him wearing the head I prepared, or being a male servant for a whole day, etc. There are so many things I want to do. This girl, he didn't know where she got the courage from, actually discussing the specific situation in front of him, the person involved. She even had a tendency to gradually turn the reward he provided into punishment for him. The previous conditions were fine, but what was with the latter ideas? Prepared head. It definitely wasn't anything proper, right? And what's with the male servant? I didn't realize you, with your pink octopus head, had this kind of hobby. Snowball Natsukawa had a dark expression and was also glad that Chika Fujiwara hadn't won the game, otherwise he would definitely have another shameful dark history out of nowhere. Don't listen to her bad ideas, just think about it yourself, it doesn't matter if it's ordinary, the main thing is your own idea. Snowball Natsukawa tried to steer Miko Aino back on the right path. Although Chika Fujiwara was babbling on and on to Miko Aino, frantically giving her bad ideas. Snowball Natsukawa wasn't too worried, because he felt that his relationship with her wasn't that great. With this junior's serious personality, she wouldn't agree with Chika Fujiwara's ideas and make such strange requests to him. He could rest assured. However, when he looked at her and happened to meet eyes with this junior, he found that her gaze seemed a little evasive. After flickering for a while, she actually looked away. Why yes, I understand, Miko Aino weakly responded, a look of shame flashing across her face. She was really tempted just now, in every sense of the word. I'm not giving bad ideas. Chika Fujiwara puffed out her cheeks, angry like a pufferfish. It's a hard-won opportunity, how can you use it on something ordinary? And President, don't interrupt, as a prize, just obediently accept the final judgment. Damn it. He was just providing the prize, not the prize itself, don't confuse the public. After glaring at Chika Fujiwara, Snowball Natsukawa was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore. He got up again and sat back at his desk. The Uno game just now had taken quite a while, and it was almost time for class. He could finish processing the official business and then go back to class. Chika Fujiwara thought she had won him over, and couldn't help but feel a little smug. Then she started sharing her experiences with Miko Aino next to her. The latter still respected her senior very much. Facing Chika Fujiwara's obviously unreliable remarks, she was actually able to patiently listen to her without interrupting her. Kaguya Shinomiya, who hadn't said much all along, was in a somewhat subtle mood. On the one hand, she herself was quite interested in some of the things Chika Fujiwara shared, and felt that there were so many kinds of requests that could be made. But on the other hand, not only was she regretful that it wasn't her but this junior who had just joined who got the reward, but she was also a little confused about this junior's current behavior. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that this junior seemed to really care about cashing in the reward from the president. She even started to seriously think about it and even asked Chika Fujiwara for advice. Originally, in her prediction, the other party should just casually make a condition and then perfunctorily pass it off, just like before. When the welcome party just ended, she could still clearly feel the other party's lack of interest. She even thought about whether to trade with the other party and give her the opportunity. It should just be her imagination, right? Maybe Chika Fujiwara's persuasion made her interested. After thinking about it, Kaguya Shinomiya still felt that she was being a little alarmist. It's not like everyone falls in love with the president as soon as they see him. Moreover, this junior had previously said to her, someone like you is really compatible with President Natsukawa, so compatible that you should get married right away. She was obviously a loyal member of their Kanasu party. How could she have other rebellious ideas? It's absolutely impossible. Kaguya Shinomiya nodded slightly. The more she thought about it, the more she could affirm her thoughts. Of course, more importantly, she should focus her attention on more obvious opponents. According to the latest information from Hayasaka, it seems that some ulterior motives women have recently started to approach the president recklessly. Some of them even had rumors of a close relationship with the president. TSK, they are clearly already losers who have been rejected by the president, but they are still shamelessly coming to the door again. It's really despicable. Kaguya Shinomiya was filled with disdain, thinking that those cats who wanted to steal something would definitely not succeed, because the president's heart had long been completely biased towards her side. The haunted house date was proof. They not only spent a wonderful night together, but also had countless intimate contacts during that time. It can be said that their affection level up. Their relationship can't tolerate other guys. So she was 100% assured that the success between her and the president was nothing more than a matter of course. As long as she maintained a normal pace and continued to follow the steps, she would definitely win him over. At that time, she would take the opportunity to explain and let the president introduce her to some of those cute girls, so that she could see their pitiful appearance of not getting what they loved. Well, it's definitely not because she was holding a grudge, she just wanted to show off her and the president's match made in heaven. The afternoon classes ended quickly. After dealing with the student council's official business, Snowball Natsukawa prepared to go home early. When he passed a long-abandoned storage room, he suddenly heard some slight movements coming from inside. He wasn't planning to be nosy, but just slightly through the door crack, he saw a familiar face. Erori. Why is she in here? Opening the half-closed door, Snowball Natsukawa walked straight in. Erori looked a little focused, but she didn't know what she was doing with her back to him, so he took the initiative to say hello. Chapter 142. Erori, what are you doing here? Eek. The little blonde girl jumped in fright. She turned around in a panic, and only after seeing it was Kei Natsukawa did she breathe a sigh of relief, but the nervous look on her face remained. There's a ghost. Huh? A ghost? Are you seeing things? And no way. Erori stammered back. There's a pair of skeleton feet under that curtain over there. Natsukawa followed the direction Erori was pointing, and was surprised to actually see a pair of pale human foot bones under the curtain. Huh? There really is a ghost? Could this be a world with supernatural phenomena? More importantly, it's not even 4 p.m. yet. The sun is still bright outside. A ghost that can appear in broad daylight must be a very vicious evil spirit, right? Is this something they can handle? Wait, don't move. Natsukawa had been frowning, but as he looked closer, he suddenly noticed that it wasn't just a pair of foot bones. He could vaguely make out a human-shaped outline behind the curtain. Then, as a breeze blew through, the curtain fluttered, revealing a white skeleton leaning silently against the wall, not moving at all. Great, it's not a ghost, but a skeleton monster. And a low-level, cannon fodder monster at that, Natsukawa thought. A skeleton monster. Seeing the white skeleton hiding in the corner, Erori trembled, as if an electric current surged from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She frantically grabbed Natsukawa's arm, with tears welling up in her eyes. Natsukawa couldn't help but feel speechless. What's there to be afraid of about this kind of thing? It's a low-level monster without weapons or armor, one punch should be enough. And the most important thing is, don't move, open your eyes and take a closer look. Natsukawa pointed at the skeleton hidden behind the curtain. I can't, I'm so scared. Erori shook her head frantically, not daring to look at it again. Natsukawa sighed. Shouldn't you look carefully when you're scared? If it were real, you wouldn't be able to escape. Erori tilted her head, looking at him with confusion. Natsukawa gestured with his lips, signaling her to see for herself. It's better if you see it with your own eyes. He was too kind-hearted to laugh at this timid little blonde. If it were Kasumigakaka-senpai here, Erori would probably never be able to hold her head up again. With his repeated encouragement, Erori finally turned her head and began to carefully examine this skeleton monster. It wasn't rusty or covered in bloodstains, and its teeth weren't yellowed like those of a longtime smoker. Instead, it was dazzlingly white, whiter than most girls' skin. Erori opened her mouth, finding it hard to speak. She finally realized what it was. This wasn't a skeleton monster at all. It was a skeleton model. The kind of plastic skeleton used for specimens. As if to prove that it was indeed harmless, Natsukawa even went forward and gently pulled the skeleton model's arm, shaking it slightly. See? There are even moving screws at the joints, what else could it be but a specimen? Erori immediately looked embarrassed. Although she was still a little flustered and scared, she couldn't refute the ironclad facts. I was just worried. Natsukawa chuckled, but didn't mock her further. After all, Erori's timidity was normal. She was the type who would get scared and lost running around in a small haunted house. So, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at club activities? He wanted to go back now because everyone else in the student council had things to do, leaving him alone and restless. Oh, about that, Erori drawled out, then flashed a very cute smile, her sparkling canine teeth shining brightly. Because I won a major prize in the school's art competition, after today, I have the right to use this storage room. She was clearly waiting to be praised, so Natsukawa decisively reached out and stroked the little blonde's head to comfort her. You did a great job, as expected of you. The school was quite generous, giving Erori a separate small room. Or rather, allocating it to the art club as an activity room. Natsukawa knew this very well because he had handled it before. But he didn't expect the right to use it to fall to the little blonde. It seemed the ace of the art club title wasn't just for show. However, because it was originally a storage room. There was a lot of stuff piled up here. It would be quite troublesome to clean it all up quickly. The art club probably considered this factor. Plus, their original activity space was already big enough. Their president probably thought cleaning was too much of a hassle and gave up the right to use it, also as a reward for Erori. So, you came here to check out your spoils or are you actually planning to start cleaning seriously? Natsukawa asked curiously. Knowing Erori's personality, she would probably put this off for as long as possible. It was extremely difficult to get her to be diligent. This little blonde was probably only diligent in the field of drawing, where she didn't need to be urged to work hard. What kind of look is that? So mean. Eruri retorted. It's not like I never do any work, I do my duty in class every day. That's different, Natsukawa retorted. If you didn't even want to do that, your idea of maintaining a well-behaved young lady image would have fallen apart long ago. Eruri pouted, a little wanting to ignore him. However, this emotion didn't last long before another thought occupied her entire mind. Since she was already here, why not have helped her clean up too? For her, this kind of opportunity was rare. Although working would be tiring. If she was doing it with someone she liked, it wouldn't feel boring. It would also give her the feeling that she was finally in the same class as, like they were doing duty together after school. Without delay, she decisively said, in light of your disrespectful remarks just now, I'm going to punish you to work together. If you refuse, then you're just a lazy person. Natsukawa raised an eyebrow, thinking that this was different. It wasn't his responsibility to begin with. But since Eruri had so invited him, and he had nothing to do next, helping out was no problem. Okay, I'll let you see the power of the labor immortal. Natsukawa patted his chest. Although he said that, the housework at home had long been taken care of by the angel. He really hadn't done any labor in a long time. Fortunately. Cleaning this storage room didn't require any advanced skills. He just needed to move the useless things out, sweep, and mop the floor. It was just pure physical labor, which was no problem for him. After confirming that he would help, Natsukawa put down his bag and prepared to fetch a bucket of water first, letting Eruri decide what to move out in the meantime. See if there's anything you need, you can keep it if you want, pick out the things you don't need, and I'll move them to another room later. Okay, I'll check first. Eruri nodded repeatedly. Alright, I'll go get a bucket of water. Natsukawa nodded slightly. There was no need to elaborate on the process of getting water. In any case, he returned to the storage room peacefully. But just as he put the bucket down at the door and opened the door, a black shadow suddenly flashed, and a petite and adorable girl was in his arms. Eruri. Natsukawa looked at the girl in his arms in confusion. They had only been separated for a moment. There was no need to be so excited, right? There's a ghost. Eruri was teary-eyed, her face pale with nervousness. I just saw that skeleton move. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. Natsukawa sighed silently. He understood that she was afraid of these things, but this was too cowardly and funny. This state was clearly a case of suspecting the neighbor of stealing the axe. With preconceived notions influencing her brain's normal judgment, causing her to unconsciously think in the direction of the supernatural. Then stay away from it, I'll take care of the cleaning over there, okay? Natsukawa comforted softly. After being suddenly shocked, he had subconsciously reached out and accidentally supported Eruri's little butt. Now he felt that it probably couldn't really be described as little anymore. If Kasumigakaka-senpai's big was reflected in her broad-mindedness, then Eruri's big was probably reflected in her super ability to take up space. Perhaps no, definitely bigger than senpai. And not just in that aspect. After taking a light breath, he only felt a sweet fragrance wafting over. A sweetness with a hint of fruit. If he sniffed carefully, it felt more like a floral scent. No wonder girls were more popular with mosquitoes. It seemed they really did smell much better than boys. Eruri was also quite petite. When she hung on his neck, her feet could barely touch the ground. He had to help her maintain balance. Just as he was about to put her down, an inappropriate third voice suddenly sounded from behind. Excuse me, I came to see. The two turned around and saw a girl Natsukawa didn't recognize standing at the door, covering her mouth with one hand, and pointing at them while stuttering. That I was sent by the president to see how the cleaning is going and no, I didn't know you were sorry. I'm disturbing you. After saying the last sentence, she ran away, even thoughtfully closing the door on her way out. The two turned back to each other, looking at each other for a moment. Then Eruri finally reacted, her cheeks turning red. She stammered, "Cue quickly, put me down." Natsukawa naturally did as she said, then raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. My hands didn't move randomly, I was just afraid you'd fall and hurt yourself. He had to explain, but whether Eruri believed him was up to her. The little blonde didn't speak, of course, she couldn't say anything at the moment. She pursed her lips, nervously putting her hands behind her back, covering the area that he had covered before. Her little brain couldn't stop thinking about it, and her whole body began to heat up, her brain feeling feverish, as if she would faint in the next second. If it had been before, she would have really been confused, but after several intimate contacts, her body had actually developed some resistance, and she was actually able to calm her mind at this moment. I'm going to the restroom first. Aeri's eyes darted around, and without waiting for Natsukawa's response, she fled the room. Natsukawa scratched his head, of course not choosing to chase after her. He needed to calm down at this time. Chasing after her wouldn't help. He waited alone in the storage room for a long time, even almost finishing the entire cleaning task by himself, before Eri finally arrived late, appearing at the door. Looking at Natsukawa constantly moving his hands and feet, and then looking at the room that had been almost completely cleaned, she felt a sense of shame, accompanied by some annoyance. She had clearly prepared to enjoy the process of working together, but she hadn't participated at all. And came back as soon as she finished cleaning. Wouldn't it seem like she was slacking off? That wouldn't do. She really didn't want to slack off this time. Thank you for your hard work. You must be very tired, right? Let me give you a massage. Natsukawa could feel her determination, because her eyes were shining with a firm light, so he nodded to her and said, then I'll have to trouble you. He had let Eri help him massage before, but at that time the focus was on taking care of his face. Although it wasn't a very professional technique, it did make him feel a little relaxed, so he readily agreed this time. Okay, then quickly lie down, Eri patted the table. So Natsukawa was silent, and after a long time, he finally managed to say a word, I'll lie down. Yes, how else can I give you a massage? Eri looked like it was only natural. Can't I just sit? It's enough to massage my shoulders and back, right? Of course not. Eri shook her head, her attitude a bit firm. I've already let you do all the cleaning, how can I let you only enjoy a half-hearted massage? Of course, I'll massage your thighs and everything else too. Natsukawa. No, it's not like you needed to go that far, right? To be honest, he initially thought it would just be a simple shoulder rub, but he didn't expect it to be so professional. But what kind of mindset does an Art 18 artist have to learn something like this? Is it to better understand the human body? Don't just stand there blankly, hurry, lie down on the table. Eri suddenly urged. Xia Chuanzu had no choice and couldn't resist her, so he obediently did as he was told. Just in case, he checked the door again and was slightly relieved to find it was indeed closed tightly. Although they weren't going to do anything weird, lying on the table for a massage is pretty weird, and although this place is unlikely to be entered by anyone. You never know if something like what happened just now might happen again. In short, it's more convenient to close the door first, which can prevent some curious people from coming in to find out. Following Eri's instructions, Xia Chuanzu slowly lay down on the tables put together. Although he felt a little uncomfortable no matter how he adjusted his posture, he decided to endure it to satisfy Eri's expectations. Fortunately, Eri still had some sense and didn't ask him to take off his clothes before starting the massage. After a while, Xia Chuanzu actually felt his body relax a little. However, this wasn't actually due to Eri's massage itself. Or rather, this help was actually very minimal, because Eri's strength was too weak. Although he could feel that she was seriously massaging him, and her technique seemed quite professional, her strength was indeed too weak. It felt like she was just stroking his back. It was more like tickling than massaging. And because he was only wearing a summer school uniform, the heat from Eri's small hands was almost undiminished through the clothes. Coupled with her slightly gentle movements, it really felt ticklish, and he almost couldn't help but laugh several times. Why don't you use a little more strength? Xia Chuanzu reminded her. Maybe my shoulders are too stiff, making it hard to feel. Okay, I got it, Eri nodded hesitantly, looking a little embarrassed. She actually felt it too. When her little hands moved on Zou's body, she felt the difference between boys and girls. At home, she basically practiced on her mother. And her mother would complain that it was too heavy even if she used a little force. But when she was massaging Zou, she was clearly using all her strength, but it always felt like she couldn't move him at all. And leaning to the side is indeed not very good for exerting force. Perhaps it's also because her skills are not good enough. A little more strength? Xia Chuanzu suggested again. Eri was really helpless this time, and after hesitating for a long time, she finally slowly said. Then wait a moment, I'll go get a chair. Ah. Oh, okay. But after Eri brought the chair back, she suddenly said, don't move around, so I can sit on it. Sit on it? What? What does you sitting on a chair have to do with whether I move or not? Xia Chuanzu was a little confused, but he was ready to do as she said. But just as he was preparing himself, he suddenly heard a strange noise behind him. Ayo, ayo. As if someone was panting from exhaustion after climbing a mountain. Just as he was wondering, the back of his waist suddenly came into contact with a soft touch, followed by a sudden sense of weight, all pressing down on him. No. If he guessed correctly, Eri wouldn't have climbed up and sat on him, would she? What is she trying to do? Don't move around, okay? I'm afraid I'll fall off if I don't sit still. Xia Chuanzu was really speechless this time, and as he thought, his desire to complain had already broken through the sky. However, someone was faster than him. Almost as soon as he was about to tell her to get down, the storage room door was opened again for the third time, still with that familiar voice, and even the tone revealed speechlessness. Chapter 143. What, I'm here to check. Xia Chuanzu was facing the direction of the door. He could see the person by turning his head slightly. At this moment, his face was completely expressionless. And Ning Lily was almost the same. Her attention was mainly focused on the massage. When she looked up at the door, she still hadn't reacted. So, a few people looked at each other for a while. Well, what, I'm so sorry to disturb your fun. I'll disappear immediately. If possible, Xia Chuanzu would prefer that the other party be more polite and sensible and not appear again. But needless to say, they must have been misunderstood again. Xia Chuanzu felt deeply helpless, and his heart was just tired, feeling like destroying everything. However, Ning Lily on his body seemed to be fine, and even had time to exclaim, what a strange person, what she said is incomprehensible. Xia Chuanzu, You're the one who is incomprehensible, right? And when did this little blonde become a natural airhead? Can't she really feel their current terrible situation? People have misunderstood our situation, probably thinking we are doing something terrible, Xia Chuanzu explained. Ning Lily blinked, and then finally reacted. Her face was red, and her body twisted a little, but she didn't plan to climb down again. Oh, that's because other people's thoughts are dirty, always thinking that everyone else is the same as her, the more Ning Lily said, the more guilty she felt, because it seemed that she often had such wild thoughts herself. It doesn't matter what kind of person it is, because it's not an acquaintance anyway, mainly worried that she will spread rumors, Xia Chuanzu sighed. Seeing that he seemed a little annoyed, Ning Lily took the initiative to appease him. Well, actually that's a member of our art club. If you're worried about bad comments being spread, I'll go explain it to her, okay? Xia Chuanzu raised his head slightly, feeling that it seemed okay, but given that the subject was Ning Lily, he was still a little worried. It's okay for you to explain it, but don't talk nonsense, just tell the other party the truth, he reminded. What, that tone of yours doesn't trust people. Ning Lily puffed her face and gently patted his back, but the touch made her hand feel more pain, so she was a little angry again. Why do you have such a hard back? It doesn't feel comfortable to pat. Then don't pat. Xia Chuanzu retorted. And this is not something I can control. The little blonde pouted, still a little unconvinced, and finally stretched out her hand and gently pinched the soft flesh on his waist, and her mood was slightly happier after hearing him gasp. This is the price for you always looking down on me. You're not allowed to look down on me again next time. Xia Chuanzu did not refute. Truly, when someone is under your butt, you have to lower your head. Fortunately, Ning Lily didn't really want to lose her temper. After gently punishing him, she started to massage again. This time, the service she provided was really interesting, and the strength did become much stronger. Perhaps it was because it was easier to exert force while sitting on him, and his body did feel more comfortable, but on the other hand. In short, I still hope that Ning Lily can get down quickly, otherwise it will be really torturous. No matter how you look at it, Ning Lily's figure belongs to the petite category, and her weight is also very light. So when she sits on his back, it doesn't give people a very heavy feeling. Of course, it may also be because his attention is focused on other aspects, so he can't distinguish reality. Isn't it over yet? Xia Chuanzu muttered, feeling that time had passed for a long, long time. Almost, don't rush, after gently patting Xia Chuanzu, Ying Lily replied softly. Her interest was not interrupted at all. While massaging him, she expressed her feelings. Boys' backs are really wide, and the muscles are so tight and hard. With the opportunity just right, in addition to massaging him seriously, she also took the time to feel it carefully. And found that boys are indeed a different kind of creature from her, with hard things everywhere on their bodies, although the touch is okay. Xia Chuanzu didn't speak, just gently. Dead, mainly because he was afraid that he couldn't help but say something shocking. Until now, Ying Lily on his body doesn't seem to have noticed the terrible state of the two of them. She originally thought that she would realize it after the girl ran away in panic, but she actually continued calmly. But he didn't dare to mention it again, afraid that the atmosphere would become strange again because he took the initiative to propose it, so he planned to be a burying ostrich. But this experience is really too difficult. It's not the torture he imagined, but it also brings a hint of comfort, because Ying Lily's massage is really useful. Proving that she has studied seriously, so his feelings have become more subtle, with a strange feeling of pain and happiness. Doesn't this make him seem like an M? The entire massage process lasted for a while, and just when Xia Chuanzu was finally about to speak, Ying Lily on his body finally finished her work. Okay, it's over, Ying Lily nodded contentedly, feeling that she had used all the things she had learned, and felt particularly satisfied, so she couldn't help but stretch out her hand and gently patted his back a few times. Although the feeling of hitting it is hard and not very comfortable, it will inexplicably make people feel refreshed, so she couldn't help but pat it a few more times. Stop it, hurry down, I want to get up, Xia Chuanzu urged. I know, really, what's the rush, Ying Lily muttered, reluctantly climbed off him, and then sat on the table and put on her little shoes. After she got up, Xia Chuanzu also quickly got up and sat up, but then he didn't move again, leaning next to her, as if he was just going to sit side by side with her and chat for a while. Ying Lily blinked, not understanding what he wanted to do, but she was very happy, feeling like she was back to the way she used to be, when Zhou always took the initiative to lean over, so she couldn't help but take the initiative to say. What are you doing? Just, even if you want to please me, it's useless, there won't be such treatment next time. I just thought you were very tired today, so I massaged you, don't misunderstand. Xia Chuanzu didn't know what to say, but thanks to her, the thoughts that were still wandering gradually faded away, and he began to be able to think about things normally. Although I want to say you misunderstood, Xia Chuanzu sighed, but still replied seriously. But the massage was really comfortable, I feel like my whole body has relaxed a lot, thank you for your hard work. Ying Lily pursed her lips, her heart was actually very happy. Originally, she went to learn these things for the sake of the other party, how could she not be happy now that she has been praised by Zhou? But she is no longer the little girl who showed all her thoughts on her face. Although her efforts have been affirmed, she still showed a look as if she didn't care much. Su, suddenly being so serious, it's so disgusting. Xia Chuanzu didn't speak again, trying to calm his mind. He mainly didn't want to attract attention now, and it was good to be able to change the subject. And although Ying Lily looked like she was disgusted, he could actually feel that she was in a good mood. The evidence was that she began to share with him the things that happened in her class. Such as the fact that several couples had appeared in the class. She wouldn't have paid attention to these things, but she took the initiative to chat with him. Although most of them were complaining that those people were too oblivious to the occasion and showed affection in public. But no matter what the specific content was, Xia Chuanzu was listening carefully, and would occasionally respond to her, patiently satisfying her desire to talk. After she finished speaking, he finally began to raise more important topics. Although I am very happy that you love campus life so much, please don't forget the upcoming midterm exam, it's not okay to just enjoy life, you know what I mean, right? Ying Lily was immediately silenced, and her originally happy mood instantly became sad. Although she doesn't need Zhou to tutor her these days, he has still arranged daily study tasks for her, and he has to check them every day, and the amount of key tasks is scary, and he doesn't consider whether her young mind can bear it. Yes, I know, I'm doing it, I'll do it after I get home, Ying Lily replied hesitantly, completely looking guilty. Seeing her like this, Xia Chuanzu understood that she probably didn't really care about it. Fortunately, He met her today, giving him a chance to remind her again. So, the topic then revolved around persuading learning. After insisting for a while, Ying Lily couldn't bear it anymore, so she hurriedly said goodbye to Xia Chuanzu and ran away. After walking out of the activity building, she found that the sun had already set in the west, turning into an orange-red fireball that could be looked at directly on the horizon. The entire campus also gradually became quiet without realizing it. Only the direction of the playground still faintly made some training sounds floating in the wind. The sports activity department is too hard. Xia Chuanzu silently looked at their training, and a trace of respect arose in his heart. He himself actually doesn't like sports. When he has time, he prefers to stay on the sofa and play games. The reason why he can maintain such a long-term exercise is entirely for the sake of his body. He is different from this group of people who like a certain sport from the bottom of their hearts. They are the ones who really work hard because of their love. After slowly walking through the quiet campus, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. Xia Chuanzu stopped and frowned slightly. The girl in sportswear hesitated, obviously seeing him too. Black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and a layer of fine sweat oozed from her forehead. A familiar bow was tied in front of the collar. It was the cold snow woman San, Yukino Shida Yukino. "Don't move, I'll go over," Xia Chuanzu said in a deep voice. Yukino Shida Yukino pursed her lips, clearly feeling that it shouldn't be her who was guilty and retreated, but when Xia Chuanzu approached, she still took the initiative to explain. "It's my turn to be on duty today, and it just so happens that the last class is still sports." "Then why don't you tell the teacher? Since you're injured, you should look like an injured person, right? You can ask someone else to do this kind of thing, right?" Xia Chuanzu took the net bag full of balls from Yukino Shida's hand without explanation, and his mood was inexplicably a little angry. Maybe he was angry that she didn't cherish her body so much, clearly he had always thought that she could take care of herself. "It's just tidying up the equipment, there's no need to make a fuss," Yukino Shida tried to refute. But Xia Chuanzu didn't believe her at all. She said that there was no problem, but walking was clearly not smooth. It was clear that her foot injury had not fully recovered. He even felt that maybe because of this guy's stubbornness, her foot injury might even be getting worse. "Since it's on duty, what about the others? Seeing you like this, no one is willing to help." Yukino Shida turned her head away, still stubbornly saying. "I'm fine, I don't need anyone's help." Xia Chuanzu frowned, and a bad idea came to his mind. "You've been bullied." If it were other people, he might not believe it, because the atmosphere of Shuchian is really good, and he has never heard of any class where students have been bullied. But it's a bit suspicious when it's placed on Yukino Shida, because she is indeed a very easy target for bullying, whether the target is male or female. This is even a phenomenon that has been appearing since her elementary school days. "What nonsense are you talking about? Other people also have their own tasks, it's just that I was assigned to tidy up the equipment." Yukino Shida shook her head and retorted. This was the only thing she would never recognize. She was no longer the person who couldn't protect herself at all. "Of course, I don't need to give things to others that I can do myself." "Then what's the price? Aren't you considering this at all?" Yukino Shida didn't speak, grabbing her arm with one hand, and her eyes didn't know when they shifted their gaze. "Can you hold on a little longer?" Xia Chuanzu sighed. Yukino Shida didn't answer, but she used actions to show that she was okay, and even took a few more steps past him. Xia Chuanzu sighed again, and then silently dragged the net bag and followed. The warehouse is actually quite far from the playground, and fortunately he discovered it early, so that Yukino Shida's injury would not be harmed more. It's a fortunate thing. However, judging from Yukino Shida's attitude, he really doubts when this guy's foot injury will be completely healed. Why doesn't she cherish her body at all? He had never seen her look so stubborn before. Not only that, clearly he could just send it alone now, but she still insisted on following along empty-handed, and then she had to help put the equipment back in place, and after being rejected by Xia Chuanzu, she even glared at him fiercely. Her stubbornness was simply baffling. "Is this all? What about the rest?" She shook her head and said, "There's nothing else, we have basketball class in the afternoon, so these are all we used." "Is that so?" Xia Chuanzu didn't quite believe her, but it didn't matter. Whether she was telling the truth or not, her personal freedom was no longer her own. "All right, come with me." Where to? Xue Xiaoji asked suspiciously. The infirmary. Xuanai showed a look of resistance. There's no need to go to so much trouble. I'm not discussing this with you, Xia Chuanzu interrupted her. Just come along obediently, or do you want me to take a more forceful approach? Ever since they re-established contact, his attitude toward Xuanai had become increasingly tough. Although he used to often refute and argue with her, the situation had become even more so afterwards. Xue Xiaoji stopped talking and glared at him fiercely, but Xia Chuanzu remained completely unmoved, his expression even eager to try. So, Ms. Snow Woman conceded defeat, feeling that after all, her foot was injured, and she was naturally at a disadvantage in confrontation. It was better to be patient for now. The infirmary was on the second floor. Xue Xiaoji's foot was still somewhat inconvenient. She had already walked somewhat unnaturally to the stairs. When she stood at the entrance of the stairs, Xia Chuanzu could clearly see her hesitation. Finally, she slowly shuffled to the side of the handrail, seeming to want to slowly grab the handrail and step up. But just as she was about to step up the stairs, a hand suddenly reached out in front of her. Xue Xiaoji looked up, her expression seemingly puzzled. Give me your hand, Xia Chuanzu said calmly, standing on the stairs. Xue Xiaoji pursed her lips, hesitating for a long time, still somewhat unwilling. Xia Chuanzu couldn't stand it anymore, so he simply reached out again, grabbed her hand, and pulled hard. Xue Xiaoji had no choice this time, and lost her balance momentarily, falling forward, but she quickly fell into a warm embrace. If you knew this would happen, wouldn't it have been better to hand over your hand proactively? Although there was some intention of taking advantage, Xia Chuanzu didn't feel he was wrong at all, and instead put the responsibility on Xuanai. Chapter 144. Of course, this made Snow Woman classmate unhappy. Although she knew he was trying to help her, she couldn't help but glare at him fiercely and mock him. Heh, some people's skin is so thick that even the city wall is inferior, their ability to twist words is even more admirable. Yo, you're quite energetic, Xia Chuanzu grinned, not at all moved. I thought something was wrong with your body since you haven't said a word along the way, it's good to have energy. After saying that, he ignored her. No matter what harsh words Xuanao scolded, he pretended not to hear. Anyway, the whole person was in his arms now, wasn't she at his mercy? Swazixia Xuanai tried to break free, but found that she couldn't. After her arm was held down, she couldn't exert any strength. So she calmed down and tried to reason with Xia Chuanzu. I'm fine, I don't need you to help me. Xia Chuanzu turned his face to look at her. Really? Really, Snow Woman classmate nodded very definitely. But I don't believe it, Xia Chuanzu shrugged and ignored her. Swazixia raised her eyes and looked at him, her expression a little dull. This guy, how can he be so shameless? She had reason to suspect that he didn't want to help at all. He clearly wanted to take advantage of her and wanted to see her uncomfortable and embarrassed appearance. It was really annoying. However, no matter what she said, he refused to let go. After trying for a long time, she finally realized that the only option was to accept her fate. So she was dissatisfied and ignored his conversation all the way. Damn bad guy, he just knows how to go against her every day. Just as she was thinking wildly, the warmth from her hands suddenly disappeared. She subconsciously turned her head to look at him, but found that he had taken several steps back. Although his expression was not obvious, his movements were obviously a little wary of her. Was he afraid that she would suddenly? The destination is here, seeing Zwixia staring at him blankly, Xia Chuanzu stretched out his hand and pointed to the door of the infirmary next to him. Don't look at me with the eyes of a criminal, I'm just being kind, and I haven't done anything else. Zwixia was silent. Didn't do anything. Isn't it all over already? Don't think she can't see through his mind. Seeing Xuanai staring at him intently, looking like she wanted to get angry but was restraining herself. Xia Chuanzu shrank his neck, then braced himself and leaned over again, knocking on the door of the infirmary with the tension of possibly being suppressed. Is anyone there? Come in. A lazy and sleepy voice quickly sounded from behind the door. Let's go in, Xia Chuanzu looked at Zwixia next to him and reminded her. Then he reached out and pushed the door open and took the lead to step in. Zwixia pursed her lips, followed behind him, and walked in slowly. There was only one health teacher in a white coat on duty in the infirmary. After seeing Xia Chuanzu and Zwixia walking in, she rested her right hand on her chin and said lazily, "What's the matter with you two students? Oh, it's you two." She looked like she was trying to get close. Xia Chuanzu raised his eyebrows and it took him a long time to remember where he had seen her, the night of the test of courage. When he sent Xuanao back to the dormitory, she was responsible for sending Xuanao up at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. "Hello, teacher," Xia Chuanzu said respectfully. "Thank you for your help last time." It's okay, it's just a small matter," the female teacher waved her hand, then looked over Xia Chuanzu at Zwixia Xuanai behind him, her eyes full of curiosity. "So why are you here in the infirmary this time?" Zwixia just wanted to explain, but Xia Chuanzu, who was faster, took the words over. "Her foot injury hasn't healed yet, I'll bring her over to check again," Xia Chuanzu explained. "After all, the infirmary has many medical tools, and maybe they can be used on the spot." Oh, so that's it," the female teacher nodded, then rolled her eyes, and suddenly stood up very enthusiastically. After passing Xia Chuanzu, she took Zwixia Xuanai and sat on the bed behind her. Then she stood up again in the eyes of the two, and after rummaging in the cabinet for a small medical box, she handed it to Xia Chuanzu. The latter naturally took it, but he thought the other party was asking him to help hold it to get the tools, but he heard the female teacher say, "You can handle it yourself, right? I thought the treatment method last time was very good, and there will be no problem this time, right?" Xia Chuanzu suddenly didn't react, but when he heard her say this, he nodded subconsciously. Okay, then girlfriend Sang will be handed over to you, I still have something to do, so I'll get off work first." After saying that, she quickly took off her white coat without regard to the two people's objections, picked up the bag on the table and prepared to run away. When she was about to reach the door, she suddenly turned her head to look at the two. Xia Chuanzu thought the other party was going to change her mind, maybe she realized her irresponsibility, but she didn't expect it to be an even more excessive statement. "Oh, by the way, the key will be handed over to you, Student Council President Sang, remember to lock the door after you're done, and come to commute early tomorrow, so I can get the key from you, that's it, bye-bye." Looking at the other party's skillful escape movements, Xia Chuanzu opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Because the person had already run away, even if he wanted to explain that she wasn't his girlfriend, it was too late, not to mention the sentence. "What are you going to do? Please don't use such an ambiguous tone." Was also blocked and couldn't be said. So he turned around and looked at Zwixia Xuanai sitting on the bed, but found that she was glaring at him fiercely, her cold eyes seemed to be saying, "Who is his girlfriend? I just want him to die," such ruthless words. Please. This is not entirely his misunderstanding. You have a share in it yourself. Cough cough, anyway, let's check your wound first, Xia Chuanzu tried to make his tone serious. "I don't need you to do it," Zwixia shook her head and said. "I can handle it myself, just hand me the medical tools." "No, I have to take a look first," Xia Chuanzu also refused, "otherwise what is the purpose of him sending people over here?" Zwixia stared at him intently, and suddenly put her hands in a chest-protecting position, as if she was wary of him. "No, you misunderstood, this is not a statement." Xia Chuanzu quickly explained. "I'm just worried about your condition. That is to say, I can't rest assured without seeing the situation with my own eyes." Zwixia's emotions calmed down a little, but the wary look in her eyes still hadn't completely disappeared. "No, don't be so wary of me, okay?" Xia Chuanzu complained, feeling a little hurt in his heart. He was clearly being kind. "Really, what kind of image do I have in your heart?" Xuanai replied decisively. "I said I'm not a." Xia Chuanzu stretched his neck and said. "Scum. This is not as good as. At least this is just as XP that will be despised." "Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you," Xia Chuanzu sighed. Seeing his look of, "I lost to you," Zwixia thought he was going to give up, but he just took a few steps and moved a stool over to sit in front of her. "What are you doing?" Zwixia couldn't help but ask. "Check for you. Otherwise?" "I said I don't need your help." "Then I also said, I'm very worried about you," Xia Chuanzu shrugged, who wouldn't be able to talk. Xuanai couldn't cope with him, and turned her face slightly away. What's the use of saying it so nicely? As long as she doesn't move. She really thought that she could do it by not moving and not responding, but she didn't expect an unusual touch to suddenly come from her calf. So she couldn't help but turn her head, and found that this guy had stretched out his sinful hands and started walking around on her calf non-stop. "What are you doing?" Swazixia exclaimed, and couldn't help but kick him lightly in the chest. When she realized what she had done, her body had subconsciously shrunk into a ball, and quietly moved a little position behind the bed. Scum! Disgusting foot fetish! After hearing this, Xia Chuanzu looked aggrieved, and then quickly explained to himself, "You misunderstood." Xuanai didn't speak, glaring at him fiercely, wanting to see what kind of sophistry he could come up with. "I'm really not a foot fetish." Xia Chuanzu proved to himself with a serious face, after all, compared to jade feet, a pei can attract his attention more. This is a man's nature that is engraved in DNA and cannot be erased. Heh, Swazixia snorted coldly, and gave him a look of, "Go die quickly." Xia Chuanzu curled his lips and muttered, "Then who told you to keep not responding and not moving? I thought you wanted me to help you take it off." He would definitely not think so in normal circumstances, but didn't he just experience it at noon? Huey did it like this and asked him to do it. But Huey was willing to express it actively, and he thought Xuanai was the kind of person who was more embarrassed to say it actively. Xuanai, which normal person would consider it this way? Shouldn't the meaning of her not moving be to express, "Don't touch her"? However, she also saw that this guy really wouldn't give up until he saw her condition with his own eyes, and he actually did such a strange thing because of it. So she first sighed, then took a deep breath, made enough mental preparations, and then slowly said, "You turn around." Ah! Xia Chuanzu was stunned, not knowing why. "I'm going to take off my socks, you turn around for me." Xuanai glared at him very fiercely. Xia Chuanzu finally understood, Xuanai was still embarrassed, so he curled his lips and turned around, just complaining in his heart, "Why is she so angry?" After he calmed down, the rustling sound coming from behind him suddenly began to be amplified, making his heart itch. He clearly knew that Xuanai was just taking off her socks, and he didn't think there was anything to it, because he had already taken off many girls' socks himself, and even Xuanai's were included, but at this moment. Hearing this kind of sound, his heart was still itchy, and even because he couldn't see it, he even fantasized about her taking off other things for a moment. "Okay." After a while, Xuanai's nice and clear voice came from behind him, and Xia Chuanzu turned his head in response. Then he blinked and found something strange. "Where are the socks that were taken off?" Xia Chuanzu asked curiously. Xuanai gave him another death stare, and then sarcastically mocked him in a cold voice, "Heh, as expected, you're a..." Cough cough, just curious, Xia Chuanzu coughed twice, his face a little unsustainable, he really didn't have any extra thoughts, it was purely curiosity. But she wouldn't believe it if he said it, and she would continue to poison him, so he simply changed the subject. "Then let's start the examination." Then he sat on the chair again, facing Xuanai sideways, and then raised her calf and put it on his thigh. Swazixia didn't resist this time, looking like she didn't care at all and was watching coldly. Xia Chuanzu naturally didn't notice her expression, his attention was all focused on the examination at the moment. He first checked the redness and swelling of the wound, and compared it with the skin color around her, and finally felt relieved after confirming that the condition was much better than when she was first injured. "The condition is much better than I thought," Xia Chuanzu nodded slightly. Originally, he thought that Xuanai was so stubborn and self-sufficient, and the wound might even worsen, but he didn't expect it to really improve, and it improved a lot. "I have been applying medicine on time," Xuanai pursed her lips and said softly. "The spray that was requisitioned by him is still placed in her home, in the most conspicuous place on the table." "It's really beyond my expectations," Xia Chuanzu turned his face and looked at her, and then complained. "I thought you didn't care about your foot injury at all, and you were all about letting it be free. Is she the kind of unreliable person?" She suddenly felt a little annoyed, this guy, always making her angry with 3 sentences, what's wrong with him? But it's not good to be like this, it's better to recover as soon as possible in your condition, so you don't have to worry people so much. Xia Chuanzu pondered for a while, then raised his head again to look at Xuanai and said seriously. "Let me rub it for you." Xuanai was stunned, subconsciously thinking she had heard wrong. "Rub it?" "Yeah, rub it for you," Xia Chuanzu just wanted to explain, but he heard Xuanai's crisp. 3 consecutive insults, again. Scum, disgusting foot fetish. Xia Chuanzu. Enough, okay. He said he's not a foot fetish. Look at you, you misunderstood again, right? Xia Chuanzu explained patiently. Actually, I'm serious, because massage can reduce swelling in the body, whether it's edema or bruising. You couldn't have a massage right after you got injured, but after using the blood-activating and stasis-resolving medicine, it's fine. Massaging it can also speed up the process. Xia Chuanzu spoke eloquently, actually sharing his experience. In the beginning, when he first started training, he often experienced wear and tear on his body, so he learned a lot of small medical knowledge. Of course, he was seriously offering his opinion at this moment. So, he's really not a foot fetishist, please don't misunderstand him anymore. Chapter 145.